All right, looks like we are live. Welcome, everybody, to Standing for Truth. I am your host, Donnie, and tonight is the night you have all been waiting for. We have the much anticipated showdown between Matt Mann from Standing for Truth Ministries and Jackson Rowe. What are we debating tonight? We are debating the important and very interesting question: did man live to 900? I guess we're going to be handing it over to Matt. We've got between 15 and 20-minute opening statements. Matt, I know you've got a kind of pre-prepared opening statement in the form of a video. If you wanted me to get that going for you, or
I figured it's going to be more fun this time rather than just listening to me talk. It's all visual this time. It's going to be fun.
All right. Well, in that being said, then let me share screen and audio. Everybody in the chat, Matt, you can even give me a text as well. Let me know that everything's coming in smoothly. Okay, here we go.
Evolution teaches that the present is key to the past. That's uniformitarianism. How things are today is how they were in the past. But if we use this mindset, we would have never guessed that a sloth was over 6,000 pounds in the past, since today we can carry them around like babies. Or that penguins were almost 7 feet tall and could easily walk up and murder you while you're using an ATM. But now we know that these things are true because we have found evidence that they are. So it's more the mindset we have when considering the past that dictates how we view the current. So then, what is the evidence that mankind could have lived a long time in the past? It's not like we can just go to some ancient human and find an ID in their grave and say, oh look, Noah was 900 years old. So we have to look at the genome of both modern and ancient man to resolve this question. Let's begin with, what is aging? Why do we inevitably die from old age? Well, there's two major factors that contribute to this: genetics and overall DNA damage and loss. We used to think that genetics only played a very small role, if any factor at all, in determining how long we lived. The numbers changed all the time. We know better now. And the more we learn, the more we see that number grow. Another contributing factor is that of DNA loss. You see, every cellular replication that happens, we lose bits of DNA. Picture this happening like opening a zipper. The metal or plastic teeth along the edges of the zipper represent DNA. As we age, the zipper opens more and more. Thus, the more DNA is lost till eventually too much has occurred and the damage is done and we die. This is called the Hayflick limit. When cells divide, that genetic material needs to be copied. This is called DNA replication. Unfortunately, every replication doesn't bring the full DNA sequence with it. And after 40 to 60 cellular replications today, people die because just too much DNA loss has occurred. So, if we're losing bits of DNA every replication, and then we die when we lose too much, then logic tells us that if we had more DNA in the past, then we could live longer, since more DNA could be lost before too much damage has occurred, killing us. Think of your genome like glass. Now think of DNA damage like a crack in that glass. A crack in a small window is catastrophic, but that same size crack on a larger window doesn't cause nearly as much damage and is not as bad overall. So, if our ancient patriarchal ancestors had more DNA than us today, then it would validate that they would have the biological potential to live much longer. What do we see? Exactly that. They had not just a little more, they had a lot more. Nearly an entire chromosome worth more. That's right, they had so much more DNA that it amounts to nearly the size of the entire Y chromosome. Imagine how much more damage the genome could handle with so much more DNA. That's a lot of buffer. Now, we know that a lot of animals, aquatic life and reptiles, never stop growing until they die. So therefore, the larger the shark or reptile, the longer it lived. So if they lived longer in the past, and we know ancient man ate these things, then why is it impossible for us to think that man also did not live longer in the past, since they lived at the same time? We know that man lived alongside of these creatures because we found evidence of tool markings on the very bones that came from them scraping meat from these creatures, and then they made jewelry out of them. We have evidence that they ate giant cave bears and sea tortoise and the now extinct auroch. They ate giant deer, giant sloth, and even giant cows, including sharks and dolphins. And we have evidence a giant bird ate a Neanderthal child. Clearly, they all lived together. And yes, cavemen are mentioned in scripture. These people were never missing links in the line of human evolution. The Bible perfectly details who they were. So, we have humans living at the same time when all of these other long-living creatures were. Yet, for some reason, we're told to believe that man alone was immune to these biological effects of a longer life that all of these other life forms seem to take advantage of. That makes no sense. Geneticists who work exclusively on aging all agree that we can live much longer in the future through genetic manipulation. One of the leading aging researchers, Dr. Aubrey de Grey, has said that humans, with the aid of gene editing via the removal of mutations, should be able to live for 1,000 years. He even said that person is probably someone alive today. So, if genetically we can get there by using technology to essentially revert our genome back to a mutation-free state, then why is it impossible to think that our ancestors who were more mutation-free didn't live as long as modern-day geneticists are saying that we should live to be? I mean, isn't it a pretty big coincidence that secular science just so happens to throw out the biblical patriarch ages of longevity as our genetic potential? The patriarchal drive study shows that after 10 generations from the flood, Abraham was already dead from old age at 175. That's down from 950 years old in just 10 generations. Jacob, 4 generations later, died at 145. And by the time of Moses, 7 generations after him, we have a 120-year maximum lifespan plateau. So the drop from maximum lifespan to a plateau of 120 was rapid, about 20 generations in all. Not only does the 2012 study show that the father's age contributes the most mutational load to the offspring, which Noah would have passed on the most in history, affecting all of humanity alive today, but we also see the same results in experiments today, and they are identical to what patriarchal drive discovered. We see this in inbreeding experiments. The same biological decay curve happens in birds, rodents, dogs, and fish. So if we see these same results in animal experiments and simulations that essentially are the same as the theme in the Bible and the story of Noah, then why is it impossible to think that this could not be the case? Of course it would be. And the predictive power of the biological decay curve in patriarchal drive is spot on. They even admit that something happened around 5,000 years ago that caused harmful mutations to arise out of nowhere and then explode in the human population. Our world in the past was very different going back in time. There was more magnetism, double atmospheric pressure and oxygen. All of these things are conducive to a longer lifespan. We have 10 reasons to conclude that it is obvious that man lived longer in the past and his true potential was somewhere nearing 1,000. Let's go over them. 1. Genetics is the major cause for aging, and we inherited a genetic burden through Noah and his extreme age, topped with inbreeding. Animal studies and patriarchal drive by John Sanford and Dr. Robert Carter validate this correlation and show an identical biological decay curve that we would expect to see if the biblical story of Noah was true and the ages in Scripture were a fact. So, if the evidence corresponds to what Scripture says, why not believe that it was true? The predictive power of patriarchal drive shows us what happens when extremely aged fathers do have offsprings, what the results would be. They line up perfectly with what we would expect to see if a human who was 500 years old had children. And the statistical probability of this lining up with the biological decay curve is beyond coincidence. We now have learned that mutations are passed on based on the father's age, and the older they are, the more mutations are passed down, on and on. And it just so happens to line up perfectly with what scripture tells us about Noah and his age when he had his children, and the genetic mutational load he placed on them, which would have reduced not only their lifespan, but all future generations, if Noah was truly that old when he was a father. If all of these are not true, then why? Number 2, a larger genome in humans allows for more damage to occur. And we now have evidence that we had much larger genomes in the past, which logically concludes that we could have lived much longer from this alone. If not, why not? 3, other cultures mention a time called the Golden Age. It's quite peculiar that civilizations that supposedly never met all decided to come up with this idea that humanity lived to extreme ages in the past. Why would they all invent the exact same ridiculous idea? 4, we have clear evidence that telomeres get shorter every generation, yet the decay rate stays the same, which validates that people had the potential to live much longer in the past just from having more padding protecting the ends of the chromosomes. The logical conclusion with this evidence would be that this allowed people to live longer. If not, why? 5, we literally have genealogies that go back to Noah from different places in the world. These are not biblical genealogies. These are outside lineages of unbroken chains of royalty going all the way back to Noah from different places in the world. Clearly, these were real people. If they were not, when did they stop being real people and turn into myth? Number 6, in the past we find more oxygen, more pressure, more magnetism. All have been documented and shown to extend lifespan. So if all of these conditions were met in the past, why could man not have lived longer just from these aspects alone? 7, aging is related to genetics. There is no doubt about this. Since it is genetic, then genetics gives us an answer to the riddle of human lifespan. If aging is related to mutations, then we can predict that removing mutations is better for us, and we would live longer. We see this is true in multiple studies. And now we have entire laboratories dedicated to human longevity, like the Sense Foundation, Unity, ICOR, the Methuselah Foundation, and the Longevity Science Foundation, and many more. Our model answers this paradox of human aging, but evolution has many theories trying to solve this riddle and explain the discrepancy. That is why it is a paradox for them, because it makes no sense evolutionarily. Number 12, mutation rates are too fast for humanity to be very old. In our model, this is easily explained from Noah, and we can see that these mutation rates and both SNVs and harmful mutations are rising at this time. Number 8, we know mutations are building up and up and up, compiling with no way for the body to get rid of them. There are many names in biology for this, but this mutation accumulation problem has led geneticists to question how humanity could have ever lived as long as it has. How could these mutations, which are lowering fitness, adding disease to the population, and overall harming the system, not be evidence of a longer lifespan going backwards in time? We know mutation accumulation is a real problem, but here's the dead giveaway that it is true. The Human Genetic Mutation Database alone tells us this. It adds anywhere from 6,000 to 20,000 new genetic diseases to the database every 3 months, which is an annual growth of over 24,000 new diseases from mutations on the small side. In 2017, over 20,000 new genetic mutation diseases were added at the population level. As of 2017, the total number was 214,158. As of December 2021, we are now at 352,731. Selection is not stopping nor having any effect on this, and beneficial mutations are nowhere to be found to help. What do we see? Genetic degradation and mutation accumulation. And top that with the fact that the average person is missing over 100 genes. How can evolution try to tell us one thing when we're seeing the exact opposite? And if this is what we see, why wouldn't ancient man with less mutation saturation overall not live as long? 9. Removing mutations from just a single gene in mice allowed them to live 23% longer, and they admit that the same should roll over into humans. Now think about this. If they removed mutations from just those 20 longevity genes, that's an increase of lifespan over 460%, or 672 years of age. All we actually need to do is remove them from 25 genes, and we now have the potential to live for 1,000 years. This is a 787% increase in lifespan. And this evidence is more proof that an ancestral genome with less mutations was far superior than ours today. If not, why is this evidence wrong? Why are the geneticists wrong? Number 10. Our leading geneticists on biological aging all agree that man could live to 1,000 if we remove mutations through gene editing software. Why are they wrong when all of the evidence and actual repeated studies have shown us that we are headed in that direction and that they are correct in this prediction? And why does it happen to just line up so coincidentally with the Bible? That's my presentation. I hope you enjoyed. Feel free to obviously not focus on answering all of those. Just pick a couple and let's have a good time.
Well, there we go. There's Matt's opening statement, 15 minutes right on the dot. So I appreciate that. And to the chat, since I was screen sharing, I think I caught a couple questions, but I may have missed a couple as well, as we've got a lively chat already. I appreciate the super chats and the support. So feel free at this point to start tagging me with your questions. I am no longer screen shared, so I'll be able to save them a lot easier. So Jackson, we are going to hand it over to you now for your 15-minute opening statement. Whenever you're ready, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
All right, I'm going to share my screen also. Let's see. All right, you seeing it?
Yep.
All right, we agree on aging to some extent. Now, after Eve ate the apple and the fall of man happened, I don't see why the telomeres wouldn't be shortening immediately with this generation, certainly the next generation of their children. And you said there was more genetic material in the past. That may be true. I'm not sure. But was it in the telomeres? That's what's important. Now, this is Lonesome George, the last Penta Island tortoise. He died in 2012. Reptiles don't age exactly the same way that mammals do. They can live to be 200. George died much earlier than that, even though he had the potential to live that long. It's usually something minor, like a bacterial infection or a virus, something that will come along and kill a tortoise before it reaches, a massive age. So my question is, after the fall of man, why would this not happen to a human? Before the advent of modern medicine, how are people living in 900 when diseases were apparently in existence because Eve had eaten the apple? Here's me in the Galapagos. I'm going somewhere with this, I think. I forget the exact order. But yeah, me looking like Justin Bieber in the Galapagos in 2012. Taking pictures of tortoises. That's on Isabella Island. Kind of unrelated, but anyway. This is a Greenland shark. It can live to be 400 years old. But the way it does that is it has a very slow metabolism, grows very slowly as a result, and it lives in a very cold environment. But even this thing doesn't live to be 1,000. Now, I heard Matt talk about a golden age of aging, and in Jainism, it was especially golden because their gods lived to be, or their human gods lived to be in the quadrillions. This is some impossible name to pronounce. Lived to be 15 quintillion, actually. 15 quintillion years old is how old this person was, allegedly. I mean, obviously no one here believes that, I don't think. But there are some problems with the biblical ages. They just don't seem to make a lot of sense. Noah died exactly at 950. He had his first child at exactly 500. The flood happened when he was exactly 600. Adam died exactly 930. Seth was born at exactly 130. And Shem died at exactly 600. Just these even numbers don't ring true to me. Now, talking about that decay curve, it looks compelling when you just look at it on the surface, but there's some problems with these numbers and this number. Multiple people were included in the same generation, like Ishmael and Isaac, and Levi and Joseph in the middle part there. And they include Joshua's age of 110, although others in his generation lived to be 60, according to some passage in Exodus. I forget which it is. Creating the tail of the graph, the end of it there, by using the average Roman lifespan, which wasn't even in the Bible, when John, at the same time, lived to be 90, and that could have been used. And we see, starting in the 1800s, I mean, you can see the ages are pretty much static. But then with the advent of modern medicine and agriculture and other things, the age starts going up. And Matt also said that some geneticists believe we can live to be 1,000. I haven't heard that. I've heard the cap would be about 200, that the first person to live to be 200 might be alive today. I think 1,000 would be stretching it, especially with this pool of inbreeding we see from Adam and Eve. This is the biblical genealogy. You have basically no genetic diversity from Adam and Eve and their kids. You have to just inbreed. And it doesn't matter how perfect the genome was, they're going to, after the fall of man, they're going to accumulate mutations, like Matt was saying. And it's not going to be slow, like a slow decay curve over thousands of years. It's going to show up quick, like in the Habsburg royal family. They had more genetic diversity than Adam and Eve would have had, and they still came out malformed, like the guy on the left you see there. So 6,000 years, we would all just be a pile of goo. I did a calculation this morning about HIV mutation rate, compared it to humans. On average, there's 1.1 mutations per each generation, so to speak, of HIV. I'll stop sharing now. Let's see. Now, what I came up with, there are 10,000 nucleotides in HIV, 1 mutation per replication. There are 6 billion nucleotides in the human genome, 3 billion base pairs, which would be the equivalent of 650,000 mutations per generation if we were equaling to. The HIV replicates every 2 days. It's been in the US for 40 years. It's existed for much longer than that, but I just used 40 years. So that's 14,600 days times 650,000 divided by 2 for its 2-day replication. That comes out to 4.7 million, or 4.7 million years that humans could exist and not have any ill effects, apparently, because HIV is unfortunately doing just fine if we're going off mutation rates. So I think this idea of genetic entropy doesn't really work. But here's my little note of the calculation. Anyway, I got another one about, what's it about? Thyroids. It came out to 6 million years, so it's even worse for the case of genetic entropy. But anyway, that's pretty much the opening statement. Probably not 20 minutes long or however long, but there we go.
All right, Jackson, I appreciate that opening statement. As we said earlier, whatever time is not used for the opening statements, we will throw into the audience Q&A, as the audience Q&A here always ends up turning into a second debate. The audience Q&A is always very important, as the questions are always so relevant to the debate topic, guys. So make sure you're tagging me with your questions at Standing for Truth, and that way I don't miss them. So we are now moving into the uninterrupted rebuttal portion of the debate. We've got eight minutes for the rebuttal, and we are going to hand it over to Matt Mann for his 8 minutes. Matt, whenever you're ready, my good man, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
All right. His first point that he brought up was how come Adam and Eve were not aging themselves? Perhaps this had something to do with the tree of life. The tree of life was something that they had access to, that they were removed from. So once they removed that, that could have had something to do with their aging. It also says that the ground was cursed, and so were the animals. So there was a curse that was set on pretty much everything. Now, obviously, we don't believe that the animals were eating from the tree of life, granting them biological immortality, but perhaps it was doing something to human beings. So once they got removed from that, some type of biological aging started to occur. We know that when we eat better today, we enhance the chances that we live longer. Not genetically, but through different processes like activating longevity enzymes and metabolic enzymes. So perhaps the tree offered some type of a fruit that could activate senescence and remove those senescent cells from our body. We don't know, so it's speculation. But the thing that you said next was that reptiles live a long time, and that's very true. And here's something very interesting. If reptiles never stopped growing, and we know that they lived a very, very long time, we have evidence that man ate these things. So they were living at a time when these reptiles that were living much longer than they do today were being consumed by man. Then why wouldn't man be living for a very long time when they're living at the same time these creatures were? So something was going on. Something's unique about that. So I actually like the idea that there's long-lived reptiles that are walking around and man's around at the same time. I believe it lends more credence to the fact that we could have lived longer just from being alive at that same time when they were. You said disease was not present right after that. So why would they have died? For example, Adam and Eve, if they're not catching HIV, if they're not catching disease, why are they dying? Well, the same reason that people would die today from old age. It's accumulation. It's like little cracks in a window all the time, right? We don't lose our vision overnight. We don't get cancer overnight. Disease incubates, and it takes a long time for pretty much anything to happen inside the body. You don't lose just like we don't lose our vision. It's a slower process. The process would have just been slower in the past. Anything that would be happening to us now, much later, down near the end, because of all our genes being messed up, it just happens quicker. It's a much faster rate now. Take it back, it's slower. It's a slower process. The Hayflick limit shows us that creatures usually live based on when they reach puberty. By the time they go through that, they only live about 40 to 60 cellular replications, and then they die. What causes that death? That's the end. There can be no more breakage of the genome, and they die. The next question was, our biblical text never says that the patriarchs were gods, though. The Indians, the Vedics, the Mahabharata, the Bhagavad Gita, there's so many different religions that come from even those two texts, because they have gods for everything. They have a god for the pen that I'm holding, right? And they just make things up all the time. They're like, yeah, that god has lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Okay. I don't know how we can test that, but we can at least test human beings. We can't test gods. So I guess I will say the question about inbreeding. You said inbreeding would affect, it would affect us too much. Well, Europeans are much more inbred than Africans are, and Native Americans are much more inbred than us. Much more. Genetic diversity among Native Americans is extremely low. So why aren't we genetically inferior to Africans? Because even though we're much more inbred than Africans, lifespan is almost the same. So what I mean by that is, you would say you're thinking that inbreeding has this astronomical effect, but it takes a long time for that inbreeding. Now, the major cause for the drop in the lifespan was the age of the parent. And the age of the parent, being Noah, if he was 500, would be that example of horrendous problems. Then you mentioned maybe we'll get into why we didn't find what you're talking about generation time. So like you said, in the Roman era, the people were living already about the same amount that we are today. And that's true, because if you look at the patriarchal drive, it's only 6 generations until there's a plateau, literally 6 generations. So it would be extremely rare for us to find any written records of people being documented living for over 200 years, because literally only 6 generations existed where people lived over 200. And that's how quickly that decline happened. And by then it was the Egyptians and, first dynasty. They weren't documenting lifespans like that, really. So Another one, you said HIV, and you also have a video on viroids, but these aren't living things. So you take their genome, and the genome isn't like ours. It's actually circular. So it's a human being has a genome that's linear autosome pairs. So they're aligned like this. So when damage comes, it can come at the top or the bottom, and it can hit it and start deteriorating it. But if a genome is just round, what's it going to attack? Where's it going to come in? You see the genome of these things being round like this is it's only going to find a mutational hotspot, and the mutations are just going to be flipping over in that one area. It's not going to be cascading and going out throughout the genome like it does on human beings. We can be attacked anywhere. We can lose genes. You can inherit a bad gene. You can get a mutation in one gene. I mean, it's lots can happen in a huge genome. In a very small genome, not a lot can happen. And when something does happen, it's like you're asking why genetic entropy didn't kill these things. Well, they're not alive. You can't kill something that's not alive with genetic entropy. It doesn't work like that. Our model of genetic entropy, if you type in genetic entropy and go to CMI or John Sanford's page, it actually says that the theory is based on long living organisms with large genomes. So you're looking at small organisms with small genomes that literally aren't even alive. So that's not what genetic entropy really is. You're looking at more of a model of longevity of something that's called like era catastrophism, and they're just very different. How am I on time? Just wanted to get to everything.
You're doing good. You've got exactly 1 minute and 10 seconds left.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Awesome. So I think I got to everything that he was mentioning. I'm trying to think. What was there? Yeah, the Roman consensus. By the time the Romans came along, there was a they had already plateaued to the lifespan that we are today. And so I don't think we'd be able to go into the past and find like, oh, that Roman, he was 600 years old. That's just not what we would see. And plus think about how they test the age of a fossil or a human being that was in the ground. They first base it on, well, let's see how many teeth they had, because our teeth grow in as we age. So they usually base it on dental anatomy, not like, oh, he's tall, so he must be old. So they usually look at teeth. And that would probably be the only way of determining biological age, is how many teeth are in the jaw. So there's not a lot to go by when it comes to biological aging. So even if we found Noah, that would be incredible. But it would be very hard to test his age by finding just his bones in the ground. It'd be very, very, very hard. So that's why I like genetics. Genetics literally solves the riddle for us and tells us what would happen if we were to remove the mutations that are inside of us today. And the geneticists are telling us that we can live just like the patriarchs could.
All right. Perfect timing there, Matt. I know these rebuttals fly by. That was 8 minutes, and we've got a ton of great questions flying in from the audience. We are at 100 people right now, so it's great to see everybody. Thank you for being here for this epic debate. So let's hand it over now to Jackson. Jackson Rowe, just make sure you unmute yourself. You also have 8 minutes. And I'll give you a 1 minute warning when you hit the 7 minute mark, just so you know to kind of start wrapping things up. So go ahead. The floor is yours, Jackson.
All right. Well, he said in his opening statement there was more oxygen in the atmosphere in the past, and that's true, but only in certain layers of the past, so to speak, the geologic column. I know that you guys don't like the geologic column. I'm a big fan of it, as you might know. But especially in the Carboniferous period is where the oxygen was highest, and there's no evidence humans existed at that time. And the magnetic field has varied over time. It hadn't been going down at a steady rate. It's been fluctuating. That's evidenced by paleomagnetism. And what else? Let's see. Were you saying that eating old reptiles could cause humans to live longer? I think I probably misunderstood that. Matt?
I can answer that. No, not eating them. Just that we were alive at the same time that they were.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay, I was just making sure. I didn't think that's what you were saying. But tortoises, Greenland sharks, they're all still alive. They're animals that live an incredibly long time, especially invertebrates. But that doesn't mean just because we live alongside things that can live a long time that we are going to live a long time. I don't think. Now you're comparing inbreeding to small populations to a start of 2 individuals. I think that's very different. Like genetic diversity in Native Americans, they didn't start with just 2 individuals. They had more to work with. It might have been a smaller population than, say, Africans or Europeans or whatever, but it wasn't 2 people. And viruses aren't living things, technically. I mean, some people debate that, but it's pretty much consensus that they're not. But they still are made of genetic material, either RNA or DNA. And you can cause viruses to die from mutation. They already operate at a high mutation rate that is almost to the edge of error catastrophe, which you mentioned. But you can induce a virus to go over that limit with mutagenic agents called lethal mutagenesis. So you can kill viruses that way with mutations. So I think the analogy makes sense. Anything made of genetic material would decay if genetic entropy were true. That's really all the notes I have. It's probably just a couple of minutes long, but yeah, we can hand it back over.
All right, I appreciate that there, Jackson Rowe. And as we said in the beginning, whatever time's not used for the opening statements and rebuttals, we're going to toss into the audience Q&A because we've got so many great questions coming in. And that wraps up the opening statements and the rebuttals. We are now moving into the open discussion. We've got between 25 and 30 minutes. What we like to do on this channel, of course, is keep the discussion on topic, sophisticated, cordial, respectful, and focusing on one topic at a time. Both Matt and Jackson, you guys are professional and cordial by nature, so this should be a very easy discussion to moderate. So Jackson just ended with his rebuttal. So why don't we hand it over to you, Matt, to kind of start us off here in the discussion. Maybe there's a couple points you wanted to address and a question you'd like to ask Jackson. So gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Sure. I'll start with an easy one, a personal question. Not science, nothing like that.
Right.
I would just like to know, what evidence would you personally look for, or would you like for me to present that would convince you that people could live such a long time? That would probably be the best place to start, rather than just going, attack this gene, or let's talk about this, what are you looking for?
It's a good question. Let me see. I don't know exactly what I would be looking for, but I think I see some problems with the evidence that has been presented so far. And I just don't think it's compelling. I mean, I would know it if I saw it, but I really couldn't give you a specific example. I could tell you what would falsify evolution in my mind, but like if you found shark teeth in the Cambrian, or you could prove a pine tree was more closely related to us than a chimp is genetically, that would disprove evolution in my mind. But I don't know what I would be looking for to disprove man lived to be 900 exactly.
Okay. Well, you'll debate standing for truth on those other topics soon, so I won't get into that one with you. So I guess what I would do would probably be the most to try to convince you. I would say a lot of people think genetic entropy is just something that's young Earth creation oriented. And the term that's invented by John Sanford. So I try to like to use the word genetic degradation, because lots of scientists believe it. So, for example, I would like... have you heard of Alexei Kondrashov? He wrote a book called The Crumbling Genome, and Why Aren't We Dead 100 Times Over? He taught at a college. He wrote a book on this. And if this isn't a real problem, what has he been doing for the last 20 years? What did he just make this up? Are these scientists just like working on something that's just made up myth? Or do you actually believe somewhat of genetic entropy, or not at all because it's young Earth creation? Or,
well, I mean, there might be some kind of truth to it, but I don't think you're going to go back and exist for 1,000 years. I think even if genetic entropy were true, something like a disease is going to come along and kill you long before that, or cancer or something.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Most people today do not make 120.
Yeah.
Very few make our genetic potential. Very, very few. So you're right. And the main reason that is true is because of genetic entropy. As I showed you, the genetic database shows us that we're accumulating more mutations, but we're adding more disease to the genetic database. So the odds of catching new diseases that are going to kill us is exponentially growing. So if we go back in time and there's less diseases, there's less chance of dying at that higher age. So it's why we could live to a much higher time without disease killing us before we would reach those ages. Now, there is a patriarch that did die way before 900 and plus years old. He only lived like 750. So something killed him. We don't know what it was. It's just, he's just randomly down there at like 745 years of age or something. He just dies. Doesn't say why. Luckily, he had offspring, so he's part of that patriarchal lineage. But something killed him. Maybe a disease did. We just don't know. But you're right. I think disease is actually one of the great points of genetic entropy, because evolution says we don't have to worry about mutations, because selection will just get rid of them. Well, where is selection? We see hundreds of new mutations pouring in every single day, and selection's nowhere to be found. You throw in a beneficial mutation. Okay, great. Now I can drink milk all my life. How is that helping me with cancer? How is that helping me with any other disease? It doesn't do it. You can type in beneficial mutations. None of them help fight any of these new genetic diseases that come up.
Well, about diseases, you can make the argument that maybe just after the fall, some bacteria or viruses didn't exist, so they wouldn't be around to kill you. But I don't think you can make the argument that cancer couldn't exist. I think, UV light alone, unless you believe, like Hovind, the canopy theory, that blocked out UV light, that or some other mutagenic agent in the environment is going to change it's going to cause a mutation for cancer. It's going to come along and kill you at age 200, or whenever.
Great point. Did you know I can list almost every single cancer is linked to a genetic gene mutation? So what if those gene mutations weren't there? So that becomes another factor. So if I inherited a gene from my mom, let's say the BRCA gene, which I did, it means my propensity to get breast cancer, even being a man, it's possible, but it's still 50-50 chance that you're actually going to inherit that gene mutation. I did. So I can literally die from breast cancer from that gene that my mom actually has, and she got breast cancer from. So it's why they even knew to test for it. So it's a mutation that's in the gene that wasn't in her parents. So it's interesting that a mutation came along, and now I have to risk dying from cancer really early, all because of that mutation. So again, we go backwards in time, less forms of cancer, less potential to get cancer, probably shouldn't die from cancer. Look at Donnie moving around. You got to go to the bathroom.
I think, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, man.
I think going back in time, there's still going to be UV light. There's still a massive amount of inbreeding, starting with 2 individuals, no matter how perfect the genome was originally. So I think the argument that cancer wouldn't show up until much later, at least in greater numbers, isn't a great argument. I think they would still suffer from cancer. Maybe not Adam and Eve themselves, but definitely their immediate offspring.
Well, it's not that just having some cancer cells in your body is the problem. It's, can your body recognize the ability to remove them from your system? They build up and they compound. It's called senescence. And did you know that we have compounds now called senolytics, and they can remove cancer cells from your body? They didn't know about these before, and they started finding them out. There's 2 that, if mixed together, work very strong. One is from red onions. It's called quercetin, but you need high concentrations. And the other one's from black tea. It's called theaflavin. You mix those 2 together, they can remove cancer cells that are accumulating in the body. So it's not just having random cancer cells in you is going to kill you. It's when they start to build up, because cancer cells don't die. So how can we remove them from the body? Maybe the tree of life gave some type of a fruit that allowed people to remove those things. Maybe the food before the flood was so good, it's so much better than it is today after being genetically modified and, inorganic. We've messed it all up. Nobody eats like they did in the pre-flood world. After the flood, everything was condoned. It says any animal you look at, you can eat for food. It doesn't matter. So before that, man didn't even eat anything but plants to live. And then after that, boom, We just started doing everything bad. We know that barbecuing our food raises glycation. Well, glycation stands for advanced glycolytic end products, which is an acronym for aging, age. That's the word for it. So we literally are barbecuing and eating food that's aging us more rapidly and causing cancer to grow. So you go into the past, people didn't even eat foods that would cause cancer to grow. Nobody that lives on coconuts is going to get cancer from eating coconuts, but you eat barbecued beef every day, carcinogens are extremely high. That's why they're off the charts on the glycolytic thing. So we go back, it's like scripture's telling us again, more reasons that people should have lived longer. And you look and we do the studies and the tests, and it's like, oh, look at that. Plants are healthier for you than eating that way. But, you know, like you said, after the, flood, there's not a lot to eat. There's not a lot going on. So people had to, do things. Also, we have Eve's sequence. It was actually sequenced by Dr. John Sanford. So when you want to know, like, inbreeding would just be too much for those things, and it's too much, it would be overwhelming for the descendants to live, because you can't just take two things and put them on a boat and have them get off and reproduce and do just fine. But yet we have evidence of exactly that same thing with deer and sheep, where literally they've taken sheep and put two of them on the Kruligan Islands in the 1930s, and they left and came back 20 years later. There were 700 of them on the island, and they had no inbreeding problems, even though they could only inbreed with each other. They had completely populated, and heterozygosity was not an issue at all because they could expand. See, the problem is if they didn't do what God said, and that was be fruitful and multiply. If they didn't listen to that, you're right. Humans would be wiped off. We would never live at all. But because we can populate and grow and expand, we won't die from inbreeding. Why do you think the gorillas and the cheetahs are dying today? Because they're not expanding. They're staying in a small population, and they die from inbreeding.
Well, have you heard of Snake Island? This is related to an island population. You ever heard of that? Snake Island. It's an island populated by, I think, golden fertilances. They actually developed a third gender, some sort of pseudo gender, to compensate for low genetic diversity because of inbreeding. So, I mean, maybe some goats would be all right for a while, but over a long period of time, get some crazy stuff going on to try to compensate with inbreeding. And they probably didn't start with two individuals also. It probably started with a small population.
No, just two goats. Yeah, on the Kruligan Islands. Yeah, just two goats there. And then on New Zealand, it was 4 deer. One of them was a male. The rest were females. Today, you can go and kill all the deer you ever want in New Zealand. They've overpopulated the entire island.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. I'm just saying the snake population probably started out with a few individuals. And
oh, the snake.
Yeah.
On that Snake Island. Yeah. I'll have to look into that one. But I was just trying to give you examples of where inbreeding wouldn't be a problem as long as there's expansion going on. Since Adam and Eve were expanding in growth, and then there was the bottleneck of the flood, and then again expansion, the genetic inbreeding problem really, obviously it was a problem, because look at our declining of age. So yes, there was a genetic impact, but mostly because of Noah's age, and then also because of inbreeding, right? They did marry their sisters and things like that, but the genome being new and without mutations, it could have withstood lots of damage. Whereas today, not a lot of damage can happen without severe consequences. That's why it only takes about 3 generations before there's horrible damage. And we know it's about 3 because of a genetic study called the Pottinger study, where they took cats in a zoo and they decided, let's change their diet on them. Where it's really expensive to feed them fresh meat every single day. So we're going to cook the meat and give it to the cats and see what happens to them. And within 3 generations, they were all messed up and mangled and horrible genetic problems, literally within just 3 generations. So we know to not do that to cats anymore. As a matter of fact, it's illegal to even feed cats cooked food in zoos to this day. Why we feed our house cats kibble kind of stuff is still beyond me. But I guess they figured out how to not make them completely degenerate. But, house cats are kind of outside of selection. We've messed them up a lot, and they're also really inbred. And they're very, very different than the wild cat we see. So humans can do the same problem. We can move to an island, and we can get to a point where we inbreed ourselves out within a couple generations. Again, because there's no expansion of the population. In the scripture, we always read that after there is just a few people, there's always an explosive population. Now, Neanderthal, they died from inbreeding. So you're right. Some of us didn't expand and go all over. They migrated around, lived in little different small populations of about 20 people, and inbreeding wiped them out within about 1,000 years.
I'm not sure about the Neanderthal thing. I mean, we've sequenced their genome. I'm not sure if inbreeding's been conclusively determined to be the cause of their extinction. I think it's kind of an open question on what caused it. But do you believe in the canopy theory that some creationists do? The ice canopy that blocked out UV light?
We just go with maybe, maybe not. Because there's no evidence, we can't have any evidence for it. It's just completely speculative. So if there was a canopy, it would help with, a couple things. It would explain a lot, but we also don't need it because genetic entropy has almost nothing to do with there being a canopy or not, because Dr. John Sanford doesn't believe in the canopy at all. Answers in Genesis doesn't believe it at all, but they believe man lived for a really long time. They think it doesn't really matter or play any effect on it because it's all genetic related.
Well, I haven't read John Sanford's book. I need to do that, but I've read some excerpts from it. And he may not believe in that, but he's definitely, I think he's trying to conform some stuff with his pre-existing beliefs from what I've read of it. So I'm not sure a secular geneticist would come to the same conclusion that Sanford came to about genetic entropy, which I don't know if that's a good argument or not, but I'm just saying that's, I think, probably true.
Yeah, I would agree with you because most of the people start from the starting point that evolution must be true. And so therefore, I don't understand why this is happening. And that's why they're paradoxes. So you're right. I don't think any standard person is going to come along and go, wow, look at that. The humans or any animal, they couldn't have lived for millions of years. Like Mendel's accountant that he wrote, like that just shows that deep time can't be true if these numbers are correct. So therefore, something must be at play that we don't know about. And that's why they're trying to solve it. That's why they're trying to fix this problem of rapid mutation rates with a rapid accumulation of mutations. So I was going to say, can you name any predictions of genetic entropy that was made by John Sanford? Like, for example, how many generations will humans survive? But you just said you didn't read it. So
you haven't read I read some excerpts, but that's about it. Yeah, I need to read it.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, on this channel, there's a lecture that he gave at the NIH for like 2 hours. So just put it in the headset and walk around. You can probably listen to it that way if you don't like reading very much.
Yeah, I need to start reading some more. I've been slacking on reading. But what do you're not big on my crappy calculations on mutations?
Well, I couldn't see them if I wanted to. That's really small right now.
Yeah, plus my handwriting's terrible. So,
one of the things I was going to say is that the examples of flipping some of these genes that are broken, that are associated with longevity, literally turning on one of them allows mice to live 20% longer over that. And we know we have over 20 genes in our body that are associated with longevity. And most of them are damaged, or most of them have mutations in them. So if we can remove those, that's what these longevity people are doing. You should look up Dr. Aubrey de Grey. He works for the Sense Foundation. And he said that the person that's going to live to be 1,000 is alive right now, because they're going to go in and get gene editing and be able to unlock this genetic potential that's inside of us. So if he's saying these weird things, because he's not biblical anything, he drinks, he's just out in Europe drinking beer, riding a boat every day. That's like his hobby. He spends his time doing that, and then in the laboratory. Yet he's saying that genetically, this is our potential. He's never read scripture that I'm aware of. He's secular. He's literally saying what we say is the potential of human beings. Is that pretty peculiar? Or?
I mean, maybe if you modify the genome so much that you could live to 1,000, but I think something's going to come along before you ever reach that age and kill you.
Yeah, I did read a book one time that said if humans did not die, how old would the average lifespan be? And until you're hit by a car or something ridiculous. And you're right, it wasn't very high. It was like if you were immortal, it was 2014 years.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there weren't cars to hit you back in the biblical times, but you might get run over by a donkey or something.
How embarrassing! Yeah, it would be a bad way to go.
But yeah, something is going to come along. You're going to have an accident. I mean, back then, you fall and break your leg, you're pretty screwed, you know?
Yeah, that would be bad. Yeah,
Yeah.
you get a little infection and
Mhm.
you could be in trouble. That's for
Yeah.
sure.
So that's one of the reasons I have a problem with people living to 900. I just think something's going to come along and happen, not even genetically, but physically, or it's going to come and kill you.
Oh, definitely. But remember, we're only looking at 10 generations, and that's only to the lineage of Noah. That's what it's going to. The Bible doesn't follow other lineages. It's literally just following, because it wants to take you from Adam to Jesus. So though there a lot of other people lived, it doesn't talk about them. It doesn't care. It's like we need to follow this line to him. So that's why you see, like, you know, the 900 and 700 and then 600 and then the plateau.
Mhm.
I mean, only 10 people needed to live that long. So if there's a paradise world that God placed us in, and it's in a garden that's kind of surrounded and people are migrating and only moving east, and, you know, the world being conducive for us and made for us looks pretty good for us to be able to make that potential. Now, okay, so now what would be able to kill us? Clearly in the fossil record, we have things that can kill us. We have dinosaurs, but that depends now on where was Eden. Was Eden around a place where these types of dinosaurs lived? Obviously, Adam would have known what dinosaurs are because God brought all the animals to him to name. So if he brought these to him, and now all of a sudden the plants are cursed with thorns, and now animals are cursed with being, some of them, 2% or whatever, carnivores, we would know to stay away from those, just like we don't want to live around the most dangerous animals today.
Yeah, that's an interesting argument. The saying that all the animals lived at the same time just after the fall, and saying, hey, now you can eat meat, or just after the ark, whenever it happened. Suddenly you have tyrannosaurs and Dunkleosteus in the ocean, and mosasaurs in the ocean, and Utah raptors and Dakota raptors coming after you. I think that's a tall order to avoid. After the fall, a lot of stuff that can kill you in the fossil record.
We definitely think that almost all those things in the ocean died. 90% of everything in the ocean definitely died. I know there's sightings of plesiosaur with Loch Ness, so they think there's some survivors of these things, but we think that the flood wiped out pretty much 90% of all the aquatic life. So definitely no megalodons made it.
I'm talking about like after the fall, and suddenly everything is not.
The fall. Sorry, I thought you meant the flood, like after Noah.
No.
Sorry.
I mean, you have a 1,500-year period of monsters running around.
Yes.
In the ocean and on land, until they die out after the flood.
Right, and we have humans in one area of the world where God created them, and they only migrated, seems like, to the east of it, because when you read the description of where people went, they just moved east. So wherever God placed them must have been in a safe zone away from these animals. Now remember, only 10 generations had to live and survive during this time. If people like, for example, Neanderthal could survive in the Arctic surrounded by saber-tooth, dire wolf, woolly mammoth, what is that? The woolly rhino, basically just horrendous animals that want to kill them all the time. Yet it wasn't those animals that killed them. The woolly mammoth went extinct from inbreeding. They died. There went their food source. So now they only were surrounded by horrendous beasts, and that would pretty much finish them off. And it was inbreeding that ended up killing them, not even the animals.
Well, I think it was climate change that killed the mammoths.
Oh, really? Must be. I heard Wrangler Island or something was the last place woolly mammoths survived were alive.
Yeah,
and it was inbreeding that took them out. But
there's other that last population was inbreeding. But I think in general you could say that 99% of the population went extinct from climate change. But maybe that last holdout island population a couple thousand years ago died from inbreeding.
Got it. I could see that. But, back to where we were. How much time do we got, by the way?
You've got exactly 5.5 minutes, gentlemen. If we want to, maybe let me pause the clock real quick. Why don't we pick a point in the opening statements and the rebuttals that maybe we haven't quite yet exhausted in terms of discussion, and kind of go with that. Matt, I guess since you're the affirmative tonight, let's have you pick what you think is another strong line of evidence that would help demonstrate that man indeed did live to 900 in the past. And let's see kind of Jackson engage that a bit for the final 5.5 minutes of the discussion. So go ahead, gentlemen.
Okay, wow, strong one. The strong one would definitely be the genetic database that inputs over 6,000 to 20,000 new diseases every 3 months into their system. They input it on time. It's published. You can go there at any time, and you can just read through it and see that the mutations are just leading to diseases that they have to document. These aren't just like passive mutations, right? A lot of the opponents to genetic entropy say, yeah, so what that there's mutations accumulating? These are all neutral mutations. They don't mean anything to the population. Well, if that's true, then we wouldn't be seeing the genetic database of disease filling up with mutations that cause disease. Clearly, there's a disparity between what they're telling us and then what we actually see. And that's a tough question, I know, to say, like, how do you explain that this disease pouring in through genetics when your model says that this isn't happening, but genetic entropy is telling us that that's exactly what we would expect to see, and it's on the rise, and it'll continue to rise without any stopping at all. The only way we could stop it is genetic editing, from what I'm aware of. What would you say how would that happen? How would selection help? How would, if that's not true, why?
Well, I would say most mutations are neutral. And then the next biggest is the detrimental mutations. And then after that, you have some beneficial mutations. But yeah, the neutral ones, I don't get why they're a problem. They're, kind of neutral by definition most of the time anyway. Some say they have a vanishingly small effect. But what was the second part? I kind of lost my train of thought.
It's okay. It's a hard question. I should have asked another one.
But I think I remember what I was going to say.
Okay.
Anything made of genetic material, RNA or DNA, I think is a good analog for genetic entropy, like my crappy calculation about HIV. I think that's my strongest point here in the debate today. 4.7 million years of human existence could be accounted for, and nothing would happen if taking mutation rates into account.
Did you know that John Sanford wrote something called Mendel's Accountant? And it's a program that's basically peer-reviewed, and it's based on mutation load. And you can run pretty much any desired thing that you want. You can test evolution yourself. You can input as many beneficial mutations as you want in a starting population, and no matter what, it ends up dying after it's not even close to 1 million years. So what happens is the critics go, well, it doesn't matter. It's a young Earth creation program. But did you know that the NIH, the National Institute of Health, uses the young Earth creationist model that he created, not an evolutionary model, to deal with disease and sickness? And there's no arguments that have been done against it except for a couple websites and blogs. Nobody publishes against it. Nobody does anything like of value to bring it down. And go ahead.
I don't doubt John Sanford has invented some stuff that's been very useful. He invented the gene gun, after all, which is a big deal. But I think he's looking for the conclusion he wants, and I think that's the major problem there.
Well, did you know he was convinced of being a Christian because of what he discovered? He became a young Earth creationist because of his discoveries of genetic entropy. That's what's unique about John Sanford. He wasn't born into a Christian, just like Donnie and I weren't either. argument that critics use is they said that he stole Kimura's idea, and Kimura said that beneficial mutations will outweigh the harmful ones. But Kimura only speculated that that was true. He never saw it. John Sanford came along and wanted to test what Kimura said and see what the outcome was, and he did, and said, "Look at that. These results don't line up." And just like you said, sure, there's some beneficial mutations, but there's not nearly enough to wipe out the vast majority of harmful mutations that's killing us, like you said, before we ever even reach our genetic potential. So lifespan's going to keep decreasing, not biological longevity, not our potential, not 120, but our potential to reach 120 is dwindling more and more and more because of disease increasing throughout the time. The medical intervention is the only thing that's really saving us now. So
let me use this point. I used in my opening statement. Why are the ages so even for when they died? It doesn't ring true to me. Like Shem died at 600, Noah died at 950 exactly. You would think it'd be 953, 605 something. If these were real ages,
Right. No, everything in Scripture seems to be analogous to something else. Did you know if you were to take Adam's name all the way to Noah and read each name for what it translates to, like let's say my name Matthew is gift of God, and you read them off for what they translate to, it reads into a story. So you would think, wow, that's reading into a story. Obviously those people aren't true because it's reading into a story. But you can do the same thing after the flood and continue to read the story. So are all of them fake people? Then none of them real because there's a story that can be laid out? No, for some reason, Scripture is so unique and so prophetic that the ages and the names all mean something as well. So it's almost like God had some type of a plan when all of this was playing out, just like there's a plan for us right now. What's going on? What are we headed to, and what's going on? So if we look at it just from, you can definitely look at those numbers and go, what is it trying to tell us? Because it could be trying to tell us something as well. It doesn't invalidate that the numbers could be true, though. And that's what we wanted to test. And that's what makes a lot of these things unique. Patriarchal drive testing those ages. We can't just go, oh, well, it's true. Well, why? Oh, I have faith. That's good enough for me. Well, you get that, God did it isn't an answer. You have to have answers for these things. So we wanted to test and see if somebody did live over 500. So the best way of doing that, just through genetics. So we have patriarchal drive. We have modern day geneticists like Aubrey de Grey saying that our genetic potential's there. We have the gene knockout tests that are showing us that lifespan decreases when you remove these longevity genes or hinder them in any way. We just have, mutation accumulation occurring, these fast mutation rates. We just see it almost everywhere we look, that the evidence points to us having a better genome in the past with less mutations, less mutation accumulation, less disease, and which would all point to a longer life.
Now, you mentioned some maybe extra biblical sources for these long ages. The only ones I could find are things like the Sumerian kings list, which were ridiculous, like 40,000 year reigns of kings, or even more ridiculous in Jainism, like you have quintillion year old gods, But is there some extra biblical source for, say, Noah living to 900 and something?
Yeah, the Chinese have Noah. His name is Yu, I think. There's Noah in a lot of different stories. But the reason that the Sumerians have a very bizarre thing where people are reigning 12,000 years is because they used a different mathematical system. And we know this because they actually looked at the patriarchs, and those are the names. They're just in a different language. And these are after the flood. So that's unique as well, by the way. Like there's a person named U-R, and he's on the Sumerian kings list, and it says he reigned for 12,000 years. But they had a sexagesmal math system where it's a base 60. So everything was exponentially much more than it should be. And when you reduce those numbers, you see that they only reigned for like 6 years or 8 years or 12 years. They just had a completely different math system. But it's literally the same people in Scripture on that Sumerian kings list, or at least a couple of them are. So they just had a different math system. So that explains why they got such a bizarre, that was not even their lifespan that you were reading. That's their reigning time of how long they reigned as a king. So it makes it even more ridiculous. Like, well, if they reigned for 12,000 years, how long did they live? 14,000. It was just ridiculous.
Well, that's another point about the pre-flood patriarchs. I mean, couldn't their ages be symbolic to their importance to Scripture?
True, and that is also why we test it. But then again, we thought maybe in the beginning they were lunar months. Maybe these people were maybe they counted every year as a lunar month. But you really get into a problem with that when you get to like Seth, because he had his kid when he was 12 years old, if you do that. Now, I don't know what kind of Mac daddy he was, but that doesn't seem very reasonable. There's also another one
weird back then.
Really young when they had their first kid, if you want to think that they're lunar years. So like you said, maybe symbolic. That's what Catholics believe. They see those numbers and they go, it's just allegorical. They're not true. That's why we have to go to the numbers. And that's why we have to go to the tests. And we go, let's test and what would we see if Noah was 500 when he had the kids? And that's what's so cool about Patriarchal Drive is we ran the numbers and they match what we see today. So like you said, we don't have to trust the numbers. We don't have to trust what Scripture says at all. We can test it. And that's what we want to do. That's why we like the science the most on this channel. We want to put what Scripture says to the test and see, is it actually true? Or were they actually just telling us a allegorical story that was meant to be understood in a different time to a different people? That's all.
Yeah, my whole position is you can believe in Jesus and all of that and still believe that parts of the Bible is allegorical, that you don't need to that's how I used to believe it.
Oh yeah, that's how a lot of believers today do it as well. There's definitely no doubt about that. Yeah, that's not salvational to think that there was a canopy or dinosaurs lived with man. That doesn't matter at all. Yeah. We just like to show, like, if this was true, now we have good evidence. Now imagine the evidence being so compelling that it converts somebody. That's much better, because the average critic nowadays, they don't believe that Scripture is true because evolution is true. So if you say, well, young earth creation is true because of this evidence, now they'll be like, oh, that's more interesting. You're not going to catch them with like, oh, that's just allegorical stories. It doesn't really matter. It's just much harder today. So you want to meet somebody where they're at, what they like, what they enjoy. I can't convince somebody to fight me if they've never been in a fight before. But if they've trained 10 years of their life, yeah, they'll get right on the mat with me quick.
Right, let me jump in there, Jackson. I understand you might want to respond to some of that. I've allowed it to go a few minutes over the allotted discussion time, and time has flown by. It's been a great discussion. As I predicted, very easy to moderate. Both of you guys are cordial, respectful, and sophisticated in your dialogue. I think we've discussed the major points brought up in the openings and the rebuttal. So why don't we, there we go. Why don't we hand it to you, Jackson? So Matt being the affirmative, what we're going to do, Jackson, is give you your 5-minute concluding statement. You can wrap up your thoughts, wrap up your points. Then we'll do the same thing for Matt, and then we'll go into some audience Q&A. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. So Jackson, over to you for 5 minutes.
All right. Statement. I kind of lost my train of thought, so I don't remember what I was going to say, but I will just say, good debate. It was more of a discussion than a debate. It went really well, I think. Matt's a nice guy, very knowledgeable, obviously, and just a cordial discussion. So, I'd like to debate Matt again someday. I think this was fun. So that's really all I have to add. I'm not going to take 5 minutes.
I barely had enough time to take a sip of my coffee there, Jackson. Yeah. I'm just kidding. All good. One thing wrong there, though, Jackson. Matt is not a nice guy, so he's got you fooled on that one. So I can tell you confidently, I'm just kidding. Matt's probably the nicest guy you'll ever meet. He's got rewards in heaven, I'll tell you that much. So I appreciate that concluding statement there, Jackson Rowe. I appreciate you giving us your time for this debate, and just to give you a couple shout outs. For those who enjoy debates with Jackson Rowe, he comes in with good points and good questions for us to discuss. He will be back debating myself on the 7th. We'll be debating specifically the question of ancestry. He will also be debating Professor David McQueen again on the Cambrian explosion. And we are also working at finalizing a day and time for Matt Powell. So Jackson Rowe versus Matt Powell, that'll be certainly a ton of fun. So that being said, Matt, break time's over. We're going to hand it over to you. You got 5 minutes, brother, for your concluding statement.
Okay. First thing I'll say then is that we didn't invent genetic entropy. We discovered it, just like we discovered gravity, right? So we thought that since evolution must be true, genetic entropy cannot be true. Yet we found evidence that, we could ever want more evidence than what we found, I think, to show that genetic entropy is something that's real. If we could look for something to disprove it, you're only going to find minute things that aren't even associated with the theory. You look up what genetic entropy actually talks about and what it is, and you're only going to find examples that go against it in things that the theory doesn't even predict. So that's pretty amazing. That's pretty good predictive power of the theory as well. So I gave examples from outside of genetic entropy model so that I could, my opponent could attack it. He didn't really know much about genetic entropy in general, mostly because he didn't read John Sanford's work. So that's completely fine. So we just mostly talked about mutation accumulation and the fast mutation rates. And it's astounding that when you look at these mutation rates, how they go back in time, not very far. They literally go back to a single person in just thousands of years ago, not hundreds of thousands, not millions, nowhere near what evolution needs to be true. That's why they invented their own phylogenetic chart rather than, the pedigree study observable rates. And that's fine. You can believe whatever you want, but the evidence keeps fitting our model. We can't change our model. It's already written down in scripture. So if we found the wrong evidence, we'd just be like, wow, big trouble. I guess this wasn't true. I guess it was an allegorical myth. But the evidence keeps pointing, in my mind, to exactly what scripture is talking about. So another thing that I really think is a major problem with scientists today not agreeing with genetic entropy is that there's a huge hindrance in medicine because they view mutations as it's okay. It's happened for millions of years. But in our model, it's a horrible problem that needs to be fixed immediately. So the two different perceptions are vastly different. And I think that ours is more helpful in medicine and theirs is not so helpful. I'm just saying that I want the problem to be fixed. I want people to live longer. I want disease to be eradicated. But with the mindset of genetic entropy not being true, it's a hindrance to science. It's a hindrance to medicine. So if people lived as long as they did in scripture, which I think I've given plenty of evidence that they have for my case, but I'll let the audience decide and let them decide if Jackson refuted these, then that's fine. Good. I hope I gave ample evidence that man could have lived this vastly longer in the past and that one day maybe we can again. But are we going to be like genetically modified foods? I don't know. I mean, we're going to be genetically altered babies where you want a blonde hair, blue eyed baby. No problem. We can design that in too. I might get a little wacky. I don't know. There'll be some ethical issues with all that, but I'm more interested in the longevity aspect. And we keep seeing the same theme when you look at these experts and they keep saying you remove the mutations, you get healthier and you live longer. And that's exactly what we would expect to see in our model and exactly what we do see when we see generation after generation after generation, more disease, more problems, more health issues, more compiling of mutations, more harmful mutations. So I don't really know what more evidence I could give. My initial video was like 20 something minutes. So I did have a much more evidence, but I just stuck with this because that would be a little more fun to throw in some genealogies and give them some arguments outside of genetics, right? Not everybody wants to talk about just genetics the entire time. So I think the evidence is everywhere. You can look around and just see it in different things, and that helps confirm the longevity. It doesn't refute it. If we're following genealogies and the genealogies say these are real people, but yet, they're saying that it's not, well, I don't know. These aren't just biblical lineages. We're seeing them in lineages outside of the Bible. And then we see text outside of that also talks about these people. And then we hear of legends of a flood that goes back to Noah in different parts of the world. But clearly these must be real people that's going on, because we keep seeing this. So if they're real, and then they are real people, well, are the numbers that we're reading real? And that's really all it comes down to. And the evidence, to me, points as though it is correct, and we'll prove it. And the good thing about this is, if we were having this debate in about 200 years from now, we would have people living over 120 easy, and then this debate would be very easy. But right now, we've just learned about this evidence, and now we're trying to get the public involved and excited about the potential that we could live longer. And they are like, how though? This doesn't make any sense. It's just, they're fighting against it rather than going with it. And I just find that very peculiar. That's all.
All right, perfect timing. That is 5 minutes on the dot. So I appreciate that concluding statement there, Matt. I appreciate your concluding statement, Jackson. That's another one in the books. That's a fantastic debate on an important, interesting topic. We've had a great audience, over 100 people nearly the entire time. Again, thank you everybody for tuning in. All right, looks like we are live. Welcome to Standing for Truth. I am your host, Donnie. Thank you all for being here for tonight's very important debate. I have Dr. Kent Hovind and Jackson Rowe here with me to debate the topic of transitional fossils. Do transitional fossils exist? And do they provide evidence for evolution? These questions and more will be discussed tonight. Now, if you are not yet subscribed and you love debates, interviews, discussions, and more, please make sure to hit that subscribe button and make sure to share around this content, as the truth is important. Now, tonight it will be another formal debate, as we do here on Standing for Truth. We strive to keep our debates professional, and we will be having up to 12-minute opening statements, 8-minute rebuttals, and a cordial back and forth discussion. After the discussion, we will have short 5-minute closing statements, and then this is where we get you guys in the audience involved. We're going to have an audience Q&A, so make sure you are tagging me with your questions at Standing for Truth. That way I won't miss them. So anyways, enough for me. Let's get right into the show. Let's get a brief introduction before Jackson Rowe would do his opening statement, though. Kind of break the ice here a little bit. Thank you for giving us your time for tonight.
Thanks for having us.
Why don't we, Jackson, why don't we start with you? How you been, and what's going on over at your channel?
Been doing good. Just been uploading some videos here and there. There've been some funny Kent parodies I've done. I sent Kent one of them. I think he thought it was funny. I didn't mean any offense by it. I thought they were in good fun. But been uploading just some random stuff about science, and recently about animal rights a little bit, not much, but kind of. So that's all really from me. I've also got a transitional fossil Facebook page. I started like a month or two ago.
Well, I appreciate that introduction. Jackson, thank you for being here. Dr. Hovind, thank you as well for giving us your time for tonight. How you been, and what's going on over at Dal?
Well, God is good. Some of God's kids drive me crazy, but God is good. Things going well. People come here from visiting from all over the place at Dinosaur Adventureland in Lenox, Alabama. We're straight north of Pensacola, 70 miles. We have our 12,000 square feet of science center activities for people of all ages to do and learn about God's amazing creation. We believe the Bible is true. Evolution is not only stupid, it's dangerous. Dumb idea to believe you came from a rock. So that's what we do around here. We teach that God made the world in 6 days, and we're having a blast. We're in a new church building here, Genesis Baptist Church. Come on down, visit Dinosaur Adventureland. Everything's free. Come on, go fishing. Got 16 lakes to go fishing in if you want. Come on down.
Awesome. Sounds like a lot of fun. I appreciate that introduction. Dr. Dino, Kent, you're going to be a busy man. We've got a ton of debates for you over the next few months. You're going to be back here next week debating Matthew Steele on a similar topic. Is there reasonable evidence for evolution? Jackson, you'll be here next week, I believe it is as well, debating Raw Matt on did man live to 900? So that should be a lot of fun. So why don't we get right into the show? Jackson, we're going to hand it over to you. You have up to 12 minutes. As we always do, Jackson, if you don't use all of your time, we'll just throw it into the audience Q&A. So whenever you're ready, Jackson, I'll hand it over to you, and you're good to go.
All right, let me share my screen here. You seeing it?
Yes.
All right.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Yep. All right, so I don't have a script for this. I'm just kind of doing it ad hoc, so bear with me. This is the Devonian period, this section of slides. This is Gogonassus, it's called. It was a Devonian lobe-fin fish. It had infolded enamel teeth like later tetrapods. It had a very tetrapod-like skull and spiracles here in the back for breathing, very large ones, like later tetrapods. Here's a artist depiction of it. It's one of the lesser known ones. There are a bunch of those. Here's fossil hunting on Ellesmere Island, Canada, North Canada. You're probably wondering why they went here. It's because this is Middle Devonian strata, and they predicted to find something like this. And lo and behold, they did. It's Tiktaalik, probably the most famous fossil on this list that I have. I'm sure everyone's heard of this one. Has a mobile neck, arms with all the corresponding bones in it, a flattened head, spiracles for breathing air, but still a fish. This is Elpistostege, also found in Canada. It's basically Tiktaalik 2.0. It has, unlike Tiktaalik, had the beginning of digits in its fin, shown by CT scans. This is a fossil of Acanthostega, another, believe it or not, fish, but very tetrapod-like. It had 8 digits, had no attachment to the vertebral column of the hip. It had a fish-like skull. It had internal gills and tail fin rays. But so this is basically a Darwin fish, as some other people have pointed out. This is Ichthyostega. This is an outline of what was found. They didn't find the front hand. They found the back foot. And like Acanthostega, it has multiple fingers and a kind of transitional structure. I'll show that more in a minute. This is, believe it or not, still a fish. This is Tiktaalik's arm with the corresponding bones that we have. This is Elpistostege's fin. You can see the beginning of digits in the fin. This is Acanthostega on the left and Ichthyostega on the right. You can see it's got 3 of the digits are actually kind of forming into a primitive sort of thumb. Here's a picture of the actual fossil. And I've heard creationists say a lot that sharks have always been sharks. Well, that's not really true. They started out as these, acanthodians. There are about 130 species of these. And yeah, they look very shark-like, but they weren't quite sharks. And here's an artist's depiction of some of the different types. They're from the Silurian period. Then we have some feathered theropods right here. Donnie, you've seen these in the debate with Guzman, I think. This is Siricornis, 165 million years old. Kai Hong, 161 million years old. Eosinopteryx, 160 million years old. Arornis, 160. And my favorite, Anchihornis, 160. I have one of them behind me on a poster, a different fossil. They actually know the color of this feathered dinosaur from its fossilized melanosomes. It was a black and white theropod. Now let's look at some whales. Most of these, well, some of these you've probably heard of. This is Indohyus, one of the most primitive of the lineup. They have dense bones, an adaptation for living semi-aquatic lifestyle, and an inner ear structure much like cetaceans. Even more like cetaceans is Pachycetus. The skull, inner ear structure, and teeth structure are basically identical to later protocetids and even basilosaurid whales. This is Ambulocetus, another well-known one. Cuchicitus, probably can't see that too well, had a very elongated skull. And isotope analysis on the teeth proved that it was actually able to drink seawater at this point. This is Myocetus, a relatively recent discovery, known from 2 specimens, one of which was pregnant, had a fetus in it. And from that, they can tell it was still giving birth on land. But its skull is basically identical to a Basilosaurus, which even creationists accept that Basilosaurus is a whale. Here's Paragocetus, discovered in Peru. What's interesting about this one is its caudal vertebrae were actually compressed in such a way that prove it had a kind of a beaver-like tail, sort of a proto-fluke. This is Georgia cetus, actually discovered in Georgia, the state, not the country. And its skull, as you can see, is basically identical to Basilosaurus here. It even has serrations on the teeth, unlike earlier legged whales. So basically identical skull. So if this is a whale, but that's not a whale, that doesn't make much sense. Here's the ear structure of Pachycetus compared to a modern whale. It's a very unique structure, not found in any other animal. So that's good evidence these are related. Here's the ankle joint of two primitive walking whales and a pronghorn. They actually evolved from artiodactyls, primitive artiodactyls. And these are the hind legs of Basilosaurus, which even creationists said was a whale, except this one had external hind limbs, had 3 toes on each one, some fusion going on, and some vestigial nature going on here. Definitely couldn't walk on land. They got up to 60 feet long. Now, turtle evolution. This is Odontochelys of the Triassic. This basically has half a shell. It has a plastron, but no carapace. It's intermediate between earlier Papachelys here and later Proganochelys. Here's a better diagram of them. Now going back in time a little bit, I didn't put these in order. This is Bicellum brazeri, the first multicellular organism found in the Precambrian, about 1 billion years old. It has 2 types of differentiated cells, as the name suggests, bicellum. This is a Hycuictis, a primitive chordate of the Cambrian period. It had no jaw and few fins, and just a primitive body structure overall. Then in the Silurian period, you have maxillate placoderms. There are a few species of these known. They're the first fish to have a maxilla, a premaxilla, and a dentary bone. So the first fish with a modern jaw. Then one of the smoothest gradients, the mammal line. You have pelycosaur synapsids at the bottom of the Paleozoic, going up to therapsids in the late Paleozoic, the Permian. Then you have cynodonts in the Triassic. You have mammaliaforms in the Jurassic, and they get a little bit more complex. And here's the modern day. This is Dimetrodon, a synapsid pelycosaur with a mammal-like skull. This is a gorgonopsid therapsid. It was still a reptile, but it had a very mammal-like layout. It was probably warm-blooded at that. Here's its skull. It had heterodont teeth. This is a cynodont, an even more mammal-like reptile of the Triassic. And then we get mammaliaforms in the Jurassic, primitive mammals. Here's some miscellaneous things I cobbled together. This is the earliest known spider of the Devonian period, Attercopus. It had a segmented body, unlike modern spiders, and a whip-like tail, kind of like a whip scorpion. This is Tridobatrachus, an early frog. Had far more vertebrae than modern frog, a primitive kind of tail. And evidently it was not able to jump like modern frogs. Can't really see this very well, but this is Pasosiren. It had Sirenian ribs, skull, and teeth, but was also a quadruped. It lived about 50 million years ago in the Eocene. So that one's kind of hard to explain. Here's a short-necked giraffe, Chancytherium. And I'll skip these for now. We'll come back to that. Here's a recently discovered legged whale, Phaeomacetus. I can tell it was related to the other ones by the skull structure. And they didn't find legs on it, but they did find vertebrae, and the neural spine suggests it had muscles that could carry its weight on land, so it did have legs. Then an interesting evolutionary prediction was this, Tetrapteryx, in the early 1900s. Looking at Archaeopteryx, someone thought maybe this should exist, a 4-winged dinosaur, so to speak. And lo and behold, in the 1990s, I think, they discovered Anchiornis. Exactly what that picture is, a 4-winged primitive dinosaur predating Archaeopteryx by 10 million years. This is a Microraptor, another one with the four-wing layout. And most people are aware of Lucy, but few people are aware of Littlefoot, the most complete Australopithecine skeleton ever found. It's an Australopithecus prometheus. Everything from the neck down says it was a biped. Its spine, its ribs, its pelvis, its femur, its knees, its ankle joint, they all say it walked upright. And talking more about Lucy, there are other specimens of Lucy species, Afarensis. This is a large male, the big man fossil, it's called, about 5 feet tall. You can see a knee and a pelvis, the most important part of this fossil find. This is a juvenile Afarensis. These are two Australopithecus sediba. You can tell from their hips and body structure that they walked upright as well. This is Africanus, another upright walker. And Kent says dogs only produce dogs a lot, which is true. But going back far enough, you get this, Hesperocyon. It was near the caniform, feliform split a couple tens of million years ago. I forget when. But it looks almost like a civet or a cat, but it's technically still kind of a canine. So I would think it's not in the same kind, but I don't know.
1 minute.
All right. Should be able to get through. Here are just more walking whale fossils. These are skulls. That's Andrewsiphius. I'll go through them quick. That's Remingtonocetus, Gaviacetus, Dalanistes, and Casaracetus. And more tetrapods from the Devonian period. This one predates Tiktaalik. It's called Parmastega. And this is Ventostega, which is kind of intermediate between Tiktaalik and Ichthyostega and Acanthostega, based on what they found. It's not a complete skeleton, but it's enough.
10 seconds.
All right, we're good. So yes, I think they're transitional fossils.
All right. Well, I appreciate that opening statement there, Jackson. Also to the audience, we've got a great audience with a ton of questions flying in. So we're definitely going to have a solid audience Q&A. Dr. Dino, we're going to hand it over to you, brother. Whenever you're ready. The floor is
right.
yours.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Jackson, for coming back to try this again. I take the position there is no such thing as an index fossil. There's no such thing as a geologic column. You kept referring to that over and over about the Devonian period, et cetera, et cetera. We'll talk about that in a minute. But here we have in the Earth Science textbook back on my shelf, scientists use index fossils to determine the age of rocks. So if you find a rock layer and you say, how old is it? They'll say, what kind of fossils did you find in it? And they use the index fossils to determine the rock layer age. This is in all the textbook, index fossils, index fossils. So if
Oh, I'm going to... Jackson, is that just on my end, or did he freeze?
No, it's
on
frozen
your
for
end?
me too.
Okay. Let me see here. So if he's frozen, I'm going to obviously stop his timer and see if he makes his way back in. Dr. Hovind, I'm not sure if you can hear us or not. Okay. I see it in the chat. Thank you, guys. Yeah, frozen. So I got the timer pause as well. We'll see what's going on. And
Usually have some technical difficulties in these debates.
Thought that might have been my internet connection for a second. So we'll wait for him to join. Maybe he probably just had a minor issue there. So
yeah.
As I'm looking through the chat, guys, thank you so much for the super chats and super stickers. Tons of great support, tons of great questions flying in. I've got a new studio, new background going on today. My buddy Nick helped me out, so I want to give him a shout out. He did a fantastic job. I'm pumped for this. Guys, we are good to go and ready for an epic year of debates, interviews, discussions, and there's Dr. Dino. Good to have you back, Kent.
Thank you. Good to be here. Our computer crashed. According to evolution, it should have got better automatically, but it didn't work for us around here. because we don't believe in it.
You're on index fossils if you
Could we just start over so you have a good edit point for your video there?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good
Start the
idea.
timer.
Just start
Right.
off right at the 12-minute mark.
Okay. I take the position there's no such thing as an index fossil. There's no such thing as a geologic column. All the layers of the earth are the same age. How can they not be? We'll talk about that in a minute. This textbook says scientists use index fossils to determine the age of rock layers. They will tell you how old the layer of rock is by what type of fossil they find in it, and the textbooks are full of this kind of misinformation. They say, oh, you found this kind of clam or this kind of brachiopod. It's a Mesozoic or Jurassic or Triassic or Permian, and Jackson referred to those many times, based on the geologic column. So the layers of Earth are dated by the fossils they contain, which is ridiculous. If you take a jar of water and mud and shake it, it'll separate into sand and then silt and clay, and it'll happen in your hand while you watch it. The layers are all the same age in the jar. How can the top layer of our so-called geologic column be younger? They've got these dates on these things, 300 million years ago and 500 million years ago. It's all baloney. How could the top layer be younger? Did the material come from outer space? All the layers are the same age. I don't know why people aren't calling this to everybody's attention. Like, if you shuffle a deck of cards, is the top card younger? The geologic column, does it exist? No, not anywhere. Now, it's a fact the Earth has many layers of sedimentary rock. That's a fact. I've been to all 50 states and quite a few foreign countries and studied earth science and taught it for 15 years. Love it. We got layers of rock right here in our gravel pit in Lenox, Alabama. There are 7 layers of gravel they were digging for out of our gravel pit that go all the way to North Carolina. There's no question there are layers to the Earth, but the evolutionist says the layers form slowly over millions of years. Where is it coming from? What do you mean? Stop and think. Creationist says these layers are all from the flood in the days of Noah. One flood would shake things up and sort things out into layers quickly. Evolutionists are always trying to erase that line between the interpretation and the fact. It's a fact there are layers. It is not a fact they are different ages. There is no geologic column, but that's the Bible for the evolutionist. It can only be found one place in the world, and that is in the textbooks. If the geologic column existed in one place, it'd be 100 miles thick. So it's a lie number 7 on my video series that you can get for $50 on drdino.com. Creation Seminar Series, part number 4, Lies in the Textbooks. It does not exist. This textbook admitted it. If there were a column of sediments, unfortunately, no such column exists. It's all imagination, SpongeBob style. And then we talk about the fossil record. Wait. There's a lot of fossils in the ground. I mean, like bazillions of them, but it's not a record. None of them have a date stamped on them. None of them talk. You are putting your interpretation on them when you find a fossil. Really, all you know is it died. You couldn't prove it's transitional to anything. You couldn't prove it at any kids. To keep talking about this fossil record. There's no such thing as a fossil record. The Bible says God created the creatures and the whales to bring forth after their kind. That's all that's ever happened. That's all we observe today. This is why Jackson and other evolutionists or atheists have to go to bones they found in the dirt. Wait a minute. Why don't the animals today make something other than their kind? Horses have baby horses. Cows have cows. Dogs have dogs. There are no exceptions. Every farmer on the planet will tell you that in the history of mankind. So they have to appeal to fossils and go back long ago and far away. He mentioned about going back millions. You can't go back millions of years. When you dig a hole in the ground and look at Grand Canyon, they say you go to the bottom of Grand Canyon, so you're going back millions of years. No, you're not. You're going down to the bottom of a hole. It's the same time. When I was down at the bottom of Grand Canyon, I looked at my watch at the top. We helicopter rode down there. It was the same day when I got down to the bottom. Whoa, we didn't go back millions of years. Stayed the same day. Geologic column does not exist. They keep talking about index fossils. That's a lie. There's no such thing as an index fossil. Counting all the large and small, like the diatoms, there are probably trillions of fossils on Earth, indicating rapid burial. How many animals died today around the world? Bunch. How many are going to fossilize? Probably none. Fossils are not hard to find. We have thousands of them here in our museum. There's no question there's a lot of fossils, and they find them in huge layers, fossil beds. Here's a fish swallowing another fish. Wow, must have got buried quickly. Here's another one. I think Noah's flood would have done that. A whole school of fish fossilized. Well, if the tide's going up and down during Noah's flood uninterrupted, it would become harmonic, and you get a 200-foot tidal change every 6 hours, 12 and a half minutes. And the water coming up has to be coming from somewhere. That bump is rising The water's being dragged in from the side at the same speed the Earth is turning. Here at my latitude, Lenox, Alabama, we're 31 degrees above the equator, turning 886 miles an hour right now toward the east. Well, if the water's coming in at 886, it's going to bring a layer of mud in 50 feet thick in 10 seconds and bury animals and turn them to fossils. Why don't we find fossils forming today? Fossils are common. Clam beds, gigantic, 10-foot thick, millions of petrified clams in the closed position. Got a couple of them right here. We got a whole bunch in our museum. Petrified clams in the closed position. This indicates rapid burial because clams die when they open. So finding fossils is not hard, but there are no index fossils. All the layers are the same age. When you find a fossil in the dirt, all you really know is it died. You could not prove it had any offspring. In a court of law, Jackson, all your fossils you just mentioned would be thrown out with one simple statement. Your Honor, he could not prove those bones he showed had any children. You're right, throw it out. Secondly, you couldn't prove they had offspring that were different. No animal today can do that. Why do you think a bone you found in the dirt can do something no animal today can do? Produce offspring other than its kind. All you guys do is draw lines on paper, and you connect all kinds of things and say, see, here's our tree of life. The humans have a common ancestor with an octopus, and it was an amoeba. This is simply lying to the children, drawing lines on paper. Transitional fossils, the topic of the debate tonight. A fossil that exhibits characteristics of both ancestral and derived form. Now, wait a minute. So this is a fossil that's halfway between what it started off as and what it is today. That whole thing is based on the presumption that evolution happens. You start with the false assumption that everything evolved from a common ancestor. Now you're looking for how did it do it? You're on the wrong track. It's like, how can we prove 2 + 2 is 5? Oh, you're never going to get there. It isn't 5, okay? There are no transitional fossils. What's an example of a transitional fossil? Archaeopteryx. Really, we'll talk more about Archaeopteryx later. But a transitional fossil is any fossilized remain of a life form that exhibits traits common to both ancestral groups, the group and its derived descendant group. Again, going from grandpa to today, supposed to be something in between. All of this is based on the phony teaching of geology that there's a geologic column. There is no geologic column. It doesn't exist. There are layers to the earth, no question, but they're all the same age, all shuffled up from Noah's flood. Geology, is the degree worth it? Well, let's see. Welcome to Geology, Georgia, Geology at University of Illinois, where my brother went, okay? You can get a degree in geology. Whoa, back in 2016, if you got a years of experience, you could make $100,000 in geology. Wow. First, you get a BS. We all know what that means. Then you get MS, that's more of the same. Then you get a PhD, that's piled higher and deeper. That's what they're getting, folks. Baloney. The puzzled look one gets when they realize they spent thousands of dollars to study and memorize something that is completely stupid. There is no geologic column. There are no index fossils. Sorry, you wasted your money. All that learning you did, all those hard names you pronounced, Jackson, you wasted your time memorizing all that stuff. All they are bones in the dirt from an animal that died in the flood in the days of Noah. There's no such thing as a Mesozoic era. There's no such thing as a geologic column. They said during the Scopes monkey trial, the lowest layers are obviously the oldest. Stop right there. No, they're not. Stop and think. If the top layer is younger, where did it come from? There is no geologic column. The whole thing is a joke. It's all based on circular reasoning. Now, you mentioned Archaeopteryx. I want to get back there. I had the slide number on here somewhere. Sorry about that. Oh, there it is. 2396, 2396. Well, I got to cover this. Okay. The top 10 missing links. If you find a fossil in the dirt, all you really know is it died. You could not prove it had any kids, let alone different kids. And the bones you find in the dirt are able to do something no animal today can do? That ought to be fishy. Stop and think about it. Luther Sunderland he asked evolutionists all over what evidence they had for their theory. British Museum of Natural History has the largest fossil collection in the world. When he asked the senior paleontologist, Colin Patterson, he said, why didn't you show the missing links in your book you wrote? He said, I fully agree with your comments on the lack of evolutionary transitions in my book. If I knew of any, fossil or living, I would certainly have included them. I will lay it on the line. There's not one such fossil. And there hasn't been any found in the last 30, 40 years either. There aren't any. There are no missing links. The whole chain is missing. The absence of fossil evidence is a nagging problem for evolution, Stephen Gould said. We know it's true, but we just can't find the evidence. So now they come up with a stupid punctuated equilibrium theory. Back in 1940, Goldschmidt said, the first bird hatched from a reptile egg. See, in their brain, there's only two choices. Evolution happened slowly, gradualism, or evolution happened quickly, punctuated equilibrium. Think critically, boys and girls. Here's the test question at the end of the chapter. Think critically. Number 23. The fossil record shows an organism evolved through many small changes over time. No, it doesn't. They're lying, okay? But let's go on here. Which theory best describes the organism's evolution? Gradualism or punctuated equilibrium? They give the kids two choices, both of which are wrong. This is not thinking critically. This is being brainwashed. Did it happen slowly or did it happen quickly? They don't seem to think outside the box. It didn't happen at all. If I gave you a test and said, which is correct? 2 and 2 is 5 or 2 and 2 is 6? Come on now, put your answer down. I didn't give the right option. It's a shell game. They say, ask the geologist, where's the evidence for evolution? They'll say, well, the biologists have it. Ask the biologists, where's the evidence? Oh, the anthropologists have it. Ask them, where's the evidence? Well, the geologists have it. It's a shell game with one major difference. There's no P under any of them. Nobody has the evidence. Jesus said, you're of your father the devil. He speaketh a lie, he speaketh of his own. He's a liar and the father of it. The Bible warned us in the last days there would be scoffers who would be willingly ignorant of the creation and the flood and the coming judgment of God. Knowing this, first there shall come in the last days scoffers, walking after their own lusts, and they're willingly ignorant, it says in 2 Peter 3, that by the word of God the heavens were of old. They don't understand the creation. And the world was overflowed with water and perished. The Bible says in Titus, we're supposed to try to stop the gainsayers and whose mouths must be stopped. And you guys that are teaching that the geologic column exists, you ought to shut up or go to a private school, but don't teach that in public school. That's lying to the kids. There are no index fossils. There's no evidence the fossils you found had any kids at all. Best evidence for evolution? I'll debate any of you. Bring it on. Okay, go ahead, Jackson.
Perfect timing. I appreciate that, Dr. Dino. Thank you for your opening statement. I appreciate the visuals. That concludes the opening statements for both Jackson and Kent. So we're now moving into the 8-minute rebuttal round. Jackson, we are going to hand it over to you. I'll give you a 1-minute warning, just so you know, to kind of start winding things down. And go ahead. Floor is yours.
All right. I'm pretty sure Kent was saying there was no geologic column. I think he mentioned that several times. But I showed him last time, there are several locations where all the layers can be seen. The Ganymede Basin, the Tarim Basin, the Farah Basin, the Williston Basin. Now, index fossils are used, but to get absolute dates, you use radiometric dating. And where are the layers coming from? Well, the sedimentary rocks do get shifted around a lot. That's why they use igneous rock to date this coming up through the mantle. I mean, I can put different things in a jar and shake them up and they'll separate the layers. Put some toothpaste, some Rice Krispie treats, some, mayonnaise, and it'll separate the layers. Sure, but that's not necessarily how the column forms. Why are there no transitions today? Well, you could argue there are. You don't know what seal is going to look like in 10 million years, but it's not going to just give birth to something more aquatic than itself in one generation. That's just not going to happen. Now, the Grand Canyon, honestly, I'm tired of hearing about the Grand Canyon. Can we use a different canyon? I mean, like the Waimea Canyon in Kauai, that's a better example. Anyway. One of the pictures he showed of the fossilized animals wasn't buried in water. It was I think a herd of ancient rhinos buried in ash. So that didn't form in a flood. The fish swallowing fish, some of them may have been instantly covered, but oftentimes that's how they died. Fish bit off more than they could chew and that basically choked to death. I've actually found a couple fish that way that ate a big fish and it couldn't breathe or get it out, couldn't regurgitate it, and that's how it died. So it'll sink to the bottom. Maybe it'll get fossilized in the sediment down there. Maybe not. Let's see. Let me see. No, I can't prove an individual fossil had offspring, but I can prove it had parents. I can prove it was part of a population. It may not be ancestral to anything. It may be a cousin of what was ancestral to something, but anyway. I find your attack on education a little strange. I'm not sure about that, how to feel about that. But used quotes from 1988 and the 1970s in Gould's case about transitional fossils. There's been a huge amount discovered since then. Most of the fossils I showed in my presentation were not discovered until after those quotes were made. Now, punctuated equilibrium and gradual change over time can happen at the same time. It's a little bit of both. In separate cases, if you're in a suddenly new environment, you're going to have a more selective pressure to change more rapidly over the generations than if you were in a constant environment. Like the Tuatara is in a constant set environment, so it's not going to have any pressure to change. But say a seal that lives in 2 different environments, it's semi-aquatic, so it might change faster, for example. That's a bad example, but it's one. Let's see if there's anything else. And fossils do form today. We found dodo subfossils, moa subfossils in New Zealand and Mauritius. So, of course, fossils form today. There's still volcanoes erupting. There's still floods happening. There's still anaerobic bogs. So I think that's most of what I wrote down. I think that's everything I wrote down. So I'll hand it back.
All right, I appreciate that rebuttal there, Jackson. Let me just get to the timer. Okay, so we got a few minutes to spare there that we can throw into the audience Q&A, because as always, the audience Q&As are extremely fun. We've got a lot of great questions. So we're going to hand it over now to Dr. Dino. You have up to 8 minutes for your rebuttal whenever you're ready.
2 Peter 3, it says, the world was overflowed with water and it perished. The flood created all that. Genesis chapter 7, this is the story of the flood. In the 600th year of Noah's life, all the fountains of the great deep were broken up. What does this mean? Well, the Bible clearly teaches that when God first made the world, there was water under the crust of the earth. There is still a lot of water in the crust of the earth. We know that. Otherwise, you couldn't get geysers and hydrothermal vents, etc. But I cover on my video number 2 what the original creation was like. Why did they live to be 900? But there was water under the crust of the earth. The Bible says the fountains of the great deep broke open. That the earth cracked up like an eggshell, and the water went shooting out, which means once the water leaves from underneath, the crust of the earth is going to settle back in to the cavity. The same day were all the fountains of the great deep broken up. So the water went shooting out along these cracks during Noah's flood. A cubic foot of rock weighs about 160 pounds, depending on what type of rock. So 10 miles of rock, if the crust was that thick, would put 8.5 million pounds of pressure per square foot. That would launch rocks out into space, 30 tons per square inch. Yeah, anyway. So the earth, everybody agrees, I think, the earth is broken up into plates, and the plates are still moving. I think that's leftover remnant from the flood. Usually most of the earthquakes and volcanoes are along those fault lines. San Andreas Fault, Hayward Fault, New Madrid Fault, etc. America has hundreds of fault lines, okay? And when the earth moves, you get an earthquake. At the start of the flood, the subterranean water rushed out of these cracks, and the crust would sink in and then slide apart if places underneath lift up. If the basalt comes up a little bit into the crack, if the crack gets wide enough, the basalt will lift up just from geothermal pressure, geologic pressure, and it would cause the crust of the earth to slide away. So as that comes up, the crust is going to slide. That's why we have folded, wrinkled mountains. If you push a piece of carpeting into the wall, it'll start folding up. All over the world, folded mountains are found. It's best explained by lateral movement of the crust. These layers all formed in one big flood. The crust of the earth is still sliding around, and bent rock layers and folded mountains are found all over the world. Why do we say these layers are different ages? If you bend rock, it cracks. But if you look at these rocks, even under the microscope, there's no internal cracks. All the layers were soft mud, and all of them were bent at the same time. Go get some Play-Doh and make 10 layers of different colors of Play-Doh and bend it, and then let it harden. That's what you'll get. That's what you'll see when you look at these rocks. The cracks of the earth, the fault lines, were moving around. San Andreas Fault, Hayward Fault. Not all the water is gone. There's still a lot of water trapped under the crust of the earth. That's why we have hydrothermal vents. There's millions, maybe even tens of millions of them in the bottom of the ocean. There are geysers all over shooting water up into the sky. Okay, so the scoffers are ignorant of that flood. That's the answer for all the layers to the earth. They're also ignorant of the coming judgment of God. God's reserved this place unto fire and fire against the day of judgment and perdition of ungodly men, the Bible said. So two people look at the same thing, come to very different conclusions. I look at the rock layers and say, wow, there was a big flood. Jackson looks at the rock layers and says, wow, they're all different ages. You never answered the question. Nobody's ever answered the question. If the top layer is younger, where did it come from? Moving it from here to here is not changing the age of it. Every speck of dirt on the planet's the same age, unless it might be 6,000 or 6 trillion, but it's the same age. Somebody says that's a 6. No, that's a 9. This is confusing. How many lines are there? 4 or 5? 3. Okay. Is this a vase or 2 faces? We look at Grand Canyon or any canyon. The evolutionist says, wow, it formed slowly by a little bit of water and lots of time. Or the canyon in Hawaii. I've been to that one too. Creationist says, no, it formed quickly by lots of water and a little bit of time. And you guys always try to erase the line between those two. There is no geologic column. It does not exist anywhere on the earth. These folded rock layers are indication of rapid bending while they were all still soft. Okay, I wanted to get to, right here. Yeah. Slide number. I'm all eating up my time here. I didn't have, here we go. Slide number 367. Okay, Alt-DV, 367, enter. This textbook says, you look back through hundreds of millions of years. No, you don't. You look down in a hole in the ground. I went down there, same date at the bottom as it was at the top. If you built a dam across Grand Canyon, a large lake would form behind it, a really large lake. Some of the water from Wyoming drains through Grand Canyon down there. There's Grand Canyon, Arizona. I didn't realize, Jackson, you didn't like that one. I'll pick the Hawaiian one next time. But it's the same concept. Here's Grand Canyon. It cuts right across what's called the Kaibab Plateau. In that red box, there's an elevated area that's about 7,000 feet above sea level, and Grand Canyon cuts across it. It's actually a gigantic dam. The snow line tells the story. That white is the snow, high elevation snow line. It's got a gash cutting right across it called Grand Canyon. Grand Canyon enters over here at less than 3,000 foot elevation, flows downhill, like all rivers flow downhill, 277 miles come out the other side. It's a breached dam. It enters at less than 3,000 feet, and the top of that dam is 7,000 or 8,000 feet. Rivers don't flow uphill. If you filled a Grand Canyon back in, this big lake would fill in behind it. The top of this ridge is much higher than the bottom. The river only runs through the bottom, and the top is higher than where the river enters the canyon by 4,000 feet. All these canyons, all these layers formed in one big flood, and probably within 100 years after the flood, the lakes would fill up just from rainwater. And what happens when any lake gets too full? It finds the lowest point and cuts a notch and drains the lake. Rivers don't flow uphill. There's no delta. We do demonstrations showing how Grand Canyon formed rapidly. That's what the lakes would look like if you plugged up Grand Canyon today. The lake would go clear back to Colorado. Grand Lake would be 5,000 feet deep. As the water ran off, it left behind what we call today Monument Valley, probably formed in a couple of weeks while the water's running off quickly. Kaibab Plateau, 7,000 or 8,000 foot elevation. River enters the canyon less than 3,000 feet. Going to wash out the dam. Dams wash out all the time. It doesn't wash away the whole thing. It cuts a notch and drains the water out. Grand Canyon is a notch cut in a giant dam called the Kaibab Plateau. So you guys are saying the layers are different ages. This is right south of us here, 20 miles in Bruton. Can you see that gash over there? Anybody want to guess what happened here? Somebody had a lake on their property, got too full, found the lowest point, cut a notch, and drained the lake. Duh. Happens all the time. Anybody want to guess what's going to happen here if they don't plug that leak? They got a problem, don't they? There's a dam washed out. The Tom Sauk Reservoir broke a piece of the dam, lost all the water in 10 minutes. Enormous erosion down the side. So I think you guys are mistaken about the geologic column. It doesn't exist. Therefore, there cannot be any transitional fossils. There are no index fossils. The purpose of the debate was for you to prove transitional fossils provide evidence for evolution. My point would be no fossil proves it had any children. And all these layers that we see formed rapidly. Grand Canyon's a washed out spillway is all it is. There are barbed canyons. Watch this now. On the south side of the Kaibab Plateau, the rivers come together at less than 90-degree angles, acute angles, and they keep going the same general direction. Almost all river patterns are that way. But if you look at the north side, the water's running north, hits the main channel, and turns around and comes back.
1 minute.
That's because it's the backside of the dam. As the lake is draining, the water runs off the dam, hits the channel, turns around, and comes back out the other way. Indicating Grand Canyon is a breached dam, not millions of years. Can the rocks tell a story? They sure can. They can tell that it happened very quickly. All those layers are formed rapidly, and I resent you guys using everybody's tax dollars to teach the kids that those layers are different ages, when all over the world petrified trees are found standing up, connecting the layers. Your whole religion, Jackson, is based on the false idea that the layers are different ages. How can they be? Please answer that when you get a chance. How can the top layer be younger? Where did it come from? Go ahead.
All right, I appreciate that rebuttal there, Kent. That concludes the opening statements and the 8-minute rebuttals. Great debate so far, gentlemen. We are now moving into the discussion portion of this debate. Let's keep this focused on one topic at a time, as we always do, and discuss some of the points brought up in the openings and the rebuttals. Jackson, why don't we hand it over to you, since Dr. Hovind just ended with his rebuttal, and we will let you start the conversation off. Go ahead.
All right. Before I forget, you showed at the very first part of your presentation the ice firmament over the Earth before the flood, with held up by the Meissner effect. I think you said before. There's a problem with that. Ice isn't magnetic; it's only very slightly diamagnetic, and the Earth's core is not a superconductor. So there's no way this firmament could float due to the Meissner effect. And blocking
Donnie, we're going to do one topic at a time. Do I get to answer that before it goes on?
Absolutely. Yeah. We'll hand it over to Kent.
Okay. In my seminar, I say the Bible teaches there was water above the firmament, and it says very clearly in Genesis chapter 1, the birds fly in the firmament. So that would be the air. So the Bible teaches there was water above the firmament. The Jews have always taught there was a layer of ice 2 or 3 fingers thick above the atmosphere. And I said it could have been held up by the magnetic field, the Meissner effect, or by air pressure like an inflatable building. And the Earth does have a magnetic field. That's how your compass points north. What do you mean it doesn't have a magnetic field? Of course we do. Go ahead.
Yes, but it's not a superconducting magnet. It's just
okay. Then air pressure held it up. Okay.
All right. Well, there's a problem with that, because only 3 fingers thick of ice covering the entire globe would be such a delicate structure that it could never just hold itself together, I think.
But you don't believe that, but you do believe we all came from a rock?
No, I don't believe it came from a rock.
Okay. Go ahead. Next point.
All right. Let's see. Do you believe in feathered dinosaurs? Some creationists do, some don't. I'm just curious.
Did you say feathered dinosaurs?
Yes.
No, I think that's a ridiculous idea.
All right. Can I share my screen real quick?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Jackson. 1 second.
All right. I'm getting it up here.
All right, you shared, Jackson.
All right. These are some more conclusive dinosaur fossils with feather impression. This is Tyanuraptor, about 4 feet long. This is Xinhuanlong. You can see the wings here. It's about a 6-foot theropod. But most conclusive of all, this is Eutyrannus, a 30-foot tyrannosaur. You can see it had 3 specimens had impressions of feathers, about 8 inches long. So I think it's pretty conclusive that dinosaurs did have feathers.
No. I think it's pretty conclusive that what you showed as a fossil may have had feathers. It may be, there's other ways that is produced. Some are faked, of course. We see them coming from China all the time that are completely fake, where they carve the feathers in there, but it's supposed it's legitimate. The Bible teaches that before the flood came, the people lived to be 900 years old, and probably everything was much bigger, much bigger. I think you're going to find pterodactyl fossils that probably have a 30-foot wingspan. They'd have a hard time flying today because the air is too thin. But if you had a canopy above and the whole Earth was pressurized a little bit more, say add 10% or something, they could fly because the air is thicker. I can swim through the water, but I can't swim through the air. I can't flap fast enough. So I think you'll find fossil dragonflies, 3-foot wingspan. Fossil cockroaches, 18 inches long. I think everything was bigger in the fossils that we find, indicate something was different about the air. Giant dinosaurs are found by the thousands, the fossils are, and they have small nostrils. How did they breathe? Had to have richer air, and I think most folks agree from the fossil amber that the air used to be 32% oxygen instead of 21 like it is today. That's amber. Air bubbles in amber are 32% oxygen. If you increase the oxygen concentration and increase the air pressure, smaller nostrils would work fine. you could run 100 miles without getting tired. So I think that what you may be showing is a giant bird. How do you know that's a dinosaur turning into a bird? You may have found just a fossil, if the feathers are legitimate, a big bird. Go ahead.
All right, well, a 30-foot tyrannosaur is probably not a bird, in my opinion. But the reason those insects and sauropods would get so big in the Carboniferous period is where the insects were found. The oxygen level was much higher than it is today. That's the reason they got big then. As for sauropods and theropods getting big, they had an efficient breathing system, air sacs in the vertebrae, and kind of like a system similar to birds, evidenced by gaps in the vertebrae. And yeah, so anyway, that's my answer.
Okay, you keep mentioning the Carboniferous period and the Jurassic period. Those don't exist. Jackson, you never answered the question. How can any of the layers be different ages? Is this material coming from outer space? Yes or no? Where's it coming from?
Well, the KT boundary came from outer space. It's got a lot of iridium in it, which is rare on Earth. Had to come from an asteroid or a comet or something. But
okay.
The layers, the sedimentary layers, are mostly getting shifted around. But the igneous layers are coming up through the mantle. And when they're set, they're lithified, they have a set parent-daughter ratio, and gradually that changes over time.
But you still didn't answer the question. Whether it's igneous or sedimentary, if it's coming up out of the mantle, it's still the same age. It's been down there. If the whole Earth formed 4.6 billion years ago, every speck of dirt on Earth is 4.6 billion years old, unless it came from outer space from meteors, which are very, very rare. But let's say there's a tiny bit of the iridium layer. Okay, I'll give you that. But you're saying the layers, how can the Carboniferous period be different than the Jurassic period? Every speck of dirt in both of those layers did not come from outer space. Therefore, they're the same age. Shuffling it to a new location does not change the age. If you shuffle a deck of cards, the top card is not younger. There is no geologic column, Jackson. You wasted your money learning that stuff.
I didn't spend any money learning that. I just Googled it. There are plenty of places where it is. Okay. So I didn't waste any money on that. But yeah, the sedimentary rock, that's the reason it's not dated, is because it's mostly shifted around through the rock cycle.
And how is it a different age? Shifted around does not make it a different age. Is the top layer younger? If so, how so? Please tell me.
I'm telling you, that's why they don't date sedimentary rock. It's igneous rock they date. It's coming up from the mantle. It's not a set parent-daughter ratio.
It's still the same age if it came out of the mantle or came from next door. Erosion, it doesn't matter. It's all shuffled. There is no geologic column. Your whole religion is based on the geologic column, and it doesn't exist. That's the Bible for the evolutionist. I understand. That's your Bible, and you memorized it. You did a good job. Cenozoic, Mesozoic, Paleozoic, Archaeozoic. Yay, proud of you. Here you get an A. But it's all baloney. It doesn't exist. It's not even common sense. The layers are all the same age. How can they not be?
You're saying the layers aren't in that order anywhere, or they aren't the same age? Because they conclusively are in that order.
Well, there may be, I mean, say there's 15 different layers, depending how you want to count them to the geologic column. Just by random shuffling, of course, you may find a couple spots in North Dakota or Antarctica where they are in that order. I bet if I shuffle 10,000 decks of cards, I might find one or two that got all the hearts together. So it's a pure accident. It's random. The fact is, just think about the concept. How can the top layer be younger than the bottom layer? Where did it come from? I've never had an atheist or an evolutionist answer that, and you're avoiding it right now, Jackson. How can it be younger whether it came up through the mantle or came from next door through erosion? It's still the same age.
I'm trying to explain. A set amount, let's use uranium-lead dating. A set amount of uranium-238 is going to come up, and a set amount of lead is going to come up. Now, these are going to change over time through radioactive decay. So they are, I mean, in a way, you could say they're the same age in a roundabout way, but they are, I mean, it's hard to explain. It's very hard to explain.
It's impossible to explain. The fact that there's uranium, uranium-238, uranium, carbon-14, all these different elements are in there. Sure, there are radioactive elements that decay at a rate that we can observe today. We don't know if the rate's always been the same, but I'm not going to argue that. The fact is, some of the layers, some of the rock layers have different amounts of uranium-238 to lead, decays to lead, than others. But you're missing the point. Where did this layer come from?
The mantle.
The mantle. What is the mantle different age than the crust?
I'm trying to explain. It has.
Yeah, I'd like to hear it.
Yeah, it's hard for me to explain this because
I believe it.
Intentionally not trying to get it is the thing. It's a set amount of uranium-238 is going to come up. A set amount of lead-206 or 7, whatever, is going to come up. And from that, it's going to decay once it's lithified, and it's going to show a different age once it was set. That's why they don't use sedimentary rock. They use igneous.
It doesn't show a different age. It shows a different amount has decayed. But the layer, whether it came up through the mantle or came from next door by erosion, every speck of dirt, that's my point. There is no geologic column. It doesn't exist. There are layers to the earth, no question. I'm living in a gravel pit with hundreds of them here, no question. But they're all the same age, whether it's 6,000 or 6 trillion. You guys don't, you don't understand. How can the layers be different ages? Where is it coming from? Simple question. Nobody ever answers that. So it came up through the mantle. Okay, well then is the mantle a different age than the crust? I thought they all formed 4.6 billion years ago.
They have different ratios of the elements in them. That's what I'm saying. They're not necessarily that they're different ages. It's different ratios.
So, okay, I agree. There's different ratios of different elements in the layers. I agree. Are the layers different ages? If so, how?
We're just not going to agree on this point. I don't think going back and forth is going to help.
Okay. I'll take that as a cop-out on your part. Go ahead.
All right. You can take it as a cop-out. But
yeah, it is.
Let's see. How do you explain evolutionary predictions like Tiktaalik being in the Devonian or Tetrapteryx, the predicted fossil, being found 100 years later?
I would explain that with what's called grant money. They send somebody out there and say, please find us a fossil that goes intermediate. But the bigger point is, if you find a fossil that looked like it was intermediate between two, I bet the motorcycles that have 3 wheels, they look like an intermediate between a motorcycle with 2 wheels and a car with 4 wheels. They're not intermediate. They're designed to be 3-wheeled, and there's some designed to be 2-wheeled and some designed to be 4-wheeled. They're designed for that. So if you found a fossil that looked halfway between, this and this, you don't know that it isn't just something that went extinct. You wouldn't know it's the father of anybody. You wouldn't know it had any kids. You don't know it's transitional. And no animal today is able to do this. We got a lot of monkeys and baboons and chimpanzees today having babies. Why don't they make another human? Only this time, watch it. Why can it only happen long ago and far away? This is fairy tale stuff. Evolution is a fairy tale for grown-ups. That's all it is. There's not a shred of evidence that any animal has ever produced anything different than its kind. God said 20 times in the first 7 chapters, they'll bring forth after their kind. That's all we've ever seen. That's science. Science is what we can see, study, test, demonstrate, observe. I love science. Evolution is not part of science. Evolution is a religious belief. You believe the layers are different ages with no evidence. You believe animals in the past could change to something else, even though today they can't. It's a religion. Jackson, I wish you'd wake up and see this. Give your heart to the Lord, get saved, and join the real crowd that's going to win.
I think there could be a God. I think he would use naturalistic processes. But I've noticed that you talk a lot, but you say the same thing repeatedly, I think. Because
I'm right.
So, you can say it once, not 10 times.
Okay, I taught math for 15 years. I taught kids 2 + 2 is 4. I bet they were teaching that 2,000 years ago. It doesn't change. Truth doesn't change. The truth is dogs produce dogs. That's the truth.
Sure
I'll keep saying it.
And they're not going to produce anything else in one generation.
Bingo. But did the original amoeba that chart showed, did that produce something different? I mean, your chart shows the amoeba turned it into all kinds of stuff. So apparently they were able to do it in the past, but they can't do it now. That's not science.
Over millions of generations, not one.
Oh, okay. Then it somehow changed to something else. That's what you just got done saying, over millions of generations. That is a belief. That is a religion. That is not science. I showed you earlier the chart, showing all the animals going back to an amoeba. Well, then, the amoeba had to change to something else. Amoeba turned into a whale in your religion. I don't believe that. I think it's baloney. Here it is, right here. Slide number 755. Alt DV 755. Do you believe these trees of life represent the reality that animals started off like an amoeba and turned into, some of them to an octopus, some of them to a jellyfish, some to a pine tree? Oh, some of them turned to a shark.
I think I think I showed one of the fossils. It wouldn't be an amoeba. It would be something like Bicellum brazeri, one of the first multicellular organisms.
Well, that's another whole problem to get into. How do you go from single cell to multi-cell? Before you get there, how do you go from non-life to single cell? Those are all stages of evolution you guys have no explanation for. They're essential for your religion, but it's nothing but a religion. You believe it because you've been taught it.
Well,
and I'm sorry, you were taught wrong.
They did an experiment with single-celled algae, and they introduced a paramecium, and over, I think, 700 generations, they produced a multicellular colony with a cell membrane over it, and they reproduced by basically budding off more multicellular organisms.
Okay, hold it now. This started off with a living organism, introduced an enemy like a paramecium. They all locked arms where the paramecium couldn't eat them. You know, the Navy SEALs are taught that. Everybody lock arms, get together. Now you got a big crowd where you can float together as a raft, okay? So that's still, they're still single-celled algae. They might have grown a shell around them of some kind of protective shell, but if you look carefully, it never did become a multicellular creature. It was still a bunch of single creatures getting together. We got people getting together in crowds all the time, and that's not evidence that it happened in nature. You can believe that if you want, but going from single cell to multi-celled is a giant leap. And they put the drawings on the chart here, this way, and say, kid, look at this. Single-celled creature at the bottom turned to a shark. This is propaganda. This is not science. I don't care if you want to believe that stuff. I do resent paying to have that taught to the kids. That's not science. That's imagination. And finding a fossil in a rock layer, like you said, how did they predict they would find one here? Government grant money, probably, because please go get out there till you find one. There's a lot of people digging around looking for that. My dog digs around looking for bones too in the dirt.
So it's I'm sorry. The feathered dinosaurs are fake, and it's a conspiracy when they find one they predict.
Well, some of them have been fake. You would agree with that, I think. Plenty of those have been exposed as fake. But if they find a real dinosaur, if they find a real animal that has feathers on it, I'd call it a bird.
Even a 30-foot Utyrannus?
I think a 30-foot pterodactyl could fly with greater air pressure and greater oxygen. Sure. I think they find fossil beavers. They find fossil beavers 8 feet long. Biggest one today is 2.5 feet. Just about everything in the fossils that have been found of animals that they can identify, the counterpart today is much smaller.
But you're saying a little tyrannosaur is a bird.
When anybody thinks a dinosaur turned to a bird needs to go see a shrink.
Well, you just
what would be the advantage? You think the T-Rex turning to a chicken is an advantage? You know how dumb our chickens are?
Anything, it went extinct at the end of the Cretaceous.
Well, we never see any reptile produce a non-reptile baby.
And you're never going to.
Well, then take this chart out of the book.
You're not going to see it in 1 generation or even 100 generations. It's going to take a long time.
Or a million or trillion generations. You're not going to see it at all. Therefore, it's not science. It's religion.
You can see speciation in real time. It's not much of a leap to say a new genera can form, maybe a new family, and why not go up the list over time?
Well, to say it happened by drawing lines on paper, connecting them, this is deceitful. You do not know that shark had a common ancestor that was an amoeba, common ancestor with a clam. What else they got in there? A starfish. And humans. You believe humans and whales have a common ancestor? They drew a line here, putting them together. Jackson, do you believe
everything on Earth is related? So,
okay. So, for the record, you believe humans and dinosaurs have a common ancestor. Is that right?
Everything has a common ancestor.
Okay.
As far as we know.
So, humans and worms have a common ancestor too, right? You're related to a worm.
You're trying to make me say something that sounds stupid, but
it is stupid, Jackson. You don't need any help on that. It is stupid.
All right. Well, everything on Earth is related. Genetics proves that.
I think everything on Earth was created by a really smart creator, and all the different life forms we have.
You can have
I think they're designed to do what they do. The sharks are designed to swim in the water, and we're designed to walk on the land. I think I can give God the glory when I see one of his creatures. You guys can't do it.
Well, what was an acanthodian, the shark precursor that I showed?
There's no precursor to anything. Just because you find a fossil that looks like it's not quite shark yet, okay, maybe something went extinct. If you found a fossil three-wheeler, you would say, oh, wow, it's turning into a four-wheeler. No, it's not. It's a three-wheeler.
Well, I think that's a pretty bad example. I mean, they don't reproduce. They don't.
Well, okay. My point would be, the title of the debate, are there transitional fossils that support evolution? The answer is no. There are no transitional fossils to begin with. Even all those you showed, if they're all legitimate and they're being interpreted correctly, which is a big question, but if they are, anybody, a freshman law student could say, Your Honor, he found an animal that went extinct. That's not, you don't know that's the grandma of anybody.
So we're throwing out all of forensic science?
No, we throw out all the fossil evidence they use for evolution. I love forensic science. I love science. But evolution isn't part of it. Evolution is a fairy tale. It's part of a religion that you guys have sneaked into the school system. And now you're making all the kids learn that.
I mean, you've said yourself, you've spoken in public schools. I mean,
yeah, many times.
Yeah, aren't you kind of doing the same thing, teaching your beliefs in the public schools?
No. I say all the evidence shows dogs produce dogs. If you wish to believe something other than that, you just left science and went to religion. Science shows us dogs make dogs, sharks make sharks, no exceptions. These lines, every line on this paper is imagination. It's baloney. They believe it happened. What now?
Except for genetics and fossils.
The kinetic fossil, is that what you said?
Except for genetics and fossils.
Well, genetics indicate a really complex gene code. I bet you'd find Microsoft PowerPoint, Microsoft Word have thousands of identical lines of code. Does that mean they all came from Morse code, or are they evolving into something else, or that's the line of code that you write with? I bet both of them have the same spell check, take you to the same dictionary. So if God designed all the creatures and gave similar lines of code for this one's got to make an arm. It's going to be two bones, the radius and ulna, and the flexors and extenders, and biceps and triceps and deltoid. Okay, I think you might find the similar muscles and bones in lots of different animals. It works great. It's a neat system. It works good for the dog, for the cat, for the whale to swim with. It doesn't prove a common ancestor. It might prove a common designer. But I'm not demanding that be taught. You guys are demanding that your religion be taught, so I think the burden of proof's on you.
Well, I'm not demanding anything. I'm a civilian. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of a bad argument to say that genetics doesn't count because computer programs are similar. I mean, again, they're not reproducing. They're not acquiring endogenous retroviruses, things like that can be traced back.
Well, I'm giving an example anybody can understand. I agree. You add in reproduction, now it gets a whole lot more complicated. If the computers could reproduce, whoa, how would you do that? How do you tell if it's a boy or a girl? I don't know. Let me look at mine here. I don't even know where to look. But so the fact that it's just an example how that lines of computer code are primitive compared to the DNA code. Sure. The DNA, the information in one single cell, like an amoeba, is more complex than the space shuttle. Then you guys think it happened by chance. That's fine. I don't care what you believe.
It didn't necessarily happen by chance.
You want to teach it. That's what I care about.
I mean, I think there could have been a God guiding the process. I've said that many times.
Right. So you think God could have used evolution? Do you think God could have done it without using evolution?
Sure, he could have, but he didn't. The evidence said he didn't.
And you're sure of that? All right.
Sure,
well,
yeah.
Audience Q&A.
Sorry, guys, I was on mute. Yeah, actually, we had 25 seconds left on the timer, so perfect timing to end the discussion and go into some closing statements. Been a fantastic debate. We've got a great, lively chat, and that was a very lively discussion. So I appreciate it. Lots of fun. Definitely an epic debate. So let's do this. Just so you guys feel like you were able to address all the points you wanted to and kind of wrap up your thoughts, let's hand it to Jackson. Jackson, take a 5-minute concluding statement. And then we'll give Dr. Dino the chance for his 5-minute concluding statement. Then we'll do some audience questions.
Well, I didn't know we were doing another geologic column debate. You mentioned that about 50 times, I think. But I think there are definitely transitional fossils. I mean, it's hard to explain the whale fossils that are walking, have legs, but have anatomical features only found in cetaceans. So And these predictions, I mean, you can't just say it's grant money. They're faking everything. Those feathered dinosaurs, they aren't real. They were found in China. There's one that was found in Germany, Sierra-Mimus. There's been a couple found with quill knobs here in the U.S. So that's not a great example. But it's been kind of a little bit of a combative debate, but it stayed civil still, even so, at the same time. But yeah, I enjoy these debates. So I'd like to debate you again, or, you know, that's basically all I have to say.
All right. I appreciate that concluding statement there, Jackson. We are going to, yes, and of course, it gets passionate at times. These are important topics, but overall, you guys keep it cordial and a very sophisticated discussion. So I appreciate it. Very easy to moderate. So, Kent, we're going to hand it over to you, my good man, and you have 5 minutes for a concluding statement.
Okay, well, I will stand by my guns. So when you find a fossil in the dirt, all you really know is it died. You can't prove it had any children. And in a court of law, every fossil you showed tonight would be thrown out in an honest court of law, if such a one exists, okay? You could not prove it had any offspring. You could not prove it had offspring that were different. No animal today can do what you're claiming the fossils could do over millions of generations, okay? Well, let's take bacteria. They produce generation every 20 minutes. They've been trying for a long time to turn that bacteria to something else. It hadn't worked. Why would bones in the dirt do something no animal today can do? And it just doesn't happen. Let me go to 2418 here, okay? I got about 10 million slides here. Okay. I'll debate any atheist on the best evidence for evolution on a few simple assumptions. They go first, one topic at a time, okay? Equal time for each side and no interrupting. That was gracious tonight. Thank you, Jackson. I want them to give their real name and show their real face. No cursing. Either side can post it or sell it. But intro comments, but don't edit the debate. All you atheists, come on, look at this. I'm an atheist. Debate me. Okay, I accept the challenge. I'm an atheist. Debate me. All right, I accept. There's probably no God. Stop worrying. Enjoy life. I do enjoy life, and I'm not worried. My sins are forgiven because of what Jesus did. What a strange one there. Atheist, debating atheist. When my religious family members debate me with me, they're not debating me. They're debating all the atheist authors whose literature I've consumed. You got poisoned, kid, okay? I was atheist until I realized I am God. Oh, that must be Mr. Nelson, R. and Ra. Did you see this one, Matt? Graduated from SpongeBob University. Yeah, there we go. There we go. So I want them to show their face, not a talking dot like we did last time, Donnie. I told you, if I debate, what's his name again? David Neff. Keep your face on there, David. I do mine. Show your real face, Pelagia. There you are, the real Pelagia, not with all the muscles on the T-shirt. This guy, logic, he calls himself, no logic at all there. So many atheists, target-rich environment. So I'll stand by my gun. There are no transitional fossils. No fossil would count anyway. There is no geologic column, which is everything you started off with, Jackson, referring to the geologic column. You said, how does this tie in? You kept referring to the Devonian period, Silurian, all this kind of stuff. It doesn't exist. Does not exist. There's no evidence from any field of science for evolution. None. So I rest my case. I think I won. Go ahead.
All right. I appreciate that concluding statement there. Dr. Hovind, Jackson, and Kent, thank you for a fantastic, very enjoyable debate. Let's get into some audience questions now because we have a ton of great questions. And as we always do, what we'll do in order to move along smoothly is whoever the question is for will make sure they get the last word. All right, let's go all the way back to the beginning here. First question that came in from, let's see here, from Brother Timothy. So, Timothy, I appreciate the question. This one is for you, Jackson. He asks, why do we find fossilized footprints of Tiktaalik in layers 10 million years older than the fossil itself?
Sorry. That's actually not Tiktaalik. It's found in Poland. The footprints show an impression similar to that of something like Acanthostega or Ichthyostega with more than 5 digits. So it's still a transitional species. Might have evolved earlier than we thought, but it's still a transition. So that would be my answer.
All right. I appreciate it, Jackson. Kent, did you want anything to add to that?
Well, I think the question itself reveals the fallacy of logic here. Why do we find fossil footprints in layers 10 million years older than the fossil? That again goes back to my question. How do you know these layers are different ages? This is just, where's this layer coming from? Nobody's ever answered that. Jackson, let's have a debate on that. How do you know the top layer's younger? You keep referring to the layers like they're different ages. How can one be different age? So I agree, footprints would be found all over the place during the flood. Let's say it took 6 months to kill everybody. I don't know how long it took, but Noah was in the ark for over a year. So the water would be going up and down with the tides, coming higher and higher with each tide as this water underneath is escaping to the surface and the crust is settling in. So probably a lot of animals ran around in the mud looking for the high ground and eventually drowned. So their fossil footprints might be found and many more layers deposited on top, and then you find the fossil. Not a problem for the flood model. Noah's flood could explain all the fossil footprints. Birds are generally found in the upper layers. Well, yeah, birds are the last ones to drown in a flood. They got hollow feathers and hollow bones. The fact that birds are found on higher layers than reptiles does not prove one evolved to the other. That's how they would float. Hydrologic sorting. That's the order they would die. Birds can fly around till they run out of gas. Clams are usually found at the bottom. Well, duh, clams are already at the bottom when the flood starts. Of course, they're the first ones buried. So I think it's a much better explanation for all the gradual fossils in the order that they find them. A much better explanation is hydrologic sorting or the habitat they live in. Birds are found on top, clams are found at the bottom. Yeah, doesn't prove they're related, doesn't prove one changed to the other. That's how they would sort automatically. Anyway, go ahead.
Well,
thank you for that. Yeah, go ahead, Jackson.
We're back to that problem of pterosaurs. Why are they not found at the top also? And even sauropods and theropods had hollow bones. Like I was saying, they should be relatively high up with the modern mammals, and they're not. But I forget what other was what the other point. But so back to you.
Well, his point there, why aren't certain fossils found? Well, the people who are looking for them, digging up the fossils, already have a preconceived idea that the layers are different ages, and there's their problem. I can go out and dig up fossils. We got thousands of them in our museum here, and I look at it, wow, evidence that died quickly. How many fossils form today? Probably none. It takes special conditions for a fossil to form. Fossils are found by the trillions. That would indicate there was a big flood. Anyway.
Or a lot of small ones.
Or a lot of small floods, right. A lot of small floods all over the world.
Yes.
Okay. Second Peter said they'd be willingly ignorant of that flood. On display here. Go ahead.
All right, good back and forth on that question, gentlemen. So this one comes in from God and Gun Klinger. I put it up on screen for us to kind of look at it together. He says, why are there a greater variety of species in the past and extinctions today? Question is for Jackson, he says. Go ahead, Jackson.
Well, there hasn't always been. Like in the Precambrian period, we just had Dickinsonia, a few little jellyfish-looking things here and there. Some weird trilateral symmetric animals aren't around anymore. So there wasn't really a lot of variety then. So that's pretty much my answer.
Go ahead, Kent.
Well, I think God created all kinds of amazing animals, and some have probably gone extinct, either due to man's hunting or because of the climate change after the flood. Now the oxygen concentration is not as great, the air pressure is not as great, the canopy overhead's gone. So the giant animals, they can't live long enough. Reptiles never stop growing, but to get to be 60 feet long, they need to live a long time. And I think before the flood, the reptiles could live to be live long enough to get 60 or 80 feet long. Today they can't do it, so they might have gone extinct, might not even reach reproductive age in the new destroyed world after the flood. So I think it goes back to 2 Peter chapter 3. The scoffers are ignorant of the creation and the flood. That flood changed everything.
So
go ahead, Jack.
Dinosaurs are just large chameleons. Like a triceratops is a chameleon, basically, that just lived a long time.
I don't know if a triceratops is an overgrown chameleon. It may be the triceratops is some type of reptile. The word dinosaur means terrible lizard. So technically, to be classed as a dinosaur, it has to be a reptile, not a bird. But yeah, there may have been something similar to the animals we have today, the three-horned lizards that you can buy at the store. So I don't know if that's the one that turned into Triceratops, but something similar to that. It may be the one. We'll see.
All right, Jackson, if you want a quick final word, since that was your question, then we'll move on to the next one here.
No, I don't think I have anything to add to that.
Okay, so this one comes in from Mike Jones. This is a $10 super chat. Let me get it up on screen here in 3, 2, 1. The chat is very lively right now. So Mike Jones says, okay, so it's a question for you, Kent. He asks, do creationists limit God's capacity by saying biological evolution did not happen and is not possible? Is God allowed to create the variety of life we see today through evolution if he wanted to?
Oh, sure. God could do it any way he wanted, but that's not what the Bible teaches, number one. It's not what the Bible reveals. And to use the evolution process to get what we have today would be a really cruel, idiotic, stupid God. Doesn't he know where can't he make it right first time? Evolution's based on a whole bunch of animals dying. Evolution's a religion of death. If you got a bunch of animals and one evolves a little better than the rest. Now the rest of them got to die or this ain't going to work, because the new improved species is going to be blended back into the population. So evolution requires the death and suffering of billions and billions of inferior species. Let's go see Adolf Hitler for more on that. So God would not use not the God that I worship would not use a process like that. No, he didn't need to. He made it right first time. What we're seeing today is a destroyed creation. Not at all what God made a perfect one and man wrecked it. The question is simple. Did man bring death into the world, like the Bible says, or did death bring man into the world, like evolution says? So I would not want to worship a God who used suffering and death and cruelty and misfits and billions of animals dying because they're inferior. I don't think there's any evidence for it, number one, and I don't think that's the kind of God anybody would want to worship.
All right, I appreciate that answer there, Kent, and I appreciate the question. Mike Jackson, anything you wanted to add to that one?
Yeah, well, evidently God in the Bible didn't create everything perfect the first time because he flooded the earth to reset it. So the answer doesn't really make any sense.
Well, God made it perfect, Jackson. God made it perfect, and 1,600 years later, man had messed it up. So the flood had to come because man's problem, not God. God made a perfect one. They messed it up. I bet General Motors makes some nice cars, and people can wreck them if they want.
I appreciate it there, Ken. So here's the next one that comes in from T-Rock. So this one is for you, Jackson. I got it up on screen here for you to have a look at. So he says, Jackson, can you name a fossil-bearing layer that is dated by radiometric methods? Name the method and give the results.
Sure. The Taojian Formation, where a lot of those feathered dinosaurs are found, dated with, I think, uranium lead. I can't remember exactly, but dated around 160, 165 million years old.
All right, thanks for the answer. Dr. Dino, anything you wanted to add to that?
I go back to my original question. Regardless of what the radioactive dating shows, how can any layer be a different age? Where did it come from 165 million years ago? All the layers are the same age, whether they're all 10 billion or 6,000. They're all the same age. There is no geologic column.
Except for all those places where there is one.
What did you say? I couldn't hear that.
Except for all the places where there is one.
Except for understand. Except for all the places where there is one. Is that what you said, Jackson?
Yeah.
Oh, geologic column? No, Jackson. There are layers. Let's say they predicted the 12 layers are in a certain order. That's random shuffling. You may find those in that order. That doesn't prove it is the geologic column.
All right.
All right, let's go right to the next one. We've got a great mix of questions for the both of you. This has been a great debate, very engaging. So lots of good feedback. This one comes in from Darth. I appreciate the super chat there, $10 super chat. So this one is for you, Kent. And she asks, what about Rhodocetus, a whale transition fossil? The pelvis of Rhodocetus was still connected to the sacral vertebra, so Rhodocetus could walk. The ilium of the pelvis was short, typical of, and it cuts off there, I think, swimming whales, it probably says. I've got it up on screen for you. Oh, typical of swimmers, it says.
Okay. Again, you find fossils in the dirt. All you know is it died. You don't know that Rhodocetus had any children. You certainly don't know it's transitional. The fact that it had some unusual features might be an unusual creature that went extinct. They tell the kids that the whale is evidence for evolution. Even the National Center for Science Miseducation in Berkeley, California, they say they have the demonstration about the whale evolving. They say the whale has a pelvis. It's in all the textbooks. Just imagine whales walking around. It's true. They keep referring to these bones right here. We got one in our museum, the bones from the whale. That's part of a necessary bone structure to support necessary muscles for the whales to reproduce. Got nothing to do with being a hip bone or walking on land. And even if you could find there's animals today that live in the water mostly and come out on land once in a while. Take the alligator or crocodile. They do that. So that's not a problem. These bones are not hip bones. They're not vestigial leg bones. They're part of the whale's reproductive system. It's part of the whale's, there's one, me holding one right there. It's got a good nerve supply, good blood supply. Their penis might be 15 feet long. They got a mate in the dark underwater with no arms and they can't talk and say, scoot over, honey. This has nothing to do with walking on land, okay? It has to do with a whale making more baby whales. That's all it is. The male and female whales have very different bones and muscles in that region, so they can match up and make a baby whale. It's got nothing to do with evolution. So the Rhodocetus may indeed just be an extinct type of whale, but again, in a court of law, no bones are going to count. None.
Yeah, there are about 50 genera of legged whales in the fossil record. And that's really all I have. You had mentioned Hitler earlier, which Godwin's law, I guess. So that's all.
Kent, you get the last word, brother. Is your question, if there's anything you wanted to add.
No, I think the question, so Rhodocetus could walk. Well, you don't know that. The fact that it's got a pelvis doesn't mean it can walk. It means maybe it needs that to make babies. Okay, those bones. And I don't think a pelvis would be the right way to describe that. Let's see. That is right there, right here. Oh, that's not a pelvis. Those bones are anchor points. You have bone in your throat, not connected to any other bones. That allows you to talk and swallow. It's totally separate. Part of your skeletal system, though, but it's not connected to any other bones. That's a different story. Go ahead.
All right, I appreciate it. So this next question, I got it up on screen here, comes in from Christian Talk Radio with Brett Keane. So he says, question is for Jackson Rowe. Can Rowe prove any of those corpses and bones had children?
Not really, but you can prove they're part of the population, and maybe they had descendants. Maybe they were an evolutionary dead end, but by definition, they're still transitional.
All right, thank you, Jackson, and thanks for the question there, Brett. Over to you, Dr. Dino.
Well, you don't know that it's part of a population. If the evolution works the way you guys say it does, one animal has to have a mutation to change it different than all the rest of them. So it might just be one happen. Because that's the way the whole theory based on the idea that one had to have that amoeba had to slowly become something into a shark or a whale. So there has to be slow changes. And if one of them evolves, a mutation that's beneficial, you got to have two in the same place of the opposite sex, and they got to find each other and be interested. This is a whole host of problems you guys got, and it's all imagination. It's not science. We don't see it. You can't test it. Put it in the laboratory. Do it again. Make it happen again, and then it becomes science if it can be done. But if a bunch of scientists could produce life in the lab, that would prove it took intelligence to make life. You'd prove creation. Thank you. Go ahead.
That last bit was called moving the goalpost. Even if they do it, it doesn't count. So
if they do it, it doesn't prove evolution. That's what I said. If they do it, it would prove it took intelligence to do it.
Mm-hmm. Moving the goalpost.
It would not prove it happened by chance. I think a bunch of people can dig iron ore out of the ground and melt it down and make parts and make a car that'll run. I don't think the iron ore can make the car by itself, though.
Well, of course not. And you're not going to get something different in one generation.
We'll get you converted.
Maybe someday if the evidence shows it, but right now, I don't think it does.
Okay. Hope you live long enough to make it to that point. Go ahead.
Well, I think if a God existed, he wouldn't send me to hell just for genuinely not genuinely having doubts, Now,
he sent me to help you. You're not listening. Go ahead.
Maybe.
All right, here we go. Next question comes in here from Landon Freeman. I appreciate it. This one's for you, Jackson. So I've got it up on screen here, and he asks, how did transitional organisms evolve the built-in instinct or software needed to consciously and subconsciously utilize their newly evolved abilities?
Well, I think mental traits can evolve along with physical traits. I don't really know much about that, but that would be my basic answer.
All right. Anything you wanted to add there, Kent?
Yeah, I think it's a great question, and another evidence that it didn't happen. You have to make up a story of how it might have happened. That's not science. Make up all the stories you want, but yeah, I think not only do you can take anything, we have an ability, if you get poked by something sharp, you feel the pain. Did the first animal, was it able to feel pain? And then you have to respond to that, jerk back away, the reflex, and then you got to be able to heal the damage. The healing process is phenomenal. Ask any doctor or nurse. All that had to happen at the same time. I think it's not possible. I'd much rather believe in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth, and I can give glory to God. I can look at the animals and say, wow, God, you're smart. That was awesome. That was cool. Like the porcupines. How on earth do they get babies? I don't know, but they get them. Pretty smart, the way God designed all that.
Well,
All right.
oh, sorry.
No. Go ahead, Jackson.
Well, again, you're not hearing me. I think there could be a God guiding this process.
Or it could be God designed it right to begin with. You're not hearing either, Jackson.
All right.
Okay.
All right, so here's the next question now. This one is going to be for Dr. Hovind. You guys are making for an awesome debate here. Definitely one to remember. So this one comes in from Andrew Cumming. Got it up on screen here. He says, question for Kent. What is your definition of a transitional fossil?
Well, I showed that at the beginning. The dictionary definition of transitional fossils. Let's see. I got 18,000 slides here, so give me a second. But I started my presentation that way. What they're saying, the definition of transitional fossil. It would be evidence that, here you go. Are there any transitional fossils? Transitioning or changing from one to another. That's what they call it. They call it a transitional fossil. No, there are no transitional fossils. There are fossils. But you couldn't prove it's transitional to anything. You couldn't prove it had any kids. That's my point. So you find a fossil in the dirt, it died. That you can prove. And you could prove it probably lived. Okay, I'd go along with that. You couldn't prove it had any kids. You certainly couldn't prove it's transitional. So the definition of transitional, according to National Center for Science Miseducation in Berkeley, fossils are transitional with transitional morphology are not rare. They're lying through their teeth. Tell Jeannie Scott I said so, and I'll debate her anytime. Okay, again. Fossils illustrating gradual origin of humans. That's baloney. You can arrange something in order and draw lines in it. It doesn't prove they're transitional. You arranged them in order and drew lines on them. That's all. Same with the horses and rhinos and whales and sea cows and mammals and birds and tetrapods. It's all lines on paper. It's not science.
All right. I appreciate that response there, Kent. Let's hand it over to Jackson. Jackson, anything you wanted to add to that question and response?
Well, mammals and birds are tetrapods. They're not different than tetrapods. But yeah, I don't think you can really define what a transitional fossil is from his perspective, because he's not going to believe it regardless. I mean, so really this debate has been a huge waste of time, really, if you think about it. But anyway.
I agree.
Okay, here's the last question, and we're going to wind it down here. Hour and a half really has flown by. We still got a couple hundred people in the chat, so definitely a debate to remember. So this one comes in from Jungle Jargon, and $5 super chat question is for Jackson. I'm going to give a disclaimer to the audience. We did get some flat earth questions in. So, I know people are going to be like, oh, why didn't you get to my question? The debate is not about flat earth. So maybe it's my globe in the background. I don't know. So I can't get to those flat earth questions. But yeah, let's end it with this one. This one is related to the debate itself. Jackson, you think that the fossils are evidence of animals getting vast amounts of written instructions to be something different than what they are? Sure. There you go, Doctor.
Yeah,
now, Jackson, we need to see your globe too.
I don't have one. But yeah, mutations happen. They most of them are neutral, some are detrimental, some are beneficial. There are whole genome duplications that have happened in the past, especially with fish. I was reading about that last night, actually. But anyway, I don't have much else to add.
Anything you wanted to add, Dr. Hovind?
Yeah, yes. He said there are some mutations that are beneficial. I'd like to hear about that. There's lots of benefictions that are neutral or fatal. I'm not aware of any that are beneficial. And you would need trillions of them. And yes, the earth is round, except for Kansas, that's flat. The rest of it's round. Okay, go ahead.
Well, a beneficial mutation would be Delta variant changing into Omicron to get around vaccines, which it obviously does. I think
I'm not understanding a word you're saying. What now?
Go ahead, Jackson.
Like Delta changing to Omicron, COVID, get around vaccines.
Oh, Jackson, you're trying to get us in trouble here.
Oh, sorry, I said the V word.
Yeah.
The other V word.
Well, Dr. Dr. Hovind, before we shut it down, this is the here on screen is the flat earth question. They did pay money. I don't know if you want to answer it. It's not really related. He says, Dr. Hovind, do you reject a fixed flat earth with moving sun and firmament?
Completely reject it. The earth is a round ball spinning around 1,038 miles an hour at the equator. It goes around the earth around the sun once a year, goes around the solar system. Who knows? It goes around the galaxy. Who knows how long that takes? I think that's a dumb, if you want to pick a fight, you picked a dumb one. Okay. The evolution is really where the battle is. Okay. And that whole flat earth stuff makes the Christians look stupid, and they think they're defending God's word, and they are wrong. Okay, I love the Bible. I've read it many times, but I don't want to get involved in the flat earth debate. It's dumb. Okay.
Well, I agree on that. Flat earth is dumb. So that's good.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
There you go. You guys, perfect way to end it on something you guys agree on. There's nothing to fear but the sphere itself, according to the flat earth.
Sphere itself. I love it.
We're triggering flat earthers tonight. So, gentlemen, Dr. Dino Jackson, I really appreciate this debate, an important topic, and it was a very engaging, entertaining, memorable debate. So as we always do before we shut it down, final words, final thoughts. Let's start with you, Jackson. Jackson, thank you for doing this.
Yep.
Go ahead, over to you. Final words.
All right. Well, I got kind of heated, but I never crossed the line like the last debate Kent had, but yeah, I like these debates, win, lose, or tie, like I always say. So, yeah, I'll hand it over to Kent.
All right, put my slides back up if you would. Who's doing that? There. Oh, I got it. Sit over here. Okay. God is not a man that he should lie. God said clearly he created the world in 6 days. He said clearly, Jesus said the creation of Adam was the beginning. He wrote on the 10 Commandments. He made it all in 6 days. God's not a man, and you need to beware lest any man spoil you through philosophy. Evolution is a philosophy. You've been deceived, okay? God's not going to lie. Hope of eternal life, God cannot lie. He promised, whosoever shall call upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. February 9th will be my 53rd birthday in God's family. I asked the Lord to save me. I think God made the world, and he owns it, and he makes the rules like the 10 Commandments, and we're all guilty of breaking his rules. All of us are. He said, don't bear false witness. Yep, don't steal. We've broken his rules. We're going to be punished, or you got to find a substitute. And Jesus Christ, God himself came down and said, look, I want you to come to my heaven. I'll pay for your sin, but you got to accept my substitute. You got to accept my penalty. I pay your penalty. So if you died today, where would you go? Smoking or non-smoking? Might want to think about it. You're going to be dead for a long time. Jackson, all anybody gets in this life is a little bitty dash between two dates. I already know my first date on mine. I don't know the last one yet. I'm going to try to make it as big a number as I can, but it's going to happen. So what on earth are you doing, for heaven's sake? You Christians out there, what are you doing? There's a war going on. Come on, get involved. Do something. If you're not going to shoot, carry bullets or pay for the bullets or do something. Find something to do. Come visit our Dinosaur Adventureland. Jackson, come. I'll give you the tour of the whole place. You'll love it down here.
I'd like to come, actually, yeah.
Yeah, come on down.
Actually, that's a perfect way to move into this super chat that just came in from Born 100 Years Late. He says, Jackson, if I pay for a full expense trip for you to go to Dal for a week, will you agree to go with an open heart and agree to learn about God for a week?
Sure would. I would do it. And, but it would have to be after summer, I think. So it would have to be a little bit in the future. But yeah, I would do it.
DAL is free. Now, getting here might not be free, but once you get here, we'll feed you and house you. And after a couple of days, we'll give you a hammer and put you to work.
All right.
There we go. I'll join you guys. So I appreciate all the support and the questions from the audience. As always, we always have a great audience Q&A. It's always a blast. So Jackson and Dr. Hovind, I appreciate your time for tonight. I'll let you guys get out of here. Thanks again for a great debate, and thank you to the audience for tuning in. Standing for Truth is out. All right, looks like we are live. Welcome to Standing for Truth. I am your host, Donnie, and I want to thank you all for being here for the next chapter in our 2022 Evolution Debate Challenge series. We've got Jackson Rowe here taking the debate challenge, and of course, Dr. Kent Hovind himself, who will be engaging Jackson Rowe's lines of evidence that he presents in tonight's debate. Gentlemen, Kent and Jackson, thank you so much for giving us your time for tonight's important debate.
Good to be here.
Thank you, sir. Good to be here.
Okay, well, for the audience sake, format-wise, as usual, we're keeping it professional and formal. We're going to be having equally timed opening statements, some short rebuttals, and then we are going to engage each line of evidence for about 10 minutes. Then, of course, we'll have some quick closing statements and an audience Q&A. This is where we get you guys in the audience involved. Please make sure you're tagging me with your questions at Standing for Truth, and that way I won't miss them. Okay, let's break the ice for 30 seconds or so, get to know the debaters a little bit. Jackson, it has actually been a little bit since you've been here on the channel, so let's start with you. How you been? What's going on? And a little bit about your channel.
I've been doing all right. I haven't posted a video in a while. I've been kind of depressed the last week or two, but the last couple of days I've been feeling better, so hopefully that continues. But just some stuff going on in my life, but it's been improving. So also, I'm kind of filling in last minute for another guy. So hopefully I have everything prepared. But you called me, Donnie. I was eating some Mexican food at a restaurant. So if we have to take a break and go, so I can go to the bathroom, that might have to be an issue. But other than that, I think we're good.
Well, you couldn't pass up on the evolution debate challenge, right? You can't just allow all the other evolutionists to have all the fun. Yeah. I think this will make for about debate 20 in this series. So, Dr. Hovind, you have unlimited energy and endurance, brother. I appreciate you doing this challenge. How you been? What's going on? And how's everything at Dal?
God's been good. Some of God's kids drive me crazy, but God is good. We're having visitors come all the time for Dinosaur Adventureland in Lenox, Alabama. Come on down. We believe the Bible is true, and evolution is the dumbest and most dangerous religious cult in the history of the world. It's a mental illness to believe you're related to a mosquito and you all came from a rock. We're here to help. Those who believe that, we can fix it. So tune in to our channel, Kent Hovind Official, on YouTube. We do one every night, unless we have a debate like tonight. And so we're winning souls and getting people baptized and getting them out busy serving the Lord. Come on down to our boot camp coming up July 1st through the 4th. Will they let you out of Canada yet, brother? Or are you still captive?
Hopefully by June we'll have some luck. Either way, I'll be at that boot camp. I look forward to speak. That's going to be a lot of fun.
Jackson, you're invited too. July 1st through the 4th, Creation Boot Camp here at Lenox, Alabama, Dinosaur Adventureland. Come on down.
I might show up.
We'll have a live debate, Jackson. You versus all us creationists. Me, Matt, Kent, Steve. Steve can get in on it. So
seems kind of unfair.
you can handle it. Okay, well, I appreciate the intros, Kent and Jackson. We've already got a very lively chat. So to everybody in the audience, make sure you are attacking the arguments and not each other. That's pertaining to the live chat. We got a lot of people in there. So, okay, Kent and Jackson, let's get into the fun and the party. Is evolution a valid scientific theory, or is there reasonable evidence for evolution? Jackson, we are going to hand it over to you. Whatever time you take, we're going to give Dr. Dino equal time. So the floor is yours whenever you're ready.
Bear with me because it's kind of last minute, but I do have some stuff put together. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. All right, are you seeing it?
Yes. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to talk about endogenous retroviruses, which has been talked a lot about lately. And Kent did a video, I think, last night about it. I didn't watch it. I probably should have. But let's see. I'll see what he has to say about what I have to say about it. So ERVs, endogenous retroviruses, are passed on when a virus infects a gamete cell and gets passed on to each successive generation. That's important to know because humans and chimpanzees, for example, share 99.8% of these endogenous retroviruses, and there are 98,000 endogenous retroviruses, which makes up about 5 to 8% of the genome in total. So it's a huge part of the genome. Now, you can trace back endogenous retroviruses. It makes a hierarchy. We share more with chimps than we do with gorillas, than we do with orangutans and gibbons, rhesus monkeys, old world monkeys, new world monkeys. And it makes just a really coincidental tree that you wouldn't expect if evolution wasn't true. Now, another thing that's been talked a little bit about, pseudogenes. Pseudogenes can actually be functional. They can regain function through mutation. New functions are the same function, but oftentimes they don't really do anything. I'm going to talk about the nanog-P genes series. Chimps and humans share nanog-P 6, 5, 3, 10, 2, 9, 7, 1, 4. Only nanog-P 8 is human specific. So 90% are shared there. Now, chromosome 2. This is human chromosome 2. Humans have 23 pairs of chromosomes, while chimps and other primates have 24 pairs. Evidently, 2 chromosomes fused in humans. It's been identified as chromosome 2 and chimp chromosome 2A and 2B. The DNA sequences on 2A and 2B are almost identical to chromosome 2, which is a big coincidence if they're not fused. There's a vestigial centromere and a telomere in the middle of the chromosome 2. Telomeres are found on the ends of chromosomes usually. They're repeat patterns of AAT, GGG, usually about 15,000 base pairs long in humans, but it's reduced in the center of chromosome 2 to maybe a couple hundred AAT, GGG repetitions, but still enough to show that this is, in fact, a telomere, a fusion site. Let's see, what else do I have? Here are some telomeres highlighted in yellow. That's where the telomeres are on the chromosomes. Now, let's talk about similarities. Well, first, I'm going to talk about humans and chimps have accumulated more deleterious mutations over evolution than have most other mammals. That's just an interesting argument I came across for, I don't know how it applies to genetic entropy, but it's just an interesting fact. Apes and humans similarities, we both have dermal ridges on our fingers, palms, trichromatic vision, encased eye sockets, fingernails instead of claws, many of the same blood type systems, the same dental layout, and many other things. Obviously, the skeletons are very similar. Intelligence level, bonobos like Kanzi and Pan Venetia know about 1,000 symbols each, and they can communicate through those. Everyone's heard of Coco the gorilla who could use sign language. So they're very, very intelligent. Now I'm going to go one short thing about fossils. This is Australopithecus prometheus. He was discovered almost completely articulated, encased in limestone in Sturtfontein Cave in South Africa. What's significant about that is you can't say it's a chimera, and you can't say it's a bunch of different bones put together, because this thing was found articulated. You can see even the hand is still fused together, encased in limestone. They didn't bother taking it apart. But the skull obviously is very primitive basal ape-like, but the spine is S-shaped, slight S-shaped like ours. The rib cage was barrel-shaped instead of cone-shaped. The pelvis is shaped like ours. The angle of the femur indicates it was a biped. The knee, the ankle joint, pretty much everything says this thing walked upright, and that's important because most creationists say that Australopithecines couldn't walk upright. They try to portray them as knuckle walkers. Now, this is just kind of funny. If this doesn't convince you, then maybe this will.
Landslide link in the evolution revolution.
Anyway, that's the opening statement. Kind of a
Okay,
catchy
Jackson. There we go. I appreciate a little bit of humor there at the end. Jackson Rowe. So that was about 6 minutes. And so we will give Dr. Dino equal time. If you need to take a couple more minutes, of course, Kent, you can do so. Usually we do about 10 to 12 minutes. So Jackson, again, I appreciate the opening statement, and we're going to hand it over to Kent. Kent, the floor is yours.
All right. Well, thank you, sir, and appreciate that. You mentioned the chromosome 2. We covered that last night in the section I did in great detail. If you want to watch Kent Hovind official last night, human chromosome 2 fusion never happened. They're trying to solve a problem because apes and monkeys and chimpanzees have 48 chromosomes. Humans only have 46. And they say, aha, that's because 2 of them fused together, which is all baloney, okay? Not true at all. He talks about the telomeres at the end. I'm sorry, Jackson, you are simply wrong. It's true, telomeres are at the end. But they studied this evolutionary solution to the end-to-end fusion of 2 small ape-like chromosomes, 2A and 2B, produced human chromosome 2. That's what they say. First concept of fusion came about 1982. Scientists examined similarities of human and ape chromosome under a microscope. When the technique was somewhat crude, it did get the idea going. So I covered that last night in great detail. Let's see. Telomere sequences at the ends of chromosomes are typically 5,000 to 15,000 base pairs long. This is not simple. One chromosome is more complicated than New York City. And so there are thousands and thousands of base pairs in the, sometimes maybe even tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands in these chromosomes. If the 2 chromosomes had fused, you should see a fused telomere signature of 10,000 to 30,000 bases, but it's only 798. This is not a fusion of a chromosome. Human chromosome number 2 is designed for humans, absolutely designed. Not only the small size is a problem of the fusion story, signature doesn't really represent a clear-cut fusion of telomeres. Figure 2 shows the DNA letters of 798 base fusion site with the 6 base DNA letter, intact telomere sequence, emphasized in bold print. This is from the article in ICR, Institute for Creation Research, about this. You can look that up by Jeffrey Tompkins. He covers it thoroughly at Institute for Creation Research. It is not evidence for evolution. I don't understand, Jackson, you guys are so desperate to believe you're related to a chimpanzee. Well, go marry one or something. You know, I don't understand. There is just, the chimpanzees are designed to have baby chimpanzees. That's all they ever have. Apes have apes, monkeys have monkeys. There's no similarity. Humans are not related to apes or chimps or monkeys of any kind. We have the same designer. Let's see. This fusion site, the discovery came about while this guy, Jeffrey writes in, I was reading the research paper, detailed analysis of 614,000 bases of DNA sequence surrounding the alleged fusion site. I noticed that one of the figures that the fusion site was located inside the gene. Now, Jackson, do some research on this. This is inside the genetic code, okay? Perhaps this piece of information wouldn't have been the nail in the evolutionary coffin, so to speak. It would have been. That's why the researchers declined to discuss it. But it is discussed in this article on ICR.org. Due to muddled signatures and small size of the alleged fusion in fossil centromeres, it cites, it's highly questionable that their sequence was evolutionary derived from an ancient chromosome fusion. Not only that, they represent functional sequence inside the genes. So there's plenty. We covered this last night. I'm sorry, they are simply not. I would like to have Jackson define exactly what you mean by evolution. I've done this thousands of times in my seminars. Evolution has 6 different meanings. They talk about life has evolved on Earth. Well, what do you mean by that? First, there'd have to be cosmic evolution, the origin of time, space, matter. They would like to skip this one and say that's not part of evolution because they don't have an answer for this. Where did time, space, and matter come from? But there is such a thing as cosmic evolution. There is no scientific evidence that time, space, or matter can create themselves out of nothing. Cosmic evolution is a religion. Then, if the Big Bang Theory happened, and you created hydrogen and maybe some helium and maybe a little bit of lithium, how do you get all the other elements? You have to have chemical evolution. All the elements would have to arise from hydrogen, helium, and lithium. I'd like to know how to make gold, silver, and platinum out of hydrogen. I'd like to learn that. Yeah. In the beginning, or at least following the Big Bang more than 14 billion years ago, there was hydrogen, some helium, and a little bit of lithium. Okay. How do you get gold, silver, and platinum? You have to have chemical evolution. Low mass elements were produced in the hot, extremely hot, dense region of the Big Bang. Baloney, but that's what they believe. So is that what you mean, Jackson, by evolution? Let me get up to the third one here. Then you'd have to have, by the way, you have a problem. You can't fuse past iron. Take all the energy in the universe to fuse past iron, I believe. Iron cannot be fused into anything heavier because of the insane amounts of energy and force required to fuse iron atoms. Okay, well, we do have stuff heavier than iron. Hello, a whole bunch of elements heavier than iron. So you have to have a chemical evolution stage in here. There's no scientific evidence the 92 elements can create themselves out of nothing. Chemical evolution's a religion. Thirdly, you'd have to have the stars and planets form. I know you guys want to skip all these, but they're part of your theory. You have to have them. Stellar evolution, the process by which a star forms. It's never been seen. Nobody's ever seen a star form. We don't know how a single one of these stars managed to form. They still don't. Why do stars evolve? They don't. The only thing we see is stars breaking down and burning up. We never see one form. Typical star exists for billions of years, and it burns out. Origin of stars is an unsolved problem. Yeah, it is. Stellar evolution. They say it happened. Well, nobody understands how it proceeds. Nobody's ever seen a star form. You guys have to have stars forming, a lot of them. How many stars are there in the universe? Whole bunch. 70 sextillion stars. There would have to be a whole lot of stars forming, 9.5 million every minute. We don't see any form. Bible says God made the stars. Okay, I go along with that. I'm not asking everybody to pay for that theory to be taught, but I believe that's true. The only logical estimate is, logical reason, God had to make it. So anyway, my time's up. 9.7 million new stars forming every minute. We've never seen one form. There's no scientific evidence for stellar evolution. Then you have to have the origin of life, organic evolution. So which one do you mean, Jackson, when you talk about evolution? Are you talking about, cover this in great detail on video number 4 of my series. Number 5, you'd have to have macroevolution, where an animal changes to another kind of animal. We never see that. It's imagination. You dream it happened. You think it happened. Bible says God made them after their kind. That's all we've ever seen. Nobody's ever seen any animal produce a different kind of animal ever. Right here. Nope. Yeah. Nowhere close to producing life in the laboratory. Anyway, my time is up. But the purpose of this debate tonight is for Jackson or anybody else to show where is the evidence, reasonable scientific evidence for evolution. And I would like to say this would include macroevolution and the first 4, cosmic, chemical, stellar, organic. There's no evidence for any of those. You guys have a religious belief. I think it's a dumb one, but you're allowed to have it. This is America, the land of the free and the home of the slave. You may have all the dumb religions you'd like, but stop calling it science and stop making me pay to put it in the school textbooks. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Dino, for that opening statement. Gentlemen, that concludes the opening statements for the debate. Now we are moving into the rebuttal portion. And Jackson Rowe, whenever you're ready, just make sure you unmute yourself. The floor is yours. And let's say up to 6 minutes, but of course you don't have to take the full 6 minutes, but up to 6 minutes. So go ahead, Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Well, the fact that there is any repetition of AAT, GGG in the chromosome 2 at all, I mean, it could be 10 sequences long. It would prove that this is a functional, I mean, it was once a functional telomere. So this is 700 sequences long. So that's quite a coincidence. I mean, it's reduced. But I was looking into how many chromosomes different species have, like seals, butterflies. They all have. Seals are obviously related to other species of seals, but they often have different number of chromosomes. Butterflies have it's crazy. It can be like 20 chromosomes. Some of them have like 100 chromosomes. But obviously all butterflies are related. I think even we would agree there. But evolution definition, I'm talking about biological evolution. But if you're talking about where elements came from, yeah, the first elements fused in stars. You can't fuse past iron. But in supernova, with that enormous amount of energy, you can make all the other elements. You can even make other elements, heavy elements in particle accelerators here on Earth, colliders here on Earth. But some that last for, they're so massive, they last for like milliseconds before they decay into lighter elements. But stellar and planetary formation, we do see stars forming. We've never seen the point of fusion happen, but we've seen, we see cosmic eggs. I forget what that stands for, EGG, stellar eggs, forming in nebulas or stellar nebulas. And we see accretion disks around exoplanets, some young exoplanetary solar systems. So that's pretty much what I have written down. Not very long. We're keeping it short and sweet. So I'll just hand it back.
Okay, there we go. Let's see. Okay, I appreciate that. Jackson, world's fastest rebuttal. So there you go. We're going to hand it now to Ken Hovind. You've got up to 6 minutes, brother. The floor is yours.
All right. Oh, start the timer here. Well, thank you for coming on short notice here, Jackson. I appreciate that. It's our fifth debate, I think, and I'm going to have to get you converted. You make a good Christian when you get it straightened out. The textbooks do teach things like this, a tree of life that shows everything starting from a single-celled creature like an amoeba. There is no evidence for this. They draw these lines on paper. I debated Pelagia, got the real picture of him instead of the muscular cartoon character he makes of himself. But if he wanted to skip the first 4 stages of evolution, which everybody wants to because they don't have an answer for how stars form. Seeing a cosmic egg, I'd like to see that thing hatch. No, there's a whole lot of stars out there. And you can say that a supernova would provide enough energy. Has it been observed? Science deals with what we can observe, study, test, and demonstrate. Nobody's ever observed this happen. It's pure theoretical. So it's a religious belief. You're welcome to keep it, but stop calling it science. They tell the kids in school, which is what my concern is, that all the creatures are related. The origin of life. Look at this. Everything came from an amoeba. Nobody has ever seen an amoeba produce a non-amoeba. It's called the law of monophyly. Everything produces after its kind. There are no exceptions to that. I cover in my video, let's see, they bring forth after their kind. Stephen Bloom said, a single human cell, like a skin cell or liver cell, is far more complex than the space shuttle or than a nuclear submarine. Even more astounding is the fact that the billions of biochemical molecules inside cells act like incredibly intelligent beings with eyes, swim fins, and a brain. They just know where to go, just what to do, and just when to do it, and they do their thing in incredibly fast motion. The system that synthesizes proteins is unbelievably complex. 2,000 protein molecules are synthesized every second in every cell of your body, 24/7. If you could enlarge a cell to the size of a basketball court and you could open it up and watch it, you would see a constant and endless blur of activity. And yet you guys want to believe we all came from a single cell like a bacteria or an amoeba. And they draw these lines on paper connecting all the animals. They got the dogs and the pine trees and the starfish all related to a common ancestor. This is not science. This is a religion. You guys believe this stuff. You draw the lines on paper and the kids say, oh, it must be true. It's in my science book. No, it's not true. It is absolutely baloney. God said 20 times in the first 7 chapters of the Bible, the plants and animals would always bring forth after their kind. No farmer on the planet, on the history of the planet Earth, has ever seen a violation of that. I don't want to hear about a fossil you found, because you couldn't prove a fossil you found had any children. You sure couldn't prove it had children that were different. And why would you think some bones in the dirt are capable of doing something no animal today can do, produce other than its kind? Cows produce baby cows, horses make horses, Donkeys make, well, jackass makes jackass. And they run for Congress. But the evolution theory is totally devoid of any scientific evidence. They draw these lines on paper. Look at this, boys and girls. You are related to a snail. I think this is not only stupid, I think it's dangerous to teach kids that. They're just an animal. Humans and chickens have a common ancestor with frogs. This is insane. But you guys believe it. The textbooks are full of these trees of life. I would like you to give Jackson tonight the best evidence you know of any animal or plant producing offspring that are different than the parents. It doesn't happen. So then you will appeal to time. Well, over these little changes we see over billions of years, no, that's not science. I'd like to see it observed, study, test, demonstrate. We raise chickens here. They always have baby chickens. There are two different kinds of beavers in the world. They might have had a common ancestor called a beaver. I don't know how many kinds of cows, 225 now, I think, different breeds of cows. Might have come from a cow. That's not proof for evolution. I don't see how you guys don't get it. Macroevolution is changing from one kind of animal to another. It takes place over tens of millions of years, said Carol. It doesn't take place at all. But even if it did take place over tens of millions of years, that puts it outside the realm of science. Macro processes take place in populations and genotypes of individuals. They say this stuff, but there's no evidence for it. My objection is you guys keep teaching it like it's a fact, and it's the dumbest theory in the world. No human, you find bones in the dirt, and you call it Australopithecine. Okay. Maybe there was a whole race of those just exactly like that, and they're now extinct. Extinction happens all the time. Plants or animals can go extinct. You don't know that those bones you found are related to anybody alive today. None. I'm sorry, I just don't see how you don't get it. All right, my time's up. Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, I appreciate that 6-minute rebuttal there, Kent Hovind. That concludes the opening statements and the rebuttals. And now we are moving into the open discussion. We're going to keep this one topic at a time, discussing one line of evidence at a time. So, Jackson, what we're going to do is hand it over to you. I will be collecting questions from the audience. So please, again, make sure you're tagging me, guys, with your questions. And I'll make sure that we're spending no more than 10 minutes on each line of evidence. So Jackson, since Kent just ended with his rebuttal, let's hand it to you for the first question or point that you wanted to ask or make. Go ahead.
All right, I do want to ask kind of a series of questions that are all related to each other, not trick questions. I think we can agree that all octopus species share a common ancestor. Would you agree with that, Kent? You're on mute.
I'm muted here.
Oh, you're good now, Kent.
Okay, it still says, oh, I'm muted. Okay. I don't know how many octopus species there are. I would not give a quick blanket answer to that question, but let's, for the sake of the discussion, let's say there are 30 different varieties of octopus that might have come from 5 different common ancestors. I don't know that I could prove all octopus are related, but okay, let's assume they are. Go ahead. What's your next question?
All right, my next question would be, if octopus are related, are they then related to squid?
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think octopus and squid can interbreed. I don't think there's any evidence they ever have. I think they're very different. I'd have to do some study on the anatomy of squid and octopus, but I know they draw lines on paper in the textbooks and claim they're related. I think I got a picture of them right here. Jellyfish, octopus. I don't see squid on there. So I'm going to say probably not. They might have a common designer named God, but they're not related.
Let's say, for the sake of argument, they were related. Would they then be related to the nautilus or the cuttlefish or other cephalopods? Are the cephalopods all related? I guess your answer would be no then?
Well, I don't think anything ever breeds outside of its kind. If you want to know if an animal, two animals are the same kind, ask the males of every species. They know how to find the female of their kind. They don't, we have horses up here. They're not the least bit interested in the pine trees. They're looking for a female horse only. They don't care about the female cow at all. So I think in most cases, the male of every kind can tell you if it's the same kind. Squirrels make baby squirrels, octopus make. I bet the octopus are not interested in the squid or the cuttlefish.
Well, I'm not arguing kinds. I'm just saying, are these potentially related? Like, Two octopus species may be related, but they can't interbreed.
Well, see, you guys are so worried about related. I don't think the animals care at all what we classify them as.
Well, sure, of course they do.
They couldn't care in the least bit. So we want to try to constantly put them into categories and clades and species and genus and all this kind of stuff. They don't care. I think it's a completely man-made, imaginary classification system, and we've decided to classify into plants and animals generally, and protista, and within there we've got kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. That's a purely man-made, arbitrary dividing up of creatures. Then they don't care how we put them. I don't know. I don't think octopus and squid are related. I don't think maybe all the. Could somebody Google how many species of octopus are there, Matt? Find out.
I want to say it's like 200. I might be wrong about that.
Okay, sure. So God might have made 200 kinds of octopus, and they've been bringing forth after their kind ever since. 300 kinds of octopus. Okay.
300? Okay. All right. You asked me a question then. Let's move on from the octopus topic.
I would like to know, what evidence do you have of any animal producing offspring that are a different kind?
Well,
Would anybody say, wow, that's a different kind? My children don't look like me exactly, but they're still human.
Sure.
I think your parents were probably human, and grandparents. I'd be willing to bet your great-grandparents were human. And if you have any children, I'd be willing to bet $5 they're human.
Sure, but what if you go back a billion generations? What would it look like then?
Well, we can't go back, first of all. I think if we went back hundreds of generations, we'd come to Adam, and he was human. Far back as you can go. You can imagine something else if you want, but it's not science, it's not observable. And the purpose of this debate is for you to provide reasonable scientific evidence for evolution. I'd like to see that. What is your evidence?
Now, there is variation within each offspring. It doesn't look exactly like you, obviously, but you're never going to give birth to a totally different species right there. So it's not going to happen.
Right. There's a lot of variations, but the variations are limited. There are, I forget how many.
But
yeah,
small variations per generation, another generation, some variations, another generation, some variations, adds up over time. It may take a very long time, and I'm sure I'll appeal to time, but looking down the road, I think things will look different in the future.
Well, this is where, yes, variations happen, but they're limited. Apples, I forget, 1,100 varieties of apples have been produced now around the world, I think was the estimate. They're still apple. They run into a brick wall. You can't get off the apple tree. It's still apple. So if you want to believe these changes in apples can slowly turn it to a whale, that's a religious belief. It's not science. Yes, variations happen. Some pretty bizarre variations happen. There's all kinds of different people on the planet, different skin colors, different hair colors, different hair textures, different heights, tall ones, short ones. They're still human. They're still interfertile. Where is the example of a new kind being produced? I'll use the word kind. I got that in my video series. Let's see. Kind. Go ahead. You ask your next question.
Kind, like a canine giving birth to a feline, that's just never going to happen. So if that's your standard of evidence, that's an impossible goal to meet.
Well, no, I've never said that a canine gives birth to a sea lion. I don't think it happens even over billions of generations. It doesn't happen at all. 43. Definition of a kind. There's no definition of species.
Yeah.
Kind. The first definition of species. Second definition. Second definition of species is a kind or sort. Group of individuals that actually or potentially interbreed in nature. Okay. Biology, group of organisms that are able to interbreed, a kind or a sort. Kind, type, sort. Let's see. Where's the one that says scientists have 7 distinct definitions of species.
Yes,
and 27 variations. So what's a species?
Well, species can be confusing, but once you go up on the genus, it's almost always clear what that is. So
okay, so maybe genus is where the biblical kind is. Actually, maybe God doesn't care how we classify them or how Carolus Linnaeus classified them. Maybe they bring forth after their kind. But it's difficult to define the word species. It's hard to define because it's hard to tell when they can reproduce or not. So Is the Chihuahua and the Great Dane the same kind of animal? Yeah, they're a dog. Can a Chihuahua interbreed with a wolf or a coyote or a dingo? I don't know. Maybe.
Maybe if you force them, but I don't think they would.
Right, if you force them, or artificial insemination. The point is, it's still a dog. Ask a 5-year-old. He'll say that's the dog kind. Ask the dog. The males will tell you if they're the same kind or not. So I don't see how you guys can imagine. That's why I wish you'd admit it is pure imagination that if we went millions of generations, these variations could lead to something new. I don't think they can, but even if they could, it's not observable science.
If we're leaving out genetics and fossils, then sure, we're basically left with imagination. And that's kind of the paradigm you're in right now, is you have to leave those two out.
I've said many times why you have to leave out all fossils. You could not prove in a court of law that fossil you found had any children. No human today can produce. No human today can produce non-human children. No apes can produce non-ape. No baboons produce non-baboon. Why do you think it was different in the past, or will be different in the future?
We're seeing a snapshot. We're not seeing an animal giving birth to another animal that's totally different. We're seeing a spectrum. Like here it was 40 million years ago. Here's what it looked like 10 million years later in this series. So we're not seeing something give birth to something totally different. That's what you're kind of.
I've never said they do, but that's why I say you guys imagine that if we had more time, it might change to something else. Okay, imagine all you want. That's not science. Look up the definition of science. It comes from the Latin word "seer." What do we know? We know cows produce cows. We know that. We do not know that cows and octopus are related if we went back billions of years. Evolution is a religion. You're welcome to have it, but it should not be included in public school curriculum at all. It's a waste of classroom time. It's detrimental to the education, and I think it's criminal to force kids to believe one religion like that over everybody else's religion. I think you guys you've succeeded in taking over the textbooks. Congratulations. But this doesn't mean it's true.
With textbooks, but
well, it doesn't mean it's true. It doesn't mean it's science. A radical shift. Scientists are debating which species are most closely related and why. I don't think the species are debating this at all.
No, of course.
No animal on the planet is debating, wow, am I related to an octopus or a starfish? They don't care.
Yeah, we're the only species that's come to the conclusion that maybe everything's related. Nothing else is intelligent enough to make any kind of connection that with nature like humans have.
Well, Jackson, do you believe that your brain is a result of random mutations over billions of years and you came from an amoeba?
Well, I don't believe I came from an amoeba. It would have been, I know you don't like fossils, but it would have been something like an organism like Bicellum brazeri, which is the first known multicellular organism. So,
has anybody ever seen, you take bacteria or something which has a short generation time, say 20 or 30 minutes, some of them not that short, get married, grow up, have babies in 30 minutes. Has anybody ever seen a single-celled creature produce a two-celled creature? Are there any two-celled creatures in the planet? Not a symbiotic relationship, not a colony, a two-celled creature. Are there any?
Well, I know you disagree with this, but the algae experiments where they formed a cell membrane and formed a colony and reproduced by budding off multiple, basically became a multicellular organism from a single-celled organism. I know you've addressed that.
Let me get your words down here. It became a multicellular organism, or was it a colony?
It was kind of both in a way.
Okay. And you believe that's enough evidence to make you believe these charts that show single-celled creature becoming elephants and whales and humans and starfish?
Well, that alone in itself, no, that wouldn't be enough evidence. But everything put together seems to point that way.
I think all the evidence points to exactly what God said would happen. They bring forth after their kind, after their kind, after their kind 20 times in the first 7 chapters. There's no exceptions to that. Now, nobody's ever seen it happen other than this. So to me, I think that's a scientific conclusion. Wow, maybe they always have. I used to raise hamsters. I sold them to pet stores. Every time they had babies, they were hamsters every time. No exceptions. Some
Yeah, I used to
short hair,
breed
some long hair.
salamanders.
What now?
I used to breed salamanders.
Did you ever get anything other than a salamander?
I did not, unfortunately. That would have been pretty cool.
Well, maybe you're demonstrating the Bible is right. They bring forth
Well,
after their kind.
I'm not necessarily saying the whole Bible is wrong. I'm of the opinion that some of it could be true. There could be a Jesus. He could be the Son of God. Maybe that part is true, but I think if you read it word for word, it's not literally true, everything in it. But I am open to the idea that there is a God, but I think he would have used evolution.
I think that's a stupid God to use a process like that. It's certainly cruel, because if evolution is true, one animal has to evolve a little better than the rest, got a new improved variety. All the rest have to die to make this new one take over the population. This is Adolf Hitler.
They don't have to die.
Why not?
They don't have to die. That's how biodiversity works. I mean, if everything dies, you only have one species left. I mean, at the top. I mean, that's not how it works. It branches out. So,
but really, evolution is a religion of death. Creatures, if you get one improved animal in a population, it's now got a new improved, supercharger.
Well,
it has to find another one with the same improvement of the opposite sex in the same place at the same time in history. You have to have this happen trillions and trillions of times. It's never been observed once. Nobody's ever seen a cow produce a non-cow or come from a non-cow. But your charts show the tree of life with everything coming from an amoeba. I don't think that's science. I don't think it's logical. I don't think it's proper to teach that to all the kids. I think it's criminal. But if you want to believe it.
You frame it as a religion of death. I frame it as a scientific theory of life. So I think we're two completely different angles on this. You see it as this evil thing, and I see it as this kind of interesting thing. That's how everything came to be.
And the title of the debate is, where is the scientific evidence for evolution? The textbooks show a tree of life like this, and I've got hundreds of textbooks beside me. I can show you a bunch of them if you'd like. This one has humans, there we are, and grizzly bears, and horses, and rhinoceros, and whales, and chickens, and butterflies coming from a single-celled creature. That isn't science.
Now, let me give one of my favorite examples that I like. It's the feathered dinosaurs. Now, do you think any theropod dinosaurs had feathers? Some creationists do believe that, and some don't.
I think that's an extremely dumb idea. There's no evidence at all that any dinosaur had feathers. The word dinosaur means terrible lizard. No reptile today has any feathers. And the idea that dinosaurs turned into birds is got to be, they keep looking for who can come up with the dumbest idea and get people to believe it. It's an endless competition, in my humble opinion. So no, I do not believe that at all. I think that the protein, as it decays and degenerates, can splinter out and fray. And somebody might say, oh, wow, frayed protein fibers. Look, feather. That's not a feather. I've got feathers.
There are impressions of pennaceous feathers that can't easily be explained by like collagen fibers. Unlike dinosaurs like Ceratosaurus, Wulong, Kaihong, especially Kaihong, they have pennaceous feathers that can't be explained by just frayed proteins.
Well, that's the first I've heard of that, and I'd be glad to see any evidence you've got. But if all you're finding is a fossil, and you realize that almost all fossils are made in mud, the layers of mud that are packed on top are going to automatically, by capillary action, draw off filaments that would look like dendrite pattern feathers. But we can cover that another time. I could have to get slides ready for that. That's it.
Yeah, I don't have slides for that.
This is an animal that's dead. Show me it happened today. Are there any reptiles today with feathers?
And Jackson, let me just jump in real quick, because that last 10-minute segment just ended. It's been fantastic so far. In the last 10-minute segment, I know there were a couple lines of evidence you brought up in your opening statement. The title of the debate, is there reasonable evidence for evolution? That type of evolution that would say whales and banana plants are related. Is there another line of evidence you kind of wanted to engage, specifically maybe something you brought up? Go ahead, gentlemen.
Well, let's talk about the telomere in the chromosome 2 again. Now, why are 700 repetitions of the AAT GGG not enough to prove that that is in fact a telomere remnant?
Well, the article on ICR.org covers that in great detail. They're not. The fact that that 798 telomeres is gene lines of gene code is functional. It's used. It's necessary. Chromosome 2 is not two other chromosomes stuck together. It's designed to do exactly what it does. It's not.
Well,
You guys are so desperate for evolution evidence. You can't see you don't get it. Let's see. It's right here. Slide number. Here we go. Chromosome number 2 never happened. Let me get the highlights here. Slide number 114. Alt DV 114. Enter. Oh, sorry about that. Okay. Evolutionists struggle to explain why humans have 46, apes have 48. They suppose the answer is from chromosome number 2. The alleged fusion site isn't connected to satellite DNA sequence like documented fusions are, and is too small and muddled to be the fusion of two chromosomes. The fusion site is located inside a gene and contains intricate coding functionality, soundly refuting fusion. The alleged cryptic centromere site is inside a large protein coding gene, further refuting the fusion idea. Human chromosome 2 fusion theory doesn't hold up to scientific scrutiny. You're welcome to believe that, but even then, that is just a tiny step of trillions of steps that have to be taken place to change an ape to a human. Why would we have less chromosomes? Why not more? Why did you mention the butterfly? Some have 20, some have 100. I don't know that all butterflies came from a butterfly. God might have made 50 kinds of butterflies. I know this, the butterflies know which kind to go after for mating.
Sure.
The monarchs don't go after the other kind that aren't monarchs.
I'm not particularly attracted to butterflies myself, so I see what you mean.
Good. So you probably not. But I thought you might be related to one if you go back long enough.
Possibly.
Okay.
All right. Now, endogenous retroviruses. What do you have to say about what I said about that in the opening statement?
Well, endogenous retrovirus, the word endogenous means derived or originating internally. A retrovirus. A virus, a type of virus that has RNA instead of DNA as the genetic material. We covered this in great detail. Matt, was it last night or in a previous recent broadcast on Kent Hovind official YouTube channel? People assume virus means bad. No, it doesn't. The word virus comes from the word poison, but most of the viruses are good, and the endogenous retroviruses talk about have a function. They're not evidence for evolution at all. They're functional.
Well, yeah. I'm not saying all viruses are bad. I don't see how that's relevant to 98,000 of them being shared between humans and chimps. Whether they're good or bad, it doesn't really make a difference.
Sure. If we have 98,000 similar lines of code to a chimpanzee, let's pick that number and say it's true. Okay. What does that prove? Does that prove common ancestor or common designer? Same guy wrote the code. I mean, this code is really complex. I bet Microsoft Word and Microsoft PowerPoint have tens of thousands of identical lines of code. I bet when I'm in Microsoft PowerPoint and go to spell check, it takes me to the exact same lines of code that is if I was in Microsoft Word and click spell check. Similar lines of code, I agree. But you guys say, see, common ancestor. I say, no, the same guy's writing the code. His name is God. So it's a similar code is evidence of a creator, not evidence of an ancestor.
Well, it could be evidence of a creator that used evolution.
As I've said, that would be a dumb creator. Doesn't he know what he wants? Why not make it right first time? See, I think God made it right first time and man messed it up.
He made it right the first time until he didn't, and he flooded the world. According to the literal story.
He made it right, man messed it up, then he flooded the world and gave him a second chance. And now he's going to come again and judge the world and give you another chance.
Because we messed up.
You better hurry and get on board. Why no?
Because we messed up a second time?
Because we're messing up. God didn't mess up.
Well, surely he saw it coming.
Oh, yeah, he saw it coming. But he loved us enough to say, I'm going to make them anyway. Just like when you get married, you say, well, we're probably going to have some problems, probably not going to be perfect, but I love you. Well, let's try to make it work. God made man knowing man, but he had to give man a free will. He didn't want a robot to go around saying, I love you, God, I love you, God. I don't want to marry a wife that's a robot. I want one that says, look, I want to be your wife. I want to love you. And so I think God wants us. You don't have to serve him if you don't want to. And apparently you don't want to. I want to. I've chosen. I believe God made the world. I want to serve him.
Well, if there was a God, I would definitely serve him. But I don't see that there necessarily is one. But also about marriage, I'm too weird to be married. So that's just going to be how it's going to be.
Okay, let me jump in here, gentlemen. As we come up at the hour mark, I do have a ton of fantastic questions from the audience. I just want to make sure, Jackson, looks like we discussed the lines of evidence that you brought up, fossils, ERVs, the fusion. So unless there's any final points pertaining to the topic itself, evidence for evolution, we could move into concluding statements. What do you think, Jackson?
Yeah, we can move into concluding statements if you want.
Okay, let's do, let's say 5-minute concluding statements, wrap up our points and thoughts, and then we'll have a really, really solid audience Q&A because we got some fantastic questions. So let's start with you, Jackson Rowe. Take up to 5 minutes, then we'll do the same for Kent.
All right. It's a short notice debate, but I think it went pretty good. I always like these debates with Kent. I always keep it cordial, unlike a lot of the people who debate him. I don't know why they can't keep it cordial, but anyway. Yeah, I think there's a lot of evidence for evolution. I think we brought up a lot of lines of evidence, but Kent basically says, well, fossils and genetics basically don't count. So you're basically left with the little things here and there after that, and imagination. So, and lines on paper. But anyway, yeah, fun debate. I'm ready to get to the questions, and then I got places to be. This is so short notice. So.
Okay, Jackson, thank you for your concluding statement. We're going to hand it over to Kent. Kent, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead whenever you're...
Well, thank you, sir. I like the way they always say you have to accept evolution. No, you have to believe in evolution. You can only accept something that is observable, scientifically accurate. I accept the fact that cows can jump. I'll accept that. Cows can jump. They can be trained to jump. Since I accept the fact that cows can jump, evidence for this is overwhelming. Cows can jump. Therefore, since I accept the fact that cows can jump, this proves beyond reasonable doubt that given enough time, a cow could jump over the moon. This is what Jackson's doing. He sees little variations and thinks, therefore, it could jump over the moon. No, it can't. The little variations you see are limited. So all we've ever seen with evolution is variations within the kind, 250 recognized breeds of cows. They probably had a common ancestor called a cow. There are 6 different types of corn kernels. They might have had a common ancestor called corn. 200 varieties of wheat might have had a common ancestor called wheat. 4,000 varieties of potatoes might have come from a potato. 339 recognized breeds of dog probably had a common ancestor called a dog. 339 recognized breeds by the American Kennel Association or whoever that is, okay? I accept the fact. Dogs can produce varieties of dogs, but they're still dog. God said they'd bring forth after their kind. I think all the scientific evidence points to that being correct. That's all we've ever seen. And science deals what we can observe, study, test, and demonstrate. They can't even make it happen in the laboratory. Crossbreed your dogs and get a pine tree. I'd like to see that, okay? Charlie Darwin wrote a book called The Origin of Species, in which he never did discuss the origin of species. But that word species is a flexible, nebulous term. A bunch of different definitions I showed you a minute ago. God said they bring forth after their kind. Microevolution is a lousy word. We should not use it, but they do. But that is variations within the kind. That one has been observed. So the definition of the word evolution is variation. He hasn't given any evidence for variations above what anybody would call microevolution. Pesticide resistance, herbicide resistance, it's still the same kind of plant or animal. It doesn't change anything. You can spray the roaches until they become resistant to the spray. They're still a roach every time. So I don't understand how people can be taught or brainwashed into believing everything is related because of these little variations. We see all these varieties of dog and therefore conclude that dogs are related to mosquitoes. I don't understand how anybody can believe such a thing. Sure, there's varieties of potatoes. That doesn't prove they're related to a whale. But you guys want to put these charts in the textbook and say, see, kids, everything's related. I think it's propaganda. I think it's child abuse. I think it's criminal to lie to kids and say that we have evidence that potatoes and whales are related. We do not have any such evidence. I think it's an attempt to refute what God clearly said they'd bring forth after their kind. If you have a hatred for God and don't believe his Bible, okay, go enjoy life. But don't teach it like it's part of science, and don't make me pay to have all that taught to all the kids. That's what's happening now. Everybody's forced to teach your religion in the schools. I resent that. Anyway, thank you for coming again, Jackson. We're going to get you straightened out. So I'm ready for Q&A from the audience too. I'm tired.
I appreciate the concluding statements, Kent and Jackson. I will say that debate was a ton of fun, fantastic discussion, very fast paced. And we've had a great chat with a ton of great questions. So let's get some of these questions in. And as we always do, whoever the question is for, let's just make sure that they get the last word. And that way we can move along smoothly. Okay, here we go. First question that comes in is from, and I'm just going to get it up on screen here, from Bill Morgan. So Bill Morgan, good to see you, and I appreciate the question, brother. The question is for Jackson. So he says, on a scale of 1 to 99, 99 being most certain, how certain are you that life originated from non-life by natural means, and why do you believe that? Go ahead, Jackson.
Well, I'll just say, not on a scale of 1 to 99, I'll say I'll give it a 50-50 chance that either a god made the first cell or the first cell evolved on its own. That's basically my answer. Pretty short and simple.
So a 50-50 shot, you're saying?
50-50 shot, because it's hard to, it's a blurry field at the moment.
Okay, Jackson, thank you for your response. Over to you, Dr. Dino, if you had anything you wanted to add.
From 1 to 99, I'd give it a 99.9, that it didn't happen, it can't happen. Nobody's ever been able, if they could make life in the laboratory, all that would prove is it takes intelligence to make life. Hello, I'm certain the first life form had to be created, and he created them to bring forth after their kind, and they've been doing it ever since. Bacteria have always been producing bacteria and nothing else. Frogs produce frogs, nothing else, ever, in the history of observable science. So I'm 100% certain there is no evidence for evolution, none.
Okay, thank you, Kent, for that response. Jackson, quick final word.
I don't really have anything to add.
Okay, well, whoops. Here's the next question that comes in, and this one comes in from Mama's YouTube channel. Question for JR. So that would be you, Jackson Rowe. So she asks, this looks like it pertains to the chromosome 2 fusion, or so-called. Explain the fact that so-called telomeric repeats, so those apparent telomeric-like repeats found at the site, how do you explain the fact that they are functional DNA elements that are found all throughout the genome and have nothing to do with a fusion itself? Jackson, go ahead.
Well, if I understand the question right, you guys attribute function to it couldn't have evolved, or like all ERVs must be functionless, or
well, no. If I could, Jackson, just to reiterate it in another way. Okay. She's saying that the so-called evidence for the fusion, where you guys look to those telomeric-like repeats to say that they are the remnants of the so-called fusion. Dr. Jeffrey Tompkins, a PhD geneticist, he's discovered that those remnants are not actually remnants. They're functional DNA elements involved in gene expression. So the argument is essentially these have nothing to do with the fusion. There was no fusion. What are your thoughts on that, Jackson?
I haven't heard too much about that, so I can't really speak too much on it. Again, this is short notice, so
okay.
I'll just leave it, see what Kent has to say and respond.
Over to you, Kent, brother.
Well, I think he's right. Jeffrey Tompkins is right that this is functional DNA, and nobody didn't even discover DNA till the last 100 years. So it's we still don't have microscopes to see all the details. Nobody's ever seen an atom yet. We don't even know their most powerful microscope. So I think the complexity of a single cell is mind-boggling. The more we study a cell and the components of the cell and the DNA, the more you ought to fall on your knees and say, wow, God, you are so smart. But you don't want to do that, Jackson. I don't mind doing that at all. I don't mind falling on my face saying, God, you're amazing. You're God. Thank you for being so smart. Thank you for letting me live. I don't have a problem doing that at all.
Thank you, Dr. Dino, for that response to a fantastic question here. Jackson, did you want the final word, given that it was your question?
Well, I'll just say we have actually imaged, I haven't, but they have imaged atoms directly. They just look like little blurry dots, but yeah, they have actually imaged them. But yeah, that's basically it.
Okay, thank you for the engagement on that question. Gentlemen, next question comes in from ComCal Ministries, and the question again is for you, Jackson. Short and sweet. He asks, Jackson, do you believe or do you really think you came from a rock? Or if you wanted to answer it another way, does evolutionary theory propose that we came from rocks, essentially? Go ahead.
Well, no. I mean, it doesn't really matter how life arose for evolution to be true or not. But no, I don't think it's rocks that we came from. I think that's just an oversimplification.
Thank you, Jackson. And over to you, Kent, if you had a response at all.
The evolution theory clearly teaches the Earth began as a hot ball of rock. As it cooled down, it began to rain, and it rained on the rocks for millions of years and turned them into soup, and the soup came alive. I show that many times in my seminar. That's exactly what the books teach. Jackson, you do believe you came from a rock. Just admit it. I don't see how you guys can drive on the highway that's made out of your ancestors. Show some respect, for heaven's sake.
It's kind of cruel when you think about it that way. But
yeah.
It's a theory of life, though, you said earlier, Jackson.
It's a theory of life, yeah. But we're driving on our ancestors. But anyway.
Yep.
But no, we came from prebiotic chemistry. I mean, it's not the same as, say, a stone giving birth to a cell. It's not that simple.
Okay, let's go to the next question. We'll give you the last word on that one, Jackson, because the question was for you. And the chat's coming at you, Jackson. So I appreciate you being a good sport.
Yeah.
You're in the lion's den. So another question for you there, Jackson. This comes from Smoke the Ghost. He says, Don, can you ask Jackson why single cells could evolve millions of years ago, but they can't evolve now?
Like, why aren't cells evolving today, I guess is what he's asking.
Or even a single-celled like ancestor into a multi-celled ancestor, maybe?
I'll answer from that angle, from the first angle. Because microorganisms are basically eating all this prebiotic chemistry that would have taken a long time to form anything. So once the life got started, it's basically canceling out any other life from arising. It's basically the simplest way I can put it.
Okay, and over to you, Ken.
I don't think we've ever seen any cell evolve ever. Bacteria produce bacteria. Every single-celled creature, multi-celled creatures, they all produce after their kind, exactly what God said would happen. That's all we've ever seen. So they claim rocks got rained on, turned to soup, the soup came alive, and that first cell somehow learned to reproduce itself, a pretty amazing thing. And it learned how to make something other than itself. That's what the theory says. It's not science. I think it's ridiculous.
Okay, I appreciate the responses from both you. And the next question here, since we have a ton, let's see, why don't we go with a question for Kent, if I can find one in here. Okay, here's one. So this one comes in from Ray AI. I'll put it up on screen. $5 super chat. Ray, thank you for the support and question. So he asked, question for Kent. How did all the animals and humans repopulate the earth so quickly after the flood? Common question.
Great question and legitimate question, but compared to what the evolutionists believe, that everything came from an amoeba, which came from a dot of nothing exploding. I mean, we don't have a problem at all. Creationists don't. The Bible says God told Noah to bring 2 of each kind onto the ark, 7 of some, the clean animals, but 2 of each kind, in whose nostrils was the breath of life. So during the flood, the fish would have plenty of water fish didn't go on the ark. the fish kept growing and populating the world, and during probably even more so. So there'd be a whole lot of fish fossils found because of the flood. So, and also insects weren't required to go on the ark because they don't have nostrils. They have breathe through spiracles in their skin. This current estimate by baraminology.com, baramin is the Hebrew word for kind. Baraminology.com says there are probably 8,000 kinds of animals that would be necessary to start all the different varieties we have today. Could you, from 2 horses with selective breeding, get all the different horses today? I was mentioning one time in a seminar that there are 339 breeds of dogs. A lady raised her hand. She said, Brother Hovind, my family has been in the dog kennel business for 100 years, 4 generations. She said, I can promise you within 100 years, if you gave us 2 generic mutts, just pick any 2 mutts out of the pound, we could, through selective breeding in 100 years, create all the breeds of dogs today, Great Dane to Chihuahua, in 100 years. This is with man manipulating, selective breeding. In nature, I think the animals coming off the ark would spread out, and those that lived in cold climate, those that have a thicker fur are more likely to survive, and those that have a thinner fur are more likely to die. So natural selection would work to create the 8 different varieties of bears: polar bears, brown bears, black bears, grizzly bears, probably within a few hundred years. So I don't think that's a problem at all. If it is any problem, it's so minor compared to the evolutionist problem of bringing all the animals from a rock. I think that's a problem.
Thank you for that thorough answer to a great question, Kent. Over to you, Jackson, if you had a response. The floor is yours.
All right, well, in 4,400 years, it's really not possible. I'll use an example I've used before, but the Bolitoglossa genus of salamanders, there are 130 species. They take 10 years to reach sexual maturity, and there are billions of them, 130 species. And they're distributed only in central and northern half of South America. First of all, it would have taken a while for them to get there. Then they would have had to have reproduced and diversified into 130 species from that genus, in that genus. And then you have to get billions of them. And I actually have 2 of them over here in an enclosure, some of the last in the country. They're really hard to take care of. But anyway, that's kind of beyond the point. But yeah, so it's really not possible.
Okay, thank you, Jackson. And Dr. Dino, the question was for you, brother, so we'll give you the last word.
Well, I'm not sure about the salamander thing. Let's see, how did all the animals get? Okay, he mentioned how did they get there to South America. I think anybody that studies geology at all would understand, or earth science that I taught for 15 years. The earth has oceans that have 2 parts to them, 2 very distinct parts. They have the deep part called the abyss and the shallow part around all the continents called the continental shelf. If you lowered the oceans about 100 feet, and they average 12,000 feet deep, if you took 100 feet of water out of the oceans and froze it and stick it on the poles, i.e. enlarge the ice caps. We know the ice caps were much larger at one time in the past, clear down to Kansas City, Missouri, okay? So by freezing that water, sticking it on the poles, that lowers the ocean level, and now all the continental shelves are part of the continent. They're exposed. If you look between England and France, the English Channel that our soldiers fought across, it's about 100 feet deep from here to the road right there. It's not bad. Between Russia and Alaska, the water is 60 feet deep for thousands of miles. All you'd have to do is lower the ocean 100 or 200 feet. Everything is connected. So I think after the flood, during the flood of Noah, the ice caps were huge. And over the next few hundred years, they gradually melted back, which is going to raise the ocean level. And that's why we have a continental shelf, because that used to be the beach line out there. Just Google continental shelf. It's around everything. Between Vietnam and Australia, the water averages about 30 feet deep. Oh, get over here where you can see it. There we go. Okay. So it's simple. If you lower the oceans, the continents are bigger. And we know the ice caps were much bigger in the past, so it's very simple. Just type in continental shelf around the Philippines, for example. So how did the kangaroos get to Australia? They hopped. That's how they get everywhere. Okay, go ahead.
I appreciate that final word there, Kent, on a good question. So you guys are making this a fun debate. We've got a great chat right now. So here's the next question that comes in from Brandon McGavin, $10 super chat. And Jackson, it is for you. So he asks, Jackson, can you explain how the termite and its parasite that's inside evolved without creation?
Not really. I'm not really familiar with the example, so I can't speak too much on it. Maybe Kent's familiar with it.
Yep, Steve. Explain how the termite and its parasite that's inside evolved without creation. I think almost every creature has things inside of it. As long as you're healthy, you can tolerate them and have a symbiotic relationship. There's all kinds of bacteria in our gut. If you're not healthy, that can become deleterious, and you could be sick from something, from not being able to maintain a good balance. So I think everything was designed to be in a symbiotic relationship. You know, the right hand and the left hand put together, pretty cool. That's pretty neat. Wonder how long that took to happen, of millions of years of chance. So I would stick with the evidence that all I've ever seen is really cool evidence of design. I'd say somebody took some clay out of the ground and designed a coffee cup. Didn't happen by itself. Pretty cool. Got a handle, you can hold it. It holds liquids inside. This is design out of clay. I think God can take clay and design a human with a lot more features than a coffee cup.
Thank you, Kent, for that response. And Jackson, are we moving on to the next question, or did you want a final word?
I'll just say that parasites are a strange design. That's all I really have to add.
Okay, here we go. Next question comes in from Jeremy Wong. I appreciate the question there, Jeremy. And this one is for you, Kent. Looks like it's a follow-up to some of the points made on the previous question about the repopulation of humans and species after the flood. So he asks, kangaroos are only found in Australia. Why don't we find kangaroo bones showing the migration from the flood area to Australia itself?
Well, first, I think nearly all fossils were formed during the flood. Many animals died today, probably millions worldwide. None are going to fossilize. Nobody sees fossilization happening now. So to ask a question like, why don't we see fossils of the animals moving from the ark out to anywhere is ridiculous. We're not going to find fossils of anything post-flood. Animals don't fossilize, extremely rarely that they fossilize at all. So I think during the flood, trillions of fossils were formed, and there's been hardly any formed since then. But as I mentioned, during the flood, the ice caps were much larger, and continental shelf was much exposed. By raising the ice cap, or by enlarging the ice caps, everything, I got it all slides here someplace, of Australia. So kangaroos are only found alive, other than zoos, etc., in Australia. Sure. Kangaroos are less aggressive than other animals. I think if they were getting off the ark and they're competing for real estate, okay, the lions and the kangaroos probably wouldn't live too long together. The kangaroo would say, forget it, you can have it, I'll move on somewhere else. So I think there was probably a migration wave after the flood, and the animals had to move away and into whatever area they're comfortable with. And so by the time they're moving away, say it took 100 years or 1,000 or 200 years for the kangaroos to migrate to Australia over a couple generations. At the same time, the ice caps are melting and the continental shelf is being submerged. So pretty soon they end up protected, trapped on Australia, which is now an island, but Australia used to be a peninsula. Here, I found it. Yay. Slide number 442, Alt-DV 442. Here's a satellite view of England and Ireland next to France. The water is not very deep. There it is between Russia and Alaska. If you lowered the water 100 feet, there's the ocean out there. All of Central America would be covered if you raised the ocean. That's another story. But all around Florida, you can walk out 100 miles before it gets 200 feet deep. 200 feet is, not far. So I think after the flood, the ice caps melting would raise the ocean levels. Then it would eventually spill over between Florida and Cuba and fill the Gulf of Mexico. Pensacola Bay, Mobile Bay, 7 feet deep. There it is, Australia to Vietnam, continental shelf. Just Google it. So I think kangaroos, are kangaroos dying in Australia today? Yeah. Are there any of them leaving any fossils? No. They get eaten and scattered around by the scavengers. So fossilization only happened, or nearly all of it happened because of the flood, isn't happening anywhere in any significant numbers right now. Okay.
Very thorough answer, Kent. I appreciate these slides, and great question, Jeremy Wong. So Jackson, anything you wanted to add to that?
My answer is going to be short. It's just to his question. It's because kangaroos didn't migrate from Turkey, and that's all.
Hey, Jackson, a final word from you at all, Kent?
I did not understand a thing he said, but okay, no, I'm done.
Okay, let's move on here. So this one comes in from Cover to Cover Book Reviews, and Jackson, this one's for you. So he asks, you asked if a canine can give birth to a feline. At some point in the past, didn't a dinosaur give birth to a bird, according to evolution? Jackson, the floor is yours.
No, that's what I'm trying to say. Nothing gives birth to something radically different, but there is variation between each generation, and over a long time, that adds up in a population. So that's how it works. It's not just one thing giving birth to another.
Okay, thank you for the response there, Jackson. And Dr. Hovind, over to you.
Well, Jackson is correct that it would take many generations if it happened at all. But I'm saying there's no evidence for it ever happening at all. I think all the dinosaurs ever gave birth to were baby dinosaurs. All the birds have ever given birth to baby birds. Cows produce cows. Our sheep up here had 2 lambs last week. Within 2 minutes, those baby lambs, I was there when one was born. Within 2 minutes, it was standing up looking for the dinner table. How does it know? How does it know which end of mama has dinner? It knows. It just knows. So I think it's amazing design. I can sit there and watch a lamb be born, wobble around for a minute, stand up and sniff around and go find mama's boobs to get some milk and say, wow, God, you are amazing. I don't have a problem praising God for his creation. I love studying science. I'm sad that evolution is stuck in our textbooks, polluting them with this dumb religion. Get it out of there. It's nothing to do with science.
Thank you for the response there, Kent. Jackson, quick final word?
No, nothing to add.
Okay, here we go. This next one comes in from Aiden. And again, question is for you, Jackson. So he says, are there objective morals? And if everything is subjective, do you believe there is no distinction between right and wrong?
Well, it's subjective in a sense, but it's kind of set by cultures. So, I mean, if you do the wrong thing in a certain culture, you're going to get your head chopped off. If you do the wrong thing in another culture, you're going to get in prison for 5 years. It's really dependent on what culture you're living in, what morals you're going to have. But everyone seems to agree that killing people is wrong, stealing stuff is wrong. Let's not kill each other. Let's not take each other's stuff. That's pretty much the golden rule.
Okay, Jackson, appreciate the response. Dr. Hovind, anything you'd like to add to that?
Well, then would Jackson believe that in Muslim countries, since it is their culture to kill anyone who disagrees with their prophet, that they should be killed? If they do take over America, are you going to follow their prophet or willingly submit to have your head cut off? I mean, is there such a thing as right and wrong? I've asked atheists all over the world, how do you tell right from wrong? Where's your standard? I'd like to know. If it goes country by country, then you're just going by majority opinion. Whoever controls the country, whoever's got the biggest stick, they make the rules. Is there an absolute standard for humanity? And what I understood from your answer is no. It varies from nation to nation. I think that's dangerous, real dangerous.
It can be dangerous because if the wrong culture takes over, we're going to be in the Stone Age again. So, I mean, I would fight against, like, say, ISIS took over the country. I would not submit to their standard of morality. But that's basically what I'll say.
Okay, as we start to wind down here, as we agreed upon, we're going to wrap it up at the hour and a half mark. So we got a few minutes left to get a couple more questions in. I like these long audience Q&A sessions. We get a lot of good questions coming in. So thank you to the audience for being so engaged in the debate. This next one comes in from Sean Mock, and this one is for you, Dr. Dino. He asks, when do you think carnivores started to prey on animals?
After the flood, God told Noah he could eat meat now. If you read the story in the Bible, God told all the animals and all the people before the flood started, in the original creation, he said, you're going to eat fruit, vegetables, and seeds. Everything was vegetarian. After the flood, if you read Genesis chapter 9, I got the answer somewhere. If I had more time, I could call it up. My seminar part 7, if you watch my video series. After the flood, God said, Noah, now you can eat meat. You don't have to, but you can if you want to. And it's perfectly fine if you want to eat meat, and I do, okay? I only eat vegetarian cows, though, okay? The cow has to be a vegetarian before I'll eat it, right? So, and I had part of one tonight. So I think that animals, probably after the flood, spreading out around the world, became, no lion has to eat meat. They can live on vegetation, like Little Tyke did. In the English London Zoo during World War II, they didn't have any meat because they were giving it all to the soldiers. So it learned to live on plants, fruit, and vegetables. Didn't like it at first, but there have been animals that only live on vegetation that most people would say that's a carnivore. They can live on vegetation if they're forced to. But I think that changing from a plant-eating lion to a meat-eating lion is a minor change compared to going from a rock to a lion. That's a very minor change, okay? So I think it happened probably after the flood over many generations.
Thank you for that response, Dr. Dino. Vegetarian cows, yes, make for the best burgers. So glad you had a good dinner tonight. And Jackson, over to you. Anything you wanted to add to that question?
Yeah, I'll just say that microbes have been eating other microbes for billions of years. That's what I think. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, and Kent, did you want a final word there?
No, that's it. More questions.
Okay, here we go. Next one comes in from Forkakong. Okay, so we got it up on screen here. This one's for you, Jackson Rowe. And the questioner asks, why haven't the crocodilians and sharks evolved significantly over the past millions of years? Essentially referring to the existence of stasis in the fossil record. Go ahead.
Sure, they've been similar to their current form for quite a long time, but sharks evolved from acanthodian fish, and crocodilians evolved from things like protosuchus. Just Google what that looks like. It looks sort of like a crocodilian, but not really. It's very weird. But anyway, that's my answer.
Okay, thank you, Jackson. And over to you, Kent.
I don't think anybody's ever seen a crocodile produce a non-crocodile. You can imagine it came from something else if you'd like, but that's SpongeBob imagination. That's not science. I don't think sharks ever came from anything but mama and daddy shark. There are no exceptions. Nobody's ever seen a shark produce a non-shark or a crocodile produce a non-crocodile. It's a purely religious belief to believe anything other than that. And I resent that being taught in the schools at taxpayer expense.
Thank you, Kent, for that response. So this question here, Jackson. Oh, I'm sorry, Jackson. You want a quick final word?
No, it's all right.
Okay, so this one's from Jeremy Nolan. And he says, question, I believe it's for you, Jackson. If the sedimentary rocks that bury the animals that turn to fossils are much older than the fossils, how can you get a correct date if rocks are older than the fossils?
Well, that's why they date igneous rock and not sedimentary rock. They date igneous layers in between to get a rough age of how old the fossil is between two igneous layers. So that's it.
Okay, over to you, Ken.
Okay, the entire geologic column that they teach is pure insanity. It doesn't exist anywhere in the world. They keep saying the layers of the earth are different ages, and they've got names, Cenozoic, Mesozoic, Paleozoic, Archaeozoic, and Jurassic, Triassic, Mississippian, Devonian, Silurian. I taught it for 15 years. I understand it pretty well. It doesn't exist anywhere, nowhere. They say the top layer is younger. I say, stop and think. Where's this top layer coming from? Outer space? What do you mean the top layer is younger? Every speck of dirt on the planet is the same age. Whether it's 6,000 or 6 trillion, it's the same age. It either all formed by God creating it, or it all formed from a big bang creating it. But either way, it's every speck of dirt is the same age. Rearranging it, moving it from here to here with the shuffling it around and floods and stuff like that doesn't change the age of it. So there's no such thing as a Jurassic period. There's no such thing as a Mississippian or Devonian. There's no such thing as a geologic column. The whole thing is baloney. All over the world, petrified trees are found standing up, connecting all the layers. Watch my video number 6. I show 20 pictures of them. Yellowstone has a fence around one so nobody takes pieces off of it. With me standing next to it in my picture. I'm not there now, but petrified tree standing up, running through these layers. The whole geologic column is a joke. It's somebody up in hell is laughing at people for believing such a dumb thing. So there's no such thing as all the sedimentary rocks that buried the animals turned to fossils. I think nearly all that happened at the flood. They might today give some kind of different date because of the minerals they're buried in. I think you could take one sample, break it up into 6 pieces, send it to 6 laboratories and get 6 different numbers. I think that's been done. So I disagree completely. I don't think I don't think any fossils are older than any other ones. I think nearly all of them formed at the time of the flood. Go ahead.
Thank you, Kent, for that response. Jackson, over to you.
Not really anything to add, no.
Okay, let's, as we wind down here.
We've kind of had that debate before, the geologic column debate. People can just go and watch that one. We talked in depth about that, yeah.
Okay, here we go. As we come up to the hour-and-a-half mark, this will be the last question. I want to make sure we get in the super chats. Lots of fun during this audience Q&A. Kent and Jackson, thank you so much for making this a memorable debate. So this one comes in from Rune Norderhog, and Rune is one that sent in a request, and we'll be taking the Evolution Debate Challenge probably in April. So we'll be looking forward to that. And Rune has a question for you, Dr. Hovind. Looks like it's about diatoms. Considering how many diatoms would have died during the flood, I'm just reading this word for word. While there would be some variation, I'm guessing, why don't we find diatomaceous earth in more places?
I was in Lompoc, California. I lived in Central California for 3 years. Praise God, I'm out of there. But the Lompoc, California has a diatomaceous earth quarry. I got 45,000 pictures in my seminar, but I cover that on my video number 6 about the diatomaceous earth. If I can call it up real quick. Let's see, right here. I think the crust of the earth cracked open at the time of the flood, and it created fault lines all over the place, which we still have, fault lines all over the place. As the hot water that was inside the earth, look at this, I went right to it. I don't believe it, okay? As the hot water that was inside the earth came shooting out, it would kill all the diatoms within an effective radius, maybe of 20 miles or something. Then as the hot water hits the regular water, it's going to only kill things within a certain radius. So I think you'd find diatoms buried in huge, thick layers. I got a picture of me. Here we go, right there. Diatomaceous earth quarry, 267, Alt-DV, 267, enter. A whale fossil was found standing on its end, 80 feet long, in diatomaceous earth. Whales, dolphins, trillions of fish, even pterodactyls have been found preserved in diatomaceous earth. This is the layer that they mine at the diatomaceous earth quarry in Lompoc, California, and it splits up and it contains billions and billions of fossils squeezed in between these layers. I think the only explanation for this, only logical explanation, is that it's right on the San Andreas Fault. Hot water came shooting out, killed everything within 20 miles. It snowed to the bottom and packed them into layers. Diatomaceous earth contains, I'm going to use the word trillions of fossils, fish fossils found in diatomaceous earth. I think the chalk cliffs of Dover, England, same thing. They formed right because they're right near a fault line. That's where the Bible says the fountains of the deep broke open. The water that was in the crust of the earth came to the surface and flooded it. So I think that the only logical explanation for the huge chalk cliffs or diatomaceous cliffs, I'm not sure where diatomaceous earth is found all over the world, never Googled that, but I'm not sure we've looked everywhere for that matter. I mean, there's enough of it in Lompoc to satisfy the whole world. So maybe that's enough. So I think during the first few months of the flood, dead animals settled out, were buried. Swirling waters from the flood would make great piles of dead plants and animals. This would make the coal, the fossil graveyards over the next few hundred years. You can make layers in a hurry with these little sand dart things. It doesn't take long. Make 4, 5, 6, 10, 20 layers. I think the flood would do that all over the place and cause multiple layering to happen. And as the water's moving back and forth because of the tide, the fossils are going to form horizontally, not vertically. They've done lots of studies on this. There's an experiment called Experiments in Stratification. You can Google that. A French guy with a name about that long did a study showing how the fossils, the layers form 7 or 8 or 10 at a time sideways. You could have a fossil on top that's actually older than a fossil at the bottom. because they're forming horizontally. Watch experiments in stratification took place at the laboratory in Colorado at the big Navy base has a place in Colorado where they do studies of sedimentation rates. So underwater landslides could cause that kind of stuff. Anyway, go ahead.
Dr. Dino, I appreciate that thorough response, and as always, we really love the visuals. So, great audience Q&A. Actually, I apologize, Jackson. Anything you wanted to add to that as we wind down?
Yeah, I'll just say, like coccolithophores, things that form limestone, live in the first 400 feet of water, I believe, the photic zone. And for all of them to be killed and form all the limestone we see, I mean, there's a limestone deposit in Israel and into Egypt that's 5 kilometers thick. That's a lot to form all at once. That's all I'll say.
Thank you, Jackson. And Kent, did you want a final word there?
No, the Bible says at the end of time in 2 Peter chapter 3, there would be scoffers who walk after their own lust, who are ignorant, willingly ignorant of the creation and the flood and the coming judgment. They don't understand the creation. What was it like? Why did they live to be 900? They don't understand the flood of Noah. What would that do? And they sure don't understand the coming judgment of God. I feel sorry for them.
Okay, gentlemen, that concludes the debate and the audience question and answer. 90 minutes does fly by. I appreciate the time from the both of you. Why don't we have some quick final thoughts, final words, starting with you, Jackson. Jackson, thank you for taking the challenge tonight, especially on short notice. Some final words?
Yeah, I hope I did all right. Most of the other guys have been doing not so good, in my opinion. But I've been basically excommunicated from the atheist community because I'm nice to you guys. That's kind of forbidden. But yeah, but I enjoy these debates. We can do some more of them sometime. But yeah, I've got to go to a friend's house, so we need to wrap it up here soon. I mean take as long as you need, Kent. But anyway,
okay, well, thank you for being nice, Jackson. Tell the atheists they're welcome to be nice or mean. I don't care. They're wrong. God made the world. Okay, so.
Nice or mean, they're wrong. I like that.
And if they do, I'll kick you out. We'll welcome you into the creationist community. Might as well be on the right side anyway.
You're always welcome on the right side there, Jackson. So again, great debate. Thank you, Kent. Thank you, Jackson. We will let you guys get going here. And I'm going to stick around for a bit just to go over a few announcements. So I'll be back in about a minute, and I'll let these gentlemen get going. So again, thank you so much, Kent and Jackson, and we will see you later. Jackson, great debate. Tons of fun. We had like 100. I think we had about 320 people at one point. Human evolution, man. That's one of my favorite topics for sure. Jackson and I debated that several months ago, actually. Human evolution.
Yeah, I couldn't pick out a winner from that. I think we both kind of countered each other pretty well.
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed that debate. I think we got deep into a lot of the so-called hominids and transitionals. But that's my question to you, Jackson, is how do you feel about, and you may even disagree with this, actually. That's why I don't mind pushback. But I find after examining all the best so-called examples of ape-to-man evolution, so-called basal forms of humans or primitive forms, as they'll call it. Right? They'll look at they'll pick up the most anomalous bone in the fossil record, and they'll say, see, this is basal because there's some anomalies when you compare it to extant humans. But from my investigation into this, I've been able to, I believe, sufficiently categorize every so-called transition or example of a basal human as either fully human, degenerated human, fully ape, degenerated ape, or amazingly an artificial species. Like I've got a couple articles in front of me, including a couple papers that talk about how Australopithecus sediba and Homo habilis may indeed be the result of the accidental mixture of ape and human bones, right? So that's what I mean by artificial species, is in that which is called Australopithecus sediba isn't actually a real species. It's a mixture. What are your thoughts on that, Jackson?
Well, there are two good specimens of Australopithecus sediba, so I think it's pretty unlikely that they're an artificial species. And habilis might be, and Rudolfensis might be the same species, or they might be an Australopithecus. It really doesn't matter what you call it at that point. But yeah.
Actually, John, if you could share my screen. Can you see my screen, guys?
No, born 100 years late. I only have like 3.
John,
There's
is
only
my
3 of them.
Oh, you can see my. Okay. Okay.
But the thing about the sediba is they're not really thought to be our direct ancestor. They're more of an offshoot.
Right.
They're the timeline and the some of the features doesn't really match with what we would expect from a true human ancestor.
Well, from my experience debating, I'm hearing a little bit of feedback. From my experience debating some pretty militant evolutionists, they'll look to sediba and habilis. For example, Gutsick Gibbon, she's got a video titled something similar to, the perfect transitionals, something like that, or a creationist worst nightmare. And the two she picked out are Australopithecus sediba and Homo habilis. But what's funny is, is those
I wouldn't have picked sediba.
Yeah, and those are the two most disputed. Like, for example, even if it wasn't an artificial species, as you pointed out, just in 2018, 2019, there's many paleoanthropologists pointing out that Australopithecus sediba has been ousted as a direct ancestor to the Homo genus, right?
It's more.
But then there's also those right here that I was pointing out. Just to demonstrate what I was saying is true. Human missing link species may be jumble of species. And Ella Bin and Yoel Rack, they've pointed out that Australopithecus sediba is a mixture of Homo and also apes. And also, and last thing I'll say too, and I'll get your thoughts, Jackson, famous paleoanthropologist Lee Berger, he's actually recently admitted that Australopithecus afarensis, right, Lucy, the famous Lucy species, is a chimeric species. It's the mixture of human and ape bones as well. So Lucy, being one of the most favorite so-called examples of human evolution over the years, is now even being looked at as a possible chimeric species. So my point is, it doesn't really seem like there's any really strong examples, when if human evolution is true, I feel like there should just be so many examples that it's just undeniable, it's overwhelming, and I just don't think that we really see that. Go ahead. What are your thoughts, Jackson?
Well, there are a couple other specimens of afarensis and Lucy, like the big man and the Salem child, that are partially complete skeletons, and they're like hundreds of other incomplete just fragments. So I don't think it's a chimeric species, but there's one almost fully complete specimen of Australopithecus prometheus, or which might be an early Africanus, that shows that it was trapped in limestone, Sturgeon cave. So we know that all the bones belong to the same individual conclusively. And it's not on our direct lineage, most likely, but it's an offshoot showing the progression.
Right. But that seems to be my biggest problem, is the best so-called examples of a true transition from ape to man, Australopithecine-like ancestors up to Homo habilis, up to Homo erectus, and eventually Homo sapiens. They always consist of such a scattered bone collection right? Lucy here was originally found in hundreds of pieces. And that's how you can even get chimeric species in the first place, is because, like, for example, when you hear, because you keep saying, they got this many specimens, and, when you hear defenders of evolution say, we've got 400 specimens of Lucy, people think, oh, wow, they got 400 full complete skeletons. Right. So, for example, this is an example of what they mean by 400 specimens. It's 400 fragments here. Everybody on the panel can see. So they turn this into that. I mean, it's amazing. From these fragments, they know what Lucy looked like and what Lucy's husband and child looked like.
a lot of assumptions went into putting that together. I think, just like the geologic column theory. Don't get me wrong; it's not bad to try to guess things, but whenever you put things together just the way that you think they fit, and they just happen to almost fit that way, it doesn't really prove anything. It's a theory. Don't get me wrong, but it hasn't been observed. I mean, it hasn't gone through a scientific.
I wouldn't even call it a good theory.
It's a hypothesis at best.
Well, they'll say it's a theory, but something way, way before a theory is a hypothesis.
Yeah, I mean, a theory at least has to be tested once, correct? I mean, you kind of hypothesize about it, then you test, observe, repeat, and form a theory as you go, kind of thing.
For example, if I had a theory, I had an idea that a cow, we know cows can jump. So, I mean, if you feed it enough, train it enough, eventually it'll be able to jump over the moon. we know there's no evidence for that. There's nothing supporting it. So it's always just going to stay as a hypothesis. And that's exactly what we see with human evolution. They have an idea, but it's not supported by the data, which means it's just going to remain a poor hypothesis. And I'd be curious as to Jackson's thoughts here too, because they'll try and say, well, you've got your Australopithecines, 6 to 8 million years ago. And then, eventually you got Homo habilis, which they'll say is a perfect transition of Australopithecus-like ancestors to the Homo genus. But what we actually see is extensive coexistence of even the earliest Australopithecines and man. And I have a list of examples as to how we know they coexisted. And we find human limb bones, human jaw bones, human hands, foot bones. We find human footprints, human bones, shelters, stone tools, butchered bones, showing that it's humans, obviously the ones doing this butchering, and also humans being buried with Australopithecines. And last thing I'll say, examples of humans eating robust Australopithecines. So my point is, we see such overlap, which is actually what we would expect after the flood and post-Babel, or even pre-Babel, is we would see a lot of this coexistence, right? Yeah, what are your thoughts on that significant coexistence we see, Jackson?
Well, nothing I've read has suggested that humans in their modern forms survived alongside Australopithecines, but maybe Homo habilis or some other early Homo species did. I know Australopithecus anamensis and Australopithecus afarensis inhabited the same area at the same time, but it's inferred that anamensis may be its ancestor. But maybe one population diverged and became afarensis, and one population kind of remained fairly similar in anamensis. Might be one explanation for that, but I'm not familiar with humans living alongside Australopithecines.
Yeah, you find example after example of it. For example, here's a quote from famous paleoanthropologist Richard Leakey. "I see no reason that bands of Homo would not have killed and eaten robust Australopithecines when they could, just as they killed and ate antelopes and other prey animals." There's also a quote from
I know what you're talking about now. The robust Australopithecines, like Paranthropus, they did live alongside like Homo habilis.
Right. But remember, if people like even Lee Berger are admitting that, well, Australopithecus afarensis may be a chimeric species, mixture of Homo and 8 bones. Well, that means by definition, humans must have lived alongside or coexisted with the Australopithecine. Now I know what you're saying is, well, maybe it's a basal form of humans, right? You're saying, well, maybe it's erectus, but that's the point. Is the data that we find pertaining to, you know, so-called early humans. I'm trying to pull up the paper here on Homo erectus. I can't find the paper, but I do have an example here that Homo erectus has evidence for purposeful navigation, has evidence for being able to speak, but Homo erectus also has evidence for what's called reductive evolution. And that's where you have these subpopulations isolating themselves. And what results is inbreeding and accelerated genetic degeneration. So they'll pull up these anomalous features, these anomalous bones, and they'll say, see, this is basal to extant humans today. When in fact, no, what we're looking at is something that's fully human, but it's riddled with pathology, it's riddled with disease, it's riddled with degeneration. So where they're saying is, you know, this is basal, this is primitive, it's actually just an example of a fully human people group experiencing reductive evolution, which isn't evidence for obviously ape to man evolution. Yeah, go ahead, Jackson.
Well, we don't have DNA for erectus, but we do for Neanderthals, which aren't our ancestors, they're more our cousins. But we differ by 202 base pairs on the mitochondrial DNA, which indicates they are a different species. So I don't think there's a degenerated human or a different human.
If my screen's still shared, you can see the drastic difference in understanding pertaining to Neanderthalensis. 1856, you know, they articulated and represented him as this brutish half ape, half man. But today, for example, in 2015, the reconstructions have drastically changed. And this is based on the fact that now we know that Neanderthals buried their dead, made musical instruments, tools, cosmetics, jewelry, and purses. Their DNA shows that they were human and interbred with us. I mean, we literally have their genetics. And the reason why they are different in terms of their genetics, as in there's a slight divergence, right? Even though they're still 99.7% similar to us, right? Every human today is 99.999% similar. Neanderthals, which are an extinct people group, they're 99.7% similar. Well, we'd expect their genetics to be slightly divergent because they were the most inbred people group on the planet, actually. And they accumulated a lot of recessive mutations came to the forefront because they existed in small tribes. Therefore, they were highly inbred. And what would result is rapid fixation of new genetic variants. So that explains why they're slightly different in their genetics. But we actually have paleoanthropologists that will admit Homo neanderthalensis should be considered a subspecies of Homo sapiens rather than a separate species. I think the only people that want to say Neanderthals are a sister species or a separate species are those that are so committed to the ape to man evolution story that they'll say, well, sure, according to the modern definition of species, then yes, they would be the same species. But, you know, assumption after assumption pertaining to human evolution, you know, they can't actually be a descendant of Homo sapiens, so therefore they'll put them as a sister species. But the actual genetic data and also the fossil data would just suggest that they're a variant of human, but they are degenerated due to inbreeding. Yeah, go ahead, Jackson.
Well, if they were degenerated due to inbreeding, and all humans started out with two individuals, why aren't we all the same amount of inbred?
That's a good question, actually. That would be because, and I think you and I discussed this in our debates as to what the fundamental difference is between our model and your model when it comes to the origin of genetic diversity. For example, how do you explain from an evolutionary starting point, the origin of most or all genetic variation?
Well, I don't know. I'm honestly don't have a good explanation for it. I know other people do. I'm just not best represented for some of this subject matter.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I'm not referring to like the origin of the first life or the first cell. I'm talking about the DNA variety, the DNA differences that exist within species and across species. I'm just talking about how I'm really hearing some feedback. So I don't know. Hopefully whoever's not talking, just mute. I don't think it's you though, Jackson. So for example, here, if my screen's still shared, it says the ultimate source of all genetic variation is mutation, right? The evolutionary model, they'll say that mutations add genetic diversity, right? Because mutations are adding something that was not previously there. So the evolutionary model looks to mutations as being the source for all genetic variation. And eventually you have processes like recombination, which can scramble up that genetic variation, those DNA differences, creating new varieties and new species. But our model, as a creationist, we look to created nuclear heterozygosity. So what that, it sounds fancy, but all it means is the original created types or kinds, they would have been front loaded with genetic variation. So you look to mutations as being the ultimate source. We actually look to most genetic variation as being not by mutation, but by being the result of design, initial front loading at creation. So that means Adam and Eve would have had no mutations. They would have had no genetic mistakes, no genetic defects at creation. And therefore, there wouldn't have been an inbreeding problem. Yes, there would have had to have been inbreeding the first couple generations, but there'd be no mutations those first few generations to actually come to the forefront and lead to genetic damage. But the evolutionary model, there's a problem for you, Jackson, because you explain genetic variation as being the result of mutation. So yeah, you actually have an inbreeding problem when it comes to the out of Africa population bottleneck, for example, because you have all of these mutations in hidden recessive forms that are going to come to the forefront and be manifested, leading to accelerated genetic damage. So that's how we don't have a mutation problem or an inbreeding problem, just to answer your question. Yeah, go ahead, Jackson.
Well, even if Adam and Eve had a perfect genome, their offspring wouldn't. They would be damaged by the sun's rays, or genetic code would be damaged to some extent somehow. But even if it wasn't, you have long after the fall, you have Noah's Ark, which is another severe genetic bottleneck where there are only 3 pairs. So we're back to the same problem of why aren't all humans the same amount of inbred?
Well, it's not a problem because when you
ask the royal family.
Ask the royal family. So you'd have Adam and Eve who would immediately start having kids, and then their kids would start having kids, and so on and so forth. Adam and Eve would have had dozens and dozens of kids. Now, what we see in terms of the biblical bottlenecks, we can actually reflect them on phylogenetic trees, is we see that's why you see this starburst pattern, right? Where you have explosive growth from a center point. We can see this in the mitochondrial DNA and the Y chromosome. Okay, Y chromosome is inherited from our father, mitochondrial DNA from our mother. So the point I'm trying to make is the biblical bottlenecks, they were short. They were 1 or 2 generations max, and they were followed by rapid and exponential population growth. So what that actually means by definition when it comes to bottlenecks is very limited genetic diversity would be lost. And since at creation, you'd have no genetic mutations to come to the forefront, you wouldn't have any genetic damage. And at the flood, you would have, 1 generation followed by rapid and exponential population growth. You wouldn't have the type of mutation accumulation that we see today. But the problem is, Jackson, I'd be curious as to how you answer this. Actually, I should set it up first by asking you, since today all humans are 99.99% similar, right? That means humans have low genetic diversity. This was contradictory to what the evolutionary community expected, right? Because if you're evolving from the Australopithecines up to Homo habilis, up to Erectus, and supposedly Erectus lived on the globe for millions of years, and then eventually Homo sapiens, well, every generation you have new mutations pouring into the next generation. That would be adding diversity. So we today should have high diversity, but how can we have low diversity, would you say, Jackson?
Well, I know some African populations have an incredible amount of diversity. I know that people outside of Africa have a lower amount, and I think that fits with the model of starting in Africa and going elsewhere. But what was I going to say?
But remember,
diversity. Yeah.
Well, remember, when you look at Africans and non-Africans, right? Africans and non-Africans are still human. So overall, whether you look at an African or a non-African, there's still low genetic diversity. I mean, and this goes for the uniparentally inherited DNA compartments as well, like the mitochondrial DNA, Y chromosome. For example, in the mitochondrial DNA, the average amount of differences between any two people is about 20 to 25. Now, the most is about 120, maybe 125. That would be between like me and an African. So yes, Africans have more genetic diversity than non-Africans, but overall, humans in general, both Africans and non-Africans, still have low genetic diversity, especially compared to other species. So my question is, why isn't there a greater amount of genetic diversity if deep time evolution is true?
Well, there was a genetic bottleneck 50 to 100,000 years ago where the human population got down to a few thousand individuals, they think, based on genetics. And there are animals with lower genetic diversity than we have, and you would think it would be uniform across all species because of the arc. But like cheetahs, they got down to just a few individuals, and they're having all kinds of problems now. Same with Tasmanian devils. I would ask, why aren't all animals suffering severe inbreeding consequences if they all went through a bottleneck at the arc?
Right. Those are good questions. Your first answer was correct. So let me address that. Before I do, I just wanted to point out the source, and then I'm going to stop screen sharing for now. Because in the debate, it was brought up by, I think, Sam Jenkins, that we found human footprints in layers that are millions of years old, that we probably shouldn't find them. Here's two examples: the Lyell footprints, which I'm sure you're aware of, and then more recently, footprints in Crete that were dated to 5.7 million years old. And those that discovered and have examined these footprints, they've admitted that, okay, if these were found today, let's say they were found on a beach today, they would be indistinguishable from human, as in the only conclusion you'd make is they're human. But because they're being found in millions of years worth of strata, then it's this circular reasoning going on. So now they're saying, well, we know humans were not around back then, so therefore they can't be human, and therefore what are they, right? And
yeah, if these are human, this blows our whole thing apart, right? That's
right.
Kind of
exactly. So they can't conclude, well, these are human footprints, even though that's exactly what they like. Here's an example. Here's the Lyell footprints, right? Inline, big toe.
Yeah.
Here's a chip. Here's a human foot. I mean, a modern human footprint perfectly overlaps the Lyell footprint. Now, they've done studies, and I've read the studies where they try. Yeah, go ahead.
It also overlaps with the afarensis foot. They found enough foot bones to basically say that the toe was in line with the other toes. As for the Crete footprints, they're not perfectly human. They're shaped a little bit differently. They're a little bit broader, a little bit shorter.
Actually, I've seen people with some inhuman feet before. I don't know.
Well, here's the thing about that, is when it comes to afarensis, what they actually have in terms of what they think is a foot bone, or an example of what their feet look like, is, okay, it's circular reasoning, is this footprint, okay, that they've just arbitrarily concluded belongs to afarensis, and small little fragments, which many paleoanthropologists have admitted those fragments don't even belong to afarensis. They're just a human. The reason why they look human, the fragments, is because they are human. And this is the paper I wanted to show you earlier. Donald Johansen, he points out, and he is the discoverer of Lucy. He pointed out that his collection suggested that Homo and Australopithecus coexisted as early as 3 million years ago. Now, granted, this Homo could be Homo erectus, but as I've demonstrated, Homo erectus is still fully human, still considered a human, just a degenerated human. Now, they've tried to say that the stride on the Laetoli footprint is slightly divergent from humans today, which is just ridiculous. I mean, there's different strides today. If I'm striding through sand and I've got a limp or my knee's sore or something, I mean, there's so many variations in strides that to conclude that, well, this isn't human, this is, a transitional form of human based on their stride or something like that, to me is rather weak. And Jackson, before you comment on that, because I feel free to do so, your question about the genetic diversity is correct. The evolutionists will say, well, we expected higher genetic diversity. We found that humans have low diversity. Therefore, there must have been some type of near extinction event roughly 70 to maybe 200,000 years ago, right? There's debate over it. And what would have happened was humans at that time would have been downsized or reduced to between 2 and 10,000. So what happens when you have a population of 2 to 10,000 for many, many, many years, maybe even thousands of years, while you have inbreeding, which then reduces levels of genetic diversity. But my problem with that whole model is, this goes back to what we were talking about earlier, Jackson. Okay. We as creationists, we explain the origin of genetic variation as being designed and created, right? But you guys, you explain the origin of genetic variation as being the result of mutations. So this hypothetical population bottleneck, it doesn't work, Jackson, because you have a population of 2 to 10,000 humans that are inbreeding for who knows how many years, thousands of years maybe. You'd have so many negative, deleterious, and disease-causing mutations coming to the forefront that so-called hypothetical bottleneck actually would have driven humans to extinction, rather than a spreading out in all parts of the world where this so-called human population sees dominion over the planet, eventually inventing the space shuttle. This inbreeding event would have been detrimental. I don't think it's realistic. Yeah, go ahead, Jackson. I said a lot there.
Well, biologists think the minimum population size for a viable population is 100 pairs. So 1,000 wouldn't have been the end of the world, but it would have reduced genetic diversity by a lot.
But remember, you've got 2 to 10,000, not for one generation, not for 2 generations, but you'd need hundreds, maybe thousands of generations in order to reduce all of that genetic diversity in the first place. Remember that the human population before the bottleneck would have had high diversity. So now the evolutionary community invokes the bottleneck. So it reduces the human population at that time to say between 2 and 10,000. Now they require, and they never give a number because they don't know, but let's say thousands of years worth of inbreeding in order to reduce the levels of diversity. I mean, that population would have been so genetically damaged. It's not just 1 or 2 generations. That's the problem. We see an example of this today, Jackson, as you pointed out, with the cheetahs. Cheetahs are experiencing a genetic bottleneck. They're down to 7,000. Their sperm is degenerate. They're highly degenerate. Conservationists are worried about them. And we're obviously not going to expect this population of 7,000 cheetahs to suddenly spread out into all parts of the world, seizing dominion over the planet, right? They're highly degenerate. And that's an example of what that population of humans would have been like. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, the population, they think, was at one point down to a few individuals, and that's the problem. It's not that it's 7,000 today. It's that it was even lower in the past through probably natural processes, and they just barely survived.
What would have brought the cheetahs down to 3 individuals?
A few individuals. It could have been disease, could have been the ice age, and their habitat nearly got wiped out.
It's more so hypothetical, but you're asking about the genetic diversity levels in all animals. Why don't they reflect a flood bottleneck? The thing is, they do.
Yeah.
Because we have, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the newer Rockefeller study on genetic boundaries and the CO1 gene, the barcoding gene. It's in the mitochondria. It's a highly conserved mitochondrial gene called the CO1 gene. It's highly conserved, and there's low genetic diversity in all species. You've probably heard the headline over and over again, Jackson, or maybe anybody on the panel. There's been many articles written on it where it talks about how over 90% of today's species arose or originated at exactly the same time. That's based on this genetic boundary study. So yeah, that makes sense to us because we had a flood bottleneck 4,500 years ago. where you have all these archetypes coming out, spreading into all parts of the world. So the diversity levels we see in these highly conserved genes within animal species, they do reflect the flood bottleneck. Yeah, go ahead, Jackson.
Well, I know the paper you're talking about. I don't remember all the details of it, but I remember that it got misinterpreted by one news outlet, and people ran with that. I don't remember all the details.
Well, they said it was misinterpreted because what they did is they took the genetic data and they calibrated it with their assumed deep time evolutionary history, right? So they said, well, you know, the young Earth creationists are misrepresenting this data because, you know, the authors of this paper are saying that the origin of these species goes back 200,000 years ago. But the thing is, when you actually read the paper, they're not basing that off the genetic data. They're basing that off of circular reasoning and calibration. When we only go by the genetic data, we can safely say that this bottleneck, where 90% of today's species arose at the same time, was actually indeed 4,500 years ago. But you have to read through the lines. You have to read through the evolutionary-based assumptions in the paper to come to that conclusion. You have to realize, okay, the date they're getting of 200,000 years, that's not based on genetics. That's actually based on the geological column. So to me, that's not misrepresenting the paper. That's just reading the paper in an unbiased way, where we're not just assuming the conclusions and assuming the evolutionary assumptions. We're looking at the empirical data, and then we're making our conclusions. Go ahead, Jackson.
Well, I haven't read the paper, so I can't really argue against it. So,
no, that's fine. I just wanted to answer your question as to why we don't see genetic diversity levels representing or being reflective of a flood bottleneck 4,500 years ago. And my point is we do, because we actually see low diversity in humans, which is what we would expect. God created two people, Adam and Eve, 6,000 years ago. That would reduce genetic diversity right off the bat. We know God created populations of animals, so we'd expect a greater diversity within animal populations. That's exactly what we see today. And because of the flood bottleneck 4,500 years ago, we would expect a lot of these highly conserved genes to be reflective of that. And that's also what we find is low diversity in animal populations within the mitochondrial DNA barcoding gene. So, I mean, to me, it's really just fascinating how well the scientific data corroborates the biblical count of origins. I haven't seen theistic evolutionists deal with it. I haven't seen old Earth creationists deal with it. And I certainly haven't seen atheists deal with it. But I've been talking a lot, so I yield.
Well, my point is the genetic diversity seems to be variable between species. Like the Tuatara seems to have a good amount of genetic diversity from what I've read, or maybe not. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. But the cheetah doesn't. Tasmanian devil doesn't. So you would think they would be all identical if they all originated from two animals on the ark.
Well, we wouldn't expect them to all be identical because you have different generation times, different reproductive rates. We have some animal kinds that were brought in 7s as compared to in 2s, depending on clean versus unclean. Larger mammals like elephants are not going to reproduce as quickly as smaller mammals like mice. But overall, the rule is we see greater diversity in animals than we see in humans. Of course, there's always going to be an exception to the rule, but the exception to the rule doesn't overturn the rule. And the example of cheetahs, of course, after the flood, you would have had a couple cheetahs, maybe. No, you wouldn't have cheetahs. You would have had the cheetah archetype, right? You would have had some cat archetype on board the ark, possibly Polarius, if you want to look that up. I think something similar to that, which would have given rise simply through the shuffling of these front-loaded genetic differences, simply through recombination and gene conversion. You get from one cat archetype off the ark into what we see today: house cats, lions, jaguars, cheetahs. So eventually you would have had a breakaway population. That population would have changed enough where you can consider it a new species. You could say, okay, this is a cheetah, but that cheetah would have faced a different historical and environmental history than the other felids. And therefore, the cheetahs might have went into a bottleneck. It's not like a one-size-rule fits all, right? So, yeah, go ahead.
All right. Yeah, I don't really have anything to argue with. I mean, we're going to go on to the next thing or whatever about human evolution.
Sure. Yeah, no, that's I think that was a great back and forth. Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
I'm wondering how many specimens they have together. I was trying to look it up earlier of, these different types of homos or whatever, Homo erectus, Homo habilis. I haven't seen, definitive proof that they've gotten more than like basically that little pile of bones you showed earlier. I was wondering how they determined that type of, diversity in the genes and that sort of thing. I was hoping you could elaborate a little bit on that earlier, but I never got around to it. I keep getting kid aggro, so I keep running off and like chasing children around. So.
I feel your pain, brother. No worries. Well, what's interesting is we don't have the genetics. I always point out this fact.
Hey, SFT.
Yeah, go ahead.
SFT real quick. So, born 100 years late, $5 super chat says, SFT, thank you, brother. In my life, I've heard only a few speak about the truth like you do. Jackson, I hope you consider what he is saying.
Well, I
consider everything.
I appreciate the kind words. Born 100 years late. I find this topic of ancestry fascinating, so I've done my best to look at both sides, and I'm just not very convinced that the evolutionary side. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you want to explain this to Andrew for about the 50,000th time? He doesn't
I've got
understand.
a whole playlist of debates with Andrew just because he's still talking a big game.
He still doesn't understand heterozygosity in a front-loaded genome. He does not understand what that means. It's really amazing.
It's good practice, though, if you keep practicing doing it. And
yeah. I've only written several books on it, Andrew, and had complete debates on it. Created heterozygosity just means, in simple terms, a state of DNA diversity. Homozygosity means a state of no DNA diversity. So the original created kinds would have obviously been created in a state of DNA diversity. For example, the Bible says, be fruitful and multiply. Now, would God have wanted that to be carried out through cloning? Because if the original created kinds were created genetically homogeneous with no DNA diversity, that's exactly what would have occurred. Cloning. Okay, there's no DNA diversity built in. So for God to design organisms with the front-loaded capacity for change, for diversity, that makes more sense of God's command to be fruitful and multiply. That means the DNA differences we see for the most part between species within species, we would predict that since they're the result of initial design, they should be functional, beneficial, and useful. And these predictions have been in print for years and years and years. And as the years go on, John can speak to this, we find paper after paper of just that. DNA sequences, DNA elements that we once thought were non-functional evolutionary leftovers, they're actually showing and proving to be functional and highly beneficial to healthy life processes in the cell of all life. I mean, that's a fulfilled prediction right there. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, me.
Oh, I don't know. I guess
it's a very good point. Very good point. So real quick, so ladies and gentlemen, Patrick Alexander is the first to subscribe to the new Twitch channel. So if anybody wants to head on over to Twitch and sub to the channel, feel free to do so. Link is in the side chat.
That a boy, Patrick.
But yeah, man, this whole conversation of like, I really don't grasp why so many Evo atheists have such a hard time grasping that premise in relation to how it would, in many instances, account for what they think is proof of evolution from a phylogenetic perspective. It's like, if you have divergence and deletion of, you had their pre-existing capacity, you go down a level, and you now don't necessarily have the previous version accessible, it's going to look like a hierarchy.
Exactly.
Like, this is not that complicated. And this is what I talk about in relation to like computer software all the freaking time, and nobody seems to grasp. Although last night or the night before, whenever it was, with Deepak, who was he's a machine learning artificial intelligence developer. He understood exactly what I was talking about when I was talking about something as simple as user permissions and the hierarchies that are created in that logic in basically every software application that exists. And developers understand this. Now, some of them who are the hardcore atheists don't want to accept that the same logic applies to genetics or could apply to genetics, but it doesn't mean that it's not real. And
right, like how would you explain like
apply.
Yeah, like how would you explain like symbiotic relationships and things like that? I didn't mean to cut you off, dude. My bad.
No, that's a great. Actually, John, a pull up Andrew Desperate Cummings worthless argument that we've demolished a million times there, where he says recombination does not lead. Okay, so recombination does not lead to this diversity when there are only two alleles at one loci. Okay, which is a genetic location, and two individuals to start with can't happen. John, just out of curiosity, how many loci do you think exist in, let's say, the human genome?
Oh, no idea, but it's a lot.
A lot. Okay, so I'm going to teach Andrew here, who I've had several debates with, same with John, basic science. Okay, it goes back to this idea of just in basic genetics, big A, big B, little b. Okay. So the point is Adam and Eve would have been created with millions of DNA positions where what they would have is allelic diversity. They'd have capital A, lowercase a, capital B, lowercase b. Okay. You wouldn't just do this in two spots within the genome. I mean, you would have this kind of heterozygosity in millions of DNA positions that exist. Let me repeat that, Andrew. You'd have DNA heterozygosity in millions of DNA positions that exist. Okay, it's erroneous to say an allele is just two or more genetic variants when you don't actually elaborate on the fact that this is DNA variety at a specific loci. Now, because you have millions of genetic locations in the genome, you then have pretty well an unlimited potential to produce all sorts of variety, even in a single generation. Think about Adam and Eve. They got millions of spots in their genome that are heterozygous, big A, big B, little b. In one generation of recombination where you scramble up those DNA differences, John, what are you going to get? You're going to get amazing variety. Unbelievable variety. The evolutionists, they don't believe you can get variety quick because remember, they need millions and millions of years to build up this allelic diversity in the first place because they look to mutations, right? Well, if that allelic diversity is already built in from the start, then all it takes is one or two generations to produce variety. This goes back to my debate with Sloppy Saint a couple of weeks ago with John here on the channel. I mean, I must have tried to explain that to him 100 different ways. He just wouldn't get it because he kept trying to say, oh no, you can't explain all the species today in a young earth creation model. And I'm like, yeah, if you assume that the origin of all DNA varieties mutations, of course not. You need millions of years to build up the variety. But if it's built in from the start, you get visible distinctiveness in one generation. Does that make sense, guys?
Yeah, it makes sense to me. It's just like and if everybody else wants to weigh in, feel free. But I mean, I just don't get why this premise seems so difficult to comprehend. I really wonder if Evo atheism prevents people from actually thinking and doing an analysis of anything that actually contradicts their standard talking points. And that's just
they can't.
The more I interact with people and observe the responses and like the apparent inability to grasp concepts, like what you're talking about, it's like they think, this contradicts evolution. I will not compute, cannot compute. They go into complete like system meltdown, red spiral, or spiral death, and
like Andrew right now. Pull up his next comment where he says, "You're not addressing what I said." Put it up. This guy who just is incapable of addressing. Yeah, right there. Okay, Andrew, again, listen. Okay, because I know most of it goes over your head. And Andrew still hasn't been able to, for one, make better predictions. than the young Earth creation model. 2, he's been incapable of addressing the phylogenetic data from the mitochondrial DNA and the Y chromosome. Okay, Andrew, as I've pointed out, when we start from the genomic position definition of an allele, okay, rather than your gene unit definition, I've even pointed this out to Joshua Stramidas, and I noticed in some of his later interviews, I think he's accepted correction without admitting it, because I've noticed he's also been using the genomic position definition of an allele now as well. Okay, so let's put this into perspective. Let's take one single gene, right, John? Just one gene. Okay, well, we know that one single gene usually spans roughly thousands of nucleotides. Okay, and then you have these variants. Okay, these single nucleotide variants, you have them distributed throughout that gene. Okay, for example, let's say at 90 of the nucleotides within the gene, you have single nucleotide variants. Okay, well, that means every single one of those 90 variants, okay, that means they would have existed in a heterozygous state in each of the individuals of the pairs, let's say, brought on board the ark. And then obviously the creation event where you have more than just pairs. I mean, just from one single gene, you have a tremendous potential for allelic diversity. I mean, the question is, why don't we see even more variety today? You know,
the other thing,
arguments
and the other thing, something else that has to be addressed, and I know this will go right over Jackson, not you, Andrew's head, is the variability that is, we know beyond doubt, is possible from the regulatory perspective. So the caterpillar to butterfly, right? We can take on an entirely different form, not just a kind of different form, an entirely different form can happen. The genome actually doesn't change. Regulation of it does. And in fact, lots of it like melt, like literally melt and disappear. Anyway, my point is that we know beyond doubt from observed evidence that from a regulatory expression variance of gene expression through variety of regulation can dramatically change things in real time. So to somehow argue that, oh, the gene is, the only thing that could have cause a change would be, allele variant, and somehow say that's the only thing that you have to account for in terms of potential variation of species and, like body plans, all that kind of stuff, is like, to me, it's a very, very small observation frame of reference in terms of like what is actually necessary from a big picture perspective. And I think because actually looking at it from a bigger perspective, the right now, so good grief, Andrew's continuing to be dumb. Do you want to address that, SFT?
Yeah, he's misrepresenting because he's not getting it. Okay, let's take Adam and Eve, for example, okay? Just Adam and Eve at creation. So let's say they're created genetically heterozygous. Well, what does this mean? This means that they would be a mix of capital and what? And lowercase letters. Capital A, lowercase a, capital B, lowercase b. Okay, that means they were probably something like a middle brown skin. Okay. And therefore, just from that mix of capital and lowercase letters all throughout the genome at millions of DNA positions, DNA spots within the genome, they have pretty well unlimited potential to produce every shade of skin that exists on this planet today. And this is the same for the animal kinds. Okay, you bring on a cat archetype, a dog archetype, a bear archetype, you name it. All of those front-loaded DNA differences, those front-loaded functional DNA differences can transcribe and explain all the different species we see today, all the different species of bears, all the different species of felids, canids. And a prediction of this model is DNA function. And we now have over 80% of the genome. We have evidence that over 80% of the genome is active. Now, we don't know what every DNA sequence does, and that's why we have PhD young Earth creationists like Nathaniel Jensen, for example, who is making very specific predictions, saying, okay, through mutagenesis, we're going to figure out that this is important to the genome. You know, this DNA sequence, therefore it's going to lead to this disease, or, you know, this gene here is not truly neutral, it's actually multifunctional, and therefore multifunctionality explains a lot of the hierarchical patterns. So on and so. I mean, you could read these papers, you can read these predictions, but these critics don't do so. It's just looking really bad for them at this point. John, did that make sense, brother?
Yeah, I mean, I totally follow what you're saying, but we'll stop. Let's stop trying to.
Yeah. We've given enough time to Andrew, so we'll let other people jump in.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I was going to say he's just over here derailing. It looks like that's kind of funny.
Yeah, Slavic. You can come back in, brother. Sorry about he was waiting while we were ranting. Yeah, I don't know, Jackson. I think you'd come off mute there for a second. Do you have something you wanted to insert?
No, not really. I'm not really into genetics that deep, so I'm not the one to argue that position, really.
Well, Jackson, let me ask you a question. What would be your favorite fossil specimen in terms of what you believe is a good example of like a transitional or basal-like human?
A human? Let me think. Probably my favorite fossil, not that it's the best ancestor, but my favorite fossil is the Littlefoot specimen, the Australopithecus prometheus, because it's the most complete.
Obviously, I have some comments to make on that, but I don't want to. Anyone else want to engage the fossil evidence with Jackson, because that's more a specialty. We'll kind of get off the genetics. I can engage him further, but I know we've been engaging quite a bit on this. So, anyone else have any thoughts or?
I actually I got a quick question. A lot of this stuff is way over my head, but I always wondered about how in the world did they know how far away we are from the genetics of like the super early humans? I mean, I'm assuming it's because they compare us to apes, just because, I mean, nobody has the genetic code of, you know, really old humans, whatever they're called.
Yeah, exactly. That's a great question. I was going to point this out earlier, but I've often made the point that when we're trying to answer this important question of ancestry, I usually label it as separate ancestry or universal ancestry, right? Then we need to look to genetics. We need to look to traits, because that's what's inherited in sperm and egg. That's how we're going to answer the question of ancestry. But yeah, a lot of these bones found in the dirt, a lot of these fossil specimens, we don't actually have their genetics. So oftentimes there's a lot of inference being made simply based on morphology, simply based on a collection of bone fragments. And that's why the fossil record itself involves a lot of fancy storytelling. The story is oftentimes changing. That's why when we got the Neanderthal genetics, we quickly realized, wow, I mean, we interbred with them. We literally have their genetics. They're human, you know, but we don't have the genetics of the Australopithecines. We don't have the genetics of most of these so-called examples of human evolution. So yeah, that's a good question. It's a lot of inference. Also looking to the chimpanzee genome, comparing chimpanzee genetics with human genetics, comparing human genetics with gorilla genetics, so on and so forth. But yeah, they don't have the genetics of most of these fossil specimens.
So would it be fair to say it's like completely guessing at, you know, well, because we have similar genetics code to, let's say, an animal, well, then therefore we are related. It's literally just guessing because you have an assumption that we came from them. If we didn't have that assumption that we came from them, then you can just be like, you know, like the Ford car. I heard this, I don't know where I heard this, but like they have different models. Does not mean that they're all evolving to a newer and better model. It's just that different, you know, one designer designed a bunch of them. So if they don't hold to that dogmatic view that we're all evolving, well, at least, you know, different we were apes earlier and now we're a little bit more non-apes. If they didn't hold to that view, the genetic information wouldn't be pointing to that. Is that correct?
Exactly. I like the way Kent puts it, since it was Kent versus Jackson today. He says, just because the lug nuts of a Pontiac are interchangeable with that of a Chevy doesn't mean that they evolved from a skateboard millions of years ago, right? It demonstrates a common designer, just to put it simply. Jackson, I saw that you unmuted yourself. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say it's getting pretty late over here. Well, not over here, but just for me. So I'm probably going to head out. That's all right with you guys.
Of course. Yeah, Jackson, you've been busy tonight. You had a 2-hour debate and now a 2-hour after show. You're a champ, so I appreciate it. If you want, you can have some final thoughts, final words before you get out of here. But it's up to you.
No, I just thought it went good. I mean, I enjoyed it, win or lose. I haven't decided if I won or lost yet. I'll have to watch it back. I'm probably going to do that here in a minute and go to bed.
Yeah, it's pretty late here as well. I got to go make sure everybody's still in their bed too. Dude, you did a great job, Jackson. I didn't mean to steal your. I'm gonna get off too.
No, thanks. All right, well, see you guys later.
Hey, blessings, Jackson. Great debate. Dano as well. I was gonna say before he left, I liked his profile picture there. I thought that was funny. So Jackson, I'll shoot you an email sometime. And again, great debate, tons of fun.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, it was fun. All right, I'll see you guys later.
Appreciate it, Jackson. Have a good one, man. I just stepped away for a second. Appreciate you joining the after show.
So just to kind of double check here. So most of this genetic, the stuff they talk about, or the geneticists, at least the ones that are talking about evolution, they're literally making up stories because they have an assumption. It's not like it's hard science, even though they talk about it like it's hard science. Am I understanding this correctly?
Absolutely. Yeah, they don't. You'll be fascinated by this paper that I've been invoking in almost every debate for 3 years. Nobody ever addresses it. John, maybe share my screen just real quick. The genetic data where they build their stories doesn't even help them at all. Because for one, they're finding out that when we actually consider the entirety of the chimpanzee and human genome, we're really only about 88% similar genetically. And that translates into like 400 million DNA differences. Okay, so what we have is a huge number of fixation events. Fixed in genetics just means to get stuck in place. Okay, so we need a huge multitude of fixation events since the split about 6 million years ago between humans and chimpanzees. We know fixation for the most part is relatively slow. So what there is something called a waiting time problem to even get enough fixation events since the split between humans and chimps for human evolution to even be true. But more so recently, when you can see the paper here, chimpanzee, this is a secular paper, this isn't Young Earth Creation. Chimpanzee and human Y chromosomes are remarkably divergent in structure and gene content. So here's what's interesting, is the Y chromosome is non-recombining DNA, okay? We only inherit that DNA compartment from our father. With the nuclear DNA, there's recombination, right? So it recombines, it scrambles, a little more messy. So the Y chromosome should be relatively more stable. So when they sequenced the chimpanzee Y chromosome and human Y chromosome and compared it, they were shocked. They were shocked that, notice here, more than 30% of the chimp Y chromosome lacks an alignable counterpart on the human Y chromosome and vice versa. Page's team found that chimp Y chromosome has only 2/3 as many distinct genes or gene families as the human Y chromosome, and only 47% as many protein coding elements as humans. So point is, the Y chromosome between humans and chimpanzees is only about 35% the same. It's hugely different, massively divergent. Too many differences to explain in just 6 million years since the split. Because remember, you got to consider every single human Y chromosome on the planet is nearly identical. That's how we can build these Y chromosome family trees, and we can trace our last Y chromosomal ancestor back to just 4,500 years ago, because there's low variation. But then the Y chromosome between humans and chimps is only about 35% the same. I mean, how are they going to explain that? Point is, that's exactly what we would expect from a creationist. But it's the genetics that is actually contradictory to the ape to man evolutionary story. So even the genetics is not on their side. The genetics themselves, the genetic data is refuting them. So if they go to the fossil record, okay, they're using fossils and bones to build a story that's not consistent with the genetics. The genetics comes first. That's the direct way to answer this question of ancestry. So they want to overturn the genetic data with their bones found in the dirt, their bone fragments. You see how circular and you see how unscientific that is?
Yeah, that I didn't know this part, but this is just beautiful. I mean, it's like a nail in the coffin.
Oh, it is. It is. I mean, I've debated PhDs on this, and I've brought it up to them, and their best explanation is chimpanzees have had a wild sex life from generation to generation, where they have multiple partners, and therefore, the sperm in their genetics on the male side is doing some crazy things enough to explain the divergence. But this is all just a guessing game, all a hypothesis. They even admit this is a hypothesis. Put it this way. Okay, they say that our closest cousin is the chimpanzee, okay? It turns out that our Y chromosome as a human is more similar to the gorilla Y chromosome than it is to the chimpanzee Y chromosome. Well, that ruins their hierarchy. It should be humans and chimpanzees that are closer. Why in the world do we have the gorilla closer to us? And they'll say, well, it's the chimpanzees, the odd man out, because of their interesting polygamous way of mating all throughout history. Just stories, of course, to explain the data. But I mean, there's another nail in the coffin, right?
Yeah, but so if I understood you correctly, the Y does not really recombine correctly. Is that correct? That's
right. Yeah, it's what's called by genetics uniparentally inherited DNA compartment. Just means that it's only inherited for example, we got our Y chromosome from our father. We got our mitochondrial DNA from our mother. So there's two non-recombining DNA compartments.
Okay, yeah. So technically, it doesn't matter how many partners they would have. It wouldn't really change the Y, and so their theory wouldn't really hold water.
It may degenerate it a little bit more. Yeah, I mean, there wouldn't be any recombination as a factor here. But they could also say, so we know that the Y chromosome actually mutates really fast. So here's a technical paper from Dr. Nathaniel Jensen. He's a Harvard graduate. He works at Answers in Genesis. And he looked at high quality mutation rate studies on the Y chromosome, and he realized that the Y chromosome mutates really fast, way more fast, like about one per generation. So this is the title of the paper. He demonstrated that the Y chromosome mutation rate and the number of DNA differences in the Y chromosome suggests a 4,500 year history, which is perfect because that brings us back to Noah, our last Y chromosomal ancestor. So the evolutionists will say, well, okay, the Y chromosome mutates fast. So that explains why the chimpanzee and human Y chromosome is so different. When in fact, it actually makes the problem worse for them. Because think about this. The Y chromosome mutates really fast, right? But when we actually examine Y chromosome diversity worldwide, we've realized that the Y chromosome, no matter what population you look at, it's the same. I mean, there's very low variation, very low differences in the human Y chromosome. So how in the world do you have a very quickly mutating Y chromosome that's also nearly identical worldwide? It should be different. There should be divergent people groups. There should be more diversity. Well, you want to know why? It's because it's young. It only goes back 4,500 years. So although it's fast, there's only been 4,500 years of a fast mutation rate. Does that make sense? It has to be young if it's fast and there's low variation. Because if it went back a couple 100,000 years, well, that would be a couple 100,000 years where we have mutations accumulating in the Y chromosome, which means the Y chromosome should have high diversity. So that actually doesn't help them either. That actually makes the problem worse. So like you said, it's nail after nail after nail in the coffin for the evolutionists.
Yeah, so it's interesting because even if that was the case, it would not just have to, like, a certain line of chimps have to be changed. They would all would have to have a similar, like pretty much one person's completely changed or one, animal changed, and everybody followed that. Everybody else died out, right? Because if it wasn't, it would still, they'd be closer to us than,
Oh yeah.
35%.
Oh yeah, it should be way. I mean, our Y chromosome is only like half the size of the chimpanzee Y chromosome. The architecture, gene content, totally different. For example, Call Me Emo in the chat says what I just said. He's an evolutionist. So here's his rescue device. He says, actually, it's the chimpanzee's Y chromosome that is significantly different. He says mainly due to losses. And that's what I said earlier, right? Is that's their story. It's the chimpanzees, the odd man out. And everybody else's Y chromosome is normal. When no, that's contradictory. The human Y chromosome mutates really fast. So if what Call Me Emo is saying is true, okay, that it's only the chimpanzee Y chromosome that's doing some wild things enough to make it so different, then we should find highly divergent people groups on this planet where the Y chromosomes are quite divergent. Okay, but no, we find one singular Y chromosome worldwide. I think there's about maybe 300 at most. It would be the max differences between any two people. So if you have a mutation rate in the Y chromosome that's 1 per generation, you can easily explain the maximum diversity in the Y chromosome in just 4,500 years. If what Call Me Emo is saying is true, we should find much more divergence in human Y chromosomes, and we don't find that. So every one of their stories and rescue devices is actually refuted by the empirical data. Like we can make a prediction. Like we can look to their rescue device and say, okay, that'll lead to a prediction. Let's see if it's true. And we find out it's false every single time.
Yeah, and another thing that you guys were talking about was the specifics of, like speciation, let's say it that way. How you can have one animal that, breaks down into, like, let's say there was a pre-cheetah, and now that is broke down into different cats. And you can technically explain it by the genetic code degenerating quickly. Yet we don't see that in humans. It's literally staying pretty similar if you look at it in that sense.
Right. Yeah. It's very similar. Right here. All human beings are 99.9% similar, identical in their genetic makeup. I mean, isn't that fascinating? Apparently, we've been evolving for millions of years, and yet we're 99.9% the same. And I was pointing out to Jackson, I was trying to find, I've got thousands of slides, so sometimes it's hard to find the exact paper, but here we go. Inbred Neanderthals left humans a genetic burden. Remember, he was talking about how, Neanderthals are slightly different than us in their DNA. Well, of course, they were the most inbred people group on the planet. Their rungs of homozygosity are amazing. And the systems and the environments that they lived in this cold glacial type of ecosystem where the environment changed their genetics. The environment actually changed their morphology. That's why they're built the way they are, because they're adapted to that cold environment. So of course we predict them to be slightly different, but overall they're 99.7% the same to us. Meanwhile, chimpanzees are 88% the same. Call Me Emo in the chat. Look at this. He's going all the way to rats. So his rescue device now is this. Look, he says, Standing, do I have to bring up those rats again? So he's pointing out that there's rat species within the same genus that have massive differences, right? Well, when you look to rats and mice, just have a look at their reproductive rates, have a look at their generation times. I mean, they can recover populations quickly. Kind of like rabbits, they'll say breed like rabbits, right? But we're talking about humans. And he wants to, on the phylogenetic tree, he wants to go all the way down to rats and show that the Y chromosome is doing some pretty crazy things there. He's missing the point. Yeah, I admit the Y chromosome is mutating really fast. But you have to answer the question, then why is the Y chromosome so similar in every human male on the planet? If it's as wild as they say, and it mutates as fast as we know, then it should be, I think this makes sense on the panel, right? If we're accumulating that many mutations, then if we really do go back a couple 100,000 years, it shouldn't be as similar as it is. But no, it's very much similar because the Y chromosome's only a few thousand years old. So That's really
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
All right, looks like we are live and we've got a great audience and a great chat already. Some great people in the live chat. Thanks for being here. This is definitely going to be a debate to remember. I'm extremely excited for this one. And real quick, actually, before I bring in Jackson Rowe, as well as Praise I Am, who is going to be moderating this debate, I want to go over the topic as well as the format for the evening. So we are going to be debating human evolution versus independent origins, created or evolved. Now, the format for the night is pretty similar to the debate I had with Bill Tavis last week, which was definitely one to remember. We are going to be having 14-minute opening statements. I should say up to 14. So 14 will be the max that we can take for our openings, and whatever we don't take, we can just throw into the audience Q&A. Followed by 10-minute uninterrupted rebuttals, followed by another rebuttal round of 5 minutes, and then a 25-minute open discussion where we can ask each other questions pertaining to the topic of the debate, ending with 2-minute rebuttals to close out the discussion and a 5-minute closing statement. And then, of course, roughly a 25-minute Q&A with the audience. So please, everybody in the chat, make sure you are tagging Praise I Am and not myself, because I won't see it. I will be debating. I know you guys are probably used to me moderating, but today I'm debating, and that is why we've got Praise here, the #1 moderator, as well as Jackson Rowe. Gentlemen, thanks so much for being here. Let me unmute you guys. Praise, thanks for being here for moderating, and Jackson, thanks for being here for this important debate.
Thanks for having me.
Looking forward to it. Hopefully we'll keep this a cordial, respectful, and entertaining debate tonight.
Awesome. I'm pumped. Well, why don't we, since I just went over the format, why don't we hand it over to Jackson Rowe for a brief introduction to kind of break the ice. Jackson, who you are, what's going on over at your channel. For example, if people were to go check it out, what are they going to find, and so on and so forth. So thanks for being here, Jackson, and go ahead. The floor is yours for just a brief introduction as to who you are.
All right. Well, thanks for having me. Yeah, my channel's called Jackson Rowe Science Show, which is kind of like Bill Nye the Science Guy. That's why I chose it. It kind of rhymes. And I started like probably just a month ago. Doesn't have many subscribers, but I think I've got some decent content. Not great production value, and I'm kind of monotone, so I don't have that going for me either. But yeah, I live in Arkansas. I'm 27 years old, and I've been into science since I was a little kid. So that's really about, well, I'm into animals. I have a lot of exotic pets. That's about it. If you want to, they probably know all about you, but if you want to talk about your intro.
I appreciate that. Yeah, real quick, I'm definitely no stranger to this channel since, you know, I do run the channel. So I'm standing for truth. I've had roughly between 80 to 100 debates I've been doing this for almost 3 years. It's been a lot of fun. It's been quite the adventure. This is definitely one of my favorite topics to debate. I've debated all sorts of topics, but I like this one because it focuses on the bigger picture. You know, whether we're created or evolved, independent origins, human evolution. If independent origins is true, then obviously that kind of takes out abiogenesis and also takes out universal ancestry with it. So it's a good debate. It's an exciting topic because we're focusing on the bigger picture. So I've also written a bunch of books on this topic. A number of them are behind me. So anybody wants to check those out, I've written about 5, as well as co-authored a large number as well with Ramat. So he also runs this channel with me. So that's about it from me. And looks like we got a super sticker flying in as well from Jeremy Martin. Thank you so much, Jeremy. I appreciate it. And we've got a good chat. So introductions are out of the way. Jackson, thanks for doing this debate.
Thanks.
I'm excited. And we're going to hand it over to you. Praise. Looks like we are going into our 14-minute opening statement. So Praise, how do you want to work it? Are you going to give us a 1-minute warning or... Oh, Praise, you're on mute, brother. There,
yeah, how I'm going to do this is when you guys get near the end, I'm going to say, go ahead and wrap it up. I'm going to give you about a minute to finish up and conclude your statement, and then we're going to move on to the next interlocutor.
All right. All right, somebody jump in?
Yes. Thank you, Praise.
All right.
And Jackson, whenever you're ready, let us know, and Praise will start your timer.
All right, you can go ahead. I timed it out. It's about 10 minutes probably, so I probably won't need all the time. All right, my position is that humans evolved from previous forms of primates. Humans and other great apes share a common ancestor. I'll present fossil, genetic, anatomical, and behavioral evidence to that effect. I believe that this evidence doesn't necessarily preclude a God, even the Christian God. Millions of Christians accept evolution, including most Catholics and Methodists. In fact, the majority of people who accept evolution are religious, by one poll I saw anyway. While I personally don't believe in a God, I don't think that modern science and God are completely incompatible. But back to the subject matter, I'll be presenting evidence about Australopithecine bipedalism, which I saw you give a talk, or Dr. Biddle give a talk on that on your channel. Modern ape anatomical, genetic, and behavioral similarities to humans, and probably some miscellaneous stuff thrown in. So first, I'll just touch on that, the Australopithecine stuff. Most creationists seem to only be aware of the Lucy fossil, which is Afarensis, but there are actually many species and many fossil specimens, not only of other species, but of Afarensis as well, including the what's called the big man fossil, which shows a partial pelvis as well, and the Salem child, which has most of its spine and skull. There are also about 400 individual fossils of Afarensis, though most of those are just singular bones or a couple of bones. But from those bones, we can tell that, for example, the Afarensis foot was built for bipedalism. Its heel was robust, unlike a chimpanzee and more like a human. Its fourth metatarsal, which has been found, indicates there was a stiff midfoot, unlike a chimp, and also an arch, like a human, an adaptation for walking. Same thing with the Africanus foot, Australopithecus africanus. Now, the Australopithecine spine was more S-shaped than the chimp spine, which is more arch-shaped. That's an adaptation for bipedalism. They can tell that from different spacings and different components of the vertebra. So also the foramen magnum, which is the hole in the underside of the skull, is intermediate between a chimp-like ape and a human-like ape. So it likely held its head similar to ours as it was upright. its femur is angled the same way as ours, as opposed to a chimp's. And the pelvis has been kind of contentious with Lucy. I know some people have argued that it was filed down or faked, but there have been several Australopithecine pelvises found, including 2 Sediba pelvises, 2 Africanus pelvises, and 2 Afarensis pelvises, including Lucy's. Also Prometheus, which may actually just be an early Africanus, but some say it should be its own species. Now, where was I? The ankle joint of the Australopithecines are square-shaped, the ankle bone, where chimp is trapezoid-shaped, which allows for more flexibility for climbing, which the Australopithecines apparently didn't have, except maybe for Sediba. The rib cage was originally thought to be more cone-shaped, like a chimp, when Lucy was first discovered, but further finds have indicated that it's actually more barrel-shaped, like ours, so they would have had more of a waist than the great apes have. The previously mentioned Prometheus species, which is known from the Littlefoot fossil, which is the most complete ever found of an Australopithecine, shows that the arms were in fact shorter than the legs, which is unlike gorillas, orangutans, chimpanzees, and a very human-like feature. The brain capacity was about 450 cc's, where a chimp's about 400, and early Homo species are in the 500 range, so it's intermediate between there. I'm not saying we evolved from chimpanzees, I'm saying we share a common ancestor. I'm just using chimps as an example. In fact, the line between Australopithecus and Homo isn't so clear-cut. Homo habilis, there's some debate about whether it should be classified as Australopithecus or not. Most scientists say it should be Homo as it is. There are a few that say it should be Australopithecus. And even Homo erectus, in its earlier stages, where it's called Homo ergaster, which is no longer recognized as a species, but actually just an early Homo erectus, had a very small brain capacity, had some more primitive traits. Same with Homo georgicus, which is also just an early Homo erectus. And Homo erectus is the most known from the most complete hominid skeleton ever found, the Turkana boy. I forget when that was found. I should have written that down. But anyway, the Neanderthal genome has been sequenced, and it shows that creationists often argue that Neanderthals were the same species as us, Homo sapiens, but it shows that we differ by 202 base pairs, where by comparison chimps differ by 1,400 base pairs. So they were very close to us, but they weren't quite human. Now moving on to modern great apes. While it's true that 99% of the regions that code in our DNA and chimps are the same, it's been argued that it's not 99% all the way around, which is true, but it's not dishonest to say that they're the closest living relatives we have. No other animal, plant, fungi genome comes close to ours the way a chimps does. In fact, chimps are more closely related to humans than gorillas are to chimps. And molecular clock data, which is mutation rate between generations, indicates that our common ancestors split off from chimpanzees 6 to 13 million years ago. Now, one of the best evidences for common descent in the genome is the endogenous retroviruses, which is when a virus infects the gamete cell and gets passed on to the future generation. And that's important because we share 99% of ERVs with chimpanzees. And that could really only be true if we shared a common ancestor with them. Now, behaviorally, there are some real similarities. Kanzi the bonobo has been taught to use hundreds of lexigram symbols to form novel sentences and understand novel sentences. And while that's not unique in the animal kingdom, it seems unlikely that something that wasn't our closest relative would know. Same for Coco the gorilla. She knew 1,000 sign language signs. Understood thousands of spoken words, displayed human-like emotion. Chimpanzees are the only other animal known to have ever fought in an actual war, the Gombe Chimpanzee War, which took place in the early 70s. Over the course of 4 years, one tribe of chimpanzees totally wiped out the other tribe. So it's just a unique thing among the animal kingdom that we share with chimpanzees. Anatomically speaking, we should have the same bone number as the other great apes. We have the same number of teeth. We have the same teeth layout, the same number of incisors, canines, premolars, and molars. We have the same trichromatic vision. We have the same ABO blood type system. We have dermal ridges on our fingers, which is very rare in the animal kingdom. I think only the koala has those, other than the great apes. I may be wrong on that, but also our fingernails are very similar and unique in the animal kingdom. Now, some arguments against the Adam and Eve argument, primarily inbreeding. Now, even if Adam and Eve had the perfect genome, as has been suggested, after the fall, they would have started to acquire mutations from just mutagenic factors like UV radiation, and they would have passed that on to their children, and then their children would have acquired more mutations through the same factors, and that would have been amplified when the children had to inevitably reproduce with each other. And from there, it gets just really, really bad. They just more inbreeding brings recessive traits, harmful mutations to the surface, and pretty quick you get all sorts of negative mutations that are passed on and not selected out. There's a good example in the animal world, the animal breeder world, like ball pythons, axolotls. When you inbreed those, you get these color morphs: albino, leucistic, piebald. It's hard for me to read my handwriting. Hang on. Why were they even given the option to eat the apple? I think it's because the story is an allegory. Why were they made from dirt and then a rib? I find that hard to believe, and again, it goes back to being allegorical. And also the talking snake speaks of allegory as well. And why would God, being omniscient, not be able to see the future of Adam and Eve eating the apple in the first place? You would think he would, being omniscient, see that outcome. And why would all humans be punished for the mistake of two? The concept of original sin doesn't really make any sense to me, but that's kind of a different debate. Also, mitochondrial DNA doesn't really support the claim of Adam and Eve. Y chromosome Adam and mitochondrial Eve didn't live at the same time. Mitochondrial Eve, our last female common ancestor, lived about over 100,000 years ago, and evidently Y chromosome Adam lived tens of thousands of years apart. And nuclear DNA shows that the population of humans was never below about 10,000. So that kind of precludes the idea of only two human ancestors. That's pretty much my opening statement. I'm not sure I did it right. It's my first debate, but not sure how much time I used. But standing for truth, if you want to take it from there.
So you had about a minute and a half to spare, so we can add that in the question and answer period, or if you want to add that to your finishing comment later on. So SFT, you're next in for your opening statement, and whenever you're ready, then I'll start the timer.
Okay, awesome. Praise. I'm going to share screen right now, and then let me know if you can see it. Just 1 second.
Yes, I see it.
And then I'm just going to mute you, Praise, because I hear like a little beeping noise, which is fine. So just when you give me that 1 minute warning or 2 minute warning, just make sure you unmute yourself for that. And I'll let you know when to start the timer. Just 1 second. All right, Praise. As long as the audio video is good, maybe I'll get the A-OK from the audience as well. We can audio good, video good, or audio good, slides are showing.
Yeah, I can see it.
Awesome. Okay, here we go. So Praise, you can start the timer right now. Tonight's debate is human evolution versus independent origins. Are humans specially created and made in the image of God? Or did humans evolve slowly over time from ape-like ancestors? Are humans related to chimpanzees and the other great apes? I love this topic because the evidence for independent origins also demolishes the so-called evidence for human evolution. I am going to waste no time and just get right into the data. My opening will actually rebut many of Jackson's arguments that he put forth in his opening statement, and then I'll save the rest for my rebuttal round. So here we go. To start, we have the major unsolvable problem of mutation accumulation and genetic degeneration. Mutations are accumulating far too quickly for natural selection to filter out the damage. What type of selection can Jackson invoke that will counterbalance the accumulating damage? DNA is a very fragile molecule. From one generation to the next, many mutations are passed on. Roughly 100 new mutations per person per generation. We are consistently more mutant than our parents. As a matter of fact, we are all multiply mutant, which is why selection is so limited. This is 100 typographical errors every generation that our parents did not have. Natural selection must remove or filter out these mutations, or else we will go extinct. The problem for Jackson here is that these nearly neutral mutations are only slightly deleterious and only slightly harmful to the point where they do not really affect reproduction. Selection cannot see these, which means species are going downhill. And Jackson does not have millions of years of evolutionary advancement. Low impact deleterious mutation accumulation puts shelf lives on genomes, meaning Jackson does not have the deep time he needs to evolve an ape-like creature into a human. We also see a perfect biological decay curve that matches the biblical model of longer lives closer to the creation event, while it drops off after the flood. This data has almost no chance at being coincidence. This is an amazing correlation between what we know about mutation accumulation, genetic degeneration, and biblical longevity. It makes no sense that the biblical authors would ever make this up. Also, fabricating this biological decay curve would require exceptional knowledge in statistics and mathematics. The systematic degeneration of man, as documented in the Bible, is extremely consistent with genetic entropy and deleterious mutation accumulation. The Genesis biological decay curve reflects real biology. Also, many of the so-called icons of human evolution are actually not evidence for ape-to-man evolution. They are evidence for genetic degeneration in the past. I will go over just a couple of these for now, and this also addresses some of the icons that Jackson brought up in his opening statement. So we've got evidence that Homo neanderthalensis was highly inbred, had a very high genetic load, 40% less fit than modern humans. This severe genetic degeneration probably contributed to the disappearance of that population. Also, the hobbits, Homo floresiensis, was also inbred and apparently suffered from a special type of genetic degeneration called reductive evolution. This results in reduced body size, reduced brain volume, and various pathologies. The hobbit-like human species may turn out to have simply been the remains of a human suffering from genetic illnesses. And this is exactly what we would expect given the post-Babel model, where you've got these people groups isolating themselves after migrating from Babel. What you get is founder effects and rapid genetic degeneration due to inbreeding. The anomalous features that the evolutionists like Jackson like to point out are transitional are actually due to pathology and degeneration. Homo naledi, same thing. Likewise, inbred and suffered from reductive evolution, results in the same types of anomalous features: reduced body size, reduced brain volume, and various pathologies. Homo erectus, which Jackson brought up, same issues. Was inbred, suffered from reductive evolution, all consistent with the post-Babel model of isolation and inbreeding. So let's get into the next portion of this opening here. Jackson also talked about molecular clocks. So based on the Genesis creation account, we can make some extremely specific predictions and retrodictions. These have all been confirmed. We see low genetic diversity in humans, which is a direct expectation if we really did originate from just two people thousands of years ago. Starting from just two people automatically restricts genetic diversity. If we have been evolving for millions of years, we would have populations with a lot of mutations floating around, which would suggest we have high levels of genetic diversity today. We do not see this. We also have strong evidence for one mitochondrial DNA ancestor and one Y chromosomal ancestor of all people on the planet. The mitochondrial DNA compartment that we only get from our mother picks up a mutation about every other generation. The mitochondrial DNA mutates far faster than evolutionists have ever predicted. When we build these phylogenetic trees or family trees, we can look at mitochondrial DNA diversity worldwide. We can also see how far apart people are. And with the fast mutation rate, Eve, the mother of us all, existed only a few thousand years ago. There are only a few DNA differences separating any two people on the planet. How does Jackson deal with this data? Paper after paper confirming this. Oh, just 1 second here. The Y chromosome as well is also fast, picks up about one mutation every generation. There are only a few hundred mutations separating people worldwide. And our last Y chromosomal ancestor, being Noah, existed just 4,500 years ago. This is all inconsistent with universal common ancestry. I want to go to a phylogenetic tree here because I've pointed this out in the past. Dr. Robert Carter, he took all the Y chromosomes and made a Y chromosome family tree. This tree is incredible because what we see is exactly what we would expect if independent origins and biblical creation were true. What we see visually is an explosion from a central point. This is an explosion essentially from Noah, the last Y chromosomal ancestor of us all. This is basically all a reflection of DNA differences, a reflection of mutations over time. This reflects far too few mutations if deep time evolutionary history were true. We are not looking at tens of thousands of mutations here. We are looking at just a few hundred mutations, as would be expected if the Bible's account of independent origins were true. This data here did not have to be true, and yet it is. Evolutionists are constantly having to retrofit the data into their evolutionary story. They did not predict low genetic diversity in humans today. They did not predict the one Y chromosomal line, nor did they predict the one mitochondrial DNA line. One last thing to consider is the fact that the length of some of these branches indicate that some people can pick up more mutations in the same amount of time. It's difficult to look at the branch lengths and conclude a definitive amount of time has passed. This is why the pattern and the overall data is so important. It turns out this is what we see for the mitochondrial DNA as well. This is a mitochondrial DNA phylogenetic tree. This is only a reflection of a few hundred generations. Remember, God tells us that everything was created very good. When we look at the modern scientific data, we see a reflection of this. Everything must have started very good right from the beginning. The incredibly complex information storage system of life could not have been built up from inadequacy to precision. If we did not have a highly functioning decoding system, the entire system would come crashing down. Origin of life research has been a massive failure and faces numerous unsolvable chicken and egg problems. Also, evolutionists have no way to introduce functional information into the first life. How do you introduce functional information into random chemicals? If you manage to get the necessary building blocks for life, how is information introduced? This is a major problem for abiogenesis and naturalists such as Jackson here. If I were to spill ink on a paper, I would not at the same time introduce information. A book is more than just ink on paper. A book contains specified information. Also, These next few slides are going to address some of the arguments that Jackson brought up in his opening statement, such as endogenous retroviruses. We just touched on his arguments pertaining to molecular clocks. Let's deal with this data, because this brings me to the fact that we now know the entire junk DNA paradigm has been overturned. I want to point out that the design diversity model, the model that suggests Adam and Eve would have been front-loaded with DNA diversity, which would also apply to the created kinds, would predict that most of the genome and most of these DNA elements found within the genome, including pseudogenes, endogenous retroviruses, ALU sequences, and many other types of variation-inducing genetic elements would be highly functional and active. And this is exactly what we find. And once again, paper after paper after paper. How does Jackson deal with this data? Even the chromosome 2 fusion has been completely overturned. Universal ancestry requires lots of junk and evolutionary leftovers, and we just do not see this. We also have overwhelming evidence for forward thinking in genetics. For example, we have our genes, right, which make physical parts of our cells. Well, we also have what is called epigenetics, which is what controls how the genes make the physical parts of our cells. Our epigenome turns genes on and off, as compared to changing the actual genetic code itself. Our genes are not all turned on at the same time. This would not be good. These are non-random changes. Good designs means we have some type of control, a type of control that makes sure we have the right things being turned on and the right things being turned off. This is all forward thinking, which points us back to the forward thinker. Okay, I want to ask Jackson a few questions here for his rebuttal, and we could also discuss it in the discussion portion. So we know that ERVs, which he brought up, and other classes of retrotransposons accomplish many crucial functions in regulating gene expression, differentiation, development, and even cell stress responses. Does Jackson have any empirical evidence, maybe a technical paper, that actually demonstrates a non-functional DNA element such as an ERV, pseudogene, ALU sequence, going from non-functional to something critically functional in the genome? Praise, how much time do I have, brother? Praise, you are muted. Praise, how much time?
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Okay. Here's another question I have for Jackson. Human chromosomes are made up of relatively large linkage blocks, and analyses of these original text strings tells us that the genome is young. Why? Because the genome has only been partially scrambled. Crossovers in gene conversion should scramble all linkage blocks quite quickly in an evolutionary time frame. This is a major problem for evolutionary theory. How does Jackson explain this data? A near fully functional genome turns the nested hierarchies and the similarities that Jackson pointed to in his opening statement to evidence for design hierarchies as compared to descent with modification. Therefore, evolutionists have to fight the evidence for genome function, including the results of ENCODE, which suggests that over 80% of our genome is indeed active and functional. If most of the genome really is junk, and these ERVs are nothing but junk, why would the cell bother with so many and so much evolutionary leftovers? Such an activity would be wasteful of energy and resources and would have been eliminated by natural selection long ago. Also, since Jackson liked to bring up the molecular clocks, how does he explain the mitochondrial DNA and the Y chromosome data that, based on the empirical method, tells us we came not from just a small founding population, but a population of just two, Adam and Eve, 6,000 years ago? These are all questions that must be answered for Jackson to have any chance at making a case for human evolution. Why? Because these are just some of the lines of evidence that can differentiate between the models, human evolution and independent origins. That concludes my opening statement.
Perfect. You got right under the time there, SFT. Awesome, man. So now we're going to move into the 10-minute rebuttal session, and I'm going to give you a minute warning beforehand to wrap it up, and then you can have that time to wrap it up. So, whenever you begin, I'll begin the timer on whenever you want to start your beginning. Go ahead.
All right, you can go ahead. You mentioned genetic entropy. It's more of a creationist term. I think the real term is error catastrophe, which is when too many mutations accumulate. They've done this in the lab, but in some instances, accelerated mutation rates don't necessarily mean the death of the population. Sometimes it actually includes improvements. I was reading one paper today. I don't have a link to it. But you also mentioned Homo floresiensis and its degeneration. You mentioned insular dwarfism. Well, that's not necessarily a negative mutation, or this is something that happens to a population confined to an island. They tend to get smaller. Sometimes they get larger. In the case of some reptiles, but with mammals, it's usually the other way. They get smaller. Now, for the Y chromosome and the mitochondrial DNA being the same time apart, I couldn't find the original paper, but I found some pieces of it that said that's basically a misunderstanding of some of the original data. Now, low genetic diversity in humans. Some populations have low genetic diversity, but for example, the African population has incredibly high genetic diversity. Abiogenesis, it could be disproven tomorrow, and evolution could still be true. Personally, I think life came about through natural processes. I don't know how, and no one really does. They have some hypotheses, but there's no one that's latched onto. Now, ERV function, they don't necessarily have to have a function, or they could have a function, and they can still be leftovers of viruses that indicate common descent. And you mentioned that chromosome 2 was overturned. That's not entirely true. The DNA sequences on the two chimpanzee genomes of two chimpanzee chromosomes and human chromosome 2 are essentially identical. And there's a kind of a degenerated centromere. Now, you said, let's see, non-functioning ERVs. ERVs aren't necessarily junk. And the MT and Y chromosome, they honestly don't link up to 6,000 years ago in two individuals. As I've said in my opening statement, from everything I've read, and I couldn't find the paper that said what you're saying. It says over 100,000 years for mitochondrial Eve and tens of thousands of years later for Y chromosome Adam. Now that's probably a lot less than 10 minutes, but those are the points you touched on that I wrote down. If you have anything else for me to address, I don't know if that's the format or not, but I can. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
Awesome. Thank you for your rebuttal. You have about 7 minutes left over. You can put that in the question and answer period if you want, or your final concluding remark. So SFT, your rebuttal is next. Whenever you want us, I'll start the timer whenever you get going.
Awesome. Thank you. Just 1 second. I will share screen in, probably about a minute or two. So just 1 second. Praise. And I'm just writing things down like crazy, Jackson. Okay. Why don't we start my timer here, Praise. So Jackson talked about afarensis quite a bit. This would be Lucy. He talked about some of the bones that were found. I will touch on this as well. He also talked about Africanus, another Australopithecine. He mentioned Australopithecus sediba, habilis. He mentioned we are related to the chimpanzee and we share a common ancestor with them. He discussed erectus as well. So lots of fun topics here to discuss. He discussed Neanderthals and the Neanderthal genome, which is one of my favorite topics. Humans and Neanderthals are the same species based on the biological definition of species, okay? Since we interbred with them. We literally have their genetics. He also brought up molecular clocks, endogenous retroviruses, and genetic similarities with the great apes. I touched on a lot of that in my opening statement, and I will touch on that a little bit more here. But I want to debunk his fossils first, because Lucy herself was found in hundreds of pieces over a large area. And when they say they have hundreds of specimens of Lucy's species, what they actually mean is 400 pieces of bones. Many of these bones even turn out to be teeth. What we find in terms of paleoanthropology is deliberate exaggeration a lot of the times, okay? Because even Lee Berger, a famous paleoanthropologist, has pointed out that there are more people working in the field than there are actual objects to study. He points out most of the record pertaining to human evolution is bone fragments, bits and pieces of post-cranial bones and teeth, lots of teeth. You'll often, actually, I hear a bit of feedback, Jackson, if you could mute yourself real quick, my good man. You'll oftentimes see these skulls, okay, propped up as, say, Lucy's skull, okay, Australopithecus afarensis, when in fact, most of what you have are a few skull fragments, with most of the reconstructed skull being inference-based. He discussed similarities in bones, similarities in blood types, anatomy, physiology, morphology. Well, as we know, similarity does not equate ancestry, as similarity can also mean designer. It is the differences we need to focus on, and the differences cannot be accounted for by the evolutionists. For example, we've got massive differences in gene content and architecture when it comes to the chimpanzee Y chromosome versus the human Y chromosome. Okay, we also have differences when it comes to epigenetics, genomic networks, and gene expression in the same sequences that the evolutionists say are similar between humans and chimpanzees, and yet massive differences even in those similar genetic sequences. Okay, what about orphan genes, these taxonomically restricted genes that have no evidence for any type of ancestry? They pop up, and evolutionists have no real empirical evidence for these taxonomically and essential genes. How does Jackson deal with these lines of evidence, for example? Okay, we can't just look at the similarities, we got to look at the differences. Now, when it comes to the genetic similarities anyway, scientists, what they did, and you can read about this in the original chimpanzee paper, they ignored huge gaps, size differences, copy number variations. And when we consider both genomes, including size differences and overall architecture, we are looking at something like 80% similar between chimpanzee and humans, okay? This is hundreds of millions of DNA differences that Jackson here needs to be able to explain as to how they can become fixed. Fixed just means get stuck in place. How can Jackson explain? We got this huge waiting time problem about fixing hundreds of millions of DNA differences in such a small amount of time. Okay, I'd like to point out that if we had the exact same type of blood as Jackson indicated, we should be able to get a blood transfusion with an ape, and yet we know this would result in death. So Lucy, okay, afarensis has been proven to be nothing but an extinct form of ape. She resembles many modern day forms of chimpanzees in arm length, height, skull shape, mandible size, structure, among many other details as well. Her skull, inner ears, locking wrists, curved fingers, and short legs demonstrate that Lucy was definitely an ape. And as a matter of fact, when you look at the fossil record in general, we see an abrupt appearance. It doesn't help Jackson. We see an abrupt appearance with unique differences in humans. Okay, Erectus has very human-like qualities and unique differences, guess what? Not seen in prior hominins. And this is from its first appearance. Humans have always been humans in the fossil record with no gradual transition from more ape-like creatures to humans. He also discussed Homo habilis, okay? Well, Ian Tattersall calls habilis a wastebasket taxon, little more than a convenient recipient for a motley assortment of hominin fossils. And he believes more than one hominid species is represented in habilis. And this is because Homo habilis is extremely fragmentary and low quality. The existence of artificial species is a real problem for the fossil record. He brought up Sediba. Sediba is the same thing. What we see are artificial species, chimeric species. Habilis is made up of bone fragments, partial skulls, and low quality, low confidence evidence. The defining specimen, for example, of habilis is nothing but a bunch of pathetic fragments. The stone tools that are often found with these bones obviously belong to humans, for one. They have also discovered a human-made shelter alongside habilis bones, okay? Humans coexisted with ape types. We see significant overlap, and oftentimes their bones are intermingled. Considering what was found outside the stone hut when you look into habilis and inside the stone hut, it is clear that what we're looking at is the fact that humans were living in this area, and so humans made the tools. Nomadic people today actually build the same types of stone huts that were discovered around habilis, and the evidence suggests Homo erectus and the Australopithecines lived at the same time. We see significant overlap, as I indicated. We can find evidence that what we are looking at is tribes of humans setting up camps where they made specialized tools and also butchered and ate animals, some of those animals being apes. Humans have always done this, especially in survival situations. And the evidence pertaining to Floresiensis, Neanderthalensis, Erectus, Luzonensis, Naledi, okay, I can go on and on. Floresiensis demonstrates accelerated genetic degeneration due to founder effects and inbreeding, exactly what we would expect post-Babel. Praise, if you want to pause my timer, because I want to share screen real quick. So pause my timer, Praise. And I'm going to... How much time do I have, Praise?
You got 2.5 minutes.
Okay. So what we see here are massive differences when it comes to for one, we've discussed the genetics, but we also have massive differences when it comes to the physiology, anatomy, okay, the bone structure when it comes to humans and chimpanzees. For example, we as humans grow extremely long hair just on the top of our heads, and primates cannot. We have melanin in our skin while apes do not. Okay, we have a subcutaneous layer of fat under our skin, and no ape does. Humans have the same number of vertebra and ribs, and only humans have a forehead, nose bone, and parabolic jaw with toes that align. There are many features that separate us from apes. Okay, in afarensis, here's here's Ardipithecus ramidus. We see that Ardi consisted of scattered fragmentary bone pieces. Okay, a lot of these are due to reconstructions, digital reconstructions. Ardi, when you consider all the evidence, looks exactly very close to a bonobo. And you can see quote after quote from these paleoanthropologists that point out the fact that human evolution is confusing, and all new discoveries make things more confusing. It's a mess. And all of your so-called icons, okay, when you consider their best so-called transitionals, you can see here Ardi, Lucy, Sadiba, Habilis, all very, very incomplete, highly fragmented. Okay, but when we actually have the data, like we do with Neanderthalensis, Erectus, okay, we can clearly see that what we are looking at is humans. Okay, it is safe to consider all the lines of evidence that Jackson point to. What we're looking at, we can easily categorize it in what? Either fully human, degenerated human, fully ape, degenerated ape. Okay, we have Homo erectus here, who had evidence for being a sailor, purposeful navigation, was able to speak. This speaks of intelligence. Even today, we see a ton of variation in humans. Okay, you can see the story changing over and over again as the years go on and the more data that they find. For example, in this chart, you see a bush. It's a bushy mess with no clear transition from ape-like creature to man. Okay, and as you can see, it's low quality. I mean, with Lucy, afarensis, they find this, and they make this. Okay, you've got Lucy with a kid.
You can wrap it up so we can get into our second round of rebuttals.
How much time do I have, Praise?
You can wrap it up.
Okay, so this is the last thing I'll say, and the next rebuttal I'll cover some more stuff. As you can see here, the fingers of Lucy's kind were curved for tree life, and they also discovered a vertebra that belonged to an extinct baboon, and it took them over 40 years to discover this. This is why the fossil record is extremely low quality and low confidence science. Genetics is key to answering this question of ancestry. I yield.
Awesome. So that concludes our first round of rebuttals. Now we're going to go into the second round. It's 5 minutes. It's going to be a little quicker. So if you prepare to have a little quicker rebuttal, that'll be awesome. So whenever you're ready, Jackson, I'm going to start the timer for your 5-minute rebuttal.
All right, I'll go ahead. You mentioned Neanderthals by definition should be the same species because they interbreed, but that's not necessarily true. That is usually the definition of a species, but there are instances of fertile hybrids from 2 different species. Now, from Lucy and her species Afarensis, I did say that most of the fossils are known from fragments, just even individual bones. But there are at least 3 that I know of that are semi-complete that show a good amount of detail between the 3 of them. Now, as for how hard it is to find fossils of these hominids, it took one site, it took them 10 years to find one piece of jawbone. 10 years. So it's not easy to put this stuff together. And you mentioned that the Lucy skull is fragmentary, which it is, but they've found a male Afarensis skull, which is mostly complete, that shows great detail of what the skull looked like. Now, how do I explain orphan genes, I think was the question. Well, it's not really a problem. De novo genes can arise and be explained just as between generations and getting passed on. And you said that the chimp genome is 80%, which I alluded to that it's not really 99%, but the regions that code for proteins are 99%, so it's not really dishonest to say that we're 99% similar. And Australopithecine arms, you're right, they had curved fingers, they had locking wrists, they had robust shoulders, but their skulls were very ape-like, but pretty much from the neck down, they were very human-like, and I think that's the perfect definition of a transition, to have traits of both lineages. And what came before Lucy, her species Africanus, was Anamensis, which isn't as well known, but and you mentioned that there are some artificial species, like they're not sure about habilis, or habilis rather. They think Rudolfensis may be the same as habilis. They're, again, not 100% sure. Most scientists think they're 2 separate species. And you're right, it is confusing to make sense of these species. The more they find, the more confusing it seems to get. Zediva and Naledi are good examples. But overlap doesn't necessarily mean they aren't ancestors. Like 2 different populations of the same species, one can progress and live on, one can kind of go another way and exist at the same time. If that makes sense. Now, you showed a picture of Lucy as a knuckle walker. Her hips, her femurs, her knees, her feet, everything about it. Well, she didn't have feet, but her species feet. Everything about it says that it walked upright. It wasn't a knuckle walker. Now, the Erectus brains, you mentioned they were small, which was true in the beginning for when they lived in Africa and briefly ventured into Europe, or when they first ventured into Europe. But as they progressed eastward, their brains developed into 1,300 cc's, which is very close to the modern size. Now, Zediva, you said, was very fragmentary, but it's known from 2 pretty well complete skeletons, and Prometheus is known from a very complete skeleton, exceptionally complete. Let me see. And there are differences in apes, and that would be expected. We're not going to be exactly like them. but the toes of the Australopithecines, or most of them anyway, seem to have aligned with the big toes seem to have aligned with the smaller toes. And that's just more evidence of a transition, I think. An ape-like creature having human-like feet. But I'll agree with you, it is a very confusing lineage and hard to make sense of. It's not really the best transitional fossil line that I would choose, but it is evidence nonetheless. So with that, I yield back.
Praise.
Oops, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was on mute. But yeah, perfect. You were 15 seconds to spare, Jackson. Great job.
Right.
So now we'll hand it over to SFT for his 5-minute rebuttal, second round. And then we're going to go into 25-minute open discussion. Yeah. So whenever you're ready, SFT, I'll start the timer.
All right. Yeah, you can start it now. So many things to address. I could probably go on for 10 hours. I'll start here because Jackson's spending a lot of time on Lucy. Okay, afarensis. Well, even admitted by Lee Berger. Okay, Lee Berger has admitted that Australopithecus afarensis is a chimeric species. It is a jumble of bones from multiple species. Even Donald Johanson has reported at one point that at least 2 different species from 2 different genera were represented in his bones. Some fossils even looking exactly like human fossils. I'll tell you what happened, okay? And this is a fact. Due to the extensive range of differences seen in the bones attributed to the Australopithecines, including afarensis and africanus, what they invoked was called sexual dimorphism. This is simply the physical differences in males and females of the same species, okay? So paleoanthropologists claim that the larger human-looking bones belong to larger male Australopithecines, while the smaller ape-looking bones belong to females that lived in the trees. And this is why Jackson can focus on those bones, which, by the way, we don't have any genetics. Fossils and bones are not inherited sperm and egg. Geography is not inherited sperm and egg. It's the genetics, the genetic data that confirms independent origins. For example, when it comes to genetic degeneration, when it comes to Y chromosomal data, mitochondrial DNA data, but we'll get more into that a little bit later, okay? So people like Jackson, they can look to the larger bones or the bones that are actually human, since Lee Berger himself admits that afarensis is a chimeric species, and point to those bones and say, see, Lucy had some human-like qualities, when in fact what they're looking at are human bones. Okay? Everything in human evolution is contested, and he agreed with this. And even this whole sexual dimorphism that is invoked is not a 100% agreed upon claim. Now, many proponents of human evolution have conveyed disagreement with pretty much everything in terms of human origins, okay? And the original assessment that afarensis was a jumble of mixed bones, including human and ape bones, is clearly more accurate, okay? To put it simple, arboreals like to emphasize the bones that have been called Lucy's kind that look very apish, while others will emphasize more of the isolated bones, because remember, the fossil record is extremely fragmentary, and you find these isolated bones that look human and say this isolated bone is more human-like, and therefore Lucy walked upright like modern humans, when in fact this is all better explained by the chimeric nature of afarensis, these artificial species. Christopher Root, for example, co-author of Contested Bones, points out that we have never seen a case of sexual dimorphism where the male locomotes so much differently than the females. This is the nature of chimeric species and the mixing of these bones. I'm not saying it's done deliberate, okay? This is oftentimes accidental. Now, I want to share screen real quick and go over a couple more slides. If you can just stop my timer real quick. And right here. Okay, so when it comes to Sediba, okay, we have many paleoanthropologists. Here's a paper here. We have paleoanthropologists that have pointed out the fact that Sediba may be an artificial species, meaning the accidental mixture of human and non-human bones. Sediba and habilis being artificial constructs because they consist of a loose collection of human and ape bones. Ella Bin, for example, and Yoel Rack hold this view based on the lumbar vertebra and jaw bones that are derived from two different genera. Okay, and yes, you do often find Sediba with some articulated bones, but this is the point, because Sediba has been described as anatomical contradictory. For example, upper limb and shoulder anatomy are just like arboreal dwelling orangutans, and then they've got hands indistinguishable from modern humans. You see a paper here, human missing link fossils may be jumble of species. So this is what we see. For example, we also have evidence for human footprints. Okay, we got the Laetoli footprints. Well, years ago, Mary Leakey discovered footprints that are indistinguishable from modern human footprints. As a matter of fact, if these footprints were discovered today, nobody would question these footprints. They would all concede. They would all conclude they were made by barefooted human beings. Evolutionists have dated these footprints to roughly 3 or 4 million years old, and therefore, because of their circular reasoning, they cannot conclude these were made by humans. What's that, Praise?
Go ahead and wrap it up.
Okay. We also see the same thing in Crete recently, anatomically modern looking human footprints. And last thing I'll say, a recent finding here that 3 different early humans, Australopithecus, Paranthropus, and the earliest known Homo erectus, appear to have lived at the same time in the same place. The point is, overlap is what we would expect from a biblical model. And that's exactly what we find. I yield.
Great job. So now we're going to go into the 25-minute open discussion. You guys can just bounce off that if you wanted to. And just SFT's last point, Jackson, it's up to you guys how you want to do that. But whenever you guys, I'll start the timer.
All right. So you say Afarensis is a chimeric species, but I think that doesn't really work, given that there are 3 that I know of, 3 partial skeletons found at the same different sites, and all together, mostly together. Lucy was found in a 50 square foot area, I believe it was. I mean, it may be meters, but something like that. But the other 2 were found much closer together, that's from what I've read. So,
right. So,
what do you think of that?
Yeah. So good points. You would agree that Lucy herself was found in hundreds of pieces, though, over this area, right? Very fragmented. And Lee Berger, I'm not sure if you're familiar with this, but even Lee Berger has pointed out that Australopithecus afarensis may indeed be a chimeric species, as in it is a jumble of bones from multiple species. And Donald Johanson, at one point, has made the claim that we are looking at least 2 different species from 2 different genera. Okay, and he was pointing this out in the bone collection that he had, with some of those fossils even looking exactly like human fossils. For example, I'll point to I'll share screen real quick. The Laetoli footprints, which I'd be curious as to your thoughts, where we've got footprints here in Laetoli that are indistinguishable from human footprints. So what is your position on this? And why not conclude that, since, as you can see here, here's a paper by Donald Johanson verifying what I was saying here, this collection suggests that Homo and Australopithecus coexisted as early as 3 million years ago. So why is this not a human footprint, since that's exactly what it looks like? What are your thoughts on that, Jackson?
Well, I think radiometric dating kind of shows that it couldn't be a human. I know you guys don't really give a lot of credence to radiometric dating, but also the foot structure of what we know to be afarensis, not from Lucy, obviously, but the 4th metatarsal, the heel, shows that it probably didn't have a divergent big toe, and it had an arch and a striking heel. for bipedal walking. So I think the Laetoli footprints may have been Afarensis. It may have been another species, but I think they weren't human.
But do you find that circular in that we have paleoanthropologists that are pointing out, for example, here's the footprint, here's a human footprint. We see how obviously divergent it is from a chimpanzee footprint. We don't really know what Lucy's feet look like because what we have found is very fragmentary. So therefore, it seems to me that this argument is circular, Jackson, because you pointed to dating methods, which I'll go to, which we know are based on many assumptions, many of them unprovable assumptions. And I've got a slide here that goes over numerous sources from rocks of known age, as in we know when the volcano erupted, the samples were collected, and we get dates of millions and millions of years old, even though these rocks were just formed. So the point is, why would we trust dates for rocks of known age, right, or unknown age, when we have rocks of known age that are giving us inaccurate dates? I know this isn't a debate about dating methods, but my point is, your reasoning seems to be circular because you're pointing to, well, it's dated far too old to actually be humans, instead of concluding the obvious. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I know that the ICR did a test, the rate test, the rate study, and they used potassium argon dating to date Mount St. Helens, which was the incorrect method for that. It even said that Geochron Labs they used to date the sediment says anything below 2 million years, it's going to give you wild answers. And they did get multiple different answer ages back. And they think that's probably from, what's it called? Ion noise, I think it's called, from the mass spectrometer. So I think you can dismiss the ICR's research on that. And I know there are instances of multiple dating methods aligning on one sample and coming to within a few percent of the same age, which is very unlikely if it didn't actually work.
So what's nice about the rate project and the rate scientists is they took samples from the same rock layers and subjected them to the dating methods all at once. And what they found were many discordant dates, even with the isochron method. And these were repeatable, okay? And they also did this with C14 carbon dating. And what they found was carbon 14 in diamonds, in fossilized wood, in dinosaur fossils, in coal, which means these samples cannot be millions of years old or billions of years old in terms of diamonds, because obviously we're finding C14 in these samples when given the half-life of carbon 14 and the fact that carbon decays so quickly, then obviously these rocks and fossils, okay, that the uniformitarians and evolutionists are pointing to as millions of years old, that kind of goes back to your argument here, which I believe is circular based. These samples clearly cannot be millions to hundreds of millions of years old because they had radiocarbon in them. And you can comment on that, but I did want to ask you this question. I'll get this question out first because I kind of want to bring us back to more of the topic, but I also don't want to leave that hanging. So you can definitely address that. But I wanted to ask you the question in terms of genetics and the fact that we have massive differences, which I discussed in the opening statement and my rebuttal, but a huge difference has to do with the Y chromosome. where we've got, I'm not sure if you're familiar with this paper, chimpanzee and human Y chromosomes are remarkably divergent in structure and gene content. When you consider overall size differences in architecture, Jackson, we're looking at a Y chromosome that is less than 35% dissimilar between humans and chimpanzees. So if they are our closest cousin and we share a common ancestor with the chimpanzee, how do you explain those huge differences? And take your time, take equal time, Jackson, go ahead.
Well, the differences in the Y chromosome, I know the Y chromosome mutates a bit faster than the other chromosomes, I believe. And as for carbon-14, again, it was likely due to contamination, because uranium and thorium decay and can produce carbon-14 in the surroundings. So the fact that it was there doesn't necessarily mean it was ancient. So that's pretty much my comment on that.
Yeah, so what I would say is the rate scientists, what's good is they went into the rate project, okay? They went into it making predictions. And what they discovered were fulfillment of those predictions. For example, they even found helium and zircon crystals. We know helium is incredibly slippery, and yet we find helium and zircon crystals that evolutionists say are billions of years old. There should be no helium left. Same with the radiocarbon. So you point to contamination, but what's good is the rate scientists were diligent, and they subjected these samples to harsh treatments that would get rid of any of these contaminants, and therefore what they're looking at are blank samples. Okay, so they've looked at contamination, they've looked at other reasons that the evolutionists might point to in a way to rescue uniformitarianism in deep time, and these results are repeated. These are repeatable. They're testable. We're finding radiocarbon oftentimes 100 times above the limit, the detectable limit that should be there. When it comes to the Y chromosome, the problem is in, let's say, 6 million years, you've got such a waiting time problem to account for massive differences in the Y chromosome. The Y chromosome is uniparentally non-recombining DNA, okay? It is inherited from our fathers. The problem is it should be relatively more stable due to the fact that it's non-recombining. But as you pointed out, the Y chromosome also mutates fast. So here's a problem. If you are going to look to that argument to explain the dissimilarity between human and chimpanzee Y chromosome, well, we have a lot of papers telling us now that since the Y chromosome mutates faster than ever predicted, there are only a few mutations in the Y chromosome separating any two people on the planet. When it comes to men, every single one of our Y chromosomes are nearly identical. So how do you have a rapidly changing Y chromosome with incredibly low variation in humans today? Every single human, every single male Y chromosome is nearly identical, and they can be traced back to one Y chromosomal ancestor just 4,500 years ago, as you can see here. So how would you address that if you're going to look to the rapidly changing Y chromosome? Why do we see very low Y chromosomal variation in the male Y chromosome, Jackson?
Well, I would say it's because humans are a relatively young species, no more than 200,000 or 300,000 years old. So not really much time relative to every other animal to acquire the sufficient mutations to look as different as you would expect, I would think.
Well, here's the person. Oh yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jack.
As for the helium and the zircons, they tested a sample that was taken out in the 70s, I believe, and it was taken out from a volcanic area. And from what I've read, the compression of the zircon can hold in helium for long periods of time, and the system isn't well understood in the first place to really assess the age from that, based on what I've read. And now some form of helium will decay past that point, but some forms of helium, like helium-3, are stable over long periods of time. Now, what was your next point?
So my point would be, and we can touch on that in a second, okay?
Okay.
My point here would be, here's a Y chromosomal family tree, okay? And this is based on worldwide Y chromosomal diversity. We're not looking at hundreds of thousands of years here, okay? We're not looking at tens of thousands of mutations to take your Y chromosomal Adam ancestor into the deep time that you need it. No, all we're seeing is a few mutations in the Y chromosome that separates any two people. Okay. Let me ask you this question, okay? Just to kind of steer this into relatively something new, okay? We don't only have low variation in the Y chromosome and the mitochondrial DNA. We have low genetic diversity in general. Okay. Let me ask you, Jackson, what happens when you introduce a new mutation into the genome? What does that add?
Usually it has no effect. Most mutations are neutral. Some are harmful and some are beneficial.
Well, we'll get into we will get into that, because I've got a ton of quotes where population geneticists that are evolutionists admit that no mutation can truly be neutral. Okay, they refer to these as effectively neutral because they have only very subtle effects on fitness. They're only slightly deleterious, kind of like rust on a car, okay, that they build up over time, but they're still unselectable, and therefore they are subject to genetic drift. So they accumulate and degenerate. But that's separate, that we can get into in a bit. But just in general, mutations. When you introduce mutations, what do they add?
Well, it depends
especially
on the
according
mutation,
to the evolutionary model. What's that?
I guess it would depend on the mutation. Like there's a de novo mutation in cod that allowed for them to live in colder water for their blood not to freeze.
Well, how do evolutionists explain the origin of genetic variation and genetic diversity?
Well, what do you mean? Like from the beginning
what are
of time?
the mechanisms? Like for example, we as creationists, we look to what's called the created heterozygosity hypothesis, the design diversity hypothesis, that suggests that the vast majority of nuclear DNA differences are the result of created heterozygosity. Heterozygosity just means a state of DNA diversity, while the evolutionary community explains the vast majority of DNA differences as mutations, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So when you have a mutation, according to the evolutionary model, what are you adding?
Well, oftentimes new information. I mean, there are mutations that de novo mutations, duplication mutations that add material or new information to the genome.
So in other words, when you add a mutation, you're adding genetic diversity to the population.
Well, not necessarily diversity, but information, yes.
Well, the evolutionists explain the vast majority of DNA differences, if not all DNA differences, and the origin of genetic diversity as a result of mutations over time. Okay, so a mutation adds something because it is adding something that was not there before. So I'm just going to go right to my point then. Okay. If you have the Australopithecines evolving for millions of years, and you got Homo habilis, okay, and then you've got what I find interesting is I've got a couple articles that I can show you later where Australopithecus sediba has been ousted out of the human line due to some contradictions that they discovered in 2019. So let's just throw away sediba for now. We've got habilis, and then you've got erectus. And then you got erectus living on the planet, covering part of the globe, Africa, Eurasia, for millions of years, where they are also accumulating mutations. So we should have today in humans high levels of genetic diversity. But what we find is low levels of genetic diversity. Why is that the case?
Well, I think there's higher genetic diversity than you're letting on. But there was a genetic bottleneck in the past, about several thousand individuals, as evidenced by mitochondrial and nuclear DNA. So I think they can explain a lot of the low genetic diversity.
But here's the problem with that. And I'm not going to screen share again. We'll just have a free-flowing dialogue. But I do have papers in front of me that go over the fact that we do have extremely low genetic variation. As in every single human being, we're all 99.99% similar.
Yeah, that's true.
So that was a problem for the evolutionary community. And you gave the correct answer, according to the story, is in the past, there was a genetic bottleneck that reduced the population of at the time to roughly between 2 and 10,000. How many years ago would you say this was, according to your model?
I believe it was about 80,000 years ago.
Okay, so say you've got...
That was the case.
Okay, so say you've got, because here's the thing, there's differing opinions as to when this bottleneck took place. Some people say, a couple 100,000 years ago, maybe 70,000 years ago with the Toba extinction, or some even say millions of years ago with Erectus. But let's go with 80,000, okay? So here's the problem with that, is you've got this bottleneck that drops the human population to between, let's say, 2 and 10,000 years. Well, you would need thousands of years. You would need more than one generation to reduce those levels of heterozygosity and increase levels of homozygosity, okay? Therefore, you have generations and generations of what, Jackson? Of inbreeding. And is inbreeding a good thing?
Well, no, but by your model, inbreeding is the only option also. I mean, inbreeding from a point of a few thousand is better than inbreeding from a point of 2.
But here's a question I'm going to ask you. In light of what we've been talking about, what is the major difference in terms of the origin of genetic diversity between the evolution model and the creation model? What's the difference?
Well, I think the creation model says all the genetic diversity was put in at once in Adam and Eve, and the evolution model would say new genes can arise.
So the creationists would say that the origin of genetic variation for the most part is due to design diversity, while the evolutionists would look to mutations as the source for genetic variation. So here's the problem. We don't explain every single DNA difference as being the result of mutations over time. So Adam and Eve would have had pre-existing functional heterozygosity with no mutations. And then at the flood, you might have some mutations built up, but still what you're looking at is mostly created variation, okay? It's the mutations that are in recessive form that are manifested during inbreeding that lead to accelerated genetic degeneration. It is the evolutionist that proposes mutations as the source for genetic variation and genetic diversity. So you've got this bottleneck roughly 80,000 years ago where you've got all of these mutations, these deleterious mutations that are now coming to the forefront, leading to rapid genetic degeneration. Because it's not one generation, it's not 2 generations, it's many generations of this inbreeding in order to reduce levels of genetic diversity. Are you familiar with the bottleneck today that is seen in cheetahs?
Yeah, cheetahs and Tasmanian devils and a few others.
So we see in cheetahs how disastrous this is. There's about 7,000 cheetahs today. Birth defects are increasing, and the cheetahs are essentially going extinct. Conservationists are extremely worried about them. So what we see with the cheetahs means that this hypothetical out of Africa bottleneck would have also been disastrous. So my question to you is, how is that bottleneck that's employed to explain the low levels of genetic diversity, which, by the way, is what we would expect starting from Adam and Eve, that automatically would restrict diversity. How is that hypothetical bottleneck associated with massive problems with inbreeding? How is that feasible, would you say?
Well, biologists say, or zoologists say, that the minimum population for optimum genetic diversity is about 100 individuals. So we would have had a few thousand to work with, so not catastrophic. But I also want to say, what you said, Adam and Eve wouldn't have been subjected to mutations. Is that right?
At creation, they wouldn't have had mutations, right?
Yeah, but after the fall, would they have?
Well, the fall would have introduced mutations because mutations are essentially copying errors.
Yeah.
So due to mutation accumulation, we inherit roughly 100 new mutations per person per individual. Over time, Adam and Eve's descendants would have had mutations. Yes.
Yeah, I think that's a way less workable model, just because you're starting from 2 and you're just inbreeding immediately from their children. And any gene is going to get expressed and passed on, and it's just going to be kind of a total mess.
Well, let me tell you why. So it wouldn't be a problem from our model, because according to the independent origins model, inbreeding would have been a non-issue since there would have been no deleterious mutations. And since mutations can be compared to typographical errors in a text, and during instances of inbreeding, those mutations come to the forefront, leading to disease and damage. But if there are no mutations to come to the forefront to lead to that type of disease and damage, then we wouldn't have an issue. But that brings me to the point you made on neutral mutations. And you said that a mutation can not be deleterious. I'm trying to find, I got 1,000 slides here, even more, 1,000,000 slides. So here's a source, okay, from, because you said it was a young earth creationist invention or talking point. But we have population geneticists here that point out, for example, right here, Higgins and Lynch, we find that the accumulation of new mildly deleterious mutations, okay, so mildly deleterious, and this one here, Crow's concern. The typical mutation is very mild. It usually has no overt effect, but shows up as a small decrease in viability and fertility. And the last one I'll show you is right here with Kondrashov. He points to very slightly deleterious mutations. There's also another quote that I can show you where a population geneticist points out the fact that any mutation must have at least some effect on genotype. So how do you explain if those mutations are only mildly deleterious and they build up, Jackson, which means they're unselectable? What type of selection can remove?
We got to start wrapping it up. We just finished the 25-minute mark for the open discussion. So we're going to go into the speed rounds and then your conclusions. So that was a amicable and enthralling discussion. Good job, guys.
Why don't we... I want to give Jackson the floor here, though, just to answer that. I don't want to end it there. So, Jackson, so the question would be, what type of selection can you put forth that would remove so many low-impact deleterious mutations? And then take your time responding.
Many of the neutral or slightly harmful, as you would call it, mutations would build up. But the harmful ones, the actual harmful ones would be selected out by natural selection. And I want to bring up the Tuatara, not quite a lizard, but it is lizard-like, from New Zealand. It currently has the highest mutation rate of any animal, acquiring new information, as well as having some of the neutral mutations. Fastest evolving animal on the planet at the moment. So it shows that the genome can kind of grow like that and not really have negative consequences. Also, you mentioned cheetahs. I didn't go into that. The cheetahs, it was thought that their population was only down to a few individuals at one point. That's why they're having such problems now. But humans had a few thousand individuals, so much more to work with. Now, starting from Adam and Eve, again, that would have been pretty problematic for genetics. And with that, we can go to the next subject if you want.
Okay, I appreciate that. Praise, are we doing okay? So we're going to do 2-minute responses now, Praise, to wrap up the discussion, and then we're going to go into 5-minute concluding statements. Since we did hit the 1.5-hour mark, we agreed beforehand we're going to have a 2-minute intermission right before the 2-minute intervals and then 5-minute intervals, and give you a chance to gather any questions that are coming through. I know we've got a big chat, and here we go, Praise. 2-minute break.
Are we on break?
Yes.
Okay. Can the audience hear us or no?
Yep. So you have to go hit the bathroom. Go do it now.
Okay. I'm good. I'll just sit here.
Okay, it looks like we are good. Praise. We're going into a 2-minute response. Who starts? Jackson or myself?
So it would be you because you opened up, or I mean Jackson opened up, so it'll be you in the speed round.
Okay, so I start the 2 minutes.
Yes, I'll start the 2 minutes on your first word.
Okay, just 1 second. I want to share screen, and okay. So here's the problem. To kind of give some final thoughts on the open discussion is when it comes to the evolutionary model, they explain the origin of genetic variation as being the result of mutations. Since we know mutations are destruction, okay, they lead to disease. And as we can see from many population geneticists, they're acknowledging that most mutations are effectively neutral. Okay, they are unselectable as they build up in populations over time, 100 new mutations per person per generation, and they lead to genetic damage. So that bottleneck that the evolutionists look to as a rescue device to explain why humans today have such low genetic diversity, consistent with the Adam and Eve starting point, is not even remotely feasible, because it would lead to rapid and accelerated genetic degeneration. We see that in the cheetahs. We're not going to suddenly expect these 7,000 highly degenerated cheetahs today to spread out into all parts of the globe, seizing dominion over the planet. Of course not. But the evolutionists want us to believe that after this bottleneck that would have been highly damaging, humans spread out in all parts of the world, seizing dominion over the planet. It just wouldn't happen. They would be highly degenerated. It wouldn't be possible. So it is a fact. Here's a source. Mutations are the source of genetic variation for the evolutionists. But with the icons that Jackson points to, we find this problem of mutation accumulation explaining a lot of the anomalous features that evolutionists like to point to as transitional or anomalous. For example, Homo floresiensis, Neanderthalensis erectus, Naledi. Okay, this is what we find in the fossil record, is where we find inbreeding, we find pathology and disease and reductive evolution. Last thing I'll say, this is consistent with the post-Babel dispersal, and it's inconsistent with human evolution, ape to man evolution. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Jackson. I'll start your 2-minute timer, and I'll give you a 20-second warning on your first word. Go ahead.
Well, I think the genetic bottleneck argument is far worse for the creationist point of view. Not only do you start with Adam and Eve, but then 2,000 years later, you have Noah and his family. 8 individuals, 3 breeding pairs. Or if Noah did Noah have a kid after the flood? I don't know. But anyway, let's say 4 breeding pairs. So it's reduced again. So you're inbreeding yet again after Adam and Eve. And not only that, but all animals on Earth would have been highly inbred. It's not just cheetahs or Tasmanian devils that would have shown evidence of this. Every animal should be showing signs of having reproductive issues. I think I read that 90% of cheetah cubs don't make it to adulthood. That should be happening to all animals if that were the case. Now, So I think the creation model for genetic diversity just doesn't really work. And I think an evolutionary model is definitely more workable. And with that, you can respond.
Actually, you have your conclusion, your concluding remark. It's set for 5 minutes, but you guys did go under your expected time, so you can add a little bit in there. Maybe it's 5 to. I think it's set for. Let's see here.
Yeah, maybe
5 minutes. You can go 5 to 7 minutes is fine.
Okay, so since Jackson started the debate, Jackson, take the floor. You have between 5 and 7 minutes for your concluding statement.
All right. Well, I think we both did pretty good in this debate. I think it went really well. I know I enjoyed it. We should do it again sometime. But I think that fossils, genetics are really on my side when it comes to this. And I don't know if I need the full 5 to 7 minutes, but yeah, I just really want to say that I've enjoyed being on here, and it was fun. And you made some good points standing for truth. You're very competent, you're knowledgeable. So I have a lot of respect for you. Just want to say that. And honestly, that's all I have to say as a closing statement.
Awesome. I appreciate that, Jackson. Okay, Praise, I guess you can start my timer in 1 second here. And, I'll share screen in a second because I do want to mention one thing. So you can start my timer now, Praise. Jackson, yes, thanks so much for doing this debate. I respect you as well. This was very cordial, and time has flown by. I can't believe it's already been an hour and a half. It's been fast paced.
Yeah, that's flown by.
There's just so many topics to discuss and so many lines of evidence we could discuss that let's definitely have another one of these in the future. I know we're working on setting you up with debates with Ken Hovind to fill him free. So this should be fun. So in terms of my concluding statement, then I'll just address a couple things that I think were left hanging, because when it comes to the fossil record in general, okay, when we look at humans in the fossil record, we see no evidence of hundreds of thousands of years of human existence. Okay. And given the evolutionary model, we can assume there were about 1 million. Let's look to Homo erectus, the Australopithecines, Homo habilis, Homo erectus, who lived apparently across Eurasia and Africa. Okay, essentially they handled a massive distribution of the earth. So if we put some numbers on it, let's say Homo erectus's average generation time is 20 years, let's say, okay? That means about every 20 years, you have another 1 million dead bodies. And so after 1 million years, we have over 20 billion dead people, okay? Point is, maybe it's not quite that high, but we've got a lot of dead people, a lot of dead erectus. And the point is, this is millions to billions of people of which we have no evidence ever existed. Even the proponents of evolution would agree that erectus had primitive technology. They would have had campsites, they would have had villages, they would have had fire. We have a ton of evidence for their existence, and yet every single erectus fossil that we have can be fit in the trunk of a car. So where's the evidence that human evolution even occurred? Millions of years of human evolution. I want to share screen real quick here as well. Praise. Let me know when we reach the 5-minute mark, so then I can kind of wrap up from there. Okay. So when we look to because we discussed dating methods. See, here's the thing. Time is always looked to by the evolutionists as the hero of the plot for the story. But what we know about mutation accumulation and genetic degeneration, okay, time is not the hero of the plot, because the more time you have, the more extinction and degeneration you have. So they can have the time. But what we see here is hundreds of physical processes that set limits on the age of the Earth. And we discussed just a few, the C14, we discussed helium, we discussed the discordant dates in dating methods, as well as in isochron dating, which they like to look to. We've also seen a lot of discussion pertaining to Lucy. And what we can see here, based on her skull, based on the hundreds of pieces that were scattered across this 3-meter area of a hillside, the fact that what we're looking at is highly fragmentary data means you can have all sorts of interpretations and stories with these bones, okay? Bones found in the dirt, fossils, I always point out, they can oftentimes deceive us, okay? Because they don't come with with genetics oftentimes. And the problem is, we know that today, many species have more variation within themselves than between species. So when we're looking at a fossil without genetics, without genetic data, then it's oftentimes difficult to conclude, is this the result of homology or convergent evolution? Convergent evolution is the independent origin, apparently, or evolution of highly sophisticated and complex traits that we have no evidence could evolve in the first place. But yet evolutionists say that something like the eye has evolved dozens and dozens of times. Okay, anytime convergent evolution is invoked, it is being invoked and it is an admittance of the lack of uniqueness in the phylogenetic tree, okay? So we've got Lucy here, semicircular canals, better suited for walking on all fours. I pointed out the fact that they found a baboon bone, okay? It took 40 years. Homo habilis, evidence that Homo habilis is a chimeric species. And the problem with the taxonomically restricted genes, the orphan genes, they're highly essential, and you would need an extraordinarily amount of mutations that are beneficial, okay, in sequence to evolve something so essential. But yet what we see...
You're at 5 minutes, SFT.
Thank you. I'll start winding it down. What we see with the presence of these genetic sequences that are functional and essential is no apparent relatives, as in it's exactly what we would expect to find according to the independent origins model. And the last thing I want to cover, so I want to make sure I cover everything, is the retrotransposons, which he spent some time talking about. So the question is, when it comes to these retrotransposons, is are they really the ancient remnants of viral infections, or are they created units of DNA function? Because Jackson made the argument in his rebuttal that we still share more ERVs with the chimpanzee and the humans. Humans and chimpanzees share a lot of these viral-like elements than with other species. But that's exactly what we'd expect to find, is if these were created, okay? If these variation-inducing genetic elements are there for a reason, and that's what we find, paper after paper, retroviral promoters in the human genome, then of course we're going to share more, because we predict function, because we predict that these similarities are there for functional purposes. And that's what we see in the design world. Engineers build in homologous patterns. Engineers build in nested hierarchical patterns. Engineers even build transitional-like forms. For example, an amphibious assault vehicle and some of these crossover SUVs. So what we predict is function. What we find is function. Scientists identify new beneficial function of endogenous retroviruses in immune response. The last thing that I'll touch on, I don't want to leave hanging, was the chromosome 2 fusion that he talked about. Well, what we find is that the chromosome 2 fusion, the so-called site, is overlapped by a highly functional and essential gene. So Jackson, the problem is you're not going to get a highly functional gene by slamming together 2 chromosomes. The site is very degenerate, and there's lack of evidence for the cryptic centromeric site, as well as a satellite DNA problem that maybe we can get into in a future show. This would be a paper I'd highly recommend, The Evolution of African Great Apes, Subtelomeric Heterochromatin and the Fusion of Human Chromosome 2. Chimpanzee and gorilla chromosomes differ from human chromosomes by the presence of large blocks of subterminal heterochromatin thought to be comprised primarily of arrays of tandem satellite sequence. Why are these not found? Why is the evidence seem to suggest there was no fusion event to begin with? And great debate, lots of fun, great chat today, and I hope we can do this again in the future, Jackson. Thanks so much. I conclude my statement.
Yeah. Awesome, guys. That was a very respectful and stimulating debate. Great job. Both sides made great points, and yeah, it was impressive. But we're going to head into the question and answer period with the super chats. We got quite a few, so we're just going to jump right into them. So the way we format the Q&As and super chats is whoever was addressed to, they get to finish the final comment on that comment, whatever question or comment, whatever it is. So this is from Cheryl for $5. The comment, she says, "This is in the name of Raymond or Ramen Goizadango,
Ramen, the super sticker master,
who could not be here. We are thinking of you!" Exclamation, exclamation mark. And I actually lost that super chat, so I appreciate Cheryl giving it back. So thank you, Cheryl.
I appreciate that super chat, Cheryl.
So we'll go to a super chat from One Cow Stampede for $10, and thank you for your super chat. And then we'll go to the next super chat from Landon Freeman from $2. This is addressed to you, Jackson. What evidence would change your mind?
About evolution or about God or what specifically?
Yeah, he didn't specify it, but probably the debate, probably evolution. Yeah.
Evolution, yeah. Well, if you found, say, a bunny in the Precambrian dated rock, that would convince me pretty quick that something's wrong. Or if you could find another animal that had a closer DNA coding than a chimp to a human, like say a pine tree had a closer genetic match to humans than the chimps did, that would change my mind pretty quick also. So it's evidence like that would totally turn evolution on its head.
Gotcha. So SFT, do you want to say something to add to that, or you want to go to the next? This is the next super chat.
Yeah, can you repeat the question, brother?
What evidence would change your mind? So if it's applied to you, what would change your mind about creation or intelligent design?
Just like I write in my books, there's two predictions, okay? Evolutionists predict, if this is all just a long history of descent with modification and universal common ancestry, then we should find a lot of junk. We should find evolutionary leftovers. We should find genomic fossils. We should find ancient viral infections littering our genome. And yet, what we are now finding is that the vast majority of DNA elements, DNA sequences, and DNA in general is active, functional, and essential. Okay, so what would help to change my mind if that was not what we seen? If we actually did see the vast majority of DNA was junk and therefore reflective of universal common descent, then that would be convincing that banana plants and whales are related. It's just not what we see. And the last thing I'll say is this. This is why evolutionists struggle to make predictions on DNA function, while creationists expect function. So we can look to, say, the endogenous retroviruses and predict function. We can predict function in determining cell types, in gene regulation, in immune response, cell stress response, and so on and so forth. Same thing with the pseudogenes. And that's it.
So you can finish that, Jackson, if you want to respond to that really quick, a pithy statement, if you want to respond to that.
Well, with the ERVs, a lot of them are highly fragmented and evidence of a long time of deletion mutations and inactivating mutations throughout time, and apparently are ancient from everything I've read on it.
But if I could ask you a question, Praise, before we move on, it's just going to be a question. We won't debate it. Have you seen a paper? Have you, for example, because what we're seeing in terms of the amazing functionality of these retrotransposons, are you familiar with any empirical evidence or any technical paper that actually shows a viral-like element, Jackson, going from non-functional to functional? Have we seen this in real time? Is this empirical?
I'm not aware of a paper like that. I haven't really researched that aspect of it. I'll be honest with you on that.
And I think that's the problem, because I've debated a biologist in the past who also looked at ERVs. And there's a number of critics that I've debated where I've constantly sought a paper like that, because it would be incredibly difficult to have a viral-like element, if it was truly negative to begin with, evolve something so essential to the genome. Because if I were to have somebody blindfolded and tell them to randomly put some brush strokes on a painting, well, they're probably going to mess up the painting as compared to improve it. And that's what we see with these viral-like sequences. If these really are insertion events over millions of years, they should corrupt as compared to make things better, especially make things better in the placenta and in embryological development. So until we see an actual paper or technical data that can show, a non-functional retroviral-like element going from non-functional to functional, then my point would be it's just not science. And ERVs shouldn't be looked to anymore by the evolutionists as evidence for common descent. And Jackson, you can have the last word on that. Go ahead.
Well, endogenous retroviruses, I would assume they're like mutations in the sense that most of them aren't, going to have any effect. Some of them might have a negative effect, and some of them might have a positive effect. But other than that, I don't have much to say on that aspect of the ERVs.
Very good. So we have Jerome Super Chat SFT with a Popeye flexing emoticon. Yeah, $5, Jerome. Thank you for your
Thank you, Jerome. Thanks for the support, brother. I appreciate it.
Now we got two. So we got a super chat and a super sticker from Jamie. Went for $1.49 and a $5 super chat. He says, he asks, is common ancestry falsifiable, genetic similarity as is? If yes, how? If no, why is that a problem or not?
That's for me?
It's for both of you. Whoever wants to, address that. I think it's addressed to both of you guys.
Well, yeah, common ancestry would be falsifiable. Again, if you found that the genome didn't match close to chimps, it matched, say, to pigs, closer to pigs than chimps, that would turn common ancestry upside down. It would, just really anything like that would disprove it. So it is falsifiable.
For my response, I would just say it's not falsifiable because we have so many lines of evidence that have overturned universal descent. Okay, universal common ancestry, especially in the fossil record where we find modern human bones, modern human footprints in areas where they should not be. Because Jackson said earlier, and it's a good point, I agree. For example, we can live at the same time as our parents and grandparents. Okay, a domestic dog, although ultimately came from a wolf, can still live with wolves, right? We have wolves and we have the domestic dog living together. Okay. The problem is you can't have a domestic dog living before the wolf. We can't have me living before my great grandparents. And that's oftentimes what we find with this overlap in the fossil record when it comes to modern human looking footprints, when it comes to the overlap we see with the Australopithecines, with Homo erectus, okay, with all of these so-called hominids. And it just better supports the post-Babel model, where you've got these people groups that migrate to different parts of the world, and we see similar anomalous features in Naledi, in the hobbits, right, Floresiensis, also in Luzonensis, where they experience island dwarfism and reductive evolution. Reductive evolution seems to be the rule, and reductive evolution is not going to take a single-celled like ancestor into a whale. So my whole point to wrap this up is I don't believe evolution is falsified, because every time a line of evidence comes about that poses a major problem to evolutionary theory, what they do is they change the story. Oh, well, we've got low genetic diversity in humans today, so there must have been some type of hypothetical out of Africa bottleneck, even though that bottleneck would have been extremely damaging genetically. So it's not feasible. So I just think it's circular. They're always going to force fit the data somewhere. They're going to adapt the story. And no, I don't think it's falsifiable. That's my answer, Praise.
Awesome, SFT. Do you want to make a quick response to that, Jackson? Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think the young Earth creation model is really falsifiable, because, I mean, just look at the ICR and AIG statements of faith that I'm not equating you with them. I mean, I know you probably have more integrity than they do, but they say in their statement of faith that no amount of evidence would ever change their mind. And evolutionary theory does change with new evidence. And if evidence came about that totally ruined it, I think everyone would accept that it was done, but I don't think that's going to happen. There's a lot of evidence in support of it.
Great. Appreciate your answer. So we got to go to our next super chat. Steadfast and easy for $5. Thank you for your super chat. He says, or he or she says, "Ha! Bet you thought you lost me. Hee hee. Hi, fellas. God bless."
God bless you as well, brother, and thank you so much for all the amazing support from the chat. Debate's been a lot of fun, and we've had a very lively chat and a lot of good people. And Jackson, you've been a lot of fun to debate. So thanks for the super chat, guys.
Yeah, it's been fun.
Yes, it's been pleasurable to moderate as well. So here now we're into the Q&As, and I mean the questions. Instead of the super chats, now we're just in the general questions. Now Landon Freeman, he says, for a question for you, Jackson. How do organisms acquire the intelligence needed to know how to use newly evolved features?
Well, I would say the brains evolve with the bodies. It's a gradual process. I'm not a biologist. I can't really answer it in detail. But the more neurologic function you have, the more your neurons are going to develop. And again, not a biologist, but that's basically my answer.
SOT, if you want to respond to that, go ahead.
Yes. Can you repeat the question real quick?
How do organisms acquire the intelligence needed to know how to use newly evolved features?
Yeah, I would say to begin with, what we see in terms of the forward-thinking mechanisms in our genome, right? Epigenetics, these amazing control systems, okay, and the genomes of living organisms. We literally have millions and millions of switches just waiting to be turned on via environment. Okay, rapid adaptation is what we see. So here's the thing, is evolution doesn't have a mind. Natural selection sees the short term. Okay, natural selection wants the organism to survive till tomorrow. It doesn't worry about getting cancer 50 years from now. Okay, so natural selection doesn't have a mind. So what type of evolutionary processes can build that which requires a mind? And if evolutionists want to say epigenetics, for example, is the result of evolutionary mechanisms, then they are applying a mind to evolution, a mind to nature. And also what we have is evidence for interdependent and obviously engineered, simultaneously assembled body parts that could not come together without intelligence. And these are some slides from Genesis Apologetics, as Dr. Dan Biddle's been such a blessing, and he's given me permission to go through a lot of his slides because he does some great work. And he points out here the 5 different parts of our hearing systems work in coordination and how incredible it is. Sound waves are captured by the outer ear, which in turn wiggle 3 tiny little bones called the hammer, anvil, and stirrup, which press on the cochlea, turning into the mechanical process into a hydraulic one. Then you can just go through all of this and how all of this has to come about at once. It can't happen through slow and gradual processes. Okay, what we see in terms of the amazing design of living organisms, God said he created things very good. They had to start that way at the beginning. And of course, degeneration has been introduced since the fall, but things started off perfect. And these things had to start off perfect and perfectly designed and not built up through evolutionary processes. I yield.
Awesome, SFT. If Jackson, if you want to make a quick response to that, go ahead, man.
Yeah, that's the irreducible complexity argument in the Dover trial, I believe it was. I forget what the full name was, but Michael Behe argued that, and biologists countered with, well, a mouse trap may not be functional if you take it in its intended purpose, if you take a part out of it, but he gave an example. Well, with the spring, it can still be a tie clip. You know, these different things can serve different functions. They're not necessarily built with the goal in mind, the end result. And individual components can still have some function without the whole system in place at once. So that's my answer.
Great. And we'll go to the next question from David Neff. Coming at you, SOT. I have a question for both. Sorry. For both.
He's coming at us both then.
Yeah, that was a face palm moment. Okay. So what evidence would change your mind? So I guess he's talking about creation and for you, SFT, and evolution for you, Jackson.
You can go first if you want, SFT.
Well, I guess we've kind of answered that question earlier.
Yeah, we kind of did.
And what I pointed to, I guess I could point to a number of things, but the biggest thing would be testable predictions. What's the gold standard of science? The gold standard of science is to make testable predictions, future testable predictions. So whoever is making the best testable predictions will essentially win the war. Okay, creation versus evolution. And what we have now in 2021 is genetics, where genetics is the best way to determine ancestry. Because as I've pointed out, fossils are not inherited sperm and egg. And oftentimes you get contradictions in the fossil record. Things in the fossil record are always being overturned. Okay, we see stasis in the fossil record, and we see the fact that convergent evolution is a real problem for universal common ancestry. So if it comes down to genetics and the empirical data, who's making the best testable predictions? We've got Dr. Nathaniel Jeanson, who has made testable predictions on the Y chromosome, the mitochondrial DNA. He's making testable predictions on the history of civilization. That, if true, can only be true if young Earth creation is true. Okay, he's making testable predictions in terms of mutation rates in people groups where we don't yet know their mutation rate, like the Khoisan peoples. And we have prediction after prediction after prediction on DNA function because we don't assume that what we're looking at in terms of genetics is due to a long history of evolutionary processes. So we don't expect evolutionary leftovers in genomic fossils. Of course, we expect mutations and some degeneration, but not nearly as much as the evolutionists would expect or predict. So we're the ones as young Earth creationists that are making the testable predictions. But if the evolutionists could make better testable predictions that are shown to be successful, then that would be another line of evidence that might convince me that universal ancestry is slightly more plausible than what I see it as now. I know that was long-winded, but yeah, go ahead, Jackson.
All right. Well, what would convince me that evolution is wrong and deep time is wrong? You got to convincingly disprove radiometric dating because there are many instances where it does work and it's been cross-referenced. But you got to show ice cores are all wrong because they go back 55,000 years, the annual rings, before it gets too compacted to read. But then further dating methods date to 800,000 years. You got to disprove that there's a glass sponge that was found to be 10,000 years old, older than the Earth is supposed to be. You have to disprove paleomagnetism. You have to disprove sediment pores. You have to disprove just all kinds of things. And but what would convince, if all those were overturned and something was truly found to be thought to be old but proven to be young, that would convince me. And if a transitional fossil or a fossil was found in the wrong place, say a T-Rex was found in the Cambrian, and a Nomalocaris from the Cambrian was found in the Permian, then I would seriously question these time scales and this the whole evolutionary theory. So that's my response.
Gotcha. Thank you for your answer. So you have a question from Health first, and Feeling second. Question for you, Jackson. Why, despite supposedly sharing 99% of our protein coding genes with chimps, do we look so incredibly different?
Well, 99% is a lot, but 1% of what is it, 3 billion or 4 billion base pairs is also a lot. So there's going to be some differences, inevitably. But there are a lot of similarities, too, genetically and anatomically. So that's my answer.
Okay.
Please, if I could, I'll respond.
Yeah, go
real
ahead,
quick. What's also problematic, too, is the fact that the evolutionists will oftentimes say, we're 97, 98, 99% similar genetically to chimpanzees. But it turns out that, for one, less than 2% of our genomes are protein coding. And many, many genetic sequences are not even comparable between humans and chimpanzees. And there are entire gene families, okay, entire gene families that are known in humans and are not even found in chimpanzees. Okay, so when we consider overall size differences, architecture, gaps, copy number variations, a lot of these things that the evolutionists have ignored, we find roughly 400 million DNA differences, single letter differences that separate humans and chimpanzees that, guess what, have to come about, they have to arise and then spread through the populations to the point of what? Fixation. Okay, we've also got, and I'll end it here, we've also got tens of thousands of chromosomal rearrangements that also had to arise, spread, and become fixated as well. Rates of fixation are extremely slow, and most new variants are lost, of course, because they are rare. So the point is, there's a huge waiting time problem to explain how these vast amounts of differences can arise in just a mere 6 million years. Evolution alone has been falsified because of these numbers. The waiting time problem, a new paper came out recently by Dr. Sanford in a secular journal. It has not been answered. It's been read by 10,000 scientists and it's solid, and there's been no real rebuttal other than a couple, YouTube videos or angry bloggers. But I mean, no one takes those seriously. So that's a huge problem for evolutionary theory and ape to man evolution. I yield.
Thank you for your statement there. But Jackson, you want to quickly respond to that? Go ahead before we go to the next question, because it was addressed to you.
Yeah. What was the question again? I'm sorry.
Let's see here. Why, despite supposedly sharing 99% of our protein coding genes with chimps, do we look so incredibly different?
Oh, yeah, I answered that already.
All right, well, so we'll go to the next one. So this is from CJ Cox, aka the Synagogue. He has a question for you, Jackson. Okay. How can humans and Neanderthals mate and bring forth viable offspring if they are not the same species?
Well, there are many cases of hybridization between different species that produce fertile offspring. And like I said, we differ by 202 base pairs, so we are different species. But Neanderthals were either subsumed into our genome through breeding, or we wiped them out, basically. So that's my answer.
And SFT, if you want to go ahead and respond to that.
Yeah, if I could. To answer the Neanderthal question is, and I'm just looking for some slides here. As Ken Hovind says, it's nice if you ask the questions in the order that I have my slides, then they're easier to find. When you got a million slides, it's difficult. But I found some slides here. So here's the problem. There has been a drastic revision in Neanderthalensis, okay? In 1856, and this is why evolution is harmful, okay? Because in 1856, this is how they depicted Neanderthal. 2015, this is a digital reconstruction. I mean, it's obviously a human. And what we have in terms of evidence, okay, is that they buried their dead, used medicine, okay? They had complex hunting patterns, made complex tools. They dived for shellfish. What we see, once again, just like with Erectus, we see purposeful navigation, okay? And we see that since we have their genes and we actually interbred with them, and the fact that humans and Neanderthals are less different than polar bears and brown bears, obviously they're humans. They're 99.7% similar to humans. Now, of course, that we'd expect them to be different because they are ancient man. They were earlier, and they also, as I showed in a number of sources, they were highly inbred, 40% less fit than modern humans. This is the end stage of the Neanderthal, where they accumulated so many deleterious mutations. Okay, a lot of them coming to fixation, which is why their mitochondrial DNA and nuclear DNA is slightly different than modern humans, but it's because they experienced different environmental conditions. They had a different history. They were the most inbred people on the planet. Their runs of homozygosity are fascinating. So of course they are going to be different, but a lot of the features that we see, okay, we see in people groups today. For example, here, the skull cap, if you found that isolated, the evolutionists would conclude, because oftentimes we find these fossils and these bones in isolation and in fragments. And so they can find a skull cap isolated, and they can conclude this might be from a Neanderthal, even though these same features exist in humans today. I yield.
Very good, SFT. So Jackson was addressed to you. If you want to say something really quick, go ahead.
Well, I'm not arguing that Neanderthals weren't human-like. They evidently had culture. They had maybe even religion, and they did bury their dead. They had probably instruments. They made fire. But and if they were alive today, we would definitely give them human rights, and as we should. But they weren't genetically human, and I think that's been proven conclusively. And I yield.
All right. So here is our very last question. It's addressed to you, Jackson. So here's what he asked. So, what about where her spine enters the skull? So
The
whatever
foramen,
that means, I don't know.
the foramen magnum. Yeah, it enters. It's kind of intermediate with afarensis, but other Australopithecines have it more forward than backwards. But the shape of the spine also indicates that it was bipedal. S, kind of an S shape like ours, instead of an arch shape like a chimp. So it definitely walked upright, at least most of the time. It was still capable of climbing, evidenced by its arm structure, but it was a biped, and I yield with that.
I'll respond to that too, Praise. So actually, I'll see if I can find the... Okay, so when it comes to and I showed some slides earlier on Lucy and the foramen magnum, and like I said, I got so many slides here. So, but I do have notes based on what he said in his opening. And the fact is, Lucy's foramen magnum lies in much the same position as some apes do today. So to claim that Lucy walked upright is actually misleading. And the best case scenario is probably that Lucy might have had a bit of a unique walk, but not a walk similar in terms of humans where we walk upright. And when we actually, here's something that's interesting. When we actually account for size differences, okay, with Lucy, then a living gorilla and an Australopithecine, its foramen magnum would be nearly identical. Because remember, these Australopithecines, Lucy, for example, was 3 or 4 feet tall. Okay, so a lot of it is based on misinterpretations and erroneous reconstructions because, as I pointed out, we have these isolated bones where oftentimes sexual dimorphism is invoked, as I discussed in my rebuttal. And so you've got the terrestrialists and the arborealists that are emphasizing different bones. And a lot of times those bones they're emphasizing are actually human bones. And so, of course, if you have a human bone that you're misclassifying in the afarensis category, remember, Lee Berger admitted that afarensis is a chimeric species, then, of course, you can look at a human bone and say, look at this. Lucy was kind of human-like. No, that's a human bone. And this is real. You know, creationists aren't making this up. This is in the literature. Paleoanthropologists admit that oftentimes, I mean, it was Ian Tattersall that admitted that habilis is kind of a wastebasket of bones. So I'll yield there.
Well, that concludes the debate, guys. Awesome job.
All right.
Great questions and answers. Super chats. Well, I'm going to have to give a quick shout out to Logical Plausible. Probable. He's having an after show. So head on over there. You're welcome to head over there, both SFT and yeah. So if you guys, and Jackson, if you guys want to do that, go ahead. I'll let SFT conclude it.
Awesome. Well, we're going on 2 hours and 15 minutes. We still got over 50 people in the chat. It's been a lot of fun. This is a great topic, great, respectful, cordial debate with Jackson.
Yeah.
I think we touched on a number of awesome points. The
Yeah,
Q&A was awesome as well. Tons of good questions that we could go back and forth on. And yeah, thanks so much, Jackson. And hopefully we can do this again. Jackson,
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for doing this. Any final words from you, Jackson?
Yeah, I just want to say you're going to have to send me the link to the after show. I'm not going to know how to get there. I'm terrible with technology.
No problem.
And
No problem.
but also, yeah, again, thanks for having me, and thanks for being respectful. And I respect you a lot. You're very knowledgeable. So I hope we can do this again. It was honestly a lot of fun. I thought I would be really nervous, and honestly, I was for like 30 seconds, and then it faded away. And so yeah, it was fun.
That's usually the case. Leading up to the debate, and then the first few minutes where you're kind of getting into your opening statement, that's where typically you're the most nervous. But then you kind of warm up, especially in a cordial discussion like this. And I'm glad that you brought up some good points and some good arguments that we could touch on and discuss. So I appreciate you making this a fun debate and an engaging debate. And logical, plausible, probable, his after show. Jackson, I'll send you the link because you are invited, and it'll be similar to the link that I sent you here. It's a StreamYard link, and there should be a bunch of people in there and continue the discussion.
All right, yeah, just email it to me and I'll join.
Okay. Well, Praise, thank you so much for moderating. You are the award-winning moderator, just like George is the award-winning co-host. So great job. You moderated a great debate last week with Bill Tavis. You moderated a great debate tonight. So you've got a really strong career in moderating ahead of you, Praise.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
All right, guys. SFT is out.
All right, and welcome everyone to Standing for Truth Ministries. We have a good one today, a live debate between Jackson Rowe and Standing for Truth himself, Donnie. So this one's going to be good. The debate is on, is all life related through common ancestry? And just to let everybody know that there is going to be an after show on Logical Probable Possibles channel after this. He will have a link probably in the side chat. I think I just see it right now. So that'll be good. The debate format is going to be a 17-minute opening with a 10-minute rebuttal each person, with a 35-minute discussion and a 5-minute closing, followed by audience Q&A. So make sure to either tag myself or Donnie or Standing for Truth. We'll see them on the side coming through, and we will gather them up. So don't forget to do that, because it is an indeterminate time that we will try to go and have questions get answered until we burn out, of course. So without further ado, I'm going to have our debaters give an introduction about themselves and why you guys are here, and feel free to take it away. We will pass it over to the channel owner himself. Wham, where are you in this corner?
Thanks for the opening there, Matt, our award-winning moderator. So I appreciate it. Matt was just here last week debating Jackson. I was moderating. Now I'm debating Jackson and Matt's moderating. So I appreciate that. And yeah, my name's Donnie, also known as Standing for Truth. Usually I'm the one sitting here moderating. But tonight I am debating one of my favorite topics, which I know this is also Jackson's favorite topic, and I guess his specialty. So I'm looking forward to this. This is my formal debate number 95. If we were to count all of the impromptu debates that take place on people's channel, like Logical, Plausible, Probable, all the impromptu open mic debates, I'm probably at like 200 or something. But I love, these types of sophisticated discussions. Critical thinking is important. I've written numerous books on this topic, so I'm looking forward to this. You guys can check our website, standingfortruthministries.com, where we've got endless content, including articles, books, videos, lectures, so on and so forth. So yeah, enough for me. Thanks for doing this, Jackson.
Thanks for having me again. I'm pretty popular on this channel lately. Yeah, anyway, I crossed 400 subscribers, so that's a big deal.
Nice.
I mean, not really, but and kind of unrelated, something that does affect me though. They're passing it doesn't affect you at all, Donnie. You're in Canada, but they're passing a bill that effectively bans all exotic animals from traveling interstate or being imported into the country. So anything past a leopard gecko, you're basically not going to be able to get anymore. So it passed the House. It's going to pass the Senate. It's pretty much a disaster. So call your senators if you can. I mean, well, not that that ever works, but yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say. I just wanted to say that, just do something.
All right. All right. If you guys are ready, then who is going first on this one? I'll get the timer.
I guess it'll be Jackson since he's the affirmative tonight.
Okay.
As he would say yes to the debate thesis. So, Jackson, if you want to kick us off, my good man.
Go ahead and share my screen. Let me see.
And whatever time's not used, as we always do, Matt will throw it into the audience Q&A.
All right, can you guys see it?
Yes.
Yep. Okay. This is the graph that Ken Hovind always uses to make fun of the idea of common ancestry. So I thought I'd just use it just to play into it. But yes, everything is technically related. That doesn't mean everything is closely related. Like the bird and the octopus, they're not very closely related, but they are distantly related by several 100 million years. Sounds crazy on its face, but it's true. Here's a phylogenetic tree of mammals, tracking several genes, and it makes a tree and a phylogeny that you wouldn't expect if they weren't all related somehow. It's just a very big coincidence that God would create something like this, especially created in 6 days, and have it all track like this. It doesn't make sense. Here's the overall tree of life, phylogeny of life: eukaryotes, bacteria, archaea, and they're all linked together, distantly, of course, but they are all linked. Now, here's a funny example. Hippos and whales are the two closest living relatives to each other, and artiodactyls are more distantly related. And whales came from artiodactyl ancestors, that's proven in the fossil record, like Pachycetus, an artiodactyl, but with a skull very much like a whale. And there's a clear progression, like Ambulocetus. Those are the ones everyone knows about. And there's Myocetus, which is a fairly recent discovery. And there's Georgocetus, which is basically just Basilosaurus with legs, more developed legs. This is Durodon, a basilosaurid whale. You can see the skulls are very similar throughout the progression. So has some hind limbs, but they're basically useless, definitely useless for walking for their intended purpose. They have heterodont teeth, unlike modern whales, molars, premolars, canines, incisors. They don't have a melon on their head. They have an intermediate blowhole, kind of halfway up the snout. They have a smaller brain, a lot of primitive features. So this in itself would prove that whales are from land animals. Even without the walking whales, this thing would do it, I think. Skipping right over to something totally unrelated, well, distantly related, of course. That's the argument. But turtles. This is what the turtle came from, a diapsid reptile with broadened ribs like this. Then it progressed gradually to something like odontochelys, which basically had half a shell. It had a plastron, but no carapace. It had thickened ribs on its back, but no carapace, no true carapace. Skipping again to earlier in the tree, this is Parmastega, which is a tetrapodomorph fish land animal thing. It's the best way to explain that to the layman. This is, of course, Tiktaalik, probably the most famous one on the list. It was predicted to be found exactly where it was found in Devonian strata, exactly where it was found on the place on Earth, Ellesmere Island, in the Arctic Circle. They went to the Arctic Circle expecting to find something like this, and lo and behold, they did, which is a pretty big coincidence. This is Elpistostege, which is basically Tiktaalik 2.0. It has the beginnings of digits in its fins.
This is acanthostega, the next iteration. There's a little bit of a gap between the two. It's yet to be found. But this is acanthostega. It has internal gills and fin rays and 8 digits. It's still technically a fish, but it looks very much like a tetrapod. This is ichthyostega. In the center is the actual skeleton and a diagram or a CT scan. I can't really tell. But you can see this is still technically a fish with internal gills and tail fin rays. So very strange shaped fish. But it's got 7 digits, one forming 3 digits forming into 1 digit. So a transitional structure. Then going back in time again, I don't have these in order. This is Bicellum brazeri, about 1 billion years old. The first known multicellular organism. It has 2 types of differentiated cells. Then we skip ahead a little bit to the Cambrian, one of the first chordates, Hycuictis. And the Silurian, one of the first jawed fish, maxillate placoderm, had premaxilla, maxilla, and a dentary bone, the first fish to have that feature, the first modern jaw. There are 4 species of those that are known. Now skipping way ahead, again, they're out of order. This is Australopithecus prometheus, the Littlefoot specimen. This was found almost completely articulated in Sturtfontein Cave, South Africa. It was encased in limestone. It took years to fully drill it out. But you can tell from the femur structure, the hip structure, the spine structure, the rib structure, the knee structure, the ankle bone. Everything about it says that it walked upright. This is the big man fossil, which is not very complete, but it's complete enough. It's an Australopithecus afarensis, the same as Lucy. Only this one is 5 feet tall. Again, has the knee, which creationists argue about Lucy's knee a lot. Well, problem solved. We found another one. And another one, in fact, on this one, Australopithecus afarensis. This is a juvenile specimen. Skipping back in time again. This is the mammal progression. In the early Permian, you had pelycosaur, synapsids, like these. This is Dimetrodon. Then you skip ahead to therapsids. In the late Permian, this is a Gorgonopsian therapsid. I forget what it's called. This is a cynodont of the mostly Triassic. More mammal-like reptile, but still a reptile. I already talked about this, but this is kind of limb evolution. This is Alpistostega. You see digits forming here. Acanthostega with the 8 digits. And Ichthyostega with the 7 digits. Now this one's one of my favorite lines, the theropod bird line. This is Anchiornis. I actually have a canvas of this one behind me. You'll see in a minute. 160 million years old. Here's what it actually looked like. Actually, I can tell the color of the feathers from fossilized melanosomes in the fossil. This is Eosinopteryx, another 160 million year old one, predates Archaeopteryx by 10 million years. Kai Hong, actually older at 161 million years. Aurornis, 160 million. This is Protopteryx, about 130 million years old. Now, clearly at this point, it's more bird than anything else, but it still has 3 unfused digits, teeth, and its feathers are much more primitive in structure. Another way you can tell things are all related to each other, chickens can still produce teeth. Dolphins can still produce hind limbs, atavisms. Here's something about more about whale evolution. They can tell those walking whales are whales because of the very diagnostic ear structure, not shared with anything else on the planet. This is an Indohyus skull next to a raccoon skull. On the surface, they look kind of similar, but the teeth and, of course, the auditory bulla give it away. This in the middle is a pronghorn. Next to the walking whales, I'll just say walking whales. I don't want to say their names. It's too complicated. But they are clearly artiodactyls based on their ankle joints. Here's Basilosaurus, which everyone agrees is a whale, even big creationist groups like Answers in Genesis, but still has the same kind of ankle joints, kind of fused though, down to 3 digits each. So it's kind of wasting away as time goes on. This is a seal inner ear structure. I bring this up because I saw a talk or read an article once from David Minton, which I believe he recently died, and I don't want to speak ill of the dead. He seemed like a nice guy. But he was very wrong when he said that seals and these walking whales are related. He said they were pinnipeds, and that just doesn't make any sense. This is about single-celled algae. When introduced a paramecium, a predator, 50 weeks, 700 generations, 2 of 5 experimental populations developed multicellular life, a multicellular kind of colony. And they weren't just colonies, they formed a cell membrane, and they reproduced by kind of budding, I guess is the best way to put it, instead of cell division like these would in the single-celled. So we kind of saw multicellular life evolve independently. And they stayed that way for 4 years. They ran the experiment that long. Here's a manatee ancestor, Pasosiren, a quadruped. And there's a line of those like the whales. They're just harder to find photos of. So here's a diagram of them. Here's some basic genetic evidence. I'll just read the titles for the sake of time. Reconstructing the genome of the most recent common ancestor of flowering plants. Last common ancestor of green algae and land plants. Ancestor of animals, fungi. Determining the divergence time of the major kingdoms of living organisms with a protein clock. Primate molecular divergence dates. So all this stuff is well known. I won't really go into it here because I'm not going to read all that and waste time. But yeah. One last thing. I got a bunch of stuff for rebuttals later, hopefully. I think that's where we're really going to get into it. This is just kind of breaking the ice. If everything was specially created, we would see weird animals like this that don't fit anywhere, genetically or anatomically. Like, what is this thing? Is it an amphibian or a bird or a mammal? I don't know. What's this? Or that? Or this thing? They wouldn't fit anywhere. But everything on Earth does fit in the tree, so to speak. And let's see what else I got. I think that's good for now. I'll end it by showing you this. It's a fossil whale vertebra I have. It's 5 million years old, so it's still technically an anatomically modern whale, but it's kind of cool. Thought I would share that. All right.
All right. Good one. You went 12 minutes. So we will add those extra to the Q&A or debate part. All right. And whenever you are ready, let me know and I will start the clock. And you are muted. Don't forget.
Yeah, just getting everything ready here. Let me see. And I'll be screen sharing in 1 second. We've got 17 minutes. So let me share a screen here real quick. And okay, let me start my timer. I appreciate that opening, Jackson. This is going to be fun. Okay, here we go. 17 minutes. Thank you for doing this debate, Jackson. I have written, as I pointed out, numerous books on this topic and look forward to a profitable discussion on it specifically. Here are some of the books I have written. So tonight we are debating the question, is all life related through common ancestry? Jackson here tonight has the burden of proof, as he is in the affirmative. He must provide convincing evidence that not only dogs and wolves are related, but that dogs, wolves, banana plants, and whales are related through common ancestry. Does Jackson believe he is related to a mosquito and a strawberry? The answer is yes. as he demonstrated in his opening statement there. And it is his burden tonight to demonstrate this. Agnostic lines of evidence will not help Jackson win this debate. He spent his entire opening going over agnostic or non-discriminatory lines of evidence. What I mean by that is the sky is blue and the earth is round. Okay, that is not evidence for either creation or evolution, as in that can't help us differentiate between the models, since both evolution and creation can explain why the sky is blue and the earth is round. Jackson must present differentiating lines of evidence that can distinguish between both universal ancestry and separate ancestry. Jackson must explain how universal common ancestry and its proposed mechanisms can account for the four-dimensional code. The genome is not what evolution expected. The examples of mutations we have are not the types required for evolution to advance. Evolution has to explain how the four-dimensional genome with multiple overlapping codes and chock full of meta-information came about. Genetic degeneration is a fatal problem to Jackson's position tonight. What is genetic entropy? It is the genetic degeneration of living things. Genetic entropy is the systematic breakdown of the internal biological information systems that make life alive. Genetic entropy results from genetic mutations, which are typographical errors in the programming of life's instruction manuals. Essentially, evolutionists like Jackson look to mutations as being the source of all genetic variation that natural selection can act upon. Unfortunately for Jackson, natural selection is very limited. It is a fine-tuning mechanism that keeps a species as strong as it can be. It doesn't create anything new. It only selects from what is already there. And mutations, the so-called source of new genetic variation, systematically erode the information that encodes life's many essential functions. The human mutation rate is roughly 100 new mutations per person per generation. The 8 mutation rate is similar. Almost none of these mutations are beneficial. The new ENCODE findings reveal that most of the human genome is functional. How does Jackson address this? I'd like him to address this in his rebuttal. Hence, most random changes in the genome must be deleterious. Even if 90% of the genome is perfectly neutral junk, which is no longer feasible, there would still be about 10 harmful mutations arising in every person, every generation. Even the most fit individuals are still more mutant than their parents. So even intense selection against the less fit cannot stop mutation accumulation, because most deleterious mutations cannot be selected away. They will accumulate continuously from one generation to the next. Now, we understand genetic entropy on a personal level, but since mutations are passed on from generation to generation, there is also genetic entropy on a population level. Why can't natural selection filter out all the bad mutations? There are 2 reasons. There are too many bad mutations continuously pouring into the population. And B, most bad mutations are too subtle to be selectively removed. Epigenetic mutations will consistently magnify this problem. We also have polyconstrained DNA, the fact that most DNA sequences are polyfunctional and so must also be polyconstrained. This means that DNA sequences have meaning on several different levels, and each level of meaning limits possible future change. For example, imagine a sentence which has a very specific message in its normal form, but with an equally coherent message when read backwards. Now, let's suppose that it also has a third message when reading every other letter, and a fourth message when a simple encryption program is used to translate it. Such a message would be polyfunctional and polyconstrained. We know that misspellings in a normal sentence will not normally improve the message, but at least this would be possible. However, a polyconstrained message is fascinating in that it cannot realistically be improved. It can only degenerate. We also know that the evolutionists look to beneficial mutations to supposedly counterbalance the damage done by the accumulating genetic load. Unfortunately, most mutations are reductive. They are rare. And as you can see here, most so-called beneficial mutations that they can point to are degrading to genetic functionality. That is a problem for Jackson here, unfortunately. The arguments that have been put forth against genetic entropy, I'd be curious to see what arguments Jackson here looks to have been systematically analyzed. For example, here on the slide, we've got junk DNA, mutation count mechanism, truncation selection, synergistic epistasis. They've all been looked at and they've all been falsified. As you can see here, the human germline mutation rate, 100 de novo mutations, our future genetic load. Human mutation rate revealed, and you can look at these paper yourselves. Right here, slightly deleterious mutations. This isn't young Earth creationists making this up. Okay, they you see in the literature from population geneticists, very slightly deleterious mutations. We are degenerating every single generation. It seems unlikely that any mutation is truly neutral in the sense that it has no effect on fitness. All mutations must have some effect on fitness. Nearly neutral mutations, again, it seems unlikely that any mutation is truly neutral. The question is, these mutations are unselectable. They're unselectable. So what type of selection can Jackson here present us today that can stop the degeneration process? Because selection can't see most mutations. We know mutations degrade genetic functionality and information content, and mutations are primarily why we die. And as we pointed out earlier, there is genetic degeneration on a population level. Now, what's interesting is Jackson's opening statement is he spent a lot of time on what's called reconstruction in phylogenetic systematics. Okay, and a lot of this involves imagination. Most of Jackson's arguments involve just that. For example, fossil reconstructions and interpretations that Jackson looked to in his opening statement, and these so-called transitional forms in the fossil record, quote unquote, universal common descent is void of an adequate mechanism. As we have seen, most mutations are invisible to selection. They build up and degenerate. Natural selection is limited. It doesn't create anything new. And mutations in natural selection are simply not up to the task to take a single-celled like ancestor into a whale over billions of years. Without an adequate mechanism, any historical reconstruction lacks explanatory power and is therefore not to be viewed as a correct reconstruction. Jackson's reconstruction interpretation of the data, as seen in his opening statement here, including the fossil record data that he spent a great deal of time on, is incorrect. Jackson assumes universal common descent, and because of this presupposition, he imposes it onto the genetic data. This is not a conclusion drawn from the genetic data. Remember, genetics is the best way to answer the question of ancestry. Okay, genes and traits are what is inherited, sperm and egg. Not a fossil, which Jackson looked to, not a bone, not a reconstruction, not a picture. We saw a lot of pictures in his opening statement. Not geography, no, genes and traits. And genetics has refuted universal ancestry. Genetics has actually confirmed separate ancestry, and we will get into this a little bit more later. Okay, let's get into some of the most common lines of evidence for universal ancestry and demonstrate why they are not good evidence for fish-to-fisherman evolution, or specifically why they don't help Jackson meet his burden of proof tonight. Notice on the slide here we have transitional forms that Jackson spent some time looking at, homology, and nested hierarchies. Okay, we have nested hierarchies here. And let's examine each one here. Homology. The biological phenomena that we've explored parallel the properties of family trees, but they also have strong parallels to another concept. In other words, a competing explanation exists for all the evidence we've just discussed. This competing explanation becomes clear with an example. Okay, so we know humans design in homologous patterns. Okay, take the sedan as an example. Whether sedans are manufactured by automakers based in Asia, North America, or Europe, all share a common set of features. You won't find cars without wheels, engines, doors, or windshields. Despite the geographic distance separating their locations, sedans made by Honda, Chevrolet, and Mercedes have four wheels, doors on the side, windshields in the front, brake lights in the back, and a host of other shared characteristics. Now, the reason for this similarity is not common ancestry. Honda, Chevys, and Mercedes did not evolve from a common sedan ancestor in the Arctic. Rather, because these cars were designed for similar functions, these purposes put constraints on the final product. We can go on and on about homology. It's exactly what we'd expect given the design perspective. Same thing with shared embryological patterns. We could extend this logic to the manufacturing process where we would see similarities in blueprints. In fact, it would be not until the end stages of these modes of transportation that we see the largest differences. Okay, same thing with nested hierarchical patterns. Under the young earth creation model, God designed the entire universe, including the various kinds of biological life that exist in it. And we would expect to find that life fits a design pattern. Since humans are made in God's image, we can get a sense for what kinds of design patterns God may have used by examining the patterns that result from human designs. For example, design means of transportation easily fit a relative hierarchical pattern. This fact is unequivocal. Sedans resemble SUVs more than they resemble tractor trailers, and all three vehicles have more in common than do sedans and amphibious assault vehicles. The latter two vehicles have more in common with one another than with submarines, and this simple pattern matches the type of hierarchy that we see in biology. Again, relative hierarchies are characteristics of design. Of course, we would expect more similarity in genetics, morphology, anatomy, and physiology between a human and a chimpanzee than between a human and a dog or between a human and a banana. It's exactly what we'd expect. Transitional fossils that he looked to. Okay, these parallels between design and biology extend even further. In our discussion of the deeper fossil layers, which Jackson spent some time on, we observed the presence of fossils that seem to blend the features of two different categories of creatures. Some products of human design also seem to span two categories. As we've observed, boats and tanks would fall into entirely different classes. Yet vehicles exist that blend the features of these two very different types of transportation. For example, amphibious vehicles resist classification. They're the perfect example of a design transitional form, designed for the transitional environment between water and land. In fact, if you were following my classification scheme for vehicles, you might have been mentally protesting. This is a source from Dr. Nathaniel Jensen, where he points out that we have an increasing number of hard to classify vehicles. For example, crossover vehicles, where the distinction between cars and SUVs has become blurred. What is currently labeled a car and labeled an SUV is now a matter of debate. These are designed. Okay, these did not evolve. These were designed for a purpose. We see the Jeep Gladiator here, the Dodge Journey, the Ford Flex, an amphibious assault vehicle. To the evolutionists, this is the perfect example of a so-called transitional form. Notice the slide. We have a unicycle, a bicycle, a tricycle, and a four-wheeler. I could predict, because Jackson talked about predictions with Tiktaalik and so on and so forth, I could predict that since we have unicycles and four-wheelers, there must be evidence for a tricycle and a bicycle out there. And it just so turns out that's exactly what we find. This is not evidence that the unicycle evolved into the four-wheeler. Rather, this is evidence of design. Each design is suited for what it was meant to do. Vestigial organs and structures overturned. What we see is function, function, function. The chromosome 2 fusion has been completely overturned through genetic related data. There's a huge problem that I want Jackson here to address, because we have these very large satellite sequences at the ends of the chromosomes of chimpanzees and apes. Okay, but what we find is that these large ape-specific satellite sequences that should be seen flanking the reputed fusion site on both sides, they are not there. They are not there. They are absent. This is a very serious problem that I would like Jackson to address if there really was a chromosome 2 fusion related to human evolution. And you can find more about this in the Ventura paper. So as we can see here, pseudogenes overturn the so-called genetic identity of human to chimpanzee. Actually reflects, when you consider all genetic regions, only about 88% similarity, which is 400 million DNA differences. There's a huge waiting time problem to fixate that many DNA differences. In my last couple minutes here, I'm just going to cover a few lines of evidence that suggest separate ancestry. Even though the burden of proof today is on Jackson to demonstrate that whales and banana plants are related through common ancestry, agnostic lines of evidence are not going to do it. But there are differentiating lines of evidence that actually support the separate ancestry model. For example, we have a genetic boundary study that was done showing clear genetic boundaries in the CO1 gene. through these barcoding studies, and they demonstrated that over 90% of all species arose at the exact same time. The only historical record we have of a recent sudden origin of the diversity of life with distinct boundaries is in the opening chapters of the book of Genesis. The Bible's account is vindicated by science once again. We have the Y chromosome data, where we know the Y chromosome is mutating incredibly fast. Dr. Nathaniel Jensen has discovered that the Y chromosome really only goes back 4,500 years to Y chromosomal Noah, and there's been subsequent papers going over the predictions that are derived from that model. Mitochondrial Eve, the mother of us all, we know that the mitochondrial DNA also mutates fast. There's incredibly low variation. And if we look at a phylogenetic tree, for example, here we see that perfect starburst pattern. Explosive growth from a center point. We only see a few mutations, low variation. We see in some of these haplogroups, for example, HVR, we have some people picking up more mutations than their cousin in the same amount of time. That destroys the evolutionary molecular clock. This is exactly what we'd expect given the separate ancestry model. How does Jackson address this? How does Jackson address the evidence from orphan genes, these taxonomically restricted genes that are exactly what the separate ancestry model would suggest? Time flies by. I've only got 30 seconds left here, but we could go on and on and on about the evidence for separate ancestry. This is a debate on universal ancestry, so the burden of proof is on Jackson, but I can tell you we could spend hours and hours going over the amazing lines of evidence that confirm separate ancestry, and there's 17 minutes, so I will call it quits there. Thank you so much.
All right, Jackson, if you wanted to share screen, go ahead, and I will start whenever you are ready.
All right, I'll share screen here in a minute. I got some notes first. First, you said mutations can't make new information. Well, there's duplication mutations, which can work with existing stuff, copy it, and then it changes through further mutations. Then there's de novo mutations, which I know you expressed you don't believe in those, but we can get into that later. I've got some notes on that. Then there's horizontal gene transfer from one organism to another, which is not novel in itself, but it's novel to that new organism that it's getting from. Now, genetic entropy. I've done a lot of work on genetic entropy recently. I'm doing some calculations. I'm trying to equate, for example, let me find it. I got a ton of notes. Like influenza B, it's existed for 4,000 years. It has 14,500 nucleotides, one mutation per cycle. Sometimes some sources say 2, but I said 1 for the sake of argument. It replicates every 6 hours. So you take the amount of human nucleotides, divide that by 14,500, divide that by 100 human mutations, comes out to 4,000 something. 4,000 years times 365, that comes to 1.4 million times 4, because 6 goes into 24 4 times. Comes out to 5.8 million. Multiply 5.8 million times 1 times 4,000, comes out to 23 billion. What am I talking about? Some people are probably lost. I was explaining this to my family, and they didn't know what I was talking about. But I'm equating mutation rates of viruses with the mutation rate of humans and trying to see when genetic entropy takes hold. According to this, it would take humans 23 billion years to suffer some sort of genetic entropy. Viruses mutate very fast, replicate very fast, and they don't have the benefit of recombination that sexual organisms do. Now, we can get more into that later. Let's see, functional genome. See, you actually, a long time ago, I actually wrote this down somewhere. The functional genome, you said in the side chat of one thing, we were having sort of a little debate, Donnie. You said evolution should be selecting out non-functional DNA, and that would disprove evolution. Then you said functional DNA proves that evolution is not real. So it's kind of a contradiction. You can't have your cake and eat it too there. A functional genome, I don't see how it would disprove evolution. I don't see how a totally not, 90% non-functional genome would support it necessarily. either. Now, John Sanford, he's worked on this mutation rate. He's equated, he said H1N1 went extinct from slow air catastrophe, he said in his paper. He didn't use the word genetic entropy. But that doesn't really make any sense. Like I said, the influenza B has existed for 4,000 years and has a fairly rapid mutation rate, and it hasn't suffered any ill effects. And a question I have about genetic entropy, which Donnie can answer at some point: at what mutation rate over what period of time with what genome size will result in extinction by genetic entropy? No one can answer that question as far as I can tell. Now I will share my screen while I exit out of it. Hang on a second. Give me a minute. Sorry. You know what? I'll just tell you for now. I will pull it up, but to save time. Georgia Purdom said in a slideshow, she had a slide that said there are no beneficial mutations. And below that, she said there are beneficial outcomes to mutations in certain environments, which is just saying there are beneficial mutations, because a beneficial mutation is not going to be beneficial everywhere. A beneficial mutation that lets you breathe oxygen isn't going to be helpful if you're in an atmosphere made of methane. Slightly deleterious mutations, I don't think they're much of a problem. Neutral mutations or near neutral mutations are needed for creating diversity in the genome. Can Jackson provide his calculations for critique? Someone says, yeah, I can later. Now, the walking whales I gave an example of, they're not just tricycles and bikes. They're like, how does it have a whale's ear and an artiodactyl's ankle? There's not really a great explanation for that. You can say, I mean, and did you find the unicycle and the strata below the bike, and then find the four-wheeler above the bike and the strata, and radiometrically date all those? I don't think so. Chromosome 2, you mentioned, I think something about probably the telomeres being too short. The telomeres fusion is drastically reduced to like a few hundred copies, which is usually much greater than that. I forget the number. But yeah, there's still obviously telomeres. It's still obviously a fusion. There's a degenerated centromere as well. You said 90% of all life on Earth arose at once. There's a problem with that. It doesn't really say they arose at once. It says they suffered some kind of genetic bottleneck at once, about 100,000 to 200,000 years ago, according to genetics. So that doesn't really fit in the creationist model. Chimpanzee Y chromosome and human Y chromosome. Y chromosome is at the forefront of reproduction. So it's going to go through more selection, especially with the pan genus, the chimpanzees. They multiple males will mate with a female. So the most virile male has the most dominant sperm will pass on his genes. That's kind of how that works. Now, Jeanson, you mentioned Jeanson. One of his papers, I'm not sure if it was the one you brought up, but he used mitochondrial DNA and nuclear DNA, I think it was. I may be wrong on that, to set a new kind of creationist molecular clock, but it was contingent on it either being mtDNA or nuclear DNA. And it turns out it was the wrong one, so it nullified his whole paper. Now, let's see. The mitochondrial DNA mutation rate, Jeanson also estimated, and it's totally different from any secular literature or any literature on the mitochondrial mutation rate ever done. It's 35 times faster than what everyone else says that the mitochondrial mutation rate is. The mitochondrial mutation rate is like 3,600 years for one mutation. and he said it's 35 times faster. I forget how I came to that conclusion, but it was a limited study, a small sample size or something like that. And he uses an unrooted tree. So a phylogenetic tree will be like a three-dimensional kind of graph. He uses it flat. He shows relatedness, but he doesn't show ancestry. So it's kind of a misleading graph. I don't know if he does that on purpose or not. I don't think he does. And the last thing I've written down is orphan genes. Like there are different genes that aren't shared between us and chimpanzees. Well, there are fruit. We talked about this before too, in another. We kind of had this debate already, Donnie. But there are orphan genes in different species and even different populations of fruit flies. Now, I think we would all say that fruit flies are related to other fruit flies. So orphan genes aren't really a good line of evidence to disprove common ancestry. That's all I have written down. We can get more into it later, obviously, but yeah, I'll hand it over to Donnie.
All right, pretty good. 9 minutes.
Okay.
All right, let me get my timer going here. Time flies by in these openings and rebuttals, don't they, Jackson?
Yeah, they do.
Quick sip of water. All right. I've got 10 minutes on the clock starting right now, and I've got quite a bit of notes based on everything you said, Jackson, and we can do some serious discussion as well in the discussion portion. So Jackson spent a lot of time on phylogenetics. I did address a lot of this in my opening statement, but the reason why everything is connected is because life exists on the same planet. We are made of the same DNA, RNA, proteins. We breathe oxygen. We eat similar foods. Therefore, similarities in DNA, morphology, anatomy, and physiology is expected by the creation model. Does Jackson propose God should have used different building blocks for each form of life? DNA, RNA, and proteins for some, and then not for others? This argument doesn't really make any sense. And it's also a misrepresentation of the creation model that suggests God created us in his image. Therefore, there should be something about us that reflects the divine. And we've predicted that humans will design things in a way that can give us an idea or sense into how God designed things. And it just so turns out that humans build in homologous patterns. They build so-called transitional forms, right? These nice, interesting mosaics. And they also build in nested hierarchical patterns. Jackson talked about whales. He talked a lot about so-called transitional forms and fossils. He looked to the fish to tetrapod series. Tiktaalik stated that evolution has made fulfilled predictions given the fossil record. Well, Tiktaalik failed miserably because they found tetrapod foot tracks or footprints earlier than Tiktaalik in Poland. Okay, so Tiktaalik wasn't transitioning into anything. We see significant overlap. We see geographical mismatches. And again, Jackson is presupposing that evolution happened. And so this is a conclusion or interpretation that's forced on the genetic data, which is the direct lines of evidence. Okay, his interpretations are wrong given the direct lines of evidence. He talked about the human evolution related candidates, the hominids. He discussed Afarensis, Prometheus, and others. He also discussed the mammal-like reptiles. And he looked to a lot of specific features in morphology and anatomy, such as ankle joints, ear structure, and so on. The problem with Jackson's opening is that we don't have the genetics for most or even all of his examples. Today, we know that there oftentimes exists more variation within the same species than across species. This means without genetics and breeding tests, we can't always tell the difference between homology and convergent evolution. I want to ask Jackson that question. If you have a bone found in the dirt and you don't have any genetics or breeding tests, how can you tell the difference between homology and convergent evolution? Anytime convergent evolution is invoked, it is an admittance by the evolutionists to the lack of uniqueness in the universal phylogenetic tree. So that is a problem. And that's why genetics is the best way to determine ancestry. Not a bone, not a fossil. A fossil is not inherited sperm and egg. If every single dog type today was buried in a flood and dug up thousands of years from now, without the genetics and breeding tests, we could make all sorts of erroneous interpretations or fanciful stories that may or not be true. Okay. The problem with Jackson's understanding of genetic entropy is the fact that, because he said that these neutral mutations build up and they act as a hidden reservoir, essentially, of genetic diversity that natural selection can eventually act upon for future novelty in terms of large-scale evolution. But here's the thing. These neutral mutations are not actually neutral. They're effectively neutral. I showed a number of quotes demonstrating that these mutations are only slightly deleterious. It's like a one single spelling mistake in a book, let's say the size of an encyclopedia, okay, or rust on a car. These build up. On their own, they're inconsequential, but over time, the individual mistakes accumulate, just like in a book or on a car with rust marks. In the genome, these individual mutations build up, they degenerate, and the message is eventually lost. Okay, it's not the individual mistakes, it's the accumulation of these individual mistakes. So Jackson wants to assert that the accumulation of these individual mistakes will eventually be called upon or acted upon for evolutionary advantage, when in fact the buildup of these mistakes actually degenerate. Okay, it's going the wrong way. The change is downhill, it's not uphill. We know that selection involves the death of individuals, so selection is extremely limited. His mechanisms are limited. He doesn't have a mechanism. Therefore, don't tell me that it happened if you can't tell me how it happened. You can't select away an entire population, since that would result in immediate extinction. Selection can only ever slow down the degeneration process. It can never solve the degeneration problem. And I like the way Dr. Robert Carter has pointed out that if our species can't persist for millions of years into the future based on mutation accumulation, which puts shelf lives on genomes, that means our species has not persisted for millions of years into the past. Okay, as a matter of fact, if we look at humans in the fossil record, since Jackson likes to look to the fossil record, we see no evidence of hundreds of thousands of years of human existence. Okay, given the evolutionary model, we can assume that there were about 1 million Homo erectus living across Eurasia, Africa. I mean, they handled a massive distribution. Okay, if we look at their average generation time, let's say it was about 20 or 30 years, that means about every 20 years, you have another 1 million dead bodies. And so after 1 million years, we have over 20 billion dead people. This is 20 billion people, 20 billion Homo erectus, of which we have no evidence ever existed. Okay, we know that Erectus was a sailor. They were a sophisticated people group. They were not primitive, so therefore they would have had campsites, villages, fire. We should have a ton of evidence for their existence, and yet we do not. In my last 4 minutes here, I do want to share screen real quick because I want to address some of his specific examples. And let's see here. I'm sweating. We got a lot of points to address. So the Australopithecines that he focused on, okay? Australopithecus literally means southern ape. As the name suggests, the Australopiths have the overall body plan of an ordinary ape. Their anatomy indicates they were best suited for life in the trees. It's not surprising that they should share most of their features with living African apes today. They're around 3 to 4 feet tall with long arms and short legs, ape hands and feet with long curved fingers and toes, opposable thumb-like toes, ape size and ape-shaped skulls, funnel-shaped rib cages with high-placed shoulders for suspensory behavior. They also exhibited their own unique morphology, which is what we'd expect in the pre-flood world and the immediate post-flood world. Okay, the Australopithecines that are found are typically post-flood. Here's the thing. In this post-flood world today, this is only a snapshot of the overall diversity that ever existed on the planet. So we're only getting a snapshot. Look at how many rhino species today exist. 5. Look at the fossil record. We've got a massive variation of just the rhino type in general. I mean, rhinos with huge horns, middle-sized horns, no horns, small horns. There is a greater amount of diversity in the pre-flood world. So what we see in terms of Jackson's examples here are just examples of pre or post-flood genetic diversity. And he wants to line it up any way he wants. With that amount of diversity, you can make any story. You can make any story from that. We can get into the ordering of the fossils a little bit later if he wants to, but I do want to touch a little bit on his other examples in the last 2 minutes. So the therapsids, mammal-like reptiles, for example, I had a paleontologist on, Dr. Matthew McLean, and he did a presentation showing discontinuities rather than continuities in the therapsids as well as Dinosauria. So we actually see genetic boundaries and boundaries in the fossil record, including created kinds of the therapsids. We see that evolutionists use selective data using the fossil record selectively. I talked about geographical mismatches that we find in the fossil record as well. Another good point, similarity does not equate relationship. I need to know from the fossil record, okay, how can Jackson differentiate between homology and also convergent evolution? And we have example after example of convergent evolution here that essentially is just a rescue device. Okay, we could go into all the whale evolution examples. Pakicetus, there's been a drastic revision with Pakicetus, Ambulocetus as well. We know that the so-called vestigial hind legs are utilized and functional for reproductive purposes. Okay, the presumed transitional forms, including Pakicetus, Ambulocetus, and Rhodocetus, are highly questionable. The claim that these are all whale precursors is based more on speculation and wishful thinking. Remember, a lot of this fossil record data, guys, is highly fragmented. Again, we don't have the genetics and the complex adaptations that would be required to convert a land mammal to a fully aquatic whale are unimaginable. Even according to the evolutionist time frame, there's a huge waiting time problem in terms of fixating just means to get stuck in place. These amount of beneficial mutations for this type of evolutionary transition. I've got water to land refutations as well. Tiktaalik, again, failed prediction, but unfortunately I'm out of time. So why don't we end it there and then we can get into a little bit more detail.
Awesome, man. You were on the timer better than me. That's good.
1 second to spare.
No problem. And just a reminder to the audience while you get ready is that I would like to tell everybody to tag me if you can, or just throw a question in the side chat and I will compile them for everybody. And Standing for Truth, if you want to play a clip for a commercial, let everybody know. It's okay if not. You've probably already gone. But what's going on is we have a lot of debates coming up. Oh, thank you for
drank too much coffee. That's what's going on.
All right. Here we got some questions coming in already. So I'm posting them in the side for you as they come. This is great. Thank you, everyone. These questions are I didn't have any yet, so this is really good. All right. Here we go. Thank you, everyone. And we have Donnie working on a couple things right now. One of the things that's keeping him busy is the production of a new book coming out. And as you would imagine, trying to do debates and write at the same time is really hard. So he will be quite constrained. I don't know. I think he's taking debates, but another question for Jackson. Here we go. From SpongeBob himself. Thank you, SpongeBob. Love the name, too. And thanks, George Bond. I got your question, and I got the question above that.
It looks like, Jackson, you won in terms of bladder endurance. So you took an hour. I had to go for 20 seconds. You win, at least in terms of that battle.
Yeah. I won the bladder battle, that's for sure.
And now we're good for 35 minutes. So whatever you want to talk about, we got a lot of points here to discuss. So
yeah, I got notes. You said this is the open discussion, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Open discussion now.
Therapsid kinds. Could you be more specific about what that means?
Sure. Yeah. If I screen share here, okay. So we have baraminologists, for example, Dr. Todd Wood, Dr. Kurt Wise, Dr. Matthew McLean are a few that come to mind, and they have done studies and analyses using fossil data, morphology, anatomy. And what they do is they take a number of traits and characteristics and they look for continuities or discontinuities. Now, the created kind would reflect a continuous, right, where you have a group that has continuity within it, but outside of it, you have discontinuity. And that's what they've discovered, specifically Dr. Matthew McLean, when it comes to the therapsids, that there's enough discontinuity in the fossil examples or specimens that we can safely say that there were distinct created kinds of the therapsids. They've also done studies on Dinosauria and the in humans, where we have, this is the last thing I'll say, where we have the separate ancestry model of humans, the Homo group, ape-like group, or the Australopithecines, and then the artificial species wastebasket taxon. So this all comes down to, you know, the phylogeny challenge, or where can we separate ancestry. We've done just that in a number of groups, including humans, where we know that for the most part, we can categorize the fossil examples as either fully human, fully ape, degenerate ape, or wastebasket taxon, as I believe we see with some of the afarensis examples, but especially with habilis and sediba. Go ahead, Jackson.
All right. You're talking like what is it called? Dinocephalian and Gorgonopsian therapsids, like those are different kinds, maybe.
Yeah.
Something
You
like
can
that.
you can read the examples or watch the presentation, but
I haven't seen that one.
here's a couple of the papers here that you can, you know, they're technical and long, but this one is specifically with the Dinosauria, baromonological and multivariate patterns, the proceedings of the International Conference of Creation, and he goes into the amount of characters and taxa and characteristics that they looked into, and they go through just how many possible created kinds there are in these fossil groups. But let me kind of turn this around on you, because even baromonology, when it comes to the fossil data, I think is also highly flawed, as in it's restricted. Again, it's genetics, genes, traits, and genetics is what's inherited sperm and egg, not a fossil, not a bone, not geography. So my question to you is, and I think this is the problem we also face when it comes to baromonology in just strictly fossil data. How can we tell the difference if we don't have genetics or breeding tests, Jackson? How can we tell the difference between homology or convergent evolution? Because today we know there oftentimes exists more variation or more diversity within the same species than across species. We see that with Canis domesticus, Canis lupus, Canis coyote, so on and so forth. So how can you differentiate that without genetics and breeding
Right.
tests?
Like, let's take, for example, the platypus bill and the duck bill. On the surface, they look kind of similar, you know? Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, when you get down to it, they're not very similar. The platypus bill is electroreceptive. The duck bill isn't. The platypus bill is leathery. The duck bill is solid. The bone structure is totally different of a platypus. I mean, there's convergent in the sense they're kind of similar and they kind of serve a similar function in some cases, but you can always tell them apart. There's not like a full duck bill on a platypus.
But we have platypus today, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So we can do breeding tests. We have their genetics. We have the genetics of the platypus.
Right.
Okay. So what about in the fossil record, since all the examples, correct me if I'm wrong, all the examples that you presented in your opening statement were from the fossil record and therefore had no genetics associated. Like, for example, Tiktaalik or from the fish to tetrapod series, do we have any of their genetics at all?
No, we can't. That's a testament to how old they are.
And that's,
I disagree with that one.
And that's the problem that I have. For example, we have we could do 6 pages worth of examples of convergent evolution. Similar physical mechanisms are used to transmit sound waves from the ear to the brain in both vertebrates and certain insects. So we have these highly complex features having to evolve sometimes 30 times, like when it comes to the eye. I mean, how many times apparently did the eye have to evolve? So the question is, if we don't have the genetics, if we don't have breeding test capabilities in the fossil record, how are you going to be able to tell the difference just using a fossil example the difference between convergent evolution, right? The evolution of these features independently, but yet they're still similar. Okay, but not related, at least recent relationship, homologous. How do you tell the difference just looking at a fossil?
Well, it would just come down to anatomy, and maybe you're right. Sometimes maybe they would get something mixed up, but with I've cataloged like 2,500 transitional species or genera actually. The odds are that one of them at least is actually a transitional fossil if evolution is true, which I know is the kind of a false premise in your view. But
well, here's a problem I have. Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jackson.
I want to address the tetrapod thing. You mentioned Tiktaalik.
Yeah.
There were footprints found 10 million years earlier than that, but that doesn't necessarily mean Tiktaalik is not on the tree. It's a branch of the tree. That's all it means. And the foot, let me share my screen real quick.
Yeah.
The foot of the tetrapod that was found looks very similar to something like Ichthyostega. This was the footprint. These are the footprints. And this is Ichthyostega. So we have a very primitive foot with multiple extra fingers, so to speak. So it's not like we're finding a deer print, 10 million years before we find Tiktaalik.
So with these tetrapod foot tracks, okay, so here's a little more detail on it for the audience sake too. In 2010, it was reported that a well-preserved and securely dated landwalker tetrapod tracks from an ancient Polish marine tidal flat were found that were supposedly 397 million years old. Since these tracks would have been made before any of the creatures discussed in this article, and that would be the examples you look to, Ichthyostega, Acanthostega, including Tiktaalik. Right. The problem is, according to your model, right, Tiktaalik would be on the tree somewhere as a so-called transitional form,
but not necessarily the ancestor.
Right, not necessarily the ancestor. But remember, if we're comparing models and we're looking at agnostic lines of evidence versus lines of evidence that can differentiate between the models, this is not a problem for the creation model. Because again, we expect interesting mosaics, as I demonstrated in my opening statement. Okay, Tiktaalik being just that. We could look to Archaeopteryx. We can look to a platypus today. We can look to a seal, all sorts of different creatures. The problem is, for your specific model, okay, we've got tetrapod foot tracks before Tiktaalik.
Mm-hmm.
So one could say from the creationist perspective is we've got another interesting creature, just like we see all throughout the fossil record, just like we see today. It doesn't have to be interpreted as something that's transitioning into a tetra. If the tetrapod foot tracks are already there, pre-existing Tiktaalik, how's that a fulfilled prediction?
Well, here's the thing. Lobe-finned fish and stegocephalians are a very diverse group. We know about probably 100 species of both combined, and there are probably hundreds more we don't know about. They were distributed from the stegocephalians like Tiktaalik. They were distributed from Africa, Europe, Russia, Greenland, Canada, and it's not likely that we found the exact line that led up to what we know today. And
when it comes to the lobe-finned go ahead, take your time.
I remember. Lobe-finned fish evolved in the Silurian period. If you find a stegocephalian footprint before that, then there's a major problem. But there is, like you said, the fossil record's not complete, and that's what I would chalk that up to. But we haven't even found what made the track, the skeleton of what made the track.
So I would say the evolutionist has faith that hopefully in the future they find more examples in order that the fossil record can become more complete. But when it comes to these lobe-finned fishes that you're referring to, we see that they first appear suddenly in the beginning of the Devonian rocks, along with many other types of fish with no evolutionary precursors. But the point that I want to make here especially is that we have a coelacanth Okay, the oldest coelacanth fossil is dated by evolutionists at about 408 million years ago, right? While the coelacanth was originally thought to have been extinct, we now know that it's alive and well and adapted to live deep in the ocean. So lo and behold, today we have an example of a lobe-finned fish that at one point I believe was used, or maybe even still being used, as an index fossil, but today is a coelacanth evolving into anything other than a lobe-finned fish? Jackson, in your opinion, the coelacanth we have today, which I know there's some differences between the coelacanth today and the coelacanth in the fossil record, which we would say is the pre-flood world. That's expected, of course. We believe in change. But yeah, is the coelacanth today evolving into anything novel? Anything that's going to walk on land? Go ahead, take your time.
No, it's not. And there are basically two clades of lobe-finned fish. Coelacanth is in the clade that's not as similar to tetrapods as the tetrapodomorph fish were. Like Gogonassus had a very tetrapod-like skull. It had spiracles for breathing air. Coelacanth doesn't have anything like that. Its teeth aren't anything similar to tetrapods. Its skull isn't really similar. It doesn't have spiracles. So it's a lobe-finned fish, but it's not really. It wasn't really ever considered to be an ancestor. And their fossils have been found not only early, but they've also been found in like the Cretaceous and leading up. So there's a fossil history of them. They're not just in the Devonian and then now they're present, and there's no trace back in time, so to speak.
I would say, to at least conclude this one topic, because I do want to move to a couple other things you said. I think that the ultimate death knell here, just like in the article, for this story from fish to tetrapod evolution is what we were discussing earlier, these terrestrial tetrapod tracks that were found in rocks dated older than when any of these so-called transitional forms supposedly existed, because we, from the creationist model, we would predict overlap, we would predict, and we see this in the fossil record, we would predict that the pre-flood world was a lot more diverse. And as I indicated in my opening statement, our model would suggest that we should be able to get a sense or an idea into how God designed the biological world and biological systems based on the way we design. And my question to you is, if you're familiar with these interesting crossover vehicles that seem to resist classification, and please, Jackson, don't say that these are not biological organisms, they don't reproduce. Listen, adding reproduction is even more of a problem for large-scale evolution, okay? So our model would suggest we should be able to get a sense for how God designed the biological world based on the way we design things, and we design interesting mosaics as well. We design what you would say is the perfect transitional form, as in your lines of evidence are agnostic to the debate, because what we see in the fossil record, what we see today is also reflected in the designed world based on the way human engineers design. My question to you would be, with these crossover SUVs, I mean, is this right here, is this a Jeep or a truck? Is this an SUV or a van? Is this Dodge Journey an SUV or a van? Can you classify these for me, Jackson?
Well, you know, if there is a God and he is guiding this process, this is actually a good analogy, because cars didn't just suddenly become cars. They, they were wheeling around carts not 1,000 years ago, and they technically evolved by the creator to these higher forms. So you could say that God is guiding the process in that sense, but I think God could be more creative if he wanted to be. I think he could put something out of a nested hierarchy or something that doesn't fit in the phylogeny. I think, of course, he could do it the way you described, but why would he? I would be as creative as I would want to be if I was creating something like that.
Well, we do see a sort of descent with modification with cars. Let's say you go to the earliest Chevy Cruze and the newest Chevy Cruze in 2022, but each version, each model was designed, right? You could say there's an evolution in the design.
Saying they weren't designed per se, but
now here's the thing: we as humans, we're just catching up in terms of design and complexity. We're just catching up to God, who understood this since the beginning. I mean, that's why we find these interesting mosaics. That's why we find creatures have this built-in capacity to adapt based on environmental conditions and stimuli and stressors. For example, epigenetics, this extra layer of incredibly complex information where you have millions and millions of genetic switches just waiting to be turned on. Or through mutation, sometimes these switches are broken or permanently shut off, which temporarily usually has a type of advantage, even though it's overall reductive. So, I mean, the point is, God, his design in the biological world is a billion times more complicated and complex than us. I mean, today in 2022, we're just starting to design these types of modes of transportation or computer systems or cell phones. I mean, look at your cell phone. It has so many built-in capabilities where you get all these different apps, and it's all front-loaded into your cell phone device, things that God already thought of, knew of, and designed the biological world with. Like, how do you, from an evolutionary perspective, explain through evolutionary mechanisms like selection, mutation, the forward-thinking mechanisms?
Well, here's a good analogy.
Yeah,
the phone. Sure, the phone is there, and you could say it's front-loaded, but it's getting new updates all the time. You know, like new genetic information. I know you guys aren't big on the concept of new genetic information, but like de novo gene birth. But I've got some notes here if you want me to read them about that.
Sure.
There was a study on stickleback fish on ancient genes, novel genes, and newer genes. They can tell the difference between them because the younger genes are expressed less broadly and at lower levels. 38% of ancient genes were in all populations, while 17% of the new genes were. New genes were less CG depleted than cytosine guanine depleted than ancient genes. Younger genes were often gonad specific. Young genes are expressed in one sex and one gonad. New genes tend to overlap with copy number variations, etc. So, how would you explain that away? That
now, are you saying that these are de novo
genes,
the origin of like orphan genes?
Right.
Okay, so is this like an example, like the fish fly example that I showed? And here, I'll go to the orphan gene examples here. Is this like the, for example, they've done tests on fruit flies, and they've realized that in water fleas, so here's an example of the water fleas that contain many orphan genes that are only expressed under specific sets of environmental conditions and stresses related to water availability. So the point is, you can have examples of fish, you can have examples of water fleas, different types of creatures that have sets of orphan genes that are not expressed, but then bring in a stressor or put them in a different environment, and these orphan genes that are already there, they're pre-existing in the genome of the living organism, now they're expressed. They're being expressed. They're just like pseudogenes, for example. Many non-coding RNA genes like pseudogenes are only expressed under certain conditions, which means the researchers there analyzing this data, they're not actually seeing the de novo formation of a new gene, a highly essential and functional gene. Okay, no, they're just seeing the expression of a pre-existing gene. I mean, how is that explaining the evolution or the creation of the gene itself? Go ahead.
Well, it's just a gene made from a non-coding section of DNA, and they can. I don't know if they've ever seen a de novo gene being born, but they can tell young from old. And that's a pretty good indication that some of them formed more recently than others.
See, what they look to is either gene duplication. They'll look to, you get a duplicated region of the genome, and then the duplicated region undergoes what's called neo-functionalization. You get a series of hopefully beneficial mutations, and then you get a new function out of it. For one, there's a waiting time problem for that. We've never seen it. Yeah, as you're putting forward, they're sequencing these genomes, analyzing these genomes, looking at similarities. They're seeing a lot of orphan genes now being expressed, trying to say that, this is an example of a new orphan gene popping up. They oftentimes see the loss of orphan genes. We know speciation events Okay, variations within the same type. We know that these oftentimes occur due to reductions in genetic variability, allelic variability, shifts in heterozygosity to homozygosity. So by definition, you are going to lose variation. You are going to lose orphan genes. That doesn't explain the de novo origin of these orphan genes. And notice here, orphan genes are being demonstrated to have key roles in a variety of complex genetic and biochemical pathways in a variety of creatures across the spectrum of life. So this idea of de novo gene synthesis, this is the last thing I'll say, and I'll get your response, is it's circular. Okay, the evolutionists, the naturalists, they see these taxonomically restricted and essential genes, which is exactly what we would predict from the creation model. They see these, so they think, well, how did these come about? They must have come about through evolutionary processes. So they must have come about through non-coding areas of our genome, right? De novo gene synthesis. This is circular because all they're saying is, well, it couldn't have been created that way or designed that way. So why do orphan genes exist in the mind of the evolutionists? Is, well, because of de novo gene synthesis. But then why is there a process called de novo gene synthesis? Wow, because of orphan genes. You see how circular that is? Instead of just admitting, no, these are fully integrated into the information systems of life. They're highly functional, highly essential. They couldn't have evolved. We haven't seen them evolve in the lab. Okay, observing the expression of a gene that's not been expressed, observing the loss of a gene, that's not explaining the origin of a gene. It's much more likely to lose a gene or that a gene will be broken down through a series of mutations than for a gene to be built up. I said a lot there, but yeah, what are your thoughts? How do you get around the circularity of de novo gene synthesis? And do we have any evidence of this gene duplication and neo-functionalization in terms of orphan genes? Go ahead, take your time.
Well, I'm not saying that epigenetics isn't a thing, or that orphan genes or pseudogenes don't have a function. Oftentimes they do. What was the rest you said? It's kind of a lot.
Well, how do you get around the circularity of de novo gene synthesis? We don't observe it today in a lab.
Right. They haven't observed it, I don't think, but they can infer it. They're not just saying, well, orphan genes exist, therefore they must have been created out of nothing. I think there's more to it than that. I mean, they're seeing signs that some genes are younger than others based on the cytosine, guanine, what's the word? I forget. But
right, they're just comparing
and they're more dominant specific, the younger ones.
Yeah, they're comparing similar sequences, right? For example, the whole point, especially for the audience, they call them orphan genes because they have no ancestral sequences in other creatures that they evolved from. So they're looking at similarities in what the evolutionists believe is shared relationship, right? And they're hoping that, well, there's some similarities here. So maybe this is the precursor to the orphan gene. Maybe this is the precursor in the non-coding regions of the genome. Point is, it's not empirical. They're not actually seeing, just like endogenous retroviruses, for example. Can you present me with a technical paper of a non-functional endogenous retrovirus or any type of retrotransposon that has gone from something that is non-functional to something incredibly and critically functional in the genome? For example, we know ERVs are functional in determining cell type, cell stress responses. ERVs are functional in the embryo. I mean, do you have any example of this being observed in the lab, this type of co-option?
I would have to do more reading on that. I'm not, I don't really have an answer to that one. But again, what was the first part? I keep losing track.
Well, I'll just break it down like this. How do you get around the circularity? I understand you believe that de novo gene synthesis explains the existence of orphan genes. You believe that. But we haven't observed it. It's not empirical. It's inference, and I don't even think it's a good inference. How do you get around the circularity of that?
Oh, you're talking about ERVs. That's what I was going to talk about.
Right. Okay, go ahead.
5 minutes.
Sorry to change the subject, but ERVs, you say, I think your model is that viruses came from the DNA, and that's why they're endogenous retroviruses. They didn't graft themselves into it. They came out of it, right? Is that right?
Yeah, the question when it comes to ERVs and other classes of retrotransposons, including these ALU sequences, is, are these created units of DNA function? Or are they the result of past viral infections millions and millions of years ago. Now, I've shown numerous papers. For example, here's a bunch. Scientists identify new beneficial function of endogenous retroviruses in immune response. There's another one that has to do with regulation. The allegories influence alternative splicing. Okay, regulatory activities of transposable elements. The pervasive retrotransposons that populate the genome have a powerful capacity to influence genes and chromatin. So on and so forth. Retroviral promoters in the human genome. So the point is, the prediction of the creation model is these were designed this way. There's obviously been rogue elements, mutations, things like that. Viruses in general are good, right? Healthy. They regulate the amount of bacterial species in our genome, for example. So that is the question, and we find function. And so I think the evidence best fits with the creation model. Yeah, go ahead. That's how we would explain like ERVs and retrotransposons. They're initially created, designed that way.
Yeah, but I think I've heard you say that viruses came from those segments of DNA. Is that right, or am I misrepresenting it?
Because, for example, I asked you this question, I think maybe last week. Since a virus requires a host to replicate, right? Mm-hmm. What came first, the virus or the viral-like element or the host?
Right, the host probably would have come first.
Okay. And that's exactly what we're saying. And there's a model put forth by creationist PhDs. I wonder if I can find it here, but I got a million things here. So where is it? Okay. So the creation model. It is possible to reinterpret retroviruses. Okay. Accordingly, retroviruses could have originated from within the host genome. Okay. You admitted that the host would have predated the virus. Okay, that's exactly what the variation-inducing genetic element hypothesis put forth by creationists suggests. Okay, accordingly, retroviruses could have originated from within the host genome instead of invading it from outside. This had to have been the case in any scenario since viruses are dependent upon host cells. This means that the cell's genome had to predate the viruses. You can read all this yourself. The point is, we find confirmation of this model and hypothesis based on the function that we find in paper after paper after paper when it comes to allele sequences, endogenous retroviruses, all different types and classes of retrotransposons. So for your model and your explanation to have any validity, you'd have to show me how it's possible for endogenous retroviruses to go from non-functional to something extremely functional. Does that make any sense? And take your time, Jackson.
Yeah, well, here's the thing about your model. You couldn't make a virus out of the ERV most of the time if you wanted to, because it's so fragmented. They're fragments of a viral genome. They're not the whole viral genome. So you couldn't really, that wouldn't really work most of the time anyway. Maybe there's some hole, but from what I've read, it's pretty fragmentary.
Are you saying that the only parts of the ERV are functional?
No, I'm saying only parts of the ERV viral genome is there, like compared to viruses. I'm not saying it's only partially functional. I'm saying it's there. Some of them do have functions. I'm saying you couldn't make a virus from that if you wanted to.
See, here's the thing. We have just viruses in general. We have more viruses in and on our body than we have cells, and we have 100 trillion cells. I mean, that's amazing to think about, right?
Yeah.
And what are the viruses there for? They're there for beneficial purposes. They help regulate the amount of bacteria and bacterial species that we have in and on our bodies. They're good. Okay, when people hear the word virus, they think of something bad. Only very few viruses are actually bad and harmful, and usually it's when a virus or a viral-like element leaves its original host or its original environment, right? So the viruses that were created or that exist in our body that are beneficial, if they were to jump to another species and that other species can't regulate it, it can become harmful to that species. And oftentimes viral-like elements can break off in our genome and become rogue elements. And that's what we're saying happened with these endogenous retroviruses and these transposable elements. Like within the host genome, within these ERVs, you've got like the GAG and POL genes, which are functional to help with variation, things like this. But I don't want to spend all the time on this. I'll give you the last word on that. And then I definitely want to ask you a question that has to do with rooted versus unrooted tree, because you made that
Yep.
argument in your rebuttal. So go ahead, take your time on the ERVs, have the last word on that specific topic, and then we'll move to this.
I'm kind of ERV'd out. Plus, I was reading the side chat, so I kind of lost track. Honestly, we can go to this point you're about to make.
Okay, so you made the claim that, well, this is an unrooted tree.
Mhm.
It should be rooted, right? But here's the problem, Jackson, is whether it's rooted or unrooted, that doesn't change the data. Okay, we still know that the mutation rate in the mitochondrial DNA, as well as in the Y chromosome, is incredibly fast. We know that there's incredibly low variation in both mitochondrial DNA and Y chromosome. Every single Y chromosome on the planet, male Y chromosome, is nearly identical. And you can take every single Y chromosome, build a family tree, and that family tree reveals that we have all descended from one single Y chromosomal ancestor in the not so distant past, okay? And the same thing goes with the mitochondrial DNA. The reason why Dr. Robert Carter, okay, represents worldwide mitochondrial DNA diversity in an unrooted tree is because it gives a natural reflection or a natural reading or representation of the data. It allows the branches to flow out naturally, and that's why we see explosive growth from a center point. So why do you believe this whole unrooted versus rooted tree is an issue? Go ahead, take your time.
Well, the first part of what you said, I'm trying to remember, but I should have been taking notes. Repeat yourself a little bit.
It was the unrooted tree part.
Yeah, I know that. But
well, the first thing I said, well, right here. Here's an example. I like to, show the audience, show you all my sources. The human Y chromosome exhibits surprisingly low levels of genetic diversity.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Everything I've ever read about mitochondrial mutation rates say it's incredibly slow. It's like one for every 3,600 years. It was just one kind of creationist experiment that said it was faster.
Well, the latest mutation rate studies, for example, one in the D loop region, the control region of the mitochondrial DNA, they discovered it's about 0.5 per generation. Even if you went with 0.2 per generation, that's still too fast. You can go to the Parsons study, which demonstrated that if you were to take that mutation rate back, mitochondrial leave would go just 6,000 years. A high observed substitution rate in the human mitochondrial DNA control region. It's pretty well established that the mutation rate, we can do pedigree stuff. We can take great grandmother, grandmother, mother and daughter, and we can sequence their genomes, and we can find DNA differences, and we can determine a mutation rate, the pedigree-based mutation rate. What you're talking about is the phylogenetic rate, which calibrates the known or empirical rate from pedigree-based studies. The empirical method, it calibrates the data, okay, to the geological column, to evolutionary-based assumptions. But I pointed out, I think I had time in my opening statement, is the evolutionists can't make those assumptions, because if you notice on this tree, go to the most common haplogroup in Europe, the HVR haplogroup. Notice the differing sizes of the branches. Well, what that means is people in the same time that go back to a common ancestor, they're picking up more mutations than their cousins. That means you can't make assumptions based on a straightforward molecular clock, because this is chaotic. This is just DNA differences, mutations over a lot of time. And you can't then make assumptions that the evolutionists do about when humans and chimpanzees split from a common ancestor, let's say between 7 and 13 million years. Okay, because what they'll do is they'll look at the amount of DNA differences that separate humans and chimps, and then they'll derive a mutation rate, and that mutation rate is very slow. But that's ignoring the observed mutation rate from pedigree-based studies is very fast. I said a lot there, but go ahead, Jackson.
Well, you mentioned they're correlating it with the geologic column. I don't understand how they're doing that.
Well, because if you, for example, we put out a video recently, Biblical Creation Basics, on mitochondrial DNA, and I think it was PBS. They put out a video where they admitted that they calibrate the data with what they believe is evolutionary history through the geological column. They'll oftentimes calibrate it with archaeology, right? They're not looking at the empirical method. They're not looking at known mutation rates from pedigree-based studies. No, they are calibrating it with their assumed history in the geological column. But here's the thing, it's the geological column that is in question. So that's circular. You can't refute the young Earth creation model by calibrating the data with your geological column assumptions or your assumptions behind the human and chimpanzee split. That's circular. That's what we're debating here, is the existence of deep time. So we as creationists, we're just looking at the known mutation rate and we're like, wow, the known mutation rate through pedigree-based studies is fast. And we know there's extremely low genetic variation in the mitochondrial DNA. For example, here's a question I'll ask, and then please just take as much time as you need. I've been talking a lot here, Jackson. I don't want to dominate. So just take as much time as you want to address it. This is only a reflection of a few hundred generations, because on average, you got 20 to 25 DNA differences separating any two people in the mitochondrial DNA. Max, you've got maybe 120 if we were to include your longest lines like the Africans. So with a fast known mutation rate, without any calibration, without any evolutionary assumptions, how do you get hundreds of thousands of years out of this? Go ahead.
I don't know, but I'm not sure that they calibrate it the way you're saying. I know that like some things do line up, like the Australopithecus seems to line up about the time when the chimpanzee human split happened. But yeah, I don't have much of a response to that. But
okay, that's
other than to say that when it's rooted, it looks a lot different.
Well, see, here's the thing. They root it, though, based on evolutionary assumptions. Where they're picking the root is based on evolutionary assumptions. So it doesn't give a natural reading of the data. Whether we root it or unroot it, doesn't change the data itself. It doesn't change the mutation rate, doesn't change the diversity, the low variation, doesn't change anything like that. Unrooting it just gives us a natural reading or representation of the data. But we'll leave that up to the audience. With our last few minutes here, Jackson, I do want to ask you, because this is another thing you brought up in your rebuttal. And I think we do need a few extra minutes in discussion time because there's so many points brought up and we're discussing most of them. This is good. Your explanation for the chimpanzee and human Y chromosomes, the reason why they're so different, they're about 70% the same, okay, to the audience. But when you actually consider overall size differences, the fact that the Y chromosomes between humans and chimpanzees are only about half the size, when you consider overall gene content and architecture, it's actually only about 35% the same. So 70% the same, but when you consider everything, it's only about 35% the same. Okay, not to mention that the human male Y chromosomes have incredibly low variation and the mutation rate is fast. So how do you explain this data? And can you reiterate your argument in the rebuttal?
Yeah, the Y chromosome is a kind of the front line of reproduction and fitness, obviously. So it's going to be subject to mutations. And apparently, to answer another thing about the size difference, apparently chimpanzees suffered a lot of gene death in the Y chromosome and a lot of substitution. And yeah, I mean, again, the pan genus relies on a lot of males inseminating one female, and the fittest sperm inseminates the egg, or fertilizes the egg, rather. So that's kind of a reiteration of the argument.
Okay, so
kind of an answer.
So here's the thing. I've debated numerous people, including PhDs, Dr. Stephan Frello, I've debated, Gutzit Gibbon numerous times, Dr. Ron Garrett. They never have an answer to this. I think this line of evidence, the fact that humans, the chimpanzee and human Y chromosomes are remarkably divergent in structure and gene content, I think this alone falsifies universal common ancestry, because there's no answer. There's just so stories, a lot of imagination in terms of the answer to this. And I've seen this with people like Gutzit Gibbon. They just dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. I'm not saying that you're dodging, but here's the problem is the Y chromosome and the mitochondrial DNA, they are our uniparentally inherited DNA compartments. They're non-recombining, okay? In the Y chromosome, for the most part, they're non-recombining. That means they should be the most stable. That's actually why we look to the uniparentally DNA compartments, inherited compartments, to build these family trees that go back to one Y chromosomal ancestor, one mitochondrial DNA ancestor, who, by the way, are nothing like the chimpanzee. Nothing like the chimpanzee. They should have been slightly similar to the chimpanzee. But here's the thing. Because there's no recombination, they should be more stable. And yet, the Y chromosome was the most different between humans and chimpanzees. As a matter of fact, and address this one, the human Y chromosome and the gorilla Y chromosome is more similar than the human Y chromosome is to the chimpanzee Y chromosome. But wait a minute. The evolutionary story is that humans and chimpanzees split from a common ancestor 6 to 12 million years ago. And we have a more distant common ancestor with the gorilla. Why is the human Y chromosome more similar to the gorilla Y chromosome? And this is the last thing I'll say, and then you can yield, because this argument that the chimpanzee is kind of the odd man out and there's a lot of sperm competition, and therefore there's been more change and loss in terms of degeneration than the chimpanzee Y chromosome. They're the odd man out kind of thing. This is all nice. This is all cute. But without any numbers, without any data, without anything empirical, it's just a story. And Dr. Rob Carter points this out. And then I want you to take as much time as you need to respond. What are the implications of this new information? First, for the evolutionists, the Y chromosomes must be evolving much more quickly than anyone imagined previously. They are now going to have to apply. Notice this, Jackson. So when you respond, I want you to give me this data. I want an empirical answer. They are now going to have to apply, and this is something none of my critics have ever done, including the Gutsy Gibbons of the world, have to apply mathematical models to try to demonstrate how a sequence can change extremely rapidly. You can go with your chimpanzee sperm competition. Go with it. Show me how mathematically, empirically, we can get wholesale rearrangements of significant parts and the evolution of entirely new gene families in a relatively short amount of time, yet stay homogeneous. This is important, yet stay homogeneous within a species. Go ahead, take your time, Jackson.
All right, that was a lot. But first I'll say the gorilla and chimp and human Y chromosomes. I think the reason that the gorilla would appear more close to us is because the chimp has gone through so much change. And with gorillas, they have a male-dominated society and multiple females, so there's not as much sperm competition. So that might give the appearance the Y chromosome of a gorilla looks like it's closer to us than the chimp is, because the gorilla is our next closest relative.
But are you done?
I forget the last part. I'm on a lot of gabapentin, so it's hard to remember stuff.
No worries, no worries. You're doing great. This is an awesome discussion. But here's the thing, Jackson. The evolutionists are always asking for data that contradicts phylogenetics, nested hierarchical patterns. Here we have a Y chromosome, which should be more stable. That's way more different, okay, in the humans and chimpanzees than between humans and gorillas. And again, the last thing I asked you for your response is, I don't want a story. Like, I know you believe that in terms of the chimpanzee, they're the odd man out, right? But as Dr. Robert Carter pointed out, you have to demonstrate this through empirical data. You have to apply this explanation, which hasn't been done, because the last paper I read on it, they admitted this is just a hypothesis. So they believe that this explains the incredible divergence between chimpanzee and human Y chromosome, but without the application of a mathematical model to demonstrate how these sequences in the Y chromosome can become so different, it's just a story. So go ahead. What are your thoughts on that?
Honestly, I have no answer, but I will look into it. And, I've been doing a lot of math with this virus stuff. I'll look into that, honestly. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not a geneticist. I just got into genetics recently, doing some research off and on. Been doing a lot of viral research for this genetic entropy stuff. So I don't have a good answer, honestly.
No, that's okay.
The honest answer, yeah.
But I do want to say this, Jackson, before Matt jumps in. The debate is all life related through common ancestry? I think the genetic data, which is the best way to determine ancestry. Okay, we don't even have to go as far as whales and pine trees. The evolutionists like Aaron Ra, they always say, oh, these creations, they just want to go like, the two furthest forms of life on the, tree of life and kind of make fun of it. No, let's go as close to home as possible then. Humans and chimpanzees. And guess what? The evolutionists didn't predict this amount of difference. They didn't predict that the human Y and the gorilla Y would be more similar than the human Y and the chimpanzee Y. It makes sense from our position because all genetic data suggests separate ancestry. God created Adam and Eve independently from every other form of life. We have a confirmed expectation and prediction here. We've got the Y chromosome that fits perfectly with our model. We don't have to make up any fanciful stories. It's the evolutionist that has the problem. And I can assure you, Jackson, when you look into it, there's been no sophisticated mathematical modeling being done. So if you find out that there's been no sophisticated mathematical modeling being done in terms of this Y chromosome problem, what's your conclusion going to be?
It's going to be that, well, first of all, let me ask you this. Why would we be similar to gorillas at all? I mean,
well, here's the thing. We are all made of DNA, RNA, protein, right?
Sure, but
DNA,
why are we
RNA,
so similar to the things that appear to have, through the fossil record and other means?
Well, what's more similar? What's more similar? A hatchback and a sedan, or a hatchback and a boat?
Right, but they don't have a DNA code that says they're very similar.
Well, they have a blueprint. They have underlying materials that are used, to design and engineer and build the products. But here's the thing: adding DNA, adding reproduction, that's just adding more complexity. Imagine we could do that.
Sure, it's very
Imagine we could do that. But my point is, what? Just answer the what is more? Why is a sedan more similar to an SUV than a sedan is to a skateboard?
I don't know how to answer that, honestly. I mean, I'm kind of confused by it.
Well, because there's just more similarities in the way that the sedan is designed and the SUV is designed than between the sedan and the skateboard. By definition, when God created life, he had to create, Jackson, some creatures that are more similar to other creatures. For example, humans and chimpanzees, humans and gorillas, humans and bonobos, humans and...
But why do you have to do that?
Well, if we go back to our model at the beginning, do you remember what I said? The Bible says that we are made in the image of God. Therefore, there should be something that reflects us, that reflects the divine. But us, that reflects the divine, if we're made in his image. So we've formulated a hypothesis or a model that suggests, okay, if we really are made in the image of God, maybe we can get a sense for how God designed the biological world based on the way we design things. And it just so happened to turn out, Jackson, that we build in homologous patterns. We build in nested hierarchical patterns. We build interesting transitional forms. And that's exactly what we see in the biological world. How do you explain that? It matched up so perfectly.
Well, I would just say that God created us in the same category as the filthy apes. I wouldn't have done that as God.
Well, wait a minute. But here's the thing. If chimpanzees didn't exist, Jackson, then the evolutionists would just say, well, humans and gorillas. Look how similar they are.
Well, that would be the next closest common ancestor.
Yeah. And then remove gorillas. Oh, well, the evolutionists look at, humans and bonobos. Look how similar. And then remove bonobos. Well, look at humans and lemurs. Remove lemurs. Look at humans and, the old world monkeys or something. So it's never going to be good enough for the evolutionists. Are you trying to say that humans, answer this question, are you trying to say that humans should be equally distant in morphology, anatomy, genetics, and physiology, equally distant, okay, from all forms of life? You have humans, and then everything else is equally distant. I mean, dogs, a banana plant, a chimpanzee, it's just equally distant to all three of those. Go ahead.
Well, not necessarily just humans. I think a lot of things should be distant from a lot of other things, and they're just not when you look right at it.
I would say it doesn't. I would say it's not very sophisticated thinking to say that if God designed the biological world, that we wouldn't expect more similarity between humans and chimpanzees, even before we had genetic sequencing technologies. Just stand back and look at the outward appearance of the organism. How many similarities do we have with the chimpanzee? You could easily predict, sure, in the DNA, in the genotype, we're going to expect more similarity between humans and chimpanzees than between humans and a dog. Just stand back and look at the outward appearance. But here's the thing. Did evolutionists, answer this question, did evolutionists make a prediction as to how similar genetically humans and chimpanzees would be before we sequence their genomes?
Well, it used a little bit of circular reasoning there, too, to say, well, chimpanzees look similar to us. That means they must have DNA. And if we say, well, the DNA looks similar to us, that means they must look similar to us. That's kind of some circular reasoning there as well. But
well, how's that?
What?
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Answer the second question. Yeah, go ahead.
Again, I forget the second question. Will you repeat it?
Did the evolutionary community make a prediction on just how much similarity there would be in the genetics between humans and chimpanzees before we discovered the similarity?
I'm not sure if they did or not.
I don't think they did. Now, I could be corrected on that, but I'm pretty sure they didn't make a prediction, which means it's not evidence for evolution. They never made a prediction like, well, humans and chimpanzees, they're going to be 99% similar, 97% similar, 95%. They never made a prediction. We sequenced their genomes. It turned out we're pretty similar, at least more similar with the chimpanzee than we are to
anything else. Yeah.
Now, if we didn't have these similarities, if we didn't have these nested hierarchical patterns, how could we ever advance in, let's say, the medical industry? I mean, when we're doing experiments, when we're looking for cures, when we're studying the biological world and finding out things about this amazing planet that we live on, if we didn't have these similarities in DNA, RNA, protein, so on and so forth, how would we ever advance? I mean, what do we use mice for, Jackson? I mean, don't we use...
I use them to feed snakes.
Right. But without the similarities in even mice, and the evolutionists will say, well, the reason why humans and chimpanzees share more than humans and mice is because, humans and mice have a much more distant common ancestor. That's where they look to the DNA differences. But I would say the lack of uniqueness displayed in things like incomplete lineage sorting, where you can look at different genes and come up with totally different trees, convergent evolution, loss of traits evolution, these types of things that demonstrate a lack of uniqueness in the phylogenetic tree. It's nothing but a rescue device and a story from the evolutionists when it comes to the inconsistencies. They rarely want to focus on the inconsistencies. Jackson, have the last word. It looks like we've already gone 15 minutes over the discussion time. Have the last word in the discussion, my good man. I said a lot there.
I'll just say that was a lot, but I'll just say you're basically saying everything was created with DNA hierarchies and anatomical hierarchies for future medical research, looking forward thousands of years. And I don't find that a very good explanation, but I mean, we all have our own conclusions, so.
You can have the last word, Jackson.
That's it.
All right, then. We are going to jump into our closing statements, which are about 5 minutes long, and then go right into Q&A. So, who is going first on the closing statement?
I guess it's me.
Like
You zoomed in on me.
Yep. Looks like you're up on this one. Okay, 5 minutes
All
whenever you're ready.
Good debate, good discussion. I love doing this stuff. I forget 90% of what I say during the debate, so I don't know how I did at all. I might have done terribly, I might have done great. I have no idea because, again, I'm on a lot of Gavin. That's the joke I like to use. But, yeah, Donnie and I are friends, and nothing will change that, I don't think. but I do say the evidence points to common ancestry, and you know, there are a lot of stories about, well, cars are built in hierarchy, so they must have been created. Well, why would God, in His infinite wisdom and infinite creativity, need to do that or want to do that? Surely He would choose at least 2 separate lineages and kind of build from there. Why would He just do all one? So, yeah, good debate. I'll be in the after show. And again, contact your senators about that exotic animal ban. Let's not let that pass, but not like contacting your senator ever does anything. So I'll hand it back to Donnie.
All right, Jackson. And if you have a link to what you just said there at the very end, you could post that for the audience below so we can let them know.
Yeah.
With the sign. All right, and Donnie, when you are ready.
All right, let me get my timer here. 5 minutes. And I appreciate that, Jackson. We are friends. We are good friends, and I appreciate this profitable discussion. And I always appreciate how cordial and respectful you are. And I appreciate you asking the good questions. So, okay, I am going to start my timer here and share screen. So, again, universal ancestry or separate ancestry. Jackson's burden of proof, the burden of proof for all the evolutionists. Don't show us variation within a kind, okay? And you can define a kind as all those organisms that go back to an ancestor. And, you know, we've done just that with Dinosauria. We've shown created groups. We've also done that with, especially with humans. The Australopithecines, there's a separate ancestry model, but it's their burden of proof to demonstrate that not only dogs and wolves are related, but that dogs, wolves, and banana plants are related. Okay, homology is not going to do it. Nested hierarchical patterns is not going to do it. Transitional forms is not going to do it. And the evidence, the best differentiating lines of evidence that we discussed today, and this is my 95th debate. And I've had debates on all sorts of topics, but these main questions that I have regarding the Y chromosome data, we didn't even get into the hat map data. I didn't have time to get into the linkage block data that suggests separate ancestry, because we have these massive linkage blocks that have no evidence of recombination gene conversion. I mean, there's some, but not nearly enough. If we have recombination every generation, let's say, okay, you're scrambling up the DNA variants for hundreds of thousands to millions of years, then why is there still so many large linkage blocks in the human genome? There should have been much more scrambling if human evolution were true. If we actually go back a couple 100,000 years. I've asked that question to PhDs. I've asked that question to your most militant evolutionists, and they never have an answer. I didn't see any answer to the satellite DNA problem from the Ventura paper when it comes to the chromosome 2 fusion. And when it comes to the chromosome 2 fusion, if there was no fusion, then guess what? There was no human evolution. And he talked about the centromere and the telomeres, and no, that's wrong. That's wrong. However, both the alleged fusion and centromere sites fail the test when analyzed closely. Not only are these alleged evolutionary signatures very small in size and muddled, degenerate, but both of them are found inside what? Functional genes. The alleged fusions site functions as a genetic switch called a promoter inside a long non-coding RNA gene, and the so-called fossil centromere, which can't be found, Jackson, contains both coding and non-coding sequence inside a large protein coding gene. Combined together, these data destroy the evolutionary hypothesis. And again, the question from the Ventura paper, in the fact that chimpanzee and gorilla chromosomes differ from human chromosomes by the presence of large blocks of subterminal heterochromatin thought to be composed primarily of arrays of tandem satellite sequences. Listen, the evidence refutes a chromosome 2 fusion. If there was one, then based on the satellite DNA observations that we have here, at best, you have a human-specific fusion, which can best be explained by the creation model because we have 2 bottlenecks. We have the bottleneck at the flood. We also have a mini bottleneck at the Tower of Babel. So that'll, I mean, we could just go as close to home. Pseudogenes, functional DNA elements necessary to sustain healthy life processes in the cell, hierarchies. And last thing I'll say, why did God create this way? Well, he created this way for functional purposes. And this is exactly what we see. We predict that, see, you got the universal ancestry model that suggests that the majority of the genome is junk, consists of genomic fossils, consists of evolutionary leftovers. And yes, if that's exactly what we found, that would be reflective of universal ancestry, but that's not what we find. Over 80% of the human genome is actively involved in at least one or more biochemical reactions associated with gene regulation in at least one cell type. Function after function, gene expression, regulation, function for pseudogenes, endogenous retroviruses, functional redundancy, these third position codon. The third position codon variation we now know is involved in information flow. It's not just there to tolerate error. They're there to help slow and speed the process. ALU elements, co-option doesn't work. What we're seeing is confirmation of the separate ancestry model. We predict function. The evolutionary model predicts junk, evolutionary leftovers and genomic fossils, and we don't find that. So why is there homology? Why is there nested hierarchical patterns? Why do we find interesting mosaics? Because they were designed that way for a purpose, for a functional reason, and that's exactly what we find. And we have people like Dr. Nathaniel Jensen who've made testable predictions based on this model of created heterozygosity that suggests most of the genome is functional. Most of the DNA elements in the genome, like pseudogenes, ALU sequences, and ERVs, are functional, and that's exactly what we find, contradictory to the universal common ancestry model. And the proponents of universal common ancestry are not stepping up to the plate and making better testable predictions. So
Time.
why, and how much time do I got?
Time.
There you go. And thank you, Jackson. I appreciate the debate. Tons of fun. 5 minutes flies by. So,
okay, everyone, we are now heading into the questions. So, Jackson, these are like 90% for you. So I'm sorry.
Yeah. Sorry.
But we are going to jump into the super chats first. So the first one is going to be from Logical, Probable, Possible. Thank you for the first super chat, directing everybody into your after show, which I will remind everybody again later. And then to Slew, I hope I got that name right. And it is for Jackson. It says, what explains the giraffe's neck better? Darwinian or Darwinianism or Lamarckism? And why would, I guess we could just start with that. It's a two-part question.
Yeah. I'm not good at remembering questions, as you can remember. But like I already forgot what that one was. No, Lamarckism doesn't work. It's not a thing. So it would be like neo-Darwinism, just a gradual process. It's not, the giraffe stretches its neck, so the next generation has a longer neck. That's basically Lamarckism. So that's not how it works.
And the second part, why would an organism change to begin with?
To adapt to a new environment.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just a short question.
Yeah.
Next one was from Logical, Probable, Possible. I guess the question would be for you, Standing. Will Joel Duff join the after show?
There's a good question. Yeah, let's see if Joel Duff has any answers to these problems that have not yet been answered. Let's get an answer. And maybe some better testable predictions, since Joel Duff likes to attack models from people like, Dr. Nathaniel Jensen and Dr. Sanford. But he's a nice guy. So yeah, let's have him join the after show.
All righty. Next question. Question for Ro. Anthony from Anthony 1701. Man, he's really old. What is the best beneficial mutation you know of without any deleterious effects? And how will this mutation work against other mutations without being bred out after a few generations?
Like the gene that in the Linsky experiment that allowed E. coli to metabolize citrate was a duplication mutation. And how it would balance out with the other ones, I don't know. But yeah, they do add information, and so.
Okay, good.
Matt, let me respond.
Yes.
So when it comes to beneficial mutations, okay, they do occur, but there's a few problems with that. And the problems are that they occur infrequently. They're rare. I think it's about 1 in a million they've discovered from the Lenski experiment. And when they do occur, they're usually reductive and functionally compromising to the organism. Even a lot of their best beneficial mutations, it just turns out that it's a gene that's broken and permanently shut off. And there's a waiting time problem when it comes to these beneficial mutations becoming actually fixated in a population, because there's a lot of genetic noise. Oftentimes selection doesn't even see them. And when it comes to a lot of these beneficial mutations, like I believe the major one seen in the Lenski experiment, all we're seeing is rearrangement of pre-existing regulatory system. Okay. But that's not going to drive a fish to fisherman or bacteria-like biologist, a bacteria-like organism into a biologist. I mean, if you look at sickle cell anemia, it's got, I guess, a bit of an advantage, even though malaria is bad, sickle cell anemia is bad, and it's all due to a broken gene, broken protein, broken cell. How's that ever going to counterbalance the damage done by this low impact, nearly neutral, deleterious mutation accumulation? So the point is, beneficial mutations, although they happen, they're never going to drive large scale evolution. I yield.
Okay, I guess that will bring us into the next question again.
Well, I think if Jackson wants the last word, because it's his.
Not sorry. We can go to the next question.
It's on the same topic. So, if whales went from fully terrestrial Pachycetus, or I'm not sure what he actually said.
Pachycetus.
Yeah, Pachycetus, to fully aquatic Basilosaurus. In 200,000 generations. How can't E. coli evolve into literally anything at all? Well over 65,000 generations.
Well, I don't know how many generations it took for whales, but bacteria are reproducing at the rate they've always reproduced relative to them. I'm not sure if that makes sense. It makes sense to me in my head, but I'm not sure that translates out. So you're not going to just pop out a frog from some bacteria. That's basically my answer.
I'll respond, Matt. We'll just share a screen. It's funny because Lenski's bacterial populations, we've got thousands and thousands and thousands of generations of bacteria, and all we ever get is bacteria producing more bacteria, but the more bacteria is degenerated bacteria. So we got bacteria producing bacteria in these experiments, fruit flies producing fruit flies in the many thousands fruit fly experiments. But those that believe in universal common ancestry want to say that fruit flies, bacteria, and strawberries are related. And that's why they can't meet that burden of proof, because that's not what we see empirically. When it comes to Lenski's experiment, I find it funny because Lenski, as you can see here from Dr. John Sanford, although a very trivial adaptation happened, optimal growth on a given medium, his bacteria shrank in genome size. The functional genome decreased. Evidently, the more rapid growth was largely accomplished through genetic degeneration. Many useful genes not essential in that artificial environment were apparently lost. When transferred to a natural environment, those highly degenerated bacteria would essentially be dead on arrival. So we have bacteria that are losing genes short term for adaptive purposes, but what it actually is long-term degeneration. And the last thing I want to say in terms of the whale evolution is, even according to the evolutionist time frame, okay, millions of years is not enough time to convert a land mammal to a fully aquatic mammal. I mean, how does Jackson explain empirically these types of novel adaptations, emergence of blowhole and musculature and nerve control, emergence of ball vertebrate, modification of the eye for underwater vision, change in birthing process where fetus is delivered in breech position, ability to nurse young underwater, origin of blubber for temperature insulation. So, I mean, the origin of tail flukes and musculature. Again, this goes back to Jackson's opening statement and the opening statement of most well-studied evolutionists, is don't tell me that it happened if you can't tell me how it happened. If you can't tell me how it happened, then you're just imposing your presupposition on the genetic data, which is the empirical, direct way of determining ancestry. I yield.
Well, a lot of the physiological features were already present by Pagasitis, but not all of them, obviously. But like the birthing thing, mycetes was found with the fetus inside it. It indicated it was still giving birth on land, even though it was semi-aquatic. And tail flukes, Paragasitis had a compressed tail caudal vertebra that would have given it like a kind of beaver-like tail, kind of an intermediate tail fluke. So that's all.
All right, next question is going to be for you, Donnie. It is, I think that the strength of Jackson's model is the ability to predict where fossils will be found. How does Standing for Truth explain their ability to predict where a specific fossil animal will be found?
Sure. Good question. Jackson and I discussed that at great length in the discussion portion. And again, Jackson, I want to thank you for a sophisticated discussion. We talked about so many different topics and subjects, and I think this was one of my favorite debates. So
sorry, my memory isn't that great, or it would have been a better debate.
That's okay. And you know what? Even the greatest memories can't always remember every single point that's being brought up in a discussion such as this, a highly technical discussion. So here's the thing that I find funny is they can't accurately predict the series of so-called unnecessary Here's the thing. We would need thousands and thousands and thousands of so-called transitional forms. Okay. If evolution really were true, that we've got a single-celled-like ancestor billions of years ago, evolving into a multi-celled ancestor, into a fish, amphibian, reptile, mammal, okay, eventually a man, something as sophisticated and complex as a man, one single cell, more complicated than the space shuttle, not to mention that single-celled ancestor billions of years ago would have had to come from non-living chemicals, which we have no evidence for, which is why the design diversity hypothesis is most reasonable and most plausible. Now, these predictions, no, they're failed predictions. Even the Tiktaalik example, and I understand that they can force fit it into the story. Well, it's still on the tree. It's not the direct ancestor. Okay, sure. You got a population of this creature called Tiktaalik. You don't know if that's just an evolutionary dead end, an interesting mosaic. You don't know that evolved into anything. You don't know that species survived far enough into the future to actually evolve into a land-dwelling tetrapod. No, what we find here is tetrapod foot tracks before Tiktaalik. That means we have tetrapods living before Tiktaalik, which is best understood from our model because that's what we believe is in the pre-flood world. We have overlap. We have different ecosystems, right? We have logical zonation. This is our model. When we apply the Creationist global flood model of progressive burial by ecological zonation, the presence of these unusual fish-like fossils that we talked about that Jackson presented makes perfect sense since these creatures were buried in the flood layers shortly before most coastal land plants appear in the Carboniferous. It becomes apparent that they likely inhabited coastal waters based on their various unique adaptations and their place of burial in the flood strata. When it comes to the evidence, the fossils say no to tetrapod evolution. No, the predictions fail. They're not good. Anyways, go ahead. Jackson, you can respond if you want.
Well, this doesn't just apply to transitional fossils. It applies to pretty much any fossil. I mean, where are you going to find red-liked trilobites? In the Cambrian, without exception. Where are you going to find other species of trilobites? Up until the Permian and never past it, without exception. Where are you going to find Gorgonopsian therapsids? In the Permian. Where are you going to find cynodonts most of the time? The Triassic. Where are you going to find archosaurs most of the time? The Triassic. Where are you going to find... there are 100 more examples I could go on about, but that's basically the answer.
Sure. I can have a final response. So again, that's assuming, and the places where you can actually find that sequence, okay, Precambrian, Cambrian, up to the Jurassic, Triassic, so on and so forth, Permian, okay, is less than 1%. Less than 1% of the Earth strata. The entire Earth is where you find the so-called layers in that sequence, which means and you still don't get all the necessary strata that would have to be there if the geological column as portrayed in the textbooks is true. So that's why it, here we go. Does the geological column exist? I've got hundreds of slides here. So you can read through this where it shows, secondly, those locations where it has been possible to assign all 10 periods represent less than 0.4% of the Earth's surface, or 1% if the ocean basins are included. It does not engender confidence in the reality of the geological column when it is absent 99% of the time. So the point is, most of those layers were formed at the exact same time. We have amazing evidence for the flood. For example, the cold slabs that were predicted from catastrophic plate tectonics that are found deep within Earth's crust that should have melted if tectonic forces put them down there millions of years ago. The fact that they're still cool and they haven't yet either melted or warmed up to the surrounding material is fascinating evidence of the global flood and rapid subduction, and therefore rapid burial during the flood, ecological zonation. Remember, this is a burial during the flood. As the floodwaters inundated the continents, the shallow marine invertebrates were first swept from the pre-flood ocean floors and buried on the continents in rapid succession. After the waters rose over the continents, they progressively encountered different ecological zones at different elevations, which were inundated in rapid succession. So sure, you got different ecosystems, let's say with the trilobites, which we wouldn't expect to be living, let's say, with humans. We see different elevations in Genesis. We know that there are rivers flowing out of Eden, and we know rivers flow downhill. So we have different elevations, different ecosystems, humans and dinosaurs living in different systems. Okay, so the evolutionists, of course, are always going back to that assumption that the geological column exists. I think the question was for Jackson, so he can respond however he wants, but I want him to address, especially.
No, that was for you.
Oh, it was? Oh,
that was yours.
So,
yep.
Okay. I'll yield there.
All right. Question is then for Jackson. What would be an alternative explanation for the diversity of life if both creation and evolution turn out to be wrong?
That's a good question. I guess it would be a different God. That would be my best guess, but I don't know.
Donnie, what would you say?
So if creation and evolution wasn't true.
Right. Is there a third option?
I guess, either we're created or not, created or evolved, or I guess there's, a percentage of people out there that just say we're not really here. Maybe this is the Matrix. Maybe this is some kind of computer simulation. So, who knows?
Right. All right. Question for Donnie this time from DMC. What did animals eat after the flood if the earth was covered in salt water?
If the earth was covered in salt water after the flood, what did they eat? Well, it depends if the pre-flood world was fresh water and then gradually became saltier from the flood itself, the fountains of the great deep breaking open, leading and resulting into the perfect chemical composition of the water to form things like limestone, so on and so forth. So as the oceans gradually became saltier, we also know that the pre-flood world had incredible diversity in terms of plants and organisms and just fauna. So we would have plenty of plants that were uprooted, right? And then replanted either during the flood or after the flood, where you'd have tons of plants to eat, tons of fish. I don't see it being a problem if the salt water is just going to gradually accumulate during the flood and then after the flood. So there'd be plenty of plant material to eat, which would not be a problem for a lot of the pre-flood animals that were brought on board the ark. Those archetypes, many of them would have been vegetarian. Plus Noah would have brought a ton of different types of food onto the ark for the animals themselves. So I don't see there being a problem.
Well, I see it as a problem because basically the whole world is leveled and all the vegetation would be destroyed. I don't see how a tree is going to get picked up and replanted somewhere else. which is kind of an oversimplification of what you said, but yeah, they get off the boat. There's nothing. It's a barren landscape. Maybe there's some dead plant material, badly decayed after a year. Just mats of goo to eat, maybe. But the herbivores don't have that problem because they're going to get eaten by the carnivores anyway. So, I mean, we kind of have a major problem.
Well, I guess I get the last word. So again, Noah could have brought on, which makes sense. I mean, he would have been incredibly smart. He had 100 years to build the ark. He would have brought on fodder animals, like, you know, tortoises are a good fodder animal, for example. He could have brought on dried meats. Okay, tons of food to eat during the flood year, and also food that can be eaten afterwards. And we see it in floods today. Of course, if you have plants being ripped up, trees being ripped up, they can be rooted again after the fact. You'd have plenty of dead animals, plenty of food to eat. When it comes to the carnivores, apparently eating the herbivores, I think that has to do with a lot of the migration patterns, where you have more of the predatory animals driving a lot of the non-predatory animals like kangaroos further and further. And that's where you see them getting stuck in places like Australia. You'd have land bridges where you'd have a post-flood ice age, where you'd have the water levels are not raised as high because you put all that water into the ice caps. Then you can pretty much walk anywhere on the earth. Once the ice caps melt, a lot of these animals that were driven, non-predatory animals that were driven to different places in the earth, they'd be trapped to where they are. But the carnivory wouldn't be the same as it is today then, especially if a lot of the animals were still used to a vegetarian diet. A lot of the habits of carnivores today would have occurred sometime after the flood through epigenetic means, epigenetic switches that can be turned on when a lot of these non-carnivores become carnivores. So I think we're looking at animals today, what they eat today, and assuming that's exactly how it was in the pre-flood world and in the immediate post-flood world. So I don't know. I yield there.
All right. Next question for Jackson. In the book Phosphate Rocks of Carolina, it was stated unequivocally that human bones and arrows were found buried in the same rock layer as dinosaurs. Jackson, how do you refute? If you've even heard of the book, of course.
I've never heard of the idea, so I don't know how to refute it.
Okay. Have you, Donnie? Have you heard of
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, it's about the phosphate beds of South Carolina. In the book Phosphate Rocks of Carolina, it states that human bones found with dinosaur.
Right. Yeah, that's a good argument too. So there are some anomalous examples like the Ashley phosphate bed where you have human bones mixed with dinosaur bones. Okay, so we have examples of that, which I believe the evolutionists would say like there's maybe some overthrusting going on. Of course, they've got a rescue device, but again, when it comes to ecological zonation, and I'll screen share here real quick just for the audience, whether or not we found humans and dinosaurs together. I mean, it's amazing that it seems like that's what we find in the Ashley phosphate bed. When it comes to ecological zonation, we wouldn't necessarily expect to have humans and, okay, this is what I wanted to go to. Humans and dinosaurs living in the same areas. In Genesis chapter 2, this is kind of what I hinted at earlier. The river coming out of the Garden of Eden is described as dividing into 4 rivers, which may imply the Garden of Eden, with its fruit trees and other angiosperms, mammals, and man, was at a high point geographically. The rivers flowing downhill to the lowland, swampy plains, bordering the shorelines where the gymnosperms grew and the dinosaurs lived. This would explain why we don't find human and dinosaur fossils remain together in the geological record. Dinosaurs and gymnosperms only fossilized together, and angiosperms only fossilized with mammals, and man higher in the record, separate from the dinosaurs and gymnosperms. This is the same thing with flyers too, like pterodons, pterodactyls, birds, bats, different ecosystems. Just because they fly doesn't mean that we'd expect them to all live in the same ecosystem. Same thing with the ocean, sharks, whales, so on and so forth. But I think the Ashley phosphate bed example is bonus on top of the creation model. We wouldn't necessarily expect it or predict it because of ecological zonation, but the fact that we do find them together is incredibly contradictory to the evolutionary base model and the geological column. We can give Jackson the last word if he wants.
Yeah, I don't really get the ecologic zonation thing because it's assuming that everything's buried immediately and stays there. In a turbulent global flood that lasts a year, I would think things would get mixed around pretty badly. That's all I have to say.
All right. We're going up on about 2.5 hours, so I'll blow through some of the questions. Norman Bates wanted to know, do you think humans could ever evolve into leprechauns?
No.
It would be pretty cool if they could. If they had a pot of gold. Of course, they would devalue gold. So, but no, I don't think so.
I think we see humans today accumulating 100 new mutations per person per generation. So it's funny. You could make a ton of funny questions, derive a lot of funny questions based on the evolutionary model, since according to the evolutionists, humans came from non-human-like ancestors, which ultimately go back to a single-celled like ancestor billions of years ago. So, I mean, are there really limits? Maybe they'll say there's physical limits. For example, can we get a dog the size of a whale or a dog the size of a flea? I mean, there's animals that exist that are the size of a whale and the size of a flea. They're called whales and fleas. But to take a single-celled like ancestor into a whale, why are there limits according to evolution? But we know, based on the empirical data, humans are accumulating deleterious mutations. They're not evolving into anything other than humans. As a matter of fact, there's a shelf life on humans, which is why our hope is in Christ. That's why we want Jackson today to believe on the Lord Jesus Christ, because genetic entropy is a reality. There's been no rebuttal. All the best rebuttals have been systematically analyzed and falsified. And our hope is in Christ, and our hope is in heaven. So, I yield.
Well, I don't think that genetic entropy and Christ are, necessarily needed together. But I think genetic entropy is not the greatest idea. I mean, I've been doing a lot of research on that myself, and I'll provide the numbers later, I guess. But if viruses with high mutation rates aren't going through some kind of genetic entropy, I don't see how we're going through it in 6,000 years from the patriarchs to now.
Are viruses alive?
They're made of genetic material. So, I mean, Sanford himself used H1N1 as an example for genetic entropy. So
now here's the thing. We talked about viruses a lot during the discussion. If viruses are created DNA elements, they started in the host rather than predated the host. Okay. But genetic entropy is written for longer lived animals, for example, which we know have higher mutation rates. Why would we then look to viruses, which exist in us, and then viral like elements as well, to refute the concept of genetic entropy?
I don't know. They're just made of genetic material, and they're replicating and they're mutating very quickly. I think it would apply.
We've done thousands and thousands and thousands of experiments, numerical simulations, all realistic parameters, different types of selection, different types of amounts of beneficial mutations, different population sizes. And what we always get, and these are documented, is degeneration. Selection can only ever slow down the process and not stop it or solve it. And what they've put forth in terms of truncation, selection, synergistic epistasis, mutation count mechanism, they've been looked at, documented, analyzed. You can read papers on it and articles on it. They've been falsified. But you want to look to viruses. Doesn't really make much sense. It sounds like you just don't want to believe it. And I'm not trying to be rude. It just sounds to me like Like, how come all of these evolutionary population geneticists like Lynch, Kondrashov, okay, Kimura, how come they never say, well, there's no point in, in looking into the mutation accumulation problem because, wow, viruses exist. How come we don't see them saying that? I mean, they recognize it's a real problem. Kondrashov said, why are we not extinct or dead 100 times over? How do you respond to that?
Yeah, he did say that. I forget why he said that. I read part of that. Yeah, I mean, I don't have a great response to you. Again, just to say that viruses are genetic material, and I think they're a good analog.
It's okay. We can use that for the after show. If you're going, that is.
Yeah, I'm going.
All right. Thanks,
the
John.
Continues all night.
Yeah, thanks for the super chat, John. Just a reminder, that's where that's going to be right now as we wrap this up. So, Don, if you wanted to let everybody know about future debates that are coming up, and you can close it down.
John's like, this is the Q&A, not a further debate. Yeah, this has been a long one, a detailed one, a technical. I'm exhausted. Jackson, I'm sure you are too. I'll probably get a sandwich in, or I don't know, another coffee or something. This was a technical, fun debate. Lots of good subjects and topics discussed. Good audience Q&A. The next debate that we have is Jackson Rowe. You better get some rest, my good man.
Yeah, I need to do some more research on that. Also,
yeah, we'll try to not make
some slides.
We'll try to not make it
yet.
So that's going to be fun. You and Professor McQueen. And then right after that, the big round 2 between David Neff and Dr. Dino. And all I can say is go have a look at the upcoming live stream section because we got about 40 more debates. So, Matt, great job moderating. I appreciate it.
Except for the end there when it turned into a second debate.
Matt, you're on mute, brother.
Whoops. I'm just saying good job. Couldn't even get through it. Thanks.
You did a fantastic job. There we go. 2.5 hours, man. It didn't feel like that though, Jackson. Tons of great points discussed. I hope the audience had a good time. Looks like we still have 90 people. So, we kept everybody's attention. Thank you for preparing and bringing some good arguments that we can discuss, Jackson. So, guys, we'll see you over at the after show. Logical, plausible, as Matt calls it, possible.
I can't remember the order
plausible, probables channel. We'll see you there for another epic after show. I'll probably join in about 45 minutes. I got to get some food and take a little break here. So,
and some coffee.
Yeah, guys, God bless. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you in a couple days. Standing for Truth is out.